Chapter 379. After becoming an outer courtyard elite student, Li Fuchen was assigned to his own student yard. Because the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard is sparsely populated, the student yard is very spacious, covering an area of several acres, with a small martial arts field. The most surprising thing for Li Fuchen is that the courtyard is also covered with an array that can isolate the outside world. At the same time, the martial arts field is also covered with an isolation array that can isolate damage. 300 low-grade spirit stones are not wasted. After seeing the secret room also covered with a chi-gathering array, Li Fuchen nodded secretly. Now you can look at the treasures obtained in the Black Heaven Sect ruins. In the Black Heaven Sect ruins, true spirit cannot be used, so Li Fuchen can't feel the special of these treasures. After leaving the Black Heaven Sect ruins and coming to Seven-Colored Continent, Li Fuchen can't feel it because he can't use true spirit. Now that true spirit is restored, it's time to count the harvest. Open the storage pouch. Li Fuchen took out the treasures obtained in the Black Heaven Sect ruins, a total of 12 treasures. They were the gourd that contained the reincarnation elixir, the praying mat that allowed him to calm his mind, the alchemy furnace, the calligraphy that contained the Earth-class martial art intent, the notes of the Battle Spirit Realm Master, the sharp horn that was suspected to be a Class 6 demonic beast, an unknown cardinal treasure, and the continent teleportation disc. Shedding Body Pill. Although not as good as Shedding Body Bone-Changing Pill, it is difficult to have room for improvement after Shedding Body Pill is promoted to Shedding Body Realm, but in this world, I don't know how many people are trapped in Heavenly Dipper Realm Peak. For them, it doesn't matter if there is room for improvement. In Raging Fire City, the value of a Shedding Body Pill is about 500 low-grade spirit stones, similar to the price of Spirit Cleansing Pill. 3 are worth 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. The value of the praying mat is a bit difficult to estimate, but Li Fuchen does not intend to sell it. Keeping it for his own use is the king. Pill Refining Furnace, containing the Earth-level martial art true meaning, Battle Spirit Realm Grand Master notes, these are not easy to estimate the value. Picking up the monster beast sharp horn, Li Fuchen began to look at it. This sharp horn, the aura contained is very overbearing, as if to pierce the sky. In the eyes of Li Fuchen, I am afraid that the Earth-level low-rank weapon is not so overbearing. It should be the sharp horn of level 6 monster beast. Rank 6 demonic beasts were also called demon generals. Demon generals had already cultivated their demon spirit. As long as their demon spirit was not destroyed, they could still survive for a long time even if their body collapsed. If they could find a suitable body, they could seize it and be reborn. The sharp horn of this kind of existence was very valuable. 10 or 20,000 low-grade spirit stones were nothing to it. After all, apart from Battle Spirit Realm Masters, no one was able to obtain an item from a Class 6 demonic beast. Putting down the monster beast sharp horn, Li Fuchen picked up the secret treasure. It was a bracer. With the true spirit and consciousness invading the wrist guard, Li Fuchen's consciousness came to a huge space. It would be an exaggeration to say that it was huge, but this space was at least 30 square meters. It turned out to be a storage treasure. Li Fuchen's consciousness withdrew and revealed a smile. The storage bag space was generally only a few feet to a few meters in size. Compared to the wrist guard space, it simply paled in comparison. Although he couldn't use the bracer space for now, he would definitely be able to obtain more items in the future when he became stronger. Some of the larger items could be placed in the bracer space. After the wrist guard secret treasure is a ring with a green crystal inlaid on it. As Li Fuchen true spirit infused the ring, the green crystal on the ring suddenly emitted a green halo. Shrouded in the green halo, Li Fuchen found that his body was very comfortable, and some subtle hidden injuries were suddenly good. This is a healing secret treasure. Li Fuchen flashed a surprise in his eyes. The healing secret treasure is something that can't be found for martial artists. Cultivation is originally against the heaven. In the process of cultivation, it is inevitable to be injured. Some minor injuries are okay. Some serious injuries are enough to reduce the strength of martial artist by more than half. If some fatal injuries are enough to make people lose their combat power, it is not known whether they can survive. At this time, you can only rely on medicine pill or healing secret treasure. Compared with medicine pill, healing secret treasure is more convenient and the treatment effect is more direct. Of course, there is another situation better than healing secret treasure. That is, the cultivation technique with healing effect. Some powerful healing cultivation technique can even make people regrow broken limbs, but this cultivation technique is extremely rare. Li Fuchen does not know if seven-colored continent has it. The next three things are not as precious as the healing ring, they are just some sundries. Finally, the transmission disc. For Li Fuchen, the transmission disc is the most precious secret treasure. Without the transmission disc, he can't come to seven-colored continent. Without the transmission disc, he can't return to Eastern Lean continent in the future. This is the secret treasure that changes his fate, whether it is emotional or value, it is very precious. Consciousness enters the transmission disc. Li Fuchen sees that the liquid origin qi in the origin qi pool is already 70% empty. It seems that the continent transmission consumes origin qi, but I don't know how many low-grade spirit stone it will take to make up. Li Fuchen takes out a low-grade spirit stone and sticks it on the transmission disc. The transmission disc suddenly comes with a suction force and instantly absorbs the origin qi in the low-grade spirit stone. Li Fuchen's consciousness, always staring at the origin qi pool, when a low-grade spirit stone was sucked dry, he found that the origin qi pool did not move at all. This, if you want to replenish the origin qi pool, you need to consume at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stone. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. 10,000 low-grade spirit stone, he can still make up 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, or even 100,000 low-grade spirit stone. He has no way. No hurry, I am only Heavenly Dipper Realm Cultivation Base, Body Refining Cultivation Base is also Shedding Body Realm 4th layer. Even if I go back, it is useless, at least I have to wait until I can match Evil King and others before I can go back. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen felt that he was thinking too early. When he is strong, it should be much easier to earn low-grade spirit stone. With the wristband, Li Fuchen threw all the precious things into the wristband space. This wristband space is his private space, only used to put precious things. Now go to the secret book tower to choose an earth-level low-rank sword technique secret book. Growing up, Li Fuchen walked out of the courtyard. The secret book tower is also a 5-story tower. According to the Outer Courtyard Student Handbook, the first floor stores the Earth-level low-rank martial art, the second floor stores the Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique, the third floor stores the Earth-level middle-rank martial art, the fourth floor stores the Earth-level middle-rank cultivation technique, and the fifth floor stores the Earth-level high-rank martial art. The secret book that can't be found in Eastern Lean continent is easy to see in the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard. In normal times, no one can enter the secret book tower without authorization. With the one-time token given by Vice Dean Gray-clothed old man, Li Fuchen can enter the secret book tower first floor. When he came to the secret book tower first floor, Li Fuchen saw Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng and Gao Yu. All three of them are choosing the martial arts secret book, one by one, and did not notice Li Fuchen come in. Li Fuchen smiled, the desire for the Earth-level secret book. Everyone is the same, including himself. As a swordsman, Li Fuchen did not consider other martial art and went directly to the sword technique secret book area. The sword technique secret book area is actually a bookshelf with dozens of secret books on the bookshelf. Opening the first book, Li Fuchen found that the secret book only has an introduction, no actual content. Emotionless Sword Art, Low-Rank Earth Realm Sword Art. This sword art focuses on the intent rather than the form. Once trained to the extreme, it can bring out the power of emotionless death. According to the individual's talent, this sword art might be able to compete with mid-rank Earth Realm sword art. The first sword technique secret book is called Ruthless Sword Technique, and its introduction is incomparable. Although I didn't see the following sword technique secret book, Li Fuchen knew that this sword technique secret book was definitely the Earth level low rank sword technique. Apex existence. Unfortunately, Ruthless Sword Dao does not match his sword Dao, and his character talent does not match. It is difficult to have great achievement. Put down the Ruthless Sword Technique secret book. Li Fuchen picked up the second book. Sky Reversal Killing Sword, Earth Realm Low Rank Sword Art, an extremely murderous sword art. Once the sword is unleashed, there will be blood. This sword art focuses on the murderous nature and explosive power. In an instant, it can burst out a killing power that is far beyond one's limit. The third book, Dead Water Sword Technique, Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. This sword technique is like a pool of dead water. Scarlet Sea Sword Technique, Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. The sword is like a scarlet sea, boundless, hidden mountain sword technique, Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique, Heavy Sword Technique. After reading a few sword techniques, Li Fuchen had a preliminary understanding of the Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique give people a feeling of killing terror. Each one is extremely powerful. However, this is not the characteristic of the Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. Any Earth level martial art, cultivation to the extreme, can make martial art true meaning separate from martial art, so it pays more attention to personal will and martial art true meaning. To put it simply, the same Earth level martial art, even if cultivated to the extreme, the power is different in different people's hands. Some people can break out far beyond the power of this martial art, and some people can only use it. Li Fuchen gradually sank into his own world as he read the sword art manuals one by one. When dozens of sword technique secret book were read, half an hour had passed. At this time, the first floor of the secret book pagoda was empty, and Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng, and Gao Yu all chose the martial arts secret book. This one. Li Fuchen picked up a sword technique secret book and walked to the door of the secret book pagoda. The tower is an elder of the outer courtyard. He has been wandering until Li Fuchen came over and opened his eyes. What secret book did you choose? Let me see it. Li Fuchen handed over the sword technique secret book. Azure Yang Sword Intent. You actually chose Azure Yang Sword Intent. Are you crazy? Didn't you see the introduction above? The outer courtyard elder with a beard blew his beard and stared. Li Fuchen said, "Look. Azure Yang Sword Intent, this sword technique secret book name is really very special, actually named Sword Intent. The cultivation difficulty is the most difficult of all the Earth level low rank sword techniques, more difficult than the Ruthless Sword Technique. Ruthless Sword Technique, at least there are traces to follow, there are moves to practice. Azure Yang Sword Intent, completely rely on oneself to comprehend sword intent. Comprehend sword intent. A casual sword is Azure Yang Sword Intent sword move. The Azure Yang Sword Intent, in the hands of different people, displayed a world of difference in power. Those with weak talent and perception, even if they comprehended a trace of the Azure Yang Sword Intent, they would only be mediocre. Those with strong talent and perception were enough to push the Azure Yang Sword Intent to an extremely terrifying level. This sword technique, seriously speaking, cannot determine whether it is the Earth level low rank sword technique, because there is no way to determine the level, and the fluctuations are very big. Li Fuchen chose this sword technique because he was confident in his own perception, so either he did not choose, he chose the most difficult. Chapter 380. Never Regret. Li Fuchen has seen the introduction of Azure Yang Sword Intent. This sword technique is simply tailor-made for him. Since the soul was promoted to the blue level, there is nothing that makes him feel difficult. He naturally wants to challenge his limit. Well, since you are as stubborn as a donkey, I will not persuade you. Outer courtyard elder shook his head helplessly, as if he could see a few months later. Li Fuchen was depressed and mad. Getting the azure yang sword intent from the outer courtyard elder, Li Fuchen left the secret book tower. On the way back to the courtyard, Li Fuchen met Luo Yan. Li Fuchen, what sword technique secret book did you choose? Luo Yan asked. Azure Yang sword intent. Li Fuchen raised the imprint in his hand. Azure Yang sword intent? Luo Yan was surprised. How did you choose this sword technique? I heard that this sword technique has not been selected for 20 years. What's the point of walking in the road that others have walked? Li Fuchen laughed. Luo Yan blinked and felt that Li Fuchen's sentence was very reasonable. After the two separated, Li Fuchen returned to the courtyard. This Azure Yang sword intent, no one under battle spirit realm has cultivated to great accomplishment. I don't know what the mystery is. Li Fuchen is also curious about Azure Yang sword intent. The introduction is the introduction. The content of cultivation and the introduction are two different things. Open the imprint. Li Fuchen immediately flipped through. The first page is the general outline, which only writes one sentence. The sun rises, the heaven and earth are bright, the sword is out, the heaven and earth should also be bright. What sword, what kind of sunshine? At the beginning of the second page, a picture appeared in Li Fuchen's line of sight. The first painting is a cyan light spot. Although the cyan light spot is small, the color is extremely heavy, like the stars in the sky. The second painting is a cyan light. The cyan light is like the first light of the morning sun, and it is like a sword that tears the darkness, cutting yin and yang. The third painting is a cyan sun, and the edge of the cyan sun is a wide fan-like light slanting down. The fourth painting was also a cyan sun, but this cyan sun was incomparably dazzling, radiating light in all directions. Between the heavens and earth, there was no longer a trace of darkness. It was brilliant and eternal. There were 4 paintings in total, and they seemed to depict the process of sunrise. However, there were no specific cultivation method. Everything depended on one's own comprehension. Whatever one could comprehend would be the result. If one couldn't, it could only be said that one's talent was not good enough. After looking at the 4 paintings, Li Fuchen returned to the first page of general outline. When the sun rises, the world shines brightly. When the sword appears, the world also shines brightly. What kind of sword is what kind of sunlight? These words have a profound meaning. Just one sentence let Li Fuchen feel a kind of heroic and domineering intent. Martial arts, in fact, were originally a trace of the law of the operation of all living things in nature. The more powerful the martial arts, the more complete the law it contained. The more ordinary the martial arts, the more shallow the law it contained. As long as one practiced diligently, one would be able to master the shallow law. There was no need to know too many profound things. It wasn't that there was no cultivation method for the Azure Yang sword intent, but its cultivation method was more natural. It required one to comprehend nature and the process of sunrise. It's a bit interesting. I don't know what the core essence of this Azure Yang sword intent is. Any martial art has a core essence. If it is simply a perception of nature and sunrise, why is it called Azure Yang sword intent? It can also be called Chaoyang sword intent. It can also be called radiant sword technique. If so, Azure Yang sword intent is not necessary. For 3 days, Li Fuchen was comprehending Azure Yang sword intent. If it is profound level top-rank sword technique, in 3 days, Li Fuchen dare not say that he has practiced to great accomplishment, at least it is close to great accomplishment, but Azure Yang sword intent, Li Fuchen has not even reached the entry level, just mastering a hint of intent. In these 3 days, Li Fuchen did not go to see the sunrise. He felt that watching the sunrise too early would make him numb. When he had some accumulation, he would watch the sunrise and maybe he could have an epiphany. In the courtyard, martial arts field, Li Fuchen kept waving his sword. While waving his sword, he closed his eyes. He imagined his sword as sunshine, tearing the darkness, and himself as the sun. He wanted to find a feeling of gushing out, a feeling that came naturally. Another week passed. Li Fuchen felt that he had found a little feeling. This feeling is very mysterious, obviously it is very clear, but it just can't be grasped. If you can't grasp it, Azure Yang Sword Intent can't enter the entry level. Once Azure Yang Sword Intent enters the entry level, it is actually half successful. Everything is difficult at the beginning, this sentence is not said. It's almost time to see the sunrise. To be honest, Li Fuchen has never really seen the sunrise, at least not to take the sunrise as a matter, because you can see it every day. Early in the morning, Southern Forest Martial Courtyard Azure Cloud Pagoda, Li Fuchen sits cross-legged. At this moment the sky is just bright, and the world is still very dark. Li Fuchen sits there quietly and looks at the distant horizon. About a quarter of an hour later, I saw the eastern horizon getting redder and redder. Suddenly, a dazzling red dot, slowly and laboriously jumping out of the horizon, a ray of light is not strong, but exceptionally shocking, tearing the darkness, descending on the earth. At that moment, Li Fuchen had a roar in his mind, and finally grasped the feeling that he had been unable to grasp before. The eyes burst into a dazzling light, Li Fuchen grew up, and a sword swung out. Before Li Fuchen swung this sword, Li Fuchen within the body burning heaven true chi, naturally converged into a point. This point is very dazzling, very concentrated, contains a lot of true spirit, and then from this point as a starting point, true spirit poured into profound light sword along Li Fuchen's right arm, and then sprayed out from profound light sword, a glaring light burst out and drew a straight line between heaven and earth. Under Azure Cloud Pagoda, several outer courtyard students who got up early were stunned. At this moment Li Fuchen, in their eyes, is like a god, a sword, there is a dazzling light flying out, the light has been separated from the form of sword light, but has not left the scope of sword Tao. In addition to overbearing, there is sharpness, heroic. So it is, so it is. Li Fuchen has never experienced this kind of epiphany feeling, the whole person seems to be sublimated. On the horizon, the sun has slipped out of a small half, and the brilliant rays of light have fallen on the earth one after another, to the back, overwhelming, almost in the blink of an eye, the whole world is filled. The darkness dissipated and the light came. Li Fuchen had a touch of emotion in his heart, and a sword intent closely related to the sunrise was finally born. Although this sword intent is still very weak, it already has vitality. Azure Yang Sword Intent Entry. Every day, Li Fuchen will come to watch the sunrise. With the increase of the number of views, Li Fuchen's heart has more insights, and Azure Yang Sword Intent has become stronger and stronger. However, he understands that he is just a preliminary entry, and has not really touched the core essence of Azure Yang Sword Intent. Once he comprehends the core essence, his strength will change dramatically. P.S. Today there are more things, only one chapter. Chapter 381. The listed competition was held at the center of the Outer Institute, and there was a gigantic contest stage. Early in the morning, the contest stage had an unprecedented clamor. Over 1,000 Outer Institute cadets were already in their seat. The Outer Institute mentors, elders, and the assistant dean were also in their seats. The annual listed competition was the liveliest time for the Outer Institute. During the listed competition, apart from the top 3 cadets receiving the Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques, the top 10 cadets would also get rewarded with spirit stones. The first position would receive 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The second and third positions would receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. From the fourth position and below, all the other top 10 cadets would receive 500 low-grade spirit stones. It was considered generous rewards, especially for the first position. At the long table beside the rostrum, the Grade A mentors were seated beside one another. Grade A Class 3's mentor, Gu Lai, smiled with narrow eyes and said, "Mentor Su, your Class 7 is so lucky. You actually have a cadet with legendary perception. In another 2 years, my Class 3 will not be comparable to your Class 7 anymore. Su Chunhua grunted. Gu Lai, stop being hypocritical. Su Chunhua had never been on good terms with Gu Lai. A few years ago, his Class 7 was superior to Class 3, but in recent years, he wasn't lucky and didn't have any listed cadets in his class. However, this Class 3 had a total of 3 listed cadets during recent years, and the number 1 listed cadet, Di Jun, was also in Class 3. Hence, whenever this Gu Lai had a chance, he would mock and ridicule Su Chunhua. Gu Lai grinned. You are truly a boring person. Forget it, I shall not speak with you. He was feeling contented with 3 listed cadets, giving him around 1,400 mentor points. When these 3 listed cadets successfully promoted to Inner Institute cadets, he would be on the receiving end of the 1,400 mentor points. Li Fuchen 12. Li Fuchen main protagonist, do your best. At the audience stand, Luo Yan was sitting the grade A Class 5 group and watching Li Fuchen from below the contest stage while silently rooting for Li Fuchen. Humph, I shall watch how Cousin Fenghua humiliates you on the contest stage. Zhao Linghua was also from grade A Class 5. She was 28 years old this year. She was 1 year older than Luo Yan and the same age as her cousin, Zhao Fenghua. At the eastern corner of the contest stage, Li Fuchen was standing straight, and behind him were Qin Lai, Wang Yingxue, and others. In grade A Class 7, a total of 5 cadets had passed the 5th floor of the Clear Sky Tower. Looking at Li Fuchen's back, Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue were revering him in their hearts. For the past few days, mentor Su Chunhua had arranged for them to spar with Li Fuchen, but the results were miserable as neither of them could even withstand 3 swords from Li Fuchen. They similarly had their Mystic Class Peak Tier cultivation technique at the highest rank, and their Mystic Class Peak Tier martial arts were also at the highest stage. However, they were just like children when facing Li Fuchen, as they couldn't put up any form of resistance. According to mentor Su Chunhua's explanation, even at the same rank or stage, there would be differences. It would depend on the individual's combat skills, and it was obvious that Li Fuchen's combat skills were far superior to them. My only rival should be Di Jun. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on Di Jun, while the others were ignored by him. Li Fuchen had yet to witness the true prowess of Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Thus, he didn't have complete confidence that he could defeat Di Jun on the rostrum. The gray-robed assistant dean stood up and announced, "The competition's rules are simple. Those who accumulated 10 losses shall be eliminated. In the end, those who lost the least will have a higher ranking. The competition shall begin now." There was a total of 10 contest stages, and 10 matches were conducted at the same time. Number 2 contest stage, Li Fuchen will go against Yang Yuanhe. Once the referee's voice echoed, Li Fuchen flashed and landed on the number 2 contest stage. Opposite him, Yang Yuanhe flashed and appeared too. Yang Yuanhe was rather confident in his strength. In grade A Class 6, his strength was just inferior to the number 9 listed cadet, Lin Chao, but he was facing Li Fuchen, who had legendary perception. He didn't dare to be complacent and had put in all his strength at the beginning. Excuse me. An iron rod appeared in Yang Yuanhe's hands, and it was a Mystic Class Peak Tier weapon. During the listed competition, cadets were only allowed to use Mystic Class Peak Tier weapons and were forbidden from using Earth Class Low Tier weapons. Huff 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 huff, intensive technique intent and rod intent spread out. The iron rod in Yang Yuanhe's hands were like a storm. In the blink of the eye, he had blasted out with dozens of rod strikes at Li Fuchen. Each strike contained boundless power, and they weren't as simple as shadows. Earth-class low-tier rod art, 36 rods of mountain explosion. Violent gale rushed at the face while clothes were fluttering. Li Fuchen drew his joint heaven sword to deal with Yang Yuanhe's violent rod art. His blacklight sword was just a Mystic Class high-tier artifact sword. Li Fuchen had the confidence to defeat Yang Yuanhe even with his Mystic-class high-tier artifact sword, but he didn't have to go through this trouble. With the Joint Heaven sword out of the sheath, Li Fuchen brandished his sword lightly and indifferently. It was the Inferno Sword Art's first move, Extreme Heat Blaze. As Li Fuchen brandished his sword, a blazing hot sword chi flashed across. Boom boom! Countless exploding sounds echoed in the air. Yang Yuanhe's 36 rods of mountain explosion was just like a punctured ball as the rod forces declined sharply and lost more than 90% of its original power. Clang! The iron rod shivered and Yang Yuanhe felt half his body getting paralyzed while he was sent flying. How is this possible? We are both using Mystic-class peak-tier martial arts. Why did I lose so quickly? Yang Yuanhe was in disbelief. At the grade A mentor's seats, Su Chunhua smiled. He didn't think that Li Fuchen can obtain the number 1 listed cadet's position, but with Li Fuchen's combat skills, it was highly possible for him to become a listed cadet. Interesting, this child's combat skills seem to be exceptionally brilliant. Gu Lai had a slightly surprised expression. With a frenzied circulation of qi, Yang Yuanhe forcefully stopped his body from flying before he staggered after landing on the ground. Li Fuchen, if you can withstand my next move, I shall concede voluntarily. Yang Yuanhe grasped his iron rod with both hands while an imposing mountain-like rod presence was emitted. You shall be defeated. 5 mountains rod art. Yang Yuanhe rushed into the sky and cleaved down with his rod. This rod felt as though it contained the weight from 5 great mountains. It was just a simple downward swing, but it covered a massive radius. Half the contest stage was enveloped by the rod presence. There was simply no place to evade or hide. 5 mountains rod art, Earth-class low-tier rod art. Yang Yuanhe might have cultivated the 5 mountains rod art to the subcompletion stage recently, and the power might not be comparable to the 36 rods of mountain explosion, but in terms of profundity, it was superior as Earth-class low-tier rod art contained the quintessence of heaven and earth. Earth-class low-tier martial arts will only produce the field's power after reaching completion stage. This rod move would be even more profound. Li Fuchen didn't execute his Green Sun sword intent. Instead, he responded with one of the Inferno Sword Art's move, Soaring Dragon Inferno. A regular Soaring Dragon Inferno was naturally incomparable with the opposition's 5 mountains rod art, but Li Fuchen's Soaring Dragon Inferno felt as though it had a spirit of its own. The rotating sword had forcefully drilled open the 5 mountains rod art by focusing on the flaws. PFFF, after a mouthful of blood was vomited, Yang Yuanhe's iron rod was disarmed. His body fell and crashed onto the barrier array at the edge of the contest stage before bouncing back. Yang Yuanhe was defeated. Great! Su Chunhua applauded and cheered. He noticed that he had underestimated Li Fuchen as the latter didn't even bring out his full strength when sparring with Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue. Su Chunhua still wasn't sure if Li Fuchen had used all his strength yet. After defeating his opponent in a clean fight, Li Fuchen flashed off the stage. For the next few matches, Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng, and Gao Yu had gone on stage consecutively. Among the trio, Wang Heilong's strength was obviously the strongest and his combat skills were also brilliant. Lu Changfeng and Gao Yu's combat skills were much more superior to Yang Yuanhe too, but were slightly inferior to Wang Heilong. At this moment, many of the Outer Institute cadets had noticed something. With the same cultivation level and martial arts proficiency, different combat skills would result in a huge difference in strength. There was still a chasm in regards to the difference between a true prodigy and a normal genius. It wasn't going to be surpassed so easily. Li Fuchen, Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng, and Gao Yu were true prodigies. Of course, with the exception of Li Fuchen, the other 3 had 6-star bone frames, and if they weren't prodigies with 6-star bone frames, what were they? As compared to the 4 new cadets, the rest looked to be inferior. Even the current listed cadets had combat skills that weren't a match for the 4 new cadets. Only a few of the listed cadets like Di Jun, Zhang Yunfeng, and Zhao Fenghua seemed to be stronger. Of course, a listed cadet had obtained their position for a reason. Even if their innate potential were inferior, with a longer cultivation time and stable foundation, it was still very difficult to defeat them. In the past years, the only chance for others to enter the listed rankings were only after the listed cadets had promoted to inner institute cadets. After 4 rounds, it was Li Fuchen's turn again. This time, he was on the number 5 contest stage and his opponent was Gao Yu. Gao Yu pursed her lips and launched a sudden attack. Just like Li Fuchen, Gao Yu was also a swordsman and her weapon of choice was a pair of thin swords. When coordinating with 2 swords, Guan Yu's sword art was extremely dense like heavy rain. There were no gaps that the swords couldn't enter and it was extremely hard to defend against. It was a pity that her opponent was Li Fuchen, who was also a swordsman. A swordsman was most understanding of other swordsmen. Li Fuchen clearly knew the specialty of swords. Clang! Clang! Against the dense sword art, Li Fuchen casually swung his sword twice. Each sword strike would clash at the weakest part of Gao Yu's sword art. After the first sword strike, Gao Yu's sword strikes had a drastic decrease in density. After the second sword strike, Gao Yu's sword attack had instantly collapsed. With the third sword strike, it was pointed at Gao Yu's throat. He didn't even give a trace of opportunity to his opponent. Gao Yu had a ghastly pale expression. Li Fuchen's sword art was like a nightmare that had crushed her completely. Even against the seniors in her clan, she had never felt this sensation before. I am inferior to him. Under the stage, Lu Changfeng shook his head that Li Fuchen's strength was simply flawless. When contesting against such people, unless you had absolute strength to suppress him, there was basically no chance of winning. Next, Li Fuchen won consecutively and Lu Changfeng had also been defeated by him. No matter who his opponent was, Li Fuchen didn't feel a hint of intimidation, including the number 9 listed cadet, Lin Chao. Such strength had made all the grade A mentors to frown involuntarily. As expected of a person with legendary perception, not only is his perception high, his innate potential and combat skills is also terrifying. With similar cultivation strength, he will be able to achieve complete domination. In the entire Outer Institute, there are just a few cadets who are rivals to him. On the 11th round, number 7 contest stage, Zhao Fenghua will go against Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, who had consecutive victories, had finally encountered a formidable foe. Number 5 listed cadet, Zhao Fenghua. As one of the 4 cadets with transcending perception, Zhao Fenghua's strength was something that other listed cadets couldn't be compared with. He had also accumulated enough experience, as he had been in the South Forest Martial Institution for over 2 years. During his first year, he had entered the ranks of the listed cadets, and in the second year, he became the number 5 listed cadet. This year, there were many who speculated if he could barge into the top 3. After all, the number 3 listed cadet was Wu Ji, who only had extraordinary perception. Had he not been in the South Forest Martial Institution for 5 years, he might not even make it to the number 3 listed cadet position. The listed competition was held at the center of the Outer Institute and there was a gigantic contest stage. Early in the morning, the contest stage had an unprecedented clamor. Over 1,000 Outer Institute cadets were already in their seat. The Outer Institute mentors, elders, and the assistant dean were also in their seats. The annual listed competition was the liveliest time for the Outer Institute. During the listed competition, apart from the top 3 cadets receiving the Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques, the top 10 cadets would also get rewarded with spirit stones. The first position would receive 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The second and third positions would receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. From the 4th position and below, all the other top 10 cadets would receive 500 low-grade spirit stones. It was considered generous rewards, especially for the first position. At the long table beside the rostrum, the Grade A mentors were seated beside one another. Grade A Class 3's mentor, Gu Lai smiled with narrow eyes and said, Mentor Su, your Class 7 is so lucky. You actually have a cadet with legendary perception. In another 2 years, my Class 3 will not be comparable to your Class 7 anymore. Su Chunhua grunted. Gu Lai, stop being hypocritical. Su Chunhua had never been on good terms with Gu Lai. A few years ago, his Class 7 was superior to Class 3, but in recent years, he wasn't lucky and didn't have any listed cadets in his class. However, this Class 3 had a total of 3 listed cadets during recent years, and the number 1 listed cadet, Di Jun, was also in Class 3. Hence, whenever this Gu Lai had a chance, he would mock and ridicule Su Chunhua. Gu Lai grinned. You are truly a boring person. Forget it, I shall not speak with you. He was feeling contented with 3 listed cadets, giving him around 1,400 mentor points. When these 3 listed cadets successfully promoted to Inner Institute cadets, he would be on the receiving end of the 1,400 mentor points. Li Fuchen protagonist, do your best. At the audience stand, Luo Yan was sitting the grade A Class 5 group and watching Li Fuchen from below the contest stage while silently rooting for Li Fuchen. Humph, I shall watch how Cousin Fenghua humiliates you on the contest stage. Zhao Linghua was also from grade A Class 5. She was 28 years old this year. She was 1 year older than Luo Yan and the same age as her cousin, Zhao Fenghua. At the eastern corner of the contest stage, Li Fuchen was standing straight and behind him were Qin Lai, Wang Yingxue, and others. In grade A Class 7, a total of 5 cadets had passed the 5th floor of the Clear Sky Tower. Looking at Li Fuchen's back, Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue were revering him in their hearts. For the past few days, Mentor Su Chunhua had arranged for them to spar with Li Fuchen, but the results were miserable as neither of them could even withstand 3 swords from Li Fuchen. They similarly had their Mystic Class Peak Tier cultivation technique at the highest rank, and their Mystic Class Peak Tier martial arts were also at the highest stage. However, they were just like children when facing Li Fuchen, as they couldn't put up any form of resistance. According to Mentor Su Chunhua's explanation, even at the same rank or stage, there would be differences. It would depend on the individual's combat skills, and it was obvious that Li Fuchen's combat skills were far superior to them. My only rival should be Di Jun. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on Di Jun, while the others were ignored by him. Li Fuchen had yet to witness the true prowess of Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Thus, he didn't have complete confidence that he could defeat Di Jun on the rostrum. The gray-robed assistant dean stood up and announced, "The competition's rules are simple. Those who accumulated 10 losses shall be eliminated. In the end, those who lost the least will have a higher ranking. The competition shall begin now." There was a total of 10 contest stages and 10 matches were conducted at the same time. Number 2 contest stage, Li Fuchen will go against Yang Yuanhe. Once the referee's voice echoed, Li Fuchen flashed and landed on the number 2 contest stage. Opposite him, Yang Yuanhe flashed and appeared too. Yang Yuanhe was rather confident in his strength. In grade A Class 6, his strength was just inferior to the number 9 listed cadet, Lin Chao, but he was facing Li Fuchen, who had legendary perception. He didn't dare to be complacent and had put in all his strength at the beginning. Excuse me. An iron rod appeared in Yang Yuanhe's hands, and it was a Mystic Class Peak Tier weapon. During the listed competition, cadets were only allowed to use Mystic Class Peak Tier weapons and were forbidden from using Earth Class Low Tier weapons. Huff 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 huff, intensive technique intent and rod intent spread out. The iron rod in Yang Yuanhe's hands were like a storm. In the blink of the eye, he had blasted out with dozens of rod strikes at Li Fuchen. Each strike contained boundless power, and they weren't as simple as shadows. Earth-class low-tier rod art, 36 rods of mountain explosion. Violent gale rushed at the face while clothes were fluttering. Li Fuchen drew his joint heaven sword to deal with Yang Yuanhe's violent rod art. His blacklight sword was just a Mystic Class high-tier artifact sword. Li Fuchen had the confidence to defeat Yang Yuanhe even with his Mystic-class high-tier artifact sword, but he didn't have to go through this trouble. With the Joint Heavens sword out of the sheath, Li Fuchen brandished his sword lightly and indifferently. It was the Inferno Sword Art's first move, Extreme Heat Blaze. As Li Fuchen brandished his sword, a blazing hot sword chi flashed across. Boom boom! Countless exploding sounds echoed in the air. Yang Yuanhe's 36 rods of mountain explosion was just like a punctured ball as the rod forces declined sharply and lost more than 90% of its original power. Clang! The iron rod shivered and Yang Yuanhe felt half his body getting paralyzed while he was sent flying. How is this possible? We are both using Mystic-class peak-tier martial arts. Why did I lose so quickly? Yang Yuanhe was in disbelief. At the grade A mentor's seats, Su Chunhua smiled. He didn't think that Li Fuchen can obtain the number 1 listed cadet's position, but with Li Fuchen's combat skills, it was highly possible for him to become a listed cadet. Interesting, this child's combat skills seem to be exceptionally brilliant. Gu Lai had a slightly surprised expression. With a frenzied circulation of qi, Yang Yuanhe forcefully stopped his body from flying before he staggered after landing on the ground. Li Fuchen, if you can withstand my next move, I shall concede voluntarily. Yang Yuanhe grasped his iron rod with both hands while an imposing mountain-like rod presence was emitted. You shall be defeated. 5 mountains rod art. Yang Yuanhe rushed into the sky and cleaved down with his rod. This rod felt as though it contained the weight from 5 great mountains. It was just a simple downward swing, but it covered a massive radius. Half the contest stage was enveloped by the rod presence. There was simply no place to evade or hide. 5 mountains rod art, Earth-class low-tier rod art. Yang Yuanhe might have cultivated the 5 mountains rod art to the subcompletion stage recently, and the power might not be comparable to the 36 rods of mountain explosion, but in terms of profundity, it was superior as Earth-class low-tier rod art contained the quintessence of heaven and earth. Earth-class low-tier martial arts will only produce the field's power after reaching completion stage. This rod move would be even more profound. Li Fuchen didn't execute his Green Sun sword intent. Instead, he responded with one of the Inferno Sword Art's move, Soaring Dragon Inferno. A regular Soaring Dragon Inferno was naturally incomparable with the opposition's 5 mountains rod art, but Li Fuchen's Soaring Dragon Inferno felt as though it had a spirit of its own. The rotating sword had forcefully drilled open the 5 mountains rod art by focusing on the flaws. PFFF. After a mouthful of blood was vomited, Yang Yuanhe's iron rod was disarmed. His body fell and crashed onto the barrier array at the edge of the contest stage before bouncing back. Yang Yuanhe was defeated. Great! Su Chunhua applauded and cheered. He noticed that he had underestimated Li Fuchen as the latter didn't even bring out his full strength when sparring with Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue. Su Chunhua still wasn't sure if Li Fuchen had used all his strength yet. After defeating his opponent in a clean fight, Li Fuchen flashed off the stage. For the next few matches, Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng, and Gao Yu had gone on stage consecutively. Among the trio, Wang Heilong's strength was obviously the strongest and his combat skills were also brilliant. Lu Changfeng and Gao Yu's combat skills were much more superior to Yang Yuanhe too, but were slightly inferior to Wang Heilong. At this moment, many of the Outer Institute cadets had noticed something. With the same cultivation level and martial arts proficiency, different combat skills would result in a huge difference in strength. There was still a chasm in regards to the difference between a true prodigy and a normal genius. It wasn't going to be surpassed so easily. Li Fuchen, Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng, and Gao Yu were true prodigies. Of course, with the exception of Li Fuchen, the other 3 had 6-star bone frames, and if they weren't prodigies with 6-star bone frames, what were they? As compared to the 4 new cadets, the rest looked to be inferior. Even the current listed cadets had combat skills that weren't a match for the 4 new cadets. Only a few of the listed cadets like Di Jun, Zhang Yunfeng, and Zhao Fenghua seemed to be stronger. Of course, a listed cadet had obtained their position for a reason. Even if their innate potential were inferior, with a longer cultivation time and stable foundation, it was still very difficult to defeat them. In the past years, the only chance for others to enter the listed rankings were only after the listed cadets had promoted to inner institute cadets. After 4 rounds, it was Li Fuchen's turn again. This time, he was on the number 5 contest stage and his opponent was Gao Yu. Gao Yu pursed her lips and launched a sudden attack. Just like Li Fuchen, Gao Yu was also a swordsman and her weapon of choice was a pair of thin swords. When coordinating with 2 swords, Guan Yu's sword art was extremely dense like heavy rain. There were no gaps that the swords couldn't enter and it was extremely hard to defend against. It was a pity that her opponent was Li Fuchen, who was also a swordsman. A swordsman was most understanding of other swordsmen. Li Fuchen clearly knew the specialty of swords. Clang! Clang! Against the dense sword art, Li Fuchen casually swung his sword twice. Each sword strike would clash at the weakest part of Gao Yu's sword art. After the first sword strike, Gao Yu's sword strikes had a drastic decrease in density. After the second sword strike, Gao Yu's sword attack had instantly collapsed. With the third sword strike, it was pointed at Gao Yu's throat. He didn't even give a trace of opportunity to his opponent. Gao Yu had a ghastly pale expression. Li Fuchen's sword art was like a nightmare that had crushed her completely. Even against the seniors in her clan, she had never felt this sensation before. I am inferior to him. Under the stage, Lu Changfeng shook his head. Li Fuchen's strength was simply flawless. When contesting against such people, unless you had absolute strength to suppress him, there was basically no chance of winning. Next, Li Fuchen won consecutively and Lu Changfeng had also been defeated by him. No matter who his opponent was, Li Fuchen didn't feel a hint of intimidation, including the number 9 listed cadet, Lin Chao. Such strength had made all the grade A mentors to frown involuntarily. As expected of a person with legendary perception, not only is his perception high, his innate potential in combat skills is also terrifying. With similar cultivation strength, he will be able to achieve complete domination. In the entire Outer Institute, there are just a few cadets who are rivals to him. On the 11th round, number 7 contest stage, Zhao Fenghua will go against Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, who had consecutive victories, had finally encountered a formidable foe. Number 5 listed cadet, Zhao Fenghua. As one of the 4 cadets with transcending perception, Zhao Fenghua's strength was something that other listed cadets couldn't be compared with. He had also accumulated enough experience, as he had been in the South Forest Martial Institution for over 2 years. During his first year, he had entered the ranks of the listed cadets, and in the second year, he became the number 5 listed cadet. This year, there were many who speculated if he could barge into the top 3. After all, the number 3 listed cadet was Wu Ji, who only had extraordinary perception. Had he not been in the South Forest Martial Institution for 5 years, he might not even make it to the number 3 listed cadet position. Chapter 382. A 3-star bone frame was quite low level for an outer courtyard student. In the past century, the South Forest Martial Institution had not produced a 3-star bone frame, and the worst was a 4-star bone frame. But what everyone didn't know was that a 3-star bone frame was a great help to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's cultivation speed had reached a bottleneck after he broke through the true Inferno technique to the highest rank. Next, he could either change his cultivation technique to an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique or upgrade his bone frame. Only these 2 methods could increase his cultivation speed. Comparatively speaking, the former was only a temporary measure. One day, the low-tier Earth realm cultivation technique would also be outdated. Only the root bone would always be with him. With the perfect form of Heavenly Dipper battle imprint, with the highest realm of Burning Heaven true merit, plus 3-star root bone, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed is more than twice as fast as when he was in Eastern Lean Continent. To know that here is 7-colored continent, the cultivation environment is far beyond Eastern Lean Continent. Although most of the energy is spent on Azure Yang Sword intent, Li Fuchen still raised the cultivation base to the Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th layer after a month of admission. It seems that I've been assigned to Class A, Class 7. It's time to go and take a look. The classes in the outer court were divided into 2 classes, Grade A and Grade B. Grade A had 7 classes, and Grade B had 43 classes. Being assigned to Class A did not depend on one's cultivation and strength, but mainly on one's age and potential. Although Luo Yan's cultivation base is not high, but because of her young age, she did not know Li Fuchen before she was a 5th-class student, and some of the elite students who are much stronger than Luo Yan, because of their age, are only B-class students. Li Fuchen has been assigned to Class A, Class 7 for almost a month, but Li Fuchen has not been there once, has been diligently cultivating Green Yang Sword intent. In the Southern Forest Martial Academy, the teaching environment was very relaxed. Students were not forced to attend classes, and it was up to individual arrangement. Of course, everyone came to the South Forest Martial Courtyard. The first reason was to obtain higher-level secret manuals. The second reason was to listen to the instructor's teachings. Therefore, few people were like Li Fuchen, who did not go to class for a month and worked behind closed doors. If he had the guidance of a teacher, he would be able to improve much faster. In a short while, Li Fuchen came to the door of a Class 7. Grade A Class 7 was a huge courtyard. The layout of the courtyard was very simple, a classroom as well as a rather vast training field. In the classroom, a Class 7 teacher is teaching. The arrival of Li Fuchen let him stop the lecture. "You are Li Fuchen?" Su Chunhua frowned. There were only 2 classes a week in the outer yard, and there were very few courses. He had never seen a student who didn't come to class for a month after school started. "Yes, tutor." Li Fuchen nodded. "Come in and sit down." Although dissatisfied, Su Chunhua didn't make things difficult for Li Fuchen. Whether they came to class or not was the student's freedom. He couldn't control it, and he didn't want to. There were only 20 seats in the classroom, and the distance between each seat was very far. Except for Li Fuchen, all 19 people in Class A were here. At this moment, everyone was curiously looking at Li Fuchen. "This person is Li Fuchen? I heard that he is one of the 4 people who have passed the 5th floor of Qingyun Pagoda. What about breaking through the 5th floor of Qingyun Pagoda? In the outer court, breaking through the 5th floor of Qingyun Pagoda is not 100, but I have never seen it. It is too arrogant to come to class for a month. Maybe he thinks he doesn't need anyone to teach him. Come in purely to get the Earth-level secret manuals. Hey, Earth-level low-rank martial arts secret manuals are easy to get. Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique secret manuals are not so easy to get. You must be in the top 3 of the human list. Look at his mentality. Human list students are impossible, let alone the top 3 of the human list." Several students talked about sound transmission. Sitting down in the only empty seat, Li Fuchen looked up and began to listen to Su Chunhua. Every martial art contains the profound meaning of heaven and earth, but the number of relationships, starting from profound-level martial artist can comprehend martial art true meaning from it. What is martial art true meaning? In fact, it is the essence of martial art, the law of martial art. Comprehend martial art true meaning. Every move you make contains the profound meaning of heaven and earth. You can play a stronger power, and to the earth-level martial art true meaning, it has involved the profound meaning of heaven and earth. As long as martial art true meaning is strong enough, even if you don't urge true spirit, you can also break out a powerful lethality, because you have stirred the power of heaven and earth, replacing your true spirit with the power of heaven and earth. Of course, the power of heaven and earth is, after all, a foreign object in comparison with its own true spirit. To urge the earth-level martial art true meaning is undoubtedly the strongest. Maybe because of the relationship between Li Fuchen, Su Chunhua said what he had said before again. I have to say that as a shedding body realm high-rank martial artist, as an instructor of the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard, Su Chunhua's theoretical knowledge is very strong. Li Fuchen's perception is high enough, but martial art theory is very shallow. After listening to it, he has a deeper understanding of martial art. It seems that it is necessary to attend classes occasionally. Li Fuchen secretly thought. Unknowingly, an afternoon passed, and near the end of the class, Su Chunhua said to Li Fuchen, "Li Fuchen, you didn't have classes a few days ago, so you didn't catch up with the perception test. Here is a profound level high-rank martial art secret manual. You go back and cultivate well. 3 days later, according to your progress, I will estimate your perception level." Southern Forest Martial Courtyard, new students need to take a perception test. Perception test is divided into 7 levels, namely ordinary, good, excellent, 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 extraordinary, super and legendary 7 levels. In the outer courtyard's A class, if there was a new student who tested to have a good perception, then they would be directly transferred to the B class. At the very least, they would need to have an excellent perception to stay in the A class. And to be evaluated as an excellent perception, they would need to cultivate a high-grade profound level martial art to the small success stage within 3 days. Yes, instructor. As soon as I heard it was just a profound level high-rank martial arts secret manual, Li Fuchen didn't take it seriously. In the classroom, everyone talked about it. You say within 3 days, he can cultivate this profound level high-rank martial art to what extent, and what kind of perception evaluation he gets. Small accomplishment should be no problem. Perception evaluation is estimated to be between excellent and extraordinary. I think so too. In our grade class 7, there are 15 people with excellent perception, 2 excellent perception, and 2 extraordinary perception. After all, he has passed the Azure Cloud Pagoda 5 layers, and the excellent evaluation is not far from 10, but it is a bit difficult to get the extraordinary evaluation. Yes, only within 3 days, the profound level high-rank martial art cultivation to great accomplishment can get the extraordinary evaluation. This kind of person is the trump card of each a grade class, such as Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue in our class. Look, is a dragon or a worm 3 days later. Everyone did not look down on Li Fuchen, but they would not look too highly at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen is young, but youth does not mean everything. Back in the yard, Li Fuchen opened the profound level high-rank martial arts secret manual that Su Chunhua gave. This is a fist technique called Xianzhen fist. Li Fuchen glanced at it and found it was not difficult. Let's talk about Xianzhen fist. Li Fuchen began to study Xianzhen fist. 3 days is too enough for Li Fuchen. In half an hour, Li Fuchen cultivated Xianzhen fist to small accomplishment. After 6 hours, Xianzhen fist great accomplishment. After half a day, Xianzhen fist reached the reaching peak realm. After 1 day, Xianzhen fist reached perfection and comprehend Xianzhen fist intent. A day and a half later, Xianzhen fist intent reached the limit, close to profound level top rank fist intent. Almost. Li Fuchen put Xianzhen fist aside and continued to comprehend Azure Yang sword intent. At this stage, Azure Yang sword intent's comprehend is the most important thing. 3 months after the enrollment, the Human List Great Competition will be held once. Those who can participate in the Human List Great Competition have all passed the Azure Cloud Pagoda 5 layers. And those who can pass the Azure Cloud Pagoda 5 layers have already learned the Earth-level low-rank martial art. Li Fuchen is not afraid of the freshmen in recent years, but the older students from a few years ago, Li Fuchen is not sure. Especially those in the top 3 of the Human List, They had cultivated the Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique. No matter what realm they had cultivated the Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique to, it was very terrifying. Only when he had reached a very high realm in the Green Sun Sword intent could he compete with them. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be in the top 3 of the human list. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Li Fuchen reluctantly withdrew from the cultivation state of Azure Yang Sword intent. Today, he is going to take the perception test and can't skip class. After cleaning up, Li Fuchen walked to the 7th class. He is here. The 7th class. Everyone stared at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sat down and waited for Su Chunhua to arrive. Soon, Su Chunhua came. He took a glance and noticed Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, 3 days have passed. You show the realm of Xianzhen Fist in the martial arts field. Su Chunhua said. Yes. Li Fuchen nodded and went to the martial arts field next to the classroom with Su Chunhua. Everyone followed closely behind. On the vast martial arts field, Li Fuchen stood straight there. Start the show. Su Chunhua's eyes were shining, and he wanted to see how much this arrogant student had. Hear this, Li Fuchen within the body burning heaven true qi revolved, a punch to the void, the powerful fist strength shook several times in succession, the fist intent was born, radiating in all directions, even if it was far away, it could feel the invincible fist intent. Hey! The martial arts field was covered by an isolation array, and the fist strength hit the array and rippled a circle of ripples. Fist intent. Su Chunhua is dumbfounded. The 7th class is also dumbfounded. Especially Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue, who have extraordinary perception, both of them took a breath of cold air and were stunned. The evaluation of the perception test is very simple. Profound level high rank martial art reaches small accomplishment, which is excellent, close to great accomplishment is excellent, great accomplishment first stage to the point of perfection is extraordinary, great accomplishment second stage to the peak is super, great accomplishment third stage to the acme of perfection is legendary. Li Fuchen can play fist intent. There is no doubt that Xianzhen Fist has reached the acme of perfection. This means that Li Fuchen's perception is legendary level. Legendary level perception, this is to defy heaven? Chapter 383. Legendary perception, my southern forest martial courtyard, has not reached this level for hundreds of years. Su Chunhua's heart was shocked and then hot. Class A has a total of 7 classes, but among these 7 classes, only Class A7 has no ranking list of human students. Other classes have more or less 1 or 2 ranking list of human students, especially Class A3, which has 3 ranking list of human students. This is undoubtedly a shame and an obstacle for him to become an inner court mentor in the future. To know that once you become an inner court mentor, you can cultivate the Earth-level middle rank cultivation technique. With the Earth-level middle rank cultivation technique, he has a glimmer of hope to sprint battle spirit realm. Otherwise, there is no hope at all. But it is too difficult to become an inner court mentor. The mentor points must reach at least 10,000 points to become an inner court mentor. Cultivating a human list student can add 200 mentor points, cultivating a human list top 3, adding 500 mentor points, cultivating the human list first, adding 1,000 mentor points. Since Li Fuchen is his student, whether he is cultivated or not, as long as he can become a human list student, he can increase the mentor points for himself. The first year may not be successful, the second year, Li Fuchen will inevitably become a human list student, the third year of the human list first is very promising, so that Li Fuchen is likely to bring him 1,000 mentor points. Of course, a student can only bring 1,000 points to mentor at most. And before becoming an inner court student, maintain the human list first, not to maintain, mentor branch changes according to the ranking. However, in Su Chunhua's view, as long as Li Fuchen is on the human list first, it is impossible to fall. This 1,000 points, he got it. Li Fuchen, You are my southern forest martial courtyard in the past 100 years, the first legendary perception. Mentor is here to congratulate you. Su Chunhua enthusiastic. Li Fuchen converges true spirit and modestly says, Mentor is polite. He didn't think about low-key. Here is not Eastern Lean Continent, numerous sect hegemony, outside the monster and demon 10 territories and demon Dao forces, high-profile consequences are very serious, and in 7-colored continent, the forces are more unified. High profile can let him go further, otherwise how can others know his talent perception? His first step is to become a non-negligible existence in the southern forest martial courtyard. So low-key has no meaning. The news that Li Fuchen has legendary perception the first time spread to the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard set off a wave. All the outer institute elders wanted to accept Li Fuchen as an in-room cadet. But it was ultimately rejected by the vice dean, the gray-robed dean. With Li Fuchen's perception, he wasn't someone these outer institute elders could teach. He was qualified to teach Li Fuchen, but he had to wait for the dean to return first. For the next few days, Li Fuchen retreated again to cultivate Azure Yang sword intent. As for class, he had long forgotten. Su Chunhua was helpless about this. Previously, he was dissatisfied with Li Fuchen, thinking that Li Fuchen thought too highly of himself. But now, he didn't have any such thoughts at all. The other party had a legendary level of comprehension. Not to mention thinking highly of himself, even if he were to be condescending, no one would dare to say that he was arrogant. But Su Chunhua still hoped that Li Fuchen would attend the lecture. With his knowledge of martial arts theories, she would be able to improve faster. Cousin Fenghua, don't forget it. Although he has legendary perception, you also have super perception. You may not be inferior to him. In my opinion, he must have had dog shit luck. He suddenly realized something, and with his current strength, he is not your opponent at all. In Zhao Fenghua's yard, Zhao Linghua said unwillingly. Zhao Fenghua is 28 years old this year, Heavenly Dipper Realm Peak Cultivation Base, last year's Human List 5th, is currently the outer courtyard student, one of only 4 super perception. If Li Fuchen does not appear, no one can cover his scenery. Zhao Fenghua said, Cousin, he is now in the limelight. If I challenge him, I will make the outer courtyard high-level dissatisfied, but you can rest assured that when the Human List Great Competition, I will teach him a good lesson and avenge you. To be honest, whether Li Fuchen has a legendary perception, he has some doubts in his heart. Maybe as his cousin Zhao Linghua said, this person is lucky and has an epiphany. After all, the higher the martial artist's perception, the higher the probability of epiphany. As for himself, he has experienced several perception. Good. When the time comes, you must defeat him heavily and make him lose all face. Zhao Linghua nodded. Anyway, the Human List Great Competition is less than 2 months away. There is no need to be so anxious. Don't worry, these are small things. My real goal this time is the top 3 of the Human List. Zhao Fenghua's eyes flashed. In the courtyard of the Human List's first June, the top 3 of the Human List are all there. Legendary Perception, TSK, this is going to overshadow our light. Wu Ji, the 3rd of the Human List, smiled bitterly. Zhang Yunfeng, the 2nd of the Human List, said, even if it is a legendary perception, the top 3 of the Human List are still the 3 of us. Next year, maybe June will be able to promote to Shedding Body Realm and become an inner courtyard student. We will hold on next year. The year after that, there is also hope to promote to Shedding Body Realm. At that time, the legendary perception has nothing to do with us. Look at you like this, is it still the top 3 of the Human List? June sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back and continued. The 3 of us, but the cultivation of the earth level low-rank cultivation technique, if it is really defeated, it is our shame. Yes, we are cultivating the earth level low-rank cultivation technique. Wu Ji and Zhang Yunfeng nodded and their confidence increased. The biggest advantage of the top 3 of the human list is the cultivation of the Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique. In previous years, few of the top 3 of the human list were picked off the horse. They don't need to worry too much. Legendary perception? Lu Changfeng is under great pressure. Although he is a freshman, his first-year goal is to break into the top 10 of the human list and become a human list student. But the existence of Wang Heilong and Gao Yu has increased the difficulty a lot. At this moment, there is another Li Fuchen, and the difficulty has increased. After all, there are only 10 human list students in total, and others are not vegetarian, and only a few at the bottom have hope to beat. Legendary perception, interesting. Wang Heilong grinned. Outer courtyard. In addition to Li Fuchen, there are 4 super perception. He is one of them. The other 3 are Di Jun, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhao Fenghua, a human list first, a human list second, and a human list fifth. However, with the dark root bone, he is confident that he is not afraid of anyone, including the human list first. Di Jun. Li Fuchen's legendary perception surprised him, but the gap between legendary perception and super perception is not very big. The perception test is tested with profound level high rank martial art. If it is tested with profound level top rank martial art, it is tested with earth level low rank martial art. The gap is very small. After all, the more advanced the martial art, the more difficult it is to upgrade a level. In the middle of the second month of the freshman admission, Li Fuchen came to listen to a class again. Su Chunhua was very happy and deliberately said some profound things. He did not expect others to understand, as long as Li Fuchen could understand some of it. Everyone else is out of class. Li Fuchen, you stay. Finally, Li Fuchen came to the class, and Su Chunhua planned to give Li Fuchen some special attention. When everyone left, Su Chunhua said to Li Fuchen, "Li Fuchen, human list great competition will start in a month and a half. Aren't you ready?" "I have been preparing." "Oh? What is your goal this time?" Su Chunhua is a little curious. "Naturally, human list first," Li Fuchen said. His Azure Yang sword intent has been small accomplishment, coupled with the transcendent consciousness, human list first, may not have no hope. Human list first? Su Chunhua's eyes almost protruded. He thought that the other would say the top 10 of the human list. With your strength, it is almost impossible to win the human list first. Human list first Di Jun has already cultivated an earth-level low-rank martial art chopping cloud blade to the great accomplishment realm, with the earth-level low-rank cultivation technique. The strength is strong enough to rival those who have not cultivated the earth-level secret book shedding body realm first-layer martial artist. Su Chunhua shook his head. Hear this, Li Fuchen did not comment. He naturally knows the strength of Di Jun, but you have ambitions. I am an instructor, and naturally I will fully support you. You come to the martial arts field with me. Su Chunhua immediately went to the martial arts field. On the martial arts field, Su Chunhua raised his right hand. Earth-level martial art, broad and profound. If you can comprehend the earth-level martial art true meaning, you can vaguely sense the signs of all things. Look, this is violent wave fist fist. Violent wave fist, earth-level low-rank fist technique. Hong. The void seemed to produce a tide, and an amazing fist intent burst out. Li Fuchen clearly sensed that a near-substantial fist intent was madly absorbing and compressing the surrounding water element origin chi. A wave of water element origin chi, which was compressed countless times, spread out. Under the blessing of fist intent, it was invincible, and there was a flickering arc. This is the power of the profound meaning of heaven and earth. Li Fuchen pupils shrank. This power, even if it is just a fallout, can crush his body, even if his chi strength is unlocked. This is just fist intent. If Su Chunhua urges true spirit, the power will increase several times. How is it? Su Chunhua converges fist intent. Li Fuchen said, broad and profound, terrifying and abundant. nodded, Su Chunhua said. Although there are thousands of true meaning, but the myriad changes are the same, with your legendary perception, you should be able to comprehend. Li Fuchen did comprehend. On the third day after returning, Li Fuchen's Azure Yang Sword Intent was close to the Great Accomplishment Realm. Azure Yang Sword Intent, which is close to the Great Accomplishment Realm, has involved the core essence. If Li Fuchen comprehend by himself, I am afraid it will take another month to reach this stage. Unknowingly, 3 months have passed. Human List Great Competition begins. If you want to participate in the Human List Great Competition, you must first pass the Azure Cloud Pagoda 5 layers. There are a total of 92 Outer Courtyard students participating in the Human List Great Competition. These 92 people, each of them cultivated the Earth-level low-rank martial art. Earth-level low-rank martial art seems to be a rank different from profound-level top-rank martial art, but the level of mystery is very different. The same power, the Earth-level low-rank martial art is undoubtedly more difficult to defend. Of course, most people's Earth-level low-rank martial art realm is relatively low, and at the critical moment you have to rely on profound-level top-rank martial art. P.S. Kawenka's powerful, yesterday, sorry. Chapter 384. The Human List Tournament was held in the center of the Outer Institute, where there was a huge martial arts stage. In the early morning, the martial arts stage was unprecedentedly noisy. Thousands of Outer Institute students were already seated, and the Outer Institute mentors, elders, and vice dean were also seated. The annual Human List Tournament was the liveliest time of the Outer Institute. In the Human List Tournament, in addition to the top 3 getting Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques, the top 10 would also get Spirit Stones as rewards. The first rank would get 2,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, the second and third rank would get 1,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, and the fourth rank would get 500 low-grade Spirit Stones. It was a generous reward, especially the first rank. On the long table beside the rostrum, the 7 mentors of the Grade A class sat side by side. Gu Lai, the instructor of Grade A Class 3, said with a smile, "Instructor Su, your Class 7 is really lucky to have a student with legendary comprehension. In another 2 years, my Class 3 won't be able to compare to your Class 7. Su Chunhua snorted. Gu Lai, don't be hypocritical. He and Gu Lai had always been at odds. A few years ago, his Class 7 was stronger than the Class 3, but in recent years, his luck was not good and there was no listed student in the class, while the Class 3 had 3 listed students in the past few years, and the first listed student Di Jun was in the Class 3. So this Gu Lai, whenever there was a chance, he would mock him. Gu Lai grinned. You're really boring. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. He was very happy in his heart. The 3 students on the human ranking list had brought him almost 1,400 instructor points. When these 3 students on the human ranking list were successfully promoted to the inner court, these 1,400 instructor points would be properly earned. Li Fuchen, come on. In the audience, Luo Yen sat in the Grade A Class 5 group, looking at Li Fuchen below the martial arts stage. Luo Yen secretly cheered for Li Fuchen. Humph, see how Cousin Fenghua humiliates you on the martial arts stage. Zhao Linghua was also in Grade A Class 5. She was 28 years old this year, 1 year older than Luo Yen and the same age as cousin Zhao Fenghua. In the east corner of the martial arts stage, Li Fuchen stood straight, and behind him were Qin Lai, Wang Yingxue, and others. In the Grade A Class 7, a total of 5 people passed the 5th floor of Azure Cloud Pagoda. Looking at Li Fuchen's back, Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue were in awe. A few days ago, under the arrangement of mentor Su Chunhua, they sparred with Li Fuchen. But the outcome was tragic. He and Wang Yingxue couldn't even withstand 3 sword moves from Li Fuchen. It was the same Mystic Class Peak Tier cultivation technique and Mystic Class Peak Tier martial art, but they were like children in front of Li Fuchen, unable to retaliate at all. According to mentor Su Chunhua, at the same cultivation realm, the difference in strength would depend on the individual's combat skills. Li Fuchen's combat skills were one level higher than theirs. My opponent should only be Di Jun. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on Di Jun. He ignored everyone else. Li Fuchen had yet to witness the power of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Therefore, he didn't have absolute confidence to defeat Di Jun. On the platform, the vice dean, the gray-robed old man, stood up and said, "The rules of the competition are very simple. Those who lose 10 rounds will be eliminated. In the end, those who lose fewer rounds will be ranked higher. Now, let the competition begin." There were a total of 10 arenas, and 10 matches began at the same time. Martial Stage 2, Li Fuchen against Yang Yuanhe. Once the referee's voice echoed, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and landed on Martial Stage 2. On the opposite side, Yang Yuanhe had also flashed. Yang Yuanhe believed that he wasn't weak. In the A-grade Class 6, his strength was only inferior to the number 9 listed cadet, Lin Chao. But when facing Li Fuchen, who possessed legendary perception, he didn't dare to be careless and was prepared to go all out. "Pardon me." Yang Yuanhe's hand had an additional metal rod and it was a Mystic Class Peak-tier weapon. In the listed competition, only Mystic Class Peak-tier weapons were allowed, Earth-class low-tier weapons were not allowed. Huff 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 huff, intense technique intent and rod intent were emitting. Yang Yuanhe's iron rod was like a storm as he blasted out dozens of rod strikes at Li Fuchen in the blink of the eye. Each strike contained boundless power, and it wasn't as simple as an illusion. Mystic Class Peak-tier Rod Art, 36 rods of Mountain Blast. When the violent wind assaulted Li Fuchen's face, his clothes were fluttering. When facing Yang Yuanhe's violent Rod Art, Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword. His Mystic Light Sword was only a Mystic Class high-tier artifact sword. He might have the confidence to defeat Yang Yuanhe with a Mystic Class high-tier artifact sword, but there wasn't a need to go through so much trouble. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and brandished it casually. This sword move was the Inferno Sword Art's first move, Extreme Blazing Blaze. As Li Fuchen brandished his sword, a dazzling and blazing sword chi flashed. Bang boom! There was a continuous burst sound in the air. Yang Yuanhe's 36 rods of Mountain Blast was like a deflated balloon. The rod prowess was like 1,000 miles away, and it had lost 90% of its power. Clang! The metal rod shook, and Yang Yuanhe felt half of his body going numb while he was sent flying. How is this possible? We are both using Mystic Class Peak-tier martial arts. Why am I defeated so quickly? Yang Yuanhe was in disbelief. At the A-grade mentor's seats, Su Chunhua was smiling. He didn't think that Li Fuchen could obtain the number 1 listed cadet, but with Li Fuchen's combat skills, it was still possible for Li Fuchen to become a listed cadet. Interesting. This child's combat skills seemed to be rather brilliant. Gu Lai was rather surprised. Circulating his chi frenziedly, Yang Yuanhe forcefully stopped his body from flying and staggered as he landed. Li Fuchen, if you can block my next move, I will admit defeat automatically. Yang Yuanhe wielded the metal rod with both hands and emitted a heavy and mountain-like rod presence. You shall be defeated. 5 mountains rod art. Yang Yuanhe rushed into the sky and cleaved down with his rod. This rod strike felt as though it contained 5 mountains. It looked like a single cleave, but it covered a rather wide range. Half of the martial stage was enveloped by the rod presence, and it was simply unavoidable and unavoidable. 5 mountains rod art, Earth-class low-tier rod art. Yang Yuanhe might have only cultivated the 5 mountains rod art to the subcompletion stage, and its power wasn't even comparable to the 36 rods of Mountain Blast, but in terms of profundity, the 36 rods of Mountain Blast was still inferior. Earth-class low-tier rod arts involved the quintessence of heaven and earth. Earth-class low-tier martial arts have to be cultivated to the completion stage before the field power can be produced. This rod move is rather mystical. Li Fuchen didn't execute the Green Sun sword intent. Instead, the Inferno Sword Art's Fire Dragon Inferno burst into the sky. A regular Fire Dragon Inferno was naturally inferior to the opponent's 5 Mountains Rod Art, but Li Fuchen's Fire Dragon Inferno felt as though it had a spirit. As the body rotated, it forcefully penetrated the 5 Mountains Rod Art and targeted at the flaws. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Yang Yuanhe let go of his metal rod and was sent flying. He crashed into the array barrier at the edge of the martial stage before bouncing back. Yang Yuanhe was defeated. Great! Su Chunhua applauded. He realized that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen was sparring with Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue, he didn't even use his full strength. It was unknown if the current Li Fuchen was going all out. After defeating his opponent cleanly, Li Fuchen flashed off the stage. For the next few rounds, Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng, and Gao Yu went up the stage. Among the trio, Wang Heilong's strength was obviously the strongest and his combat skills were superb. Lu Changfeng and Gao Yu's combat skills were also much superior to Yang Yuanhe, but they were slightly inferior to Wang Heilong. At this moment, many of the Outer Institute cadets had noticed something. The same cultivation realm and martial art proficiency, but the individual combat skills were different. The strength displayed would be worlds apart. There was still a chasm between a true prodigy and a regular prodigy, and it wasn't that easy to cross. Li Fuchen, Wang Heilong, Yi Changfeng, and Gao Yu were all true prodigies. Of course, apart from Li Fuchen, Wang Heilong, and Gao Yu, they were all 6-star bone frames. If 6-star bone frames weren't true prodigies, what were they? As compared to the 4 of them, the rest of the people were much inferior. Even the listed cadets seemed to be inferior to the 4 of them in terms of combat skills. Only Di Jun, Zhang Yunfeng, Zhao Fenghua, and a few other listed cadets seemed to be stronger. Of course, listed cadets were still listed cadet. Even if their innate potential was inferior to the 4 of them, they had cultivated for a long time and had a deep foundation. It was very difficult to defeat them. In the past, only after the listed cadets were promoted to Inner Institute cadets would the rest of the people have the chance to enter the listed cadet. After 4 rounds, Li Fuchen went on stage again. This time, it was on the number 5 contest stage. His opponent was actually Gao Yu. Gao Yu pursed her lips and suddenly launched an attack. Just like Li Fuchen, Gao Yu was also a swordsman and her weapon was 2 thin swords. With the coordination of the 2 swords, Gao Yu's sword art was very dense. It was like a continuous drizzle that was all-pervasive and hard to defend. It was a pity that her opponent was Li Fuchen, especially when Li Fuchen was also a swordsman. A swordsman would always understand a swordsman, and Li Fuchen was clear about the characteristics of a sword. Clang! Clang! When facing the dense sword art, Li Fuchen casually brandished his sword twice. Each sword would strike at the weak points of Gao Yu's sword art. When the first sword was brandished, Gao Yu's sword art was much thinner. When the second sword was brandished, Gao Yu's sword art instantly collapsed. The third sword was pointed at Gao Yu's throat. Li Fuchen didn't even give his opponent a trace of chance. Gao Yu's expression was deathly pale. Li Fuchen's sword art was like a nightmare and had completely defeated her. Even when facing her clan's elders, she didn't have such a feeling. I am inferior to him. Below the stage, Lu Changfeng shook his head. Li Fuchen's strength was simply flawless. When encountering such a person, unless one had overwhelming strength, otherwise there was basically no chance of victory. Subsequently, Li Fuchen had consecutive victories and Lu Changfeng had also been defeated by Li Fuchen. No matter who his opponent was, it was hard for them to pose a trace of threat to him, including the number 9 listed cadet, Lin Chao. Such strength had made the various grade A mentors frown. Legendary perception was indeed legendary perception. Not only did Li Fuchen have a high perception, his innate talent in combat was also very fearsome. When the cultivation level and strength were similar, Li Fuchen would basically be able to sweep across. In the entire Outer Institute, there weren't many that could be a match for him. 11th round number 7 contest stage, Zhao Fenghua against Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, who had consecutive victories, had finally encountered a formidable foe. Number 5 listed cadet, Zhao Fenghua. As one of the 4 superb perception individuals, Zhao Fenghua's strength wasn't something that other listed cadets could compare with. Furthermore, he had accumulated enough strength. After coming to the South Forest Martial Institution for over 2 years, he had entered the listed cadet in his first year and was the number 5 listed cadet in his second year. This year, many people guessed that he had a high chance of making it to the top 3 listed cadet. Chapter 385. Zhao Fenghua is very handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. Just like his name, Zhao Fenghua, there is a shadow of peerless elegance. Of course, it is just a shadow. Peerless elegance, only the top heavens chosen of the continent, is worthy of the word peerless elegance. Zhao Fenghua's weapon is also a sword. No matter which continent, swordsman and saberman are the majority. With a long sword on his waist, Zhao Fenghua stared at Li Fuchen. If he didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes before, now he couldn't help but put Li Fuchen in his eyes. At least apart from the top 3 of the human list, Li Fuchen is his biggest rival. Of course, despite the strength that Li Fuchen showed, he also has a 90% chance to defeat the other party. This is his confidence. Cousin Fenghua finally met with this Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, even if you have legendary perception, in front of cousin Fenghua, you will lose. Zhao Linghua has almost blind trust in Zhao Fenghua. Zhao Fenghua is the most terrifying genius in the history of her Zhao family. Before entering the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard, Zhao Linghua has never seen Zhao Fenghua fail. This human list great competition, she firmly believes that Zhao Fenghua can break into the top 3 of the human list. At that time, he can cultivate the Earth-level low-ranked cultivation technique and increase his strength to the next level. As for Li Fuchen, it is impossible to be an opponent of Zhao Fenghua this year, and it is even more impossible to be an opponent next year. Seeing Zhao Fenghua and Luo Yan is more or less worried. Li Fuchen is strong in true spirit Dao, but after all, it is the heavenly Dipper realm level. If it is body refining Dao, Luo Yan doesn't need to worry at all. What human list student, even if it is an ordinary inner courtyard student, it is not an opponent of Li Fuchen's fist. You are very strong, but unfortunately, the fire is still shallow. Zhao Fenghua did not draw his sword and seemed to be waiting for Li Fuchen to draw his sword. Li Fuchen looked at Zhao Fenghua and said, "The fire is shallow or not, it is not up to you to say. It seems that you are very confident. Well, then I will destroy your confidence." Zhao Fenghua drew his sword. This is a sword with a pale green luster. The sword chi is overflowing. Swimming dragon sword art. Like a shadow, Zhao Fenghua's figure instantly vanished. When she reappeared, she was already 10 steps in front of Li Fuchen. With a shake of her right wrist, the sword light extended like a dragon, and the sword chi was as sharp as a claw. The sword chi was controlled within a narrow range, and was wantonly attacking at Li Fuchen, looking for a gap to enter. Ding! Li Fuchen drew his sword too and blocked Zhao Fenghua's sword. Ding 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 ding. In an instant, most of the outer court students were unable to clearly see exactly how many sword strikes the two of them had executed, and they only knew that every single sword strike had collided with each other. Under that sort of speed, the two swords were actually able to collide with each other, and this caused everyone's scalps to go numb while their entire bodies went cold. The sharpness of a swordsman was displayed to the extreme by the two. Interesting. Zhao Fenghua's eyes gradually turned cold, and the speed of her sword increased by a level. Every sword strike was like a swimming dragon. Although it seemed imposing, the strength of each sword strike was restrained to the extreme. The legendary dragon could be big or small. The swimming dragon sword art could also be resized at will. By relying on the swimming dragon sword art, Zhao Fenghua could even split a needle forged with mystic class metals. This swimming dragon sword art can be considered the #1 mystic class peak tier martial art in the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen sighed silently at the foundation of the seven-color continent. No matter how incredible the Zhao clan was, they were just a clan. If a clan was able to produce a sword art that surpassed all the mystic class peak-tier martial arts in the East Unicorn continent, it was imaginable how powerful the martial arts foundation of the seven-color continent was. However, the sword art was dead, but the human was alive. The Inferno sword art might not be comparable to the swimming dragon sword art, but the Inferno sword art in Li Fuchen's hands had already surpassed the original Inferno sword art. The Inferno sword intent was gradually approaching the Earth-class low-tier sword intent. Fire Dragon Inferno. The Inferno sword intent was pushed to the extremity by Li Fuchen. The glaring sword light seemed to be able to penetrate the void and wander wantonly in the void. It was just like a fire dragon that was about to be born, destroying everything. The green-edged sword in Zhao Fenghua's hand was bent to the extremity before it suddenly straightened and bounced Zhao Fenghua away. What? Zhao Linghua's eyes were about to pop out. Zhao Fenghua was actually repelled. That's great. Luo Yan had an expression of surprise. She didn't expect Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength to be stronger than she imagined. At the Grade A class mentors seating area, Class 6 mentor Hua Chong shook his head. Legendary perception is still legendary perception after all. Zhao Fenghua isn't as good as him. Class 4 mentor Wei Yandong had an unpleasant expression. It is too early to talk about victory or defeat. Zhao Fenghua still has an Earth-class low-tier sword art that hasn't been used yet. Zhao Fenghua was the trump card of his Class 4. If he could seize a top 3 listed cadet spot for him, his mentor points would increase by 500. There was only one spot for the top 3 listed cadet. Di Jun and Zhang Yunfeng were too formidable. Only the number 3 listed cadet, Wu Ji, had a chance to be defeated. The premise was that Zhao Fenghua could defeat Li Fuchen. Hearing the statement, Su Chunhua was a little nervous. To be honest, he didn't expect Li Fuchen to seize the top 3 listed cadet. He would be satisfied if he could enter the top 10. But Li Fuchen's performance was too stunning, and it seemed like there was no hope for him to enter the top 3. But if he could enter the top 3 listed cadets, the meaning was entirely different. After entering the top 3 listed cadets, Li Fuchen would be able to cultivate Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Once he cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, with Li Fuchen's perception, no one would be able to challenge him. But if he couldn't enter the top 3, it would be difficult for him to enter the second year. The difference between cultivating an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique and not cultivating one was too great. After bouncing off, Zhao Fenghua's expression was gloomy. They were both using Mystic-class peak-tier sword arts, but he actually wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. This was a humiliation for him. Li Fuchen, I originally didn't intend to execute the golden thread sword art. Since you have some moves, then don't blame me. Zhao Fenghua took a deep breath and slowed down his bouncing speed. He then gently landed on the ground. Swish. The moment he landed on the ground, Zhao Fenghua exerted strength from his right leg and propelled himself towards Li Fuchen at an even faster speed. The green-edged sword in his hand spun in circles and circles. Circles after circles of sword qi that looked like golden threads were enveloping Li Fuchen. Indistinctly, there was an invisible force that was suppressing Li Fuchen. Golden thread sword art, Earth-class low-tier sword art. This sword art was extremely terrifying. Once the opponent was enveloped by it, the body would feel as though it was wrapped by countless indestructible threads. These threads were extremely sharp and could easily slice the person into pieces. In order to resist this sword art, one had to cultivate an Earth-class low-tier sword art first. Furthermore, one must not allow the golden thread sword chi to get close to the body. Once the opponent got close, unless the opponent's strength was much stronger than the user of the golden thread sword art, otherwise the outcome would still be miserable. This sword art is indeed mystical. Li Fuchen knew that the Inferno sword art wasn't a match for the golden thread sword art. The difference of one tier wasn't that easy to make up for. Unless Li Fuchen was able to push the Inferno sword intent to the Earth class low tier, otherwise, he would still be inferior. However, Li Fuchen still didn't plan to expose the Green Sun sword intent. Apart from the Inferno sword art, he still had the Mystic Heaven sword art. The Mystic Heaven sword art wasn't inferior to the Roaming Dragon sword art at all and was actually superior. In Li Fuchen's hands, the power it displayed was naturally far superior to the Inferno sword art. Apart from that, the Joint Heaven sword was extremely compatible with the Mystic Heaven sword art. Mystic Heaven Wall. The sword's stance changed as Li Fuchen executed one of the Mystic Heaven sword art's moves, the Mystic Heaven Wall. Swish. The Joint Heaven sword spun and a layer of sword screen appeared to block Zhao Fenghua's golden thread sword art. Break, break, break. Zhao Fenghua was enraged and executed the golden thread sword art to the extremity. The golden thread sword chi constantly slashed on the sword screen and produced dazzling chi force sparks. There were also large amounts of golden thread sword chi that circled behind the sword screen and tunneled at Li Fuchen. Mystic Heaven Transformation. Li Fuchen drew a perfect arc with the Joint Heaven sword and the sword screen expanded in a circular shape. The sword screen expanded bigger and bigger until it was in front of Zhao Fenghua. Boom! The sword screen burst out and scattered the golden thread sword chi. Zhao Fenghua couldn't control his body and took a few steps back. His face was alternating between pale and green. This was preposterous. Li Fuchen had already executed an Earth-class low-tier sword art, and it wasn't just at the sub-completion stage. 2 years ago, his golden thread sword art was already at the sub-completion stage. Right now, even if it wasn't close to the completion stage, it was still on the way. He actually wasn't a match for Li Fuchen's Mystic-class peak-tier sword art. The unresigned Zhao Fenghua stopped his retreat and spun the green-edged sword in his hand to shoot out the golden thread sword chi again. It is about time. The Mystic Heaven sword art was able to block the golden thread sword art, but it wasn't able to defeat Zhao Fenghua, at least not within a short period of time. Li Fuchen didn't have the time to tangle with Zhao Fenghua. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and felt as though he could see the trajectory of the golden thread sword chi. He instantly arrived above Zhao Fenghua. Meteor fall. When the sword was brandished, there was a dazzling light that blinded Zhao Fenghua's eyes. Clang! Zhao Fenghua let go of the green-edged sword and felt as though he was struck by lightning. His body shook and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. That sword move earlier was faster than his reaction speed. If that sword move was aimed at his vitals, he would already be a dead man. Such a fast sword move. The number 3 listed cadet, Wu Ji's eyes contracted. This sword move didn't have any profundity, it was just pure speed and power. But Wu Ji knew clearly that if it didn't have any profundity, it meant that it was too profound. The combination of pure speed and power was incomparably mysterious in itself. I won. Su Chunhua looked excited. After defeating Zhao Fenghua, Li Fuchen's path to the top 3 listed cadet was only left with Wu Ji. As for the others, they couldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. Class 4 mentor, Wei Yandong, had an ugly expression and couldn't help but snort. Class 3 mentor Gu Lai didn't care. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Zhao Fenghua, which was indeed beyond his expectations, but it didn't affect him. Impossible, impossible. Zhao Linghua couldn't believe her eyes. Her cousin, Zhao Fenghua, actually lost, and didn't lose to a senior, lost to the top 3 listed cadet, actually lost to a freshman. Didn't this mean that Li Fuchen's talent potential was far beyond Zhao Fenghua? This child's sword Dao is really terrifying. On the rostrum, an Outer Institute elder sighed. The rest of the Outer Institute elders nodded. Li Fuchen used a mystic class peak-tier sword art to suppress Zhao Fenghua, which was already very impressive. The last sword move was even more shocking and clearly contained a trace of heaven and earth. Relying on one's own sword Dao talent, deducing a trace of heaven and earth's profound meaning was much harder than comprehending a trace of heaven and earth's profound meaning through an earth-class low-tier sword art. Chapter 386. As the listed tournament entered the later stages, the rankings were gradually clear. It was hard to say the top 3 of the listed tournament, but the top 6 were basically locked on Di Jun, Zhang Yunfeng, Wu Ji, Li Fuchen, Zhao Fenghua, and Wang Heilong. Martial Stage 10, Wu Ji against Wang Heilong. As the referee's voice echoed, Wu Ji and Wang Heilong flashed and landed on Martial Stage 10 one after another. Wang Heilong's strength wasn't weak and was obviously much stronger than Lu Changfeng, Gao Yu, and the others. But no one was optimistic about Wang Heilong. After all, Wu Ji was ranked 3rd on the listed tournament. Not only did he cultivate Earth-class low-tier martial art, but he also cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Apart from Di Jun and Zhang Yunfeng, only Li Fuchen and Zhao Fenghua were qualified to challenge Wu Ji. Be defeated. Wu Ji brandished his large saber and sent Wang Heilong flying. Everyone thought that Wang Heilong was going to be defeated. Unexpectedly, Wang Heilong didn't even vomit blood and attacked Wu Ji again, causing the startled Wu Ji to be flustered and in a sorry state. What is going on? Wang Heilong isn't injured at all. It is very strange. I think I saw a flash of black light on Wang Heilong's body. Wang Heilong has the darkness bone frame. This is probably the power of darkness. Power of darkness? It is rumored that the power of darkness can devour all things. It is naturally able to devour chi forces. Devour chi forces? Everyone was appalled. If the chi forces attacking Wang Heilong were all devoured, wouldn't Wang Heilong be in an invincible position? Power of darkness, huh? Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye had the sword Dao bone frame, therefore, he was able to burst out with powerful sword Dao lethality. Wang Heilong had the darkness bone frame and could devour chi forces. No wonder it was said that special bone frames had the potential to be invincible in the same realm. At the Grade A Mentor's seats, Class 1 Mentor Qi Yiming revealed a smile. Special bone frames like the Darkness Bone Frame were rare in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. Li Fuchen's legendary perception might be astounding, but as compared to the Darkness Bone Frame, it was inferior. After all, if the Darkness Bone Frame was properly nurtured, it would be invincible in the same realm. The rest of the Grade A mentors were all envious. All of them were thinking that it would be great if Wang Heilong could be assigned to their class. But it wasn't decided by their will and was decided by drawing lots. Damn it, break for me. Wu Ji's quintessential energy burst forth, his aura enveloping the entire stage. As he brandished his saber, 49 saber shadows enveloped Wang Heilong. Although Wu Ji's Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique wasn't as good as Di Jun's, it had already reached the 20th level. A Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique at the 20th level was much stronger than a profound class peak-tier cultivation technique at the highest level. Just by relying on his aura, he was able to suppress Wang Heilong. Out of the 49 saber shadows, 6 of them struck Wang Heilong's body. Wang Heilong smiled, and the power of darkness surged. It was like ink had been splashed on his body, turning pitch black as he frantically swallowed up the saber energy. In the end, Wang Heilong only staggered a few steps back, completely unharmed. How can we fight like this? The outer court students in the spectator seats were stunned. The Darkness Bone Frame was much more terrifying than they imagined. Wu Ji's strength was 1 level stronger than Wang Heilong, but he couldn't do anything to Wang Heilong. Take my demonic fist as well. Wang Heilong bellowed and punched at Wu Ji. This fist didn't just contain boundless qi, it also contained the power of darkness. Apart from swallowing qi forces, the power of darkness could also increase the lethality, allowing the fist art to contain the power of devouring. Seeing the situation, Wu Ji quickly brandished his saber to block. Bang! Wu Ji took a step back and had an extremely sullen expression. He was obviously stronger, but he couldn't injure Wang Heilong at all. When Wang Heilong's fist that contained the power of darkness blasted over, half of Wu Ji's strength was neutralized and it was hard to block Wang Heilong. I didn't expect the darkness bone frame to be so powerful. Wu Ji is probably in danger. The number 2 listed cadet, Zhang Yunfeng, shook his head. At the side, Di Jun said, "The darkness bone frame might be powerful, but there is a limit. If it was me, a single spear strike would be enough to break his power of darkness." Zhang Yunfeng laughed and said, "Your cloud startle spear art is already at the phenomenal success stage. It is naturally easy for you to do it." He was the only one who knew Di Jun's true strength. Because he frequently sparred with Di Jun, he was the only one in the outer court who could spar with Di Jun. 1 month ago, Di Jun finally cultivated the Earth-class low-tier spear art, Cloud Startle Spear Art, to the phenomenal success stage. Since then, everyone in the outer court, including Zhang Yunfeng, would be unable to withstand a single strike from Di Jun. Once an Earth-class low-tier martial art reached the phenomenal success stage, it would contain the power of field. Under the pressure of the power of field, it would be great if one could utilize 70% or 80% of one's strength. If Wu Ji wants to defeat Wang Heilong, he has to exhaust his power of darkness first. Li Fuchen thought to himself. But Li Fuchen didn't know how much power of darkness was in Wang Heilong's body, but it was definitely more than the sword Dao power in Qi Yuye's body. A few dozen moves later, 100 moves later, Wu Ji's mouth started to bleed. "Wu Ji, you should be honored to be defeated by my darkness bone frame." Wang Heilong's power of darkness was pushed to the extremity, and even the core power of darkness was activated. When he executed his fist, there were even black electric currents that were produced. PFFF. Wu Ji vomited blood violently and was defeated by Wang Heilong. After defeating Wu Ji, Wang Heilong swept a glance. His long black hair looked as though it had come alive and was fluttering violently with the power of darkness. It was filled with an indescribable demonic charm. In the audience seats, many of the outer institute female cadets were mesmerized and had an infatuated expression. Wang Heilong defeating Wu Ji was considered an upset. If nothing unexpected happened, the number 3 listed cadet would definitely be Wang Heilong. As for Li Fuchen, his sword art might be exquisite, but if he couldn't even injure Wang Heilong, how was he going to fight? How was he going to fight? After 1 round, Li Fuchen and Wu Ji encountered each other. Without any suspense, Li Fuchen defeated Wu Ji. In regards to this, no one was too surprised. Wu Ji's strength was similar to Zhao Fenghua. If Li Fuchen could defeat Zhao Fenghua, he could naturally defeat Wu Ji too. In the next round, Zhang Yunfeng was going against Zhao Fenghua. Different from Wu Ji, Zhang Yunfeng had superb perception and his strength was superior to Wu Ji. Just by releasing his qi presence, he was able to suppress Zhao Fenghua. Ultimately, Zhao Fenghua lost the match cleanly. Gradually, the matches were getting clearer. The top 4 listed cadets were basically decided. If there weren't any surprises, number 1 would be Di Jun, number 2 would be Zhang Yunfeng, number 3 would be Wang Heilong, and number 4 would be Li Fuchen. Of course, if there were any surprises, Wang Heilong might push Zhang Yunfeng to number 2. But in everyone's opinion, this possibility wasn't very high. The power of darkness had its limits and Wang Heilong would need more than 100 moves to defeat Wu Ji. If he was to fight against Zhang Yunfeng, the chances of victory were very slim. Number 8 Martial Stage, Li Fuchen against Wang Heilong. Unknowingly, there were only around 50 contestants that hadn't been eliminated yet. With fewer contestants, the chances of both parties encountering each other was naturally higher. On the number 8 martial stage, Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong were standing 10 meters apart. Li Fuchen, you are very strong, but you are still not a match for me. Admit defeat. Wang Heilong wanted to take a gamble and see if he could become number 2 or number 1 listed cadet. The prerequisite was to conserve enough power of darkness in his body. During the battle with Wu Ji, he had used up around 10% of his power of darkness. If he was to fight against Li Fuchen, he would probably use up close to 20% of his power of darkness. He hoped that Li Fuchen could see the situation clearly and take the initiative to admit defeat. Li Fuchen said indifferently, "If you awaken the darkness divine ability, I naturally won't be a match for you. But just the power of darkness isn't enough for me to admit defeat." Darkness divine ability. Wang Heilong sneered. If he could awaken the darkness divine ability, he would be able to instantly kill a first or second level reincarnation realm martial artist. Li Fuchen's tone was truly arrogant. Since that is the case, don't blame me. Wang Heilong circulated his qi and the darkness power surged violently. He was planning to end the battle quickly and eliminate Li Fuchen as soon as possible. Devil form fist. Wang Heilong blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. Mystic heaven wall. Li Fuchen drew an arc with the joint heaven sword and produced a layer of sword screen. PFFFTSS. The sword screen was like tofu that was penetrated by Wang Heilong's fist. Wang Heilong's fist force wasn't actually powerful, but it contained the power of darkness, and the power of darkness could devour qi forces. The sword screen was naturally considered a type of qi force and was easily devoured. The devouring power is indeed powerful. Li Fuchen drifted back and dodged Wang Heilong's fist. Wang Heilong chased closely but was greeted with sword lights that were tempered to the extremities. Mystic Heaven Sword Art's finishing move, Mystic Heaven 100 Transformations. The Mystic Heaven 100 Transformations was extremely exquisite. 100 transformations meant that there were 100 transformations, and it wasn't something that Wang Heilong could block. At least a dozen sword lights landed on Wang Heilong's body. Devour. Wang Heilong's body was covered with a layer of darkness power, and it was devouring the sword light's power frenziedly. Ultimately, Wang Heilong was still unharmed. Li Fuchen, you aren't a match for me. Wang Heilong blasted another fist at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen flashed and predicted the fist force's trajectory in advance. He arrived above Wang Heilong and slashed down like a meteor shower. The extreme speed and power made this sword move extremely dazzling. Wang Heilong didn't even have time to react and was pierced in the chest. PFFF. Traces of blood appeared. Wang Heilong was injured. The power of darkness was powerful, but Meteor Shower wasn't the Inferno Sword Art or Mystic Heaven Sword Art. It pursued extreme speed and lethal power. It was able to break through at a single point, and even the power of darkness wouldn't be able to fully defend against it. What? Wang Heilong is injured? Is that sword move so terrifying? Everyone was rather surprised. Even Zhang Yunfeng was rather surprised. Su Chunhua nodded silently. As a high-level reincarnation realm expert, he naturally knew how terrifying Li Fuchen's sword move was. But it wasn't that easy to defeat Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong's body should still have plenty of power of darkness. If he doesn't hesitate to exhaust a large amount of power of darkness, it will be easy to defeat Li Fuchen. Class 3 Mentor Gu Lai commented. Class 1 Mentor Qi Yiming smiled and didn't say anything. Since you are stubborn, then don't blame me. Wang Heilong was enraged. His qi and power of darkness surged out from his body and burst out violently. They instantly enveloped the entire martial stage. If it was anyone else that burst out with qi, it wouldn't be effective. They would at most use their qi presence to suppress their opponent. But if the opponent's qi presence was powerful enough, they would be able to resist. but Wang Heilung's qi still contained the power of darkness. When enveloped by the power of darkness, it would be great if Li Fuchen was able to utilize 50% of his strength. As Wang Heilung's qi and power of darkness burst out, the number 5 martial stage was plunged into complete darkness. Apart from the mentors, outer institute elders, and the vice dean, no one else could see the situation on the number 5 martial stage. The victor is decided. The vice dean shook his head silently. Chapter 387. Sigh. Su Chunhua sighed. Li Fuchen was already stunning enough, but Li Fuchen was a darkness bone frame. There were only a few special bone frames in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. It was an honorable defeat to be defeated by such a person. I hope this defeat won't reduce your fighting spirit. Su Chunhua had high hopes for Li Fuchen. With legendary perception, as long as Li Fuchen was given high-grade cultivation techniques and martial arts, he might not be inferior to the special bone frames after a few years. The contest stage was completely immersed in darkness, and not even sunlight could shine in. Just as everyone thought the outcome was decided, a green spot of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Immediately after, the green spot of light rapidly expanded at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. This is... The gray-robed vice dean widened his eyes. He was one of the few people present who knew about the Earth-class low-tier sword art that Li Fuchen had chosen. No one below the battle spirit realm could cultivate the Green Sun sword intent to the completion stage. As a battle spirit realm master, he had cultivated the Green Sun sword intent to the extremity. Therefore, he was very clear about the difficulty of cultivating the Green Sun sword intent. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the cultivation difficulty of this sword art was almost comparable to Earth-class mid-tier sword arts. Furthermore, it was very strange as everyone's Green Sun sword intent would have different power. If the same class of martial arts was cultivated by different people, there would at most be a slight difference, but not a huge difference. But the Green Sun sword intent broke this law. The power of the Green Sun sword intent that he had comprehended was almost at the pinnacle of a low-tier Earth-class sword art. It had yet to reach the level of a mid-tier Earth-class sword art. However, the Dean's Green Sun sword intent had reached the level of a mid-tier Earth-class sword art. According to the Dean, the power of the Green Sun sword intent was dependent on the understanding of heaven and Earth's quintessence. The stronger the perception, the stronger the Green Sun sword intent. The move would also be stronger along with the sword intent, and there was almost no framework to speak of. Could Li Fuchen have cultivated the Green Sun sword intent? The gray-robed elder held his breath. Apart from the gray-robed elder, everyone noticed the anomaly on the contest stage. Even with the isolation of the array, they could vaguely feel the birth of a magnificent and brilliant sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the cyan speck of light had transformed into a huge cyan ball of light. The cyan ball of light was like a sun, bursting with thousands of rays of light. Most of the rays of light shot out in one direction. Puff, 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 the darkness quickly dispersed. On the martial stage, Li Fuchen was standing in the air while his body still had remnants of the resplendent sword intent. On the other side, Wang Heilung's body continuously spurted blood, his eyes filled with shock. His dark energy was actually unable to devour the sword light. It was directly penetrated by the sword light. What kind of power and speed was this? Green Sun sword intent. Su Chunhua exclaimed. The instructors of Class A were also dumbfounded. Li Fuchen actually cultivated Green Sun sword intent, and from the looks of it, it was at least sub-completion. On the rostrum, the outer academy elders were also very surprised. Among them, there were a few who had nothing to do and cultivated the Green Sun sword intent, but none of them were able to cultivate it to the completion stage. It seemed that Li Fuchen's Green Sun sword intent was even more magnificent and everlasting. What? He actually broke through the power of darkness? Zhang Yunfeng's eyes narrowed. Although he had the strength to defeat Wang Heilong, he was unable to do so in such a straightforward manner. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. Interesting. A hint of battle intent flashed in Di Jun's eyes. Of course, it was just a trace of battle intent. With the completion stage of the Cloud Startle Spear art, he only needed a single spear strike to defeat Wang Heilong. There was no need for a second spear strike. He won. Luo Yan was a little dumbfounded. She thought that Li Fuchen was going to lose. Wang Heilong's power of darkness was broken. What kind of sword art is this? Why is it so insane? It is the Green Sun sword intent. It is the hardest martial art to cultivate below Earth-class high-tier martial arts in the South Forest Martial Institution. For the past 20 years, no Outer Institute cadet has chosen the Green Sun sword intent. Terrifying. I didn't expect the Green Sun sword intent to be so powerful. A single sword strike broke Wang Heilong's power of darkness. After I pass the 5th floor of the Green Cloud Pagoda, should I also choose the Green Sun sword intent? Once I cultivate it, my strength will increase greatly. I advise you not to choose. Do you think everyone is like Li Fuchen with legendary perception? In the audience seats, the Outer Institute cadets were in a heated discussion. The Green Sun sword intent is indeed powerful. The feeling of practicing alone and sparring with others was entirely different. Especially when the entire contest stage was enveloped in darkness, it gave Li Fuchen some inspiration. Once the Green Sun sword intent was executed, it felt as though a myriad of radiance burst out and was unstoppable. To Li Fuchen, the Green Sun sword intent was just a little difficult to enter the entry stage. As long as he entered the entry stage, nothing could stop him. If it was someone else, they would need to spend a few times or even 10 times more time to enter the entry stage. Every little bit of progress would require even more time. This child's perception is simply terrifying. The gray-robed elder nodded and had the thought of accepting Li Fuchen as an in-room cadet. The prerequisite was that the dean wouldn't snatch Li Fuchen from him. After defeating Wang Heilong, Li Fuchen was already in the top 3 of the listed cadet. The only suspense was whether Li Fuchen could defeat Zhang Yunfeng or Di Jun. Before this, no one believed that Li Fuchen or Wang Heilong would be able to do it. But once the Green Sun sword intent was executed, it was hard to say. Back then, the situation reversed too quickly. Everyone only saw the myriad of radiance bursting out and didn't see how Li Fuchen executed his sword. A few more rounds of matches passed. Number 8 contest stage, Zhang Yunfeng against Li Fuchen. As the referee's voice echoed, the audience seats got lively. Whether Li Fuchen had the strength to challenge Di Jun. It would all depend on the match with Zhang Yunfeng. If Li Fuchen wasn't a match for Zhang Yunfeng, he naturally wouldn't be a match for Di Jun. If Li Fuchen was slightly superior to Zhang Yunfeng, he might have some hope. On the contest stage, Zhang Yunfeng looked at Li Fuchen with a grave expression. As for Li Fuchen, he was rather impressed. It had been a long time since the South Forest Martial Institution had such a formidable freshman. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Yunfeng started to circulate the Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. The Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique that he cultivated was called the Scarlet Divine Technique, and he had already cultivated it to the 21st rank. The 20th level of a low-tier Earth-class cultivation technique was already much stronger than a peak-tier Mystic-class cultivation technique. As for the 21st level, it was an entire level stronger. As Zhang Yunfeng circulated the Scarlet Metal Divine Art, an invincible aura rose up. The martial stage was covered with a layer of scarlet metallic luster. With Zhang Yunfeng as the center, it spread out in all directions. Such intense pressure. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Zhang Yunfeng's body already had the fledgling stage power of field. When the Qi presence and the fledgling stage power of field were combined, the pressure produced was extremely powerful, and it wasn't just one rank stronger than Wu Jiqiang. Even Wang Heilung's power of darkness was inferior. It wasn't over yet. Zhang Yunfeng activated the 5-star secret technique and his qi presence continued to rise. The air on the contest stage seemed to have solidified and it was difficult to move forward. Li Fuchen, be careful now. Zhang Yunfeng drew his long saber and pointed it at Li Fuchen. Please. Li Fuchen had already circulated his cultivation technique and 5-star secret technique. He had also drawn the joint heaven sword. Returnless golden saber slash. When the qi presence reached the extremity, Zhang Yunfeng flashed and broke through the air. While he was in the air, his long saber burst out with golden luster and a series of golden saber shadows cleaved at Li Fuchen. They were both saber users, but Zhang Yunfeng's qi and saber art were superior to Wu Jiqiang. The valiant saber presence was extremely condensed and caused Li Fuchen's skin to feel some pain. Just in time. The qi in Li Fuchen's body circulated and naturally gathered into an extremely concentrated green spot of light. The green spot of light burst out and with Li Fuchen as the center, there was a myriad of radiance that was extremely resplendent. At the same moment, most of the radiance was restricted in one direction and burst at Zhang Yunfeng. Clang 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 clang. If one didn't cross moves with Li Fuchen, one wouldn't know that the green sun sword intent was extremely sharp and tyrannical. Zhang Yunfeng's golden saber shadows were all crushed by the powerful sword lights. The speed seemed to be much faster than the meteor fall sword move. How could Zhang Yunfeng know that the green sun sword intent was more than 2 times faster than the meteor fall? Furthermore, it was much more concentrated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to penetrate Wang Heilung's power of darkness. Of course, the meteor fall hadn't broken through yet. If it broke through to the Earth-class low tier, it would be hard to say. At least, its single-target attack shouldn't be weaker than the green sun sword intent. I can't block it? Zhang Yunfeng was forced to retreat and his saber presence was weakened. The returnless golden saber slash was particular about the qi presence and saber presence. When the qi presence was suppressed, the saber art's power would also decrease. The green sun sword intense sword moves were faster than the previous ones. It was so fast that Zhang Yunfeng didn't even have time to organize a counterattack. The resplendent sword intent was seemingly endless. Clang! Zhang Yunfeng's long saber flew out of his hand and a sword light brushed past his throat. Zhang Yunfeng's expression changed as he said bitterly, "I have lost." He was convinced of his loss. Li Fuchen, who had comprehended the green sun sword intent, was 1 level stronger than him. Perhaps only Di Jun could defeat him. Zhang Yunfeng has also lost. The green sun sword intent is indeed formidable. This green sun sword intent is too terrifying. Each sword move is faster than the previous one. How can one defend against it? Last year, Di Jun was only slightly stronger than Zhang Yunfeng. I'm afraid he isn't a match for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's performance on the stage had made everyone take a deep cold breath. None of them were optimistic about Di Jun. Di Jun sneered and didn't say anything. Unknowingly, there were less than 20 contestants that were qualified to continue. Martial Stage Number 2, Di Jun against Wang Heilung. Wang Heilung's injuries had been treated by the Outer Institute's upper echelons and had almost recovered. When facing Di Jun, he immediately burst out with the power of darkness. 1 spear. Di Jun took out a silver spear and said indifferently, "Bring it on." Wang Heilung spoke in a deep voice. Boom! A boundless and vast qi presence rushed into the sky. This qi presence was even stronger than Zhang Yunfeng. Zhang Yunfeng cultivated the Scarlet Metal Divine Technique, while Di Jun cultivated the Cloud Dividing Divine Technique. If the Scarlet Metal Divine Technique was indestructible and extremely condensed, then the Cloud Dividing Divine Technique was tyrannical and vast. Before the qi presence reached the limits, Di Jun thrust with his spear. This was a terrifying spear thrust. When the spear thrust was executed, a layer of white qi force extended out. The spear tip was like a silver bolt of lightning. With a thunderous qi presence, the spear pierced through Wang Heilung's body. Wang Heilung looked down at his body and his eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 388. Defeating Wang Heilung with a single spear strike. Is this Di Jun's strength? The first on the human list is indeed the first on the human list. How domineering! The crowd was in an uproar. Di Jun's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Di Jun's cloud startle spear art is already at the completion stage. Those first-level reincarnation realm martial artists who have never cultivated Earth-class manuals would be stabbed to death by Di Jun's spear without any suspense. Class 3 mentor Gu Lai grinned and laughed. Su Chunhua pursed her lips and said nothing. Di Jun's strength was obvious to all. He naturally couldn't refute, but he didn't think that Li Fuchen had no hope at all. The Green Sun sword intent was one of the most famous sword arts in the South Forest Martial Institution. It must be mystical and extraordinary, far beyond the cloud's startling spear art. He just didn't know what rank Li Fuchen had cultivated the Green Sun sword intent to. Below the stage, Zhang Yunfeng shook his head and thought to himself, Li Fuchen, your luck is truly bad. If it was the Di Jun from 1 month ago, he wouldn't be a match for you. But now that the Cloud Startle Spear art is at the completion stage, even if you and I work together, we wouldn't be a threat to Di Jun. There was a huge difference between mastering a low-tier Earth-class martial art or not. It wasn't just the difference in profundity and power. Most importantly, once a low-tier Earth realm martial art was mastered, it could produce a domain power. Under the suppression of the domain power, who could fight? There were only a few rounds left in the competition. In the second-to-last round, Zhang Yunfeng would face off against Wang Heilung. Wang Heilung had been injured twice, affecting his condition somewhat. In the end, he was no match for Zhang Yunfeng. The last round. Di Jun against Li Fuchen. The judge took a deep breath and said loudly. Holding his spear, Di Jun appeared on the stage. His aura was concealed, but it still gave off an enormous pressure. This was the change brought about by the Cloud's startling spear art that had been cultivated to the large success stage. On the opposite side, Li Fuchen had also flashed over. Sizing up Li Fuchen, Di Jun said indifferently, 10 spears. He would be able to defeat Li Fuchen in 10 spear strike. Apart from Li Fuchen, no one else, including Zhang Yunfeng, would be able to withstand a single spear strike from him. Overestimating yourself isn't a good thing. Li Fuchen admitted that the current Di Jun was a formidable foe. He only had 60% confidence in defeating Di Jun. But it was enough. Although Di Jun's Cloud startling spear art had reached the large success stage, his Azure Yang sword intent was also close to the large success stage. The level of the Green Sun sword intent far surpassed the Cloud startling spear art. Overestimated? Not necessarily. Di Jun's Qi presence started to converge and climb. The 21st rank of the Cloud separating divine technique was complemented by a 5-star secret technique, allowing Di Jun's Qi presence to suppress Li Fuchen. If it was someone with a weaker spirit will, they would probably reveal cowardice before the battle even started. It would already be praiseworthy if they could utilize 30% to 40% of their strength. But to Li Fuchen, this Qi presence wasn't worth mentioning and wasn't enough to make him fearful. Of course, his strength was definitely suppressed. After all, his opponent's aura was indeed a level stronger than his. But it was only suppressed by about 10 to 20%. From this point of view, Wang Heilung's power of darkness was truly heaven-defying. Once Wang Heilung's power of darkness burst out along with his qi, it was enough to devour the opponent's qi prowess. Back then, Li Fuchen's strength was suppressed by 30%. This was because Wang Heilung's cultivation technique was not as high-leveled as Di Jun's. If Wang Heilung's power of darkness was combined with Di Jun's 21st level of the Cloud separating divine art, it would not only suppress Wang Heilung's strength by 30%, but at least 50%. Special bone frames had the potential to be invincible in the same realm, and it wasn't just for show. First spear. Jun's chi prowess was rising very quickly, and in the blink of the eye, it had reached the apex. But it wasn't over yet. When Jun executed the Cloud Startle Spear Art's first spear, the intense spear presence and chi prowess combined, causing his chi prowess to rise again. Boom! Like a monstrous wave, Jun thrust his spear forward. The Cloud Startle Spear Art and the Cloud Startle Divine Art had a complementary effect. This spear move was extremely swift and violent. Jun was confident he could stab a regular first-level reincarnation realm martial artist to death with this spear move. The white chi force spread out in circles. The silver spear tip was like a silver bolt of lightning. Due to the extreme speed, there were traces of silver electric arcs bursting out. At the same moment, there was an invisible power that combined with the chi prowess and the spear presence, enveloping Li Fuchen. Jun was confident this spear move would be able to injure Li Fuchen even if it couldn't defeat him. 10 spear moves was actually a modest statement. To be serious, he only needed 3 spear moves to defeat Li Fuchen. Power of Field Ha? Li Fuchen had already circulated his cultivation technique and secret technique. After Jun thrust his spear, the Green Sun Sword intent instantly burst out. When dealing with Wang Heilong and Zhang Yunfeng earlier, Li Fuchen didn't execute the Green Sun Sword intent to the limit. Right now, inside Li Fuchen's body, there was a lump of green light that was several times larger than the green spot of light. Boom! A horrific invisible power combined with the chi prowess and extended out. Bang boom! Countless explosions could be heard in the void. At this moment, Jun's attack hadn't even gotten close to Li Fuchen. Power of field? There was a flash of light in Jun's mind while his heart shivered. Li Fuchen's Green Sun Sword intent had actually produced the power of field. It had immediately neutralized Jun's Cloud Startle Spear field. No, it was slightly suppressed. In the next moment, a blinding light burst over and clashed with the silver lightning spear tip. Clang! There was an intense metallic explosion. In between the duo, there were countless flashes of lightning and sparks. In that instant, half of the martial stage was covered with flashes of lightning and sparks. It was simply unbelievably resplendent. Thud, thud, thud. The duo burst out in retreat at the same time, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. He blocked it. Plenty of people rubbed their eyes as the martial stage was too resplendent and they couldn't see clearly. The Green Sun Sword intent has already produced the Green Sun Sword field. Could his Green Sun Sword intent be at the completion stage? The gray-robed elder was shocked. The 9th level of Heaven Dipper realm and the completion stage of the Green Sun Sword intent was unbelievable. But the facts couldn't be refuted. Otherwise, how was Li Fuchen able to block Jun's completion stage Cloud Startle Spear Art? Completion stage Green Sun Sword intent. Those Outer Institute elders who cultivated the Green Sun Sword intent looked at each other in dismay. As peak-level reincarnation realm martial artists, they weren't able to cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent to the completion stage, but Li Fuchen did it. He simply wasn't human. They didn't know that Li Fuchen hadn't cultivated the Green Sun Sword intent to the completion stage. The reason why he was able to produce the Green Sun Sword field was because he reckoned that the Green Sun Sword intent that he comprehended wasn't at the Earth-class low-tier, but at the Earth-class mid-tier. The completion stage of an Earth-class mid-tier martial art was comparable to the trance stage of an Earth-class low-tier martial art. Li Fuchen wasn't able to cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent to the completion stage, but he was already close. When using his full strength, Li Fuchen was even able to restrict the sword light to a single direction, preventing it from overflowing. A single sword move was enough to shock everyone. No one had ever seen such a formidable freshman. He had only been in the academy for 3 months. If he had been in the academy for 1 or 2 years, how incredible would it be? He would probably be able to instantly kill the current Jun. How did he cultivate? Is this the legendary perception? Zhang Yunfeng's mouth was wide open and couldn't close it for a long time. Di Jun was so formidable because he had been in the academy for over 4 years. Li Fuchen had only been in the academy for 3 months. Zhang Yunfeng admitted that he was dealt a blow. As compared to Li Fuchen, he was simply a weak chicken. Haha, Gulai, it seems like Di Jun might not win. Su Chunhua might be shocked, but it was more important to deal a blow to Gulai. Gulai sneered, this is just the beginning. Then let's wait and see. Su Chunhua continued to look at the contest stage. Di Jun had a gloomy expression. He seemed to have underestimated Li Fuchen. But this wasn't important, there were still 9 more spear moves, and he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could block the next 9 spear moves. Second spear move. Di Jun yelled out and thrust his spear at Li Fuchen. When the spear thrust was executed, all of the chi presence and spear presence were surging at Li Fuchen. It had the prowess of breaking through the cloud. Seal. Li Fuchen brandished the joint heaven's sword and burst out with blinding sword light. Clang, clang, clang. There was a series of metallic explosions. Third spear move, fourth spear move. In the blink of the eye, Di Jun had already executed 9 spear moves and was left with the final spear move. All-powerful. Di Jun squeezed out all of his strength and thrust with the kill move of the cloud startle spear art. Bang! Over a dozen meandering electric arcs were like violent dragons. With the silver spearhead as the starting point, they burst out in all directions. This wasn't a thunderbolt spear art. If it was a thunderbolt spear art, it wouldn't be exaggerated to produce so many electric arcs. But to produce electric arcs with the cloud startle spear art, it was imaginable how horrific this spear move was and how concentrated the chi was. Just in time, Li Fuchen wielded his sword with both hands and thrust brazenly. As the sword thrust was executed, a myriad of radiance converged into a single beam. Without any sound or presence, a giant energy ball was produced and immediately exploded. Li Fuchen and Di Jun were both sent flying. The 10th spear move was executed and Di Jun didn't have the upper hand, let alone defeating Li Fuchen. Now it is my turn, Li Fuchen stated. Di Jun didn't say anything but his eyes were filled with cold intent. Sect origin swords. Li Fuchen burst out with a yell while the surrounding void was filled with sword chi. With a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of sword chi. Go! Li Fuchen pointed with his left hand and tens of thousands of sword chi were shot at Di Jun. Another 5-star secret technique? Di Jun sneered and brandished his spear to cleave apart the sword chi. There were times when hundreds or thousands of sword chi would be blasted by his spear. 5-star secret techniques were nothing to him, unless Li Fuchen had a 6-star secret technique. But when tens of thousands of sword chi attacked, Di Jun's attention was diverted as he had to be wary of Li Fuchen's kill move. Descend. Seeing that less than half of the sword chi was left, Li Fuchen brandished his left hand. Swish, 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 the remaining half of the sword chi were all shot at Di Jun. The burst of power was enough to frighten Di Jun defeat. Li Fuchen flashed in front of Di Jun and brandished his sword. Thousands of radiance spread out in a fan shape and complemented with the tens of thousands of sword chi in the sky. Di Jun wished he could grow 3 heads and 6 arms. PFFF. Di Jun vomited a mouthful of fresh blood while dozens of sword wounds appeared on his body. With his strength, he was able to block the tens of thousands of sword chi, but he couldn't divert his attention to deal with Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent. Chapter 389. Haha, Gulai, this time, my student took the first place. I am sorry. The moment Li Fuchen won, Su Chunhua was so excited that he nearly jumped out. It was too unexpected, truly too unexpected. When facing Di Jun, who was at the completion stage of the Cloud Startle Spear Art, Li Fuchen was able to defeat him. As a mentor, it was as though he was smashed by a pie from the sky and he was in a daze. Next door, Gu Lai's expression was as awful as it could get. It wasn't just a loss of face. Most importantly, the 1,000 mentor points had been reduced by half and turned into 500. This was simply cutting off his flesh. Perhaps these 500 mentor points would delay him for many years before he could become an Inner Institute mentor. After all, 500 mentor points required 3 listed cadets to make up for it. When one was unlucky, it was normal to not nurture a single listed cadet for a few years. Just like Su Chunhua, he didn't nurture a single listed cadet for a few years. Face was important, but so was substance. Right now, he didn't even have any substance to his face. This is truly uncanny, Gu Lai said with indignation. Mentor Su, congratulations. The mentors of the other classes congratulated Su Chunhua. Su Chunhua nodded with a smile and was feeling proud of his success. Vice Dean, this child's perception is rarely seen in a century. I reckon that even the Dean will be tempted. On the rostrum, all the Outer Institute elders were lamenting. The gray-robed elder nodded. The Dean should be coming back in these few days. If he doesn't accept him, I will. As the South Forest Martial Institution's Vice Dean, he had only accepted 3 in-room cadets as of now. The Dean was even more outrageous, as he had only accepted 1 in-room cadet. He wouldn't even bother with regular 6-star bone frames. Only those with special bone frames, or those like Li Fuchen who had terrifying perception, would be noticed by him. Of course, special bone frames had special circumstances. Only those who possessed extraordinary bone frames and had awakened extraordinary divine abilities could teach them. Wang Heilong didn't have extraordinary bone frames, but the Dean had the 6-star Fire Flame bone frame and had awakened the Blazing Flame divine ability. He reckoned that the Dean would take Wang Heilong in as his in-room student. Sigh. The gray-robed elder let out a sigh. There weren't many cadets that he was interested in at the Heaven Dipper realm. If he missed this one, he didn't know when he would get the next one. Number 1 listed cadet. I, Luo Yen, am fortunate enough to encounter him. I really don't know what kind of dog shit luck I have. Luo Yen looked at the contest stage and was shocked by Li Fuchen, who was as dazzling as the sun. The gray-clothed elder stood up and began to announce the results of the tournament, saying, "This year's listed tournament, 1st place Li Fuchen, 2nd place Di Jun, 3rd place Zhang Yunfeng, 4th place Wang Heilong, 5th place Zhao Fenghua, 6th place Wu Ji." In the previous rounds, Wang Heilong had defeated Zhao Fenghua, and Zhao Fenghua had defeated Wu Ji. Therefore, Zhao Fenghua's ranking remained unchanged. She was still ranked 5th on the ranking list of young masters. Wu Ji, on the other hand, fell from 3rd to 6th on the ranking list of young masters, which could be described as a precipitous fall. The gray-robed elder was about to continue speaking when he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the eastern side of the stage. There was a black dot in the east. The black dot expanded rapidly and appeared on the stage in the blink of an eye. "Dean," the gray-robed elder said. "Greetings, Dean." The Outer Academy elders, Class A instructors, and Class B instructors all stood up and greeted respectfully. It was unknown when a white-robed old man had appeared on the stage. The white-robed old man's complexion was rosy, and he had a sage-like demeanor. He had the demeanor of a grandmaster. This white-robed old man is the Southern Forest Martial Institution's dean? Li Fuchen sized up the white-robed old man. The Southern Forest Martial Institution's dean was one of the few grandmaster experts in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. It was said that he was at the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm and had awakened the Blazing Flame divine ability. He had once melted a mountain peak in a single move and was ranked 15th on the Violet Flower Kingdom's Grandmaster rankings. Don't underestimate the 15th rank. The Violet Flower Kingdom had 24 martial institutions and 2 elite martial institutions. With the addition of the Violet Flower Kingdom's royal clan, there were plenty of pinnacle grandmasters. Among the 24 martial institutions' deans, only 9 of them could be ranked in the top 20 of the grandmaster rankings. You are this year's '1 listed cadet." Waving his hand at everyone, the white-robed elder suddenly looked at Li Fuchen with burning eyes. In Li Fuchen's body, the white-robed elder could sense a silver-white, extraordinary chi power. This extraordinary chi power had sealed Li Fuchen's chi blood and extraordinary chi power. Turning around, the white-robed elder took a glance at the gray-robed elder. This silver-white extraordinary chi power was called silver core chi power, and it was the extraordinary chi power that Elder Jing cultivated. It seemed like Elder Jing didn't want Li Fuchen to break the balance and had intentionally sealed Li Fuchen's body refinement strength. "Yes, Dean." Li Fuchen cupped his fist. The white-robed elder smiled. "Not bad, not bad. Your body still has remnants of the Green Sun sword intent. It seems like the Green Sun sword intent is at a profound level. I, Meng Qiheng, have only accepted one in-room cadet. I wonder if you are willing to be my second in-room cadet." Li Fuchen's perception made him feel an unbearable itch in his heart. He knew better than anyone how difficult the Green Sun sword intent was to cultivate. Back when he was still a cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, he wasn't able to cultivate the Green Sun sword intent to the completion rank even at the reincarnation realm. As expected, the gray-robed elder let out a bitter smile as a good seedling had been snatched away. What? The dean accepted an in-room cadet? After hearing that the white-robed elder was going to accept Li Fuchen as an in-room cadet, everyone was extremely envious. The dean's status was superior to the Nanlin Marquis. After becoming the dean's in-room cadet, Li Fuchen's status would naturally rise and he would be equivalent to the young masters and young ladies of the Nanlin Marquis residence. It wasn't exaggerating to say that Li Fuchen could do anything he wanted in the entire South Forest region. No one would dare to go against him openly, otherwise they would suffer the wrath of the dean. Even Di Jun and the others were envious. Li Fuchen is willing. As long as one wasn't a fool, no one would reject it. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't a fool. All right. The white-robed elder revealed a smile. After scanning the area, the white-robed elder's eyes landed on Wang Heilong. He could feel traces of darkness power from Wang Heilong's body. Darkness bone frame? The white-robed elder was very astonished. In the recent century, the Violet Flower Kingdom had never produced a darkness bone frame, and Wang Heilong was the first. If a darkness bone frame was nurtured properly, it would definitely be an invincible existence in the same realm. If Wang Heilong reached the 7th or 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm, he would definitely have the strength of the top 5 or even top 3 of the Master rankings. If he could reach the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm, he would basically have the strength of the number 1 Master rankings. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Darkness Divine ability had to be awakened and developed to a certain degree. What is your name? Do you possess the Darkness Bone Frame? The white-robed elder asked Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong was rather excited as he nodded and said, "Student Wang Heilong possesses the 6-star Darkness Bone Frame. All right. Are you willing to become my in-room cadet too?" Wang Heilong is willing. Wang Heilong replied quickly. The white-robed elder laughed. He had picked up a bargain this time. A 6-star darkness bone frame would be snatched by the dean in any martial institution. "The two of you, follow me." While speaking, the white-robed elder waved his hand and an invisible force wrapped around the duo. In the next moment, the trio vanished together. When they reappeared, they were outside of the secret manual tower. Dean. The tower guardian elder quickly stood up and greeted with respect. The white-robed elder said, "From today onwards, the two of them shall become my in-room cadets. I will bring them here to choose a cultivation technique." "Yes, Dean." The tower guardian elder looked at the duo with envy. There were plenty of benefits to becoming the dean's in-room cadet. The greatest benefit was that they could directly choose an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Even Outer Institute mentors weren't qualified to choose Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Only Inner Institute mentors were qualified. Isn't this the kid who chose the green sun sword intent? The tower guardian elder recognized Li Fuchen. Could he have cultivated the green sun sword intent and was accepted as an in-room cadet by the dean? The two of you can enter and choose any Earth class mid-tier cultivation technique. But with your current cultivation level, you can only enter the first 24 floors. Beyond the 24 floors, it will depend on your performance and contributions to the college. The white-robed elder turned around and said to Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong, "Many thanks, Dean." Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong were in a daze. Randomly choosing an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique? Wasn't this a huge leap? Even though it was only the first 24 floors. Nodding, the white-robed elder continued, "I don't have much to guide you now. We will talk again after you become Inner Institute cadet. Alright, enter." Finishing his statement, the white-robed elder flashed and vanished. The two of you are in luck to be able to cultivate Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques at such a young age. Once the white-robed elder left, the tower guardian elder laughed and said, Wang Heilong grinned. "Kid, did you really cultivate the green sun sword intent?" The tower guardian elder couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Li Fuchen. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Li Fuchen cupped his fist. "Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. What a little maniac." The tower guardian elder waved his hand and allowed the two of them to enter the tower. With the authorization given by the dean, the two of them immediately arrived at the 4th floor of the secret manual tower. On this floor, there were very few manuals, but each of them was enough to cause a storm of blood. The two of them didn't bother to speak and started to pick out the manuals one by one. Xiantian Divine Technique, Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. It can cultivate Xiantian Qi. When a reincarnation realm martial artist cultivates it, it can increase their lifespan by 50%. When a battle spirit realm master cultivates it, it can increase their lifespan by 30%. The Xiantian Qi is indestructible and has the transformation of hardness and softness. When cultivated to a profound realm, it can be used to heal one's own injuries and can also be used to heal others. It is actually a Qi cultivation technique that can increase lifespan and has healing effects. Li Fuchen was shocked. Cultivation techniques that could increase lifespan were extremely rare. There were some people who were stuck in a certain realm and couldn't break through until their death. But if they cultivated the first Heaven Divine technique, their lifespan would increase drastically and they would definitely be able to break through their limits and reach a higher level. Martial arts that had healing effects were also rare. In a battle, it was inevitable for martial artists to get injured. In the absence of elixirs, the first Heaven Divine art would undoubtedly increase the survival ability of the cultivator. Minor injuries could be directly ignored, and even serious injuries would gradually turn into minor ones. The combination of the two was extremely rare. Furthermore, the first Heaven Divine technique wasn't weak and wasn't a support technique. Chapter 390. The power of the first Heaven Divine technique made Li Fuchen look forward to other Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques weren't considered low-tier in the entire 7-color continent. According to Li Fuchen's knowledge, only the royal family possessed an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique in the Violet Flower Kingdom. Earth-class peak-tier cultivation techniques above that were only possessed by the Red Rainbow sect that ruled the Red Soil continent. At the current stage, Li Fuchen didn't have the opportunity to touch Earth-class high-tier cultivation techniques or even Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique. Therefore, Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques were his best choice. Putting down the first Heaven Divine Technique manual, Li Fuchen flipped open the second Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique manual. Reverse Sutra, Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. This cultivation technique will become stronger when encountering strong opponents and water. It is adept at sustained battles and will become stronger as the battle progresses. It is a combat cultivation technique and when cultivated to a profound rank, it can reverse the chi and turn the enemy's chi into your own, allowing you to burst out with stronger lethality. The second Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique manual caused Li Fuchen to be stunned again. Stronger when encountering strong opponents? Stronger when encountering water? Sustained battles? Getting stronger as the battle progresses? It could even reverse the chi and turn the enemy's chi into your own? This was simply heaven-defying. To a certain extent, it was possible to skip levels in combat. Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Are all of them so insane? Li Fuchen grinned. Li Fuchen flipped open the third Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique manual. Divine Wind 9 Movements, Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is the combination of a chi cultivation technique and a light body technique. Once cultivated, the speed will be unparalleled. A single movement will surpass the reaction speed of martial artists of the same realm. When cultivated to a profound rank, the world will be vast and you can advance or retreat. Even if you encounter multiple formidable enemies, you can still escape with ease. After reading the introduction of the Divine Wind 9 movements, Li Fuchen felt numb. An Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique was simply unbelievable. Li Fuchen could imagine that if there were two individuals with the same cultivation level, one of them cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique while the other didn't, the latter would be in despair. But these aren't what I want. Li Fuchen might not have the blazing flame bone frame, but he had been cultivating blazing heat cultivation technique. Therefore, he hoped that the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique he was going to cultivate would also be blazing heat cultivation technique. With past experiences, he would be able to increase his cultivation technique rank faster. Finally, the fourth book was a scorching heat cultivation technique. Ardent Sun Divine Technique, Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is extremely tyrannical and explosive. It has an extremely high requirement for one's physique. In order to cultivate to the 21st rank, one's body refinement must be at the reincarnation realm. In order to cultivate to the 24th rank, one's body refinement must be at the subcompletion level of the reincarnation realm. In order to cultivate to the 27th rank, one's body refinement must be at the completion level of the reincarnation realm. This cultivation technique doesn't have any complicated characteristics and only has extreme lethality and destructive power. When activated by the ardent sun chi, it can incinerate metal and iron. After reading the introduction of the ardent sun divine technique, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This fiery heat cultivation method was too suitable for him. Although it didn't have any complicated features, it might not be comprehensive, but it was because of this that it could burst out with the strongest lethality, and what Li Fuchen wanted was the strongest lethality. Being invincible in the same realm was not his goal. As long as he was given enough time and advanced martial arts techniques, it would be easy for him to be invincible in the same realm. What he wanted was the strength to fight across realms. For example, in the reincarnation realm, one could rely on one's own strength to fight across 3, 4, or even 5 or 6 levels. With the blue-class spirit soul, Li Fuchen believed that everything wouldn't be difficult. Furthermore, there must be a higher-class spirit soul above the blue-class spirit soul. By then, Li Fuchen's perception would definitely increase by several times. This shall be it. Li Fuchen picked up the Ardent Sun Divine Technique Manual. Of course, in order to not miss anything, Li Fuchen had also casually flipped through all the other Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique manuals. But apart from the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, there wasn't a second fiery heat cultivation technique. Arriving at the entrance of the first floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen handed the Ardent Sun Divine Technique manual to the Tower Guardian Elder. The Tower Guardian Elder took a look at the name of the manual and said speechlessly, "Kid, you are really picking the hardest ones. You don't have the blazing flame bone frame, and you can choose other Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Like the first Heaven Divine technique, which is rather good. It will allow you to have a longer lifespan and break through realms. He was cultivating the first Heaven Divine technique. Of course, it was only the first 24 rank. In order to cultivate the last 3 ranks, one would have to make great contributions to the college or be promoted to an inner institute elder. Li Fuchen said, "I don't need that much lifespan." The Tower Guardian elder choked and took out the first 24 ranks of the Ardent Sun Divine technique and handed it to Li Fuchen. He then waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and leave. This is too much of a blow." After leaving the secret manual tower and returning to his courtyard, someone delivered 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the reward for the number 1 listed cadet. With the addition of his own low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen had 6,000 low-grade spirit stones again. At the current stage, it was already enough. After all, he had yet to break through to the reincarnation realm and didn't require so many low-grade spirit stones. After keeping the 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen started his seclusion. He had already wasted enough time. It had already been more than half a year since he broke through to the highest rank of the true Inferno technique. If he used this half a year's worth of time, it would be enough for him to cultivate the Ardent Sun Divine technique to the 20th rank or even the 21st rank. The Ardent Sun Divine technique was an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. The 19th rank was equivalent to the 21st rank of the true Inferno technique and was slightly stronger. There were times when having a high perception, the speed of changing cultivation techniques and martial arts had to be fast, otherwise it would be a waste of time. After flipping through the first 9 ranks of the Ardent Sun Divine technique, Li Fuchen praised, "The Ardent Sun Divine technique is indeed formidable. The first 9 ranks are all about building the foundation and constantly condensing and tempering the Ardent Sun core. Only with a stable foundation can one continue to cultivate, otherwise the body will explode and die." In a single night, Li Fuchen cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine technique to the 9th rank. In Li Fuchen's Dantian, the true Inferno Chi had already been scattered and had covered the entire Dantian. In the center of the Dantian there was a dazzling light stone. This light stone was the Ardent Sun core. But the Ardent Sun core wasn't condensed and pure enough and required more tempering. 3 days later, the light stone gradually transformed and wasn't as illusory anymore. It gradually turned into a bright red jade stone. 1 week later, the Ardent Sun core was like a scarlet red crystal that was extremely condensed. At this moment, Li Fuchen could actually continue to cultivate the 10th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique. But Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry. His perception was exceptional and was far superior to 6-star bone frames. Even 7-star bone frames might not be comparable to him. Therefore, when cultivating the Ardent Sun Divine technique, 1 week of hard work was equivalent to a few months or even half a year of hard work for others. Since his perception was so good, he naturally had to make use of it and build an indestructible foundation. 1 month later, the Ardent Sun core in Li Fuchen's Dantian was like a bright red metal sphere. The bright red metal sphere's surface was extremely glossy and there wasn't a trace of flaw. It was a phenomenon after being compressed by countless times. If the Dean was here, he would definitely be shocked. Even a peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist who cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine technique wouldn't be able to build such a firm foundation. It wasn't just about perception, it also required a strong body quality. If the body quality wasn't high enough, the Dantian wouldn't be sturdy enough. If the Dantian wasn't sturdy enough, it naturally wouldn't be able to create a high-pressure and high-temperature state. Apart from that, the spirit will was also extremely important. If the spirit will wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be possible. The most important thing was the awareness. If the awareness wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible. Only with a strong awareness would the Ardent Sun core be so exquisite. Li Fuchen's awareness was comparable to a battle spirit realm master. It might be called awareness, but it was actually considered spiritual awareness. It might not have some other functions of spiritual awareness, but in terms of strength, it wasn't inferior. Li Fuchen only started to cultivate the 10th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique after the Ardent Sun core turned into a bright red metal sphere. Huff huff, his dantian was filled with true Inferno Qi. With the absorption of the Ardent Sun core, a large amount of true Inferno Qi was absorbed and rapidly converted into Ardent Sun Qi. 11th rank, 12th rank, 13th rank, 18th rank, 19th rank, 20th rank. In the second month, Li Fuchen broke through to the 20th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique in one go. The 20th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique's power was far superior to the true Inferno Technique. It was even stronger than the 21st rank of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. If Li Fuchen and Di Jun were to fight again, Li Fuchen would be able to instantly kill Di Jun. After all, in terms of Qi quality, Li Fuchen was already superior to Di Jun. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's sword art was much stronger than Di Jun. I shall strive to break through another rank. Li Fuchen didn't plan to attend classes and continued his seclusion. In regards to this, Su Chunhua was very helpless. As a mentor, he was afraid that the students would disturb him, but he was also afraid that the students wouldn't need him. This was the feeling that Li Fuchen gave him. It seemed like Li Fuchen didn't need anyone's guidance, and could rely on his own cultivation to dominate all the students of the same level. As a mentor, Su Chunhua was simply a figurehead. Perhaps only the dean can be his mentor. In class, when Su Chunhua thought about Li Fuchen, he couldn't help but shake his head. 21st rank. On the martial arts field in the courtyard, Li Fuchen's body was emitting boundless blazing radiance. If the highest rank of the true Inferno Technique was like the sun, then the 21st rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was like the sun that was closer to the earth. The sun was high up in the sky and the radiance might be blazing, but it was still within the range of human endurance. But once the sun approached the earth, the blazing Qi presence that could incinerate everything was enough to destroy and roast everything. In Li Fuchen's dantian, there was a miniature sun that was revolving. On the surface of the miniature sun, there were streams of lava that were spurting out. But under the attraction of the ardent sun core, the lava returned to the surface of the miniature sun. Boom! Standing up, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at the martial arts field's array barrier. The dazzling fist light made it hard to open one's eyes, while the array barrier rippled. This fist is almost enough to severely injure a regular first-level reincarnation realm martial artist. As Li Fuchen cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, regular mystic class fist arts weren't able to provide any amplification effects. Because the Ardent Sun Divine Technique had an amplification effect, only mystic class high-tier fist arts would be able to increase his fist force. The higher the martial artist's cultivation realm, the more useless low-tier martial arts would be. Chapter 391. After cultivating the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 21st rank, Li Fuchen stopped his seclusion. He reckoned that he would need at least a few months or even half a year to cultivate the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 22nd rank. The further he went, the harder it would be to break through. Of course, once Li Fuchen progressed to the reincarnation realm, the difficulty would be much lower. For months had passed since the listed tournament and the Outer Institute had already regained its peace. On the way, Li Fuchen heard a few Outer Institute cadets discussing Di Jun. Did you hear? Senior Di Jun progressed to the reincarnation realm half a month ago and is officially an Inner Institute disciple. Incredible! Senior Di Jun is only 31 years old this year. He is considered a first-rate prodigy to progress to the reincarnation realm at the age of 31. Isn't that right? Progressing to the reincarnation realm at the age of 35 is already considered a prodigy. I wonder when we can progress to the reincarnation realm. It is said that even a 6-star bone frame would need around 2 years to progress from the peak level of Heaven Dipper realm to the first level of Reincarnation realm. Look, it is Senior Li Fuchen. When a few of them saw Li Fuchen, they instantly revealed a look of respect. Some busybodies had already named Li Fuchen as the strongest freshman in the South Forest martial institution's past 100 years. They even said that Li Fuchen had hopes of making it to the master ranking in the future. The so-called master ranking was actually the Reincarnation realm ranking. Those that were ranked in the master ranking were all elite Reincarnation realm expert. Most of them had awakened extraordinary divine abilities, and all of them had heaven-defying strength, and were considered invincible in the same realm. It was a very high evaluation to have hopes of making it to the master ranking. After all, Li Fuchen only had a 3-star bone frame, and it wasn't an extraordinary bone frame. After hearing everyone's words, Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. He didn't really care about the reputation. If he had strength, he would have the reputation too. If he didn't have the strength, even if he had the reputation, it was just an illusion that would be broken with a single poke. He wouldn't pursue the reputation. He pursued strength, and everything else was just a byproduct. This was Li Fuchen's first class in the past 4 months. Su Chunhua was rather overwhelmed by the favor, and was doing his best to explain the theoretical knowledge. Time passed by. Li Fuchen's cultivation base has already reached Heavenly Dipper realm peak from Heavenly Dipper realm 9th layer, but the distance from Shedding Body realm 1st layer is still unknown. At least Li Fuchen can't even feel the realm barrier. In normal situations, a 6-star bone frame would need around 2 years to break through. My bone frame is very weak and I can only rely on the Ardent Sun Divine technique. But the 21st rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique isn't enough for me to surpass a 6-star bone frame. A 6-star bone frame would need around 2 years. The current me would need at least 3 to 4 years. The higher the grade of the bone frame, the faster the cultivation speed, and the faster the breakthrough speed. Li Fuchen's cultivation speed in Heavenly Dipper realm is not worse than any 6-star root bone, mainly because he has a perfect form of Heavenly Dipper battle imprint, but if you want to sprint Shedding Body realm, Heavenly Dipper battle imprint is useless, which must rely on their own cultivation talent. If Li Fuchen relied on his cultivation talent, even if he cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine technique to the 21st rank, he would only be comparable with elite 4-star bone frames. He wouldn't even be comparable with 5-star bone frames, let alone 6-star bone frames. I am now 26 years old. Before 28 years old, I must advance to the Reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen set a goal for himself. Of course, if he could step into the Reincarnation realm earlier, it would naturally be better, but he had to have fated chances. Senior Fuchen. On this day, on a small path in the outer institute, there was a clear and crisp voice that echoed from afar. Li Fuchen turned around and couldn't help but raise his brows. The person that called out to him was the Nanlin Marquis Residence's 3rd young lady, Yun Yu. Before Li Fuchen became a cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, he had seen Yun Yu once in South Forest City. Back then, Yun Yu was escorted by a group of people and had a noble aura. Luo Yan even asked him not to provoke her, in case he brought huge trouble to himself. Right now, he was the in-room cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution's dean and his status wasn't inferior to the Nanlin Marquis Residence's young lady. He was on equal footing with her, and with his strength and talent, it wasn't strange for her to address him as a senior. Yun Yu, is there a matter? Li Fuchen asked. Yun Yu sized up Li Fuchen. After cultivating the Ardent Sun Divine technique and reaching the 21st rank, Li Fuchen looked slightly different from 4 months ago. His chi presence might be very reserved, but he was still emitting an extraordinary grand and glorious chi presence. For a moment Yun Yu couldn't help but take another look. Seeing Li Fuchen asking her, Yun Yu replied, Senior Fuchen, 3 days later, there will be a Heaven Dipper Realm Class Tea party in the South Forest region. Apart from our institution's outer institute cadets, there will also be cadets from other martial institutions. I hope that you can participate. Tea party? I don't have much interest. Li Fuchen immediately rejected. He wasn't interested in such a boring tea party, and it was a waste of time. Yunyu pursed her lips and said, Senior Fuchen, this tea party will be held at Grandmaster Everyouth's Everlasting Youth Garden. Grandmaster Everyouth will take out 4 clear spirit fruits as the prize and let us distribute them freely. Grandmaster Everyouth? Clear spirit fruits? Li Fuchen's eyes narrowed. Grandmaster Everyouth was a concoction grandmaster. He didn't just have battle spirit realm cultivation, he could also refine Earth-class high-tier elixirs. His reputation was even above Marquis Nanlin and the South Forest Martial Institution's dean. He was one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom. The clear spirit fruit was a fruit that was produced by a spirit tree. It was said that the fruit's medicinal effects weren't inferior to top-notch Earth-class low-tier elixirs. It could allow a person's cultivation speed to increase drastically for a certain period of time. It was also very effective for breakthroughs and many people yearned for it. Why is Grandmaster Everyouth willing to take out 4 clear spirit fruits as the prize? Li Fuchen didn't understand. To Grandmaster Everyouth, 4 clear spirit fruits that were worth 4 Earth-class mid-tier elixirs might not be considered much, but no one was a fool to take out something without any benefit. Yunyu said, Actually, this tea party has a long history. In the past, the tea parties would basically be held at the Everlasting Youth Garden. There are Heaven Dipper Realm tea parties and Reincarnation Realm tea parties. The prize for Reincarnation Realm tea parties is 10 clear spirit fruits and other precious treasures. Is that so? Li Fuchen might not understand, but he didn't continue guessing. The train of thought of a battle spirit realm master wasn't something he could guess. Perhaps it was purely because he had nothing better to do and wanted to liven up his Everlasting Youth Garden. Perhaps he wanted to observe which juniors were worth nurturing. All right, I shall go. The clear spirit fruit was rather attractive to Li Fuchen. Anything that could increase his cultivation speed was worth his effort. Then it is decided. Yunyu revealed a smile. The participants of the tea party were all Outer Institute elites from the various martial institutions. If Li Fuchen didn't attend, their South Forest Martial Institution wouldn't have anyone to hold the fort. By then, it would be embarrassing. As the third young lady of the Nanlin Marquis residence, and also an Outer Institute cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, she was most afraid of losing face. After confirming that Li Fuchen would attend the tea party, Yunyu left and started to invite the other Outer Institute elites. The clear spirit fruit's medicinal effects are mystical. After refining the clear spirit elixir, the grade would reach the Earth-class mid-tier elixir. The clear spirit elixir is priceless and with my qualifications, I wouldn't be able to buy it even if I wanted to. Grandmaster Everyouth would only sell 30 clear spirit elixirs every year, and they were basically all reserved by various tyrants. As for the clear spirit tree, there were only 3 stalks in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. 1 stalk was with Grandmaster Everyouth, 1 stalk was with the Violet Flower Kingdom's royal clan, and 1 stalk was with one of the 4 major clans of the Violet Flower Kingdom, the Hua clan. If Li Fuchen lost this opportunity, it was the same as losing a chance to increase his cultivation speed. 3 days passed by quickly. Senior Fuchen. Outside the South Forest Martial Institution's entrance, Yunyu was already waiting. Beside her were Zhang Yunfeng, Wu Ji, Lin Chao, and the other listed cadets. With Li Fuchen, there were 6 listed cadets. Apart from Di Jun, Wang Heilong, Zhao Fenghua, and another listed cadet, all the listed cadets were here. Sorry for the wait. Li Fuchen nodded. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Yunyu had already prepared the unicorn wildebeest and was the first to mount. The rest of the people had also mounted. On the way, Lin Chao said, There are Outer Institute elites from 7 martial institutions participating in this tea party. Is it enough to rely on us? Jun has already progressed to the reincarnation realm, and it is impossible for him to participate. Wang Heilong is in seclusion and Zhao Fenghua isn't willing to come. Zhang Yunfeng shook his head. If Jun was able to come, they would have 2 trump cards. After all, during the listed tournament 4 months ago, Jun was only slightly inferior to Li Fuchen. It wasn't safe to rely on Li Fuchen alone. After all, there were 7 Outer Institute elites from 7 martial institutions participating in the tea party. The probability of encountering powerful figures was too high. Especially, among these 7 martial institutions, 3 martial institutions had strength that surpassed the South Forest Martial Institution. One of them was even ranked 3rd among the 24 martial institutions. Among them, it was estimated that the weakest disciple on the human list was quite extraordinary and might not be worse than Zhang Yunfeng. Hearing the statement, everyone, including Yun Yu, didn't have much confidence. Jun, Wang Heilong, and Zhao Fenghua were all elites among elite. Without the 3 of them, the South Forest Martial Institution's overall strength would be worrying. Li Fuchen was the only one that was slightly safer, but it might not be too safe. If the 3 of them were able to come, their overall strength would be greatly increased. Even if they lost, they would still have some face and wouldn't suffer a crushing defeat. The South Forest Martial Institution wasn't far from the South Forest City. In just a short moment, the group arrived at the South Forest City. After entering the city, the 7 of them headed straight for Grandmaster Ever-Youth's Everlasting Youth Garden. Not long after Li Fuchen and the others entered the city, at the center of the South Forest City, there was a tall platform that was circulating with radiance. A group of people instantly appeared. This was a spatial teleportation platform. Every county city in the Violet Flower Kingdom had a spatial teleportation platform. Through the spatial teleportation platform, one could instantly reach any county city. The spatial teleportation fee wasn't expensive and only required 100 low-grade spirit stones per trip. After all, this was only a teleportation between counties. If it was a teleportation between kingdoms, it would be expensive. If it was a teleportation between continents, most of the reincarnation realm experts wouldn't be able to afford it. Some of the continents that were further away would even be strenuous for regular battle spirit realm masters. Of course, the prerequisite was that the 2 continents had a spatial teleportation platform that could sense each other. Chapter 392. Returnless Golden Saber Slash. In the air, sharp golden saber shadows covered the entire area. There were traces of bitter chi presence that were all slashing at Guoming violently. Cloud Sky Divine Palm. Guoming's cultivation was pushed to the limits, and he struck out extremely dominant palm forces that looked nimble. Crackle bam! Electric currents were produced in the air and were mixed together with the chaotic chi forces before spraying out in all directions. Regretless Saber. Zhang Yunfeng broke the chi force and cleaved at Guoming while wielding his saber with both hands. This saber wasn't far, but it contained desperate hints of unregretful feelings, remote white clouds. When facing against Zhang Yunfeng's powerful and swift saber, Guoming roared with anger and sent out countless palm strikes at breakneck speed. Each palm strike looked slow but were actually fast like lightning. Each palm strike looked soft but were extremely aggressive. They were like white clouds like the sky. When they were blown by the violent wind, they wouldn't scatter and would simply change in shape and grow in intensity. Rumble! There was a giant rumble in the air and the duo were both sent flying. Cough cough. Zhang Yunfeng coughed out fresh blood. Guoming's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Earlier on, Zhang Yunfeng had already broken Guoming's palm art, but the palm force didn't scatter, and were still congealed together, and had blasted on Zhang Yunfeng. It was fortunate that the palm art wasn't at completion stage, otherwise, this palm strike would be enough to claim Zhang Yunfeng's life. This palm art is rather powerful. Li Fuchen protagonist could see that the Cloud Sky Divine Palm was a strong martial art. This palm art was extremely soft, and when it was soft to the extremity, it would naturally produce aggressive power. There was a saying, extreme yang would produce yin and extreme yin would produce yang. When anything was pushed to the extremity, a variation would occur and produce a new extremity. Of course, Zhang Yunfeng was suffering, but so was Guoming. The wound had extended from Guoming's right shoulder to his left waist, and his injury was much more serious than Zhang Yunfeng. This match looked to be even, but it was Zhang Yunfeng who was superior. It is my turn. On the third floor of Yellow Sand Martial Institution's pavilion, a figure flew towards the stage. Yao Kun, number 2 listed cadet of the Yellow Sand Martial Institution. Is there anyone from South Forest Martial Institution that is willing to accept my challenge? This person had narrow eyes, but they were bright and filled with expression. He gave off a feeling that must not be neglected, and he was currently looking up at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. Zhang Yunfeng was severely injured, and he was the only person left in the South Forest Martial Institution. He had to make a move even if he didn't want to. His flashed as though he moved instantly and appeared in front of Yao Kun. Such speed. Yao Kun's scalp went numb and he got a shock. Make your move then. Li Fuchen stood with his hand behind his back and didn't even draw his sword. Yellow Sand Divine Palm. Yao Kun immediately executed his finishing move and kill move. His entire body lunged over aggressively, and in the midst of his lunge, he struck out with both palms. A misty and yellow chi force shrouded the entire place while being accompanied by 2 yellow palm forces that were like dragons. The palm forces rotated and condensed. They didn't only contain powerful wind forces, they also contained horrific suction force. Those weaker martial artists would be pulled towards the center of the palm forces and would be turned into dust or suffering severe injuries. At the same moment, there was an immense binding force that had enveloped Li Fuchen. Completion stage palm art. Li Fuchen's brows lifted. The opposition's Earth-class low-tier palm art was actually at the completion stage. Such strength was already comparable to Di Jun from a few months ago. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was already totally different from before. Ardent Sun Divine Palm. The Ardent Sun Divine technique had also contained a palm art. When Li Fuchen had nothing to do, he had also cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. Dazzling radiance spouted out as Li Fuchen's palm force was unimaginably scorching and had immediately appeared. There was a small sun that suddenly appeared between the duo. Yao Kun's Yellow Sand Divine Palm looked just like a breeze in comparison and was easily disintegrated. Immediately after, the Ardent Sun Palm force landed on Yao Kun's chest. Pfff. A mouthful of boiling fresh blood was vomited as Yao Kun was sent flying with a horrific expression. Earth-class mid-tier palm art? Yao Kun never would have imagined that Li Fuchen would actually have cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier palm art. Furthermore, he had cultivated it to near completion stage. In addition, Li Fuchen's chi was brilliant and imposing, making his palm force even more terrifying and was basically unstoppable. Such power. This is Senior Fuchen's strength. Yun Yu's eyes were wide opened while she had an expression of adoration. Yao Kun's strength was obviously much stronger than Zhang Yunfeng, but in the face of Li Fuchen, he couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. Moreover, Li Fuchen was best at his sword art, not his palm art. After defeating Yao Kun in a single palm strike, he swept a glance at the Yellow Sand Martial Institution, the Wild Lion Martial Institution, and the Green Stone Martial Institution and asked, "Is there anyone willing to accept my challenge?" Since Li Fuchen had entered the stage, how could he return without defeating a few more individuals? Wild Lion Martial Institution's number 2 listed cadet, Qing Fang. Bang! It was still a single palm strike with a vigorous and dazzling palm force. It was simply invincible and had sent Qing Fang flying immediately. Anyone else? Li Fuchen carried on. Greenstone Martial Institutions No. 3 listed cadet, Lu Quan. Bang, anyone else? Greenstone Martial Institutions No. 2 listed cadet, Wan He. Bang, 4 consecutive spars were all ended by a single palm strike from Li Fuchen, seemingly knowing that the various No. 1 listed cadets weren't going to enter the stage. Li Fuchen looked at the pavilions where the Smile Wave Martial Institution, the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, and the Evergreen Martial Institution were located at. There were plenty of members from these 3 martial institutions that had yet to go through a sparring match. Scarlet Tiger Martial Institutions No. 2 listed cadet, Fang Zhong. At the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's pavilion, a youth with square head and face skimmed down with torch-like eyes. White Tiger Battle Saber. A majestic and mighty white tiger shadow appeared as Fang Zhong cleaved at Li Fuchen. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen was able to defeat him in a single palm strike. His white tiger battle saber had already reached the completion stage for a long time, and his body refinement cultivation wasn't weak, as it had reached the high levels of Heaven Dipper realm. When these two factors were combined, his saber presence was unbelievably powerful and could even cleave apart a small mountain. Too weak. Li Fuchen shook his head and activated a little of the 22nd rank Ardent Sun Divine technique before sending an attack with the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. Rumble. The long saber was repelled and Fang Zhong's feet lifted off the ground before flying back. With the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, the Ardent Sun Divine technique at the 22nd rank and the Earth-class mid-tier palm art, the Ardent Sun Divine Palm close to the completion stage, Li Fuchen didn't even have to use his sword to suppress most of the people here. One had to understand that the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique was equivalent to the 23rd rank of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. The Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques only had 24 ranks. Furthermore, the near-completion stage of the Ardent Sun Divine Palm had strength that surpassed Earth-class low-tier martial arts at the completion stage. To be honest, this tea party was just like playing house for Li Fuchen. There wasn't any sense of challenge for him. Had it not been for the clear spirit fruit, Li Fuchen wouldn't even come here. Let me spar with you. Finally, one of the No. 1 listed cadets couldn't hold back anymore. From the Wild Lion Martial Institution's pavilion, the domineering youth rushed down while his back appeared with the shadow of a male lion. Wild Lion Martial Institution's No. 1 listed cadet, Lin Ying. Lin Ying was the No. 1 listed cadet of the Wild Lion Martial Institution and had been accepted as an in-room cadet by the assistant dean last year. He was 29 years old and had cultivated the Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, the Wild Lion Divine technique, to the 22nd rank. His strength overwhelmed the No. 2 listed cadet, Cheng Fang. Chapter 393. The South Forest Martial Institution is ranked below the middle of the 24 martial institutions. If it wasn't for the 4 clear spirit fruits as a wager, our Evergreen Martial Institution would be lowering our status by coming here. A group of 8 individuals walked down from the spatial teleportation platform. Among them, there was a tanned and rather handsome youth that spoke arrogantly. There are only 3 clear spirit trees in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. The clear spirit fruit might be countless times less valuable, but it can allow us to step into the reincarnation realm faster. Furthermore, there won't be any side effect. It is still worth it. Another gorgeous lady let out a faint smile as her eyes landed on the stern-looking youth. That was the leader. The stern-looking youth had a tall stature. His eyes were like blades that seemed to be able to cut a person's soul spirit. He spoke. My Evergreen Martial Institution is ranked No. 5 among the 24 martial institutions. For this tea party, don't let the Evergreen Martial Institution's reputation be tarnished. Lung Feng, we might not be as strong as you, but we are still confident when compared to those weak chickens. The tanned youth that spoke first spoke with confidence. While speaking, the corner of his mouth revealed a disdainful sneer. Let's go. I have been yearning for Grandmaster Ever-Youth's everlasting youth garden. It is said that there are countless exotic flowers and herbs. I wonder if the rumors are true, said the gorgeous lady. Ling Feng nodded as the group headed towards the everlasting youth garden. Not long after Ling Feng and his group left, the spatial teleportation platform radiated with radiance again as 6 figures appeared on the platform. So this is the South Forest City? It looks rather flourishing. It is indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 cities in the Violet Flower Kingdom. I wonder how are the Outer Institute elites of the South Forest Martial Institution. I hope they won't disappoint me. The youth with the crew cut was extremely robust. Every muscle on his body was very distinct. His arms were crossed, and he had an indifferent expression. He gave off the feeling that he was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus that was strolling around with a terrifying and oppressive aura. Wang Jian, with your strength, I reckon that even those Outer Institute elites from the top-ranked martial institutions wouldn't be a match for you. The other 5 looked at the crew-cut youth with eyes of reverence. Wang Jian was ranked first in the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's list of cadet. In this year's list of cadets tournament, no one could withstand a single move from him, including the second ranker. They were all sent flying with a single punch or kicked off the stage with a single kick. His strength was extremely shocking. Hearing the flattery of these people, Wang Jian's expression remained indifferent. There is always someone better out there. Among the participants of this tea party, there are people from the Evergreen Martial Institution. There must be experts among them. Of course, even if they are experts, I, Wang Jian, will defeat them with my iron fist. Everlasting Youth Garden was a garden that occupied thousands of acres of land. In a place like Nanlin City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, having a garden that spanned several thousand acres could no longer be described as illustrious. One must know that even the Nanlin Marquis Manor wasn't so big. There were plenty of martial artists guarding the Everlasting Youth Garden, and the weakest among them was at the Heaven Dipper realm. There were plenty of Reincarnation realm martial artists too. Even though the Everlasting Youth Garden was enveloped by countless array formations, these array formations were basically used to protect the herb farm. Without anyone guarding it, it was inevitable that someone would sneak in and disturb Grandmaster Ever-Youth's peace and quiet. At the entrance of the Everlasting Youth Garden, 2 Heaven Realm martial artists stood guard. Who goes there? The Heaven Realm martial artist on the left obstructed Li Fuchen's group and asked coldly. Yunyu raised the token in her hand and said, "We have already obtained Grandmaster Ever-Youth's permission. This is the Everlasting Youth token." The Heaven Realm martial artist on the right walked forward and received the token. After sensing it carefully, he noticed that it indeed contained Grandmaster Ever-Youth's chi presence and the token was real. "Please enter." The 2 of them gestured with their hands and had a neither servile nor overbearing attitude. "Come, let's enter." Yunyu led the way and entered the Everlasting Youth Garden. Once they entered the Everlasting Youth Garden, the group was shocked by the herb farm. As far as the eye could see, there were herb farms everywhere. Some of the herb farms were filled with exotic flowers, some of the herb farms were filled with strands of strange-looking herbs, and some of the herb farms were filled with small trees that were filled with fruit. Looking at the chi waves emitted by the fruits, how could they not know that these weren't ordinary trees? They were spirit trees that contained heaven and earth spirit chi. In a situation of the same tier, a single spirit tree would be worth 1,000 times more than a herb. Of course, these herb farms were all enveloped by arrays. Li Fuchen scanned with his awareness and noticed that these arrays were all Class 5 arrays. Furthermore, they weren't ordinary Class 5 arrays. It was reckoned that a regular peak-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist might not be able to break these arrays within a short period of time. Apart from the herb farms, there were plenty of viewing pavilions in the Everlasting Youth Garden. These viewing pavilions had excellent locations and while sitting inside, they could enjoy the beautiful scenery of the herb farms and the crisscrossing rivers. As they walked deeper, they unknowingly arrived at the depths of the everlasting youth garden. Isn't this the earth-class low-tier herb, the golden grass? There are actually so many of them here? The number 10 listed cadet, Lin Chao, asked with astonishment. The golden grass was an earth-class low-tier herb, and it got its name due to its golden color. Lin Chao wouldn't be so surprised if there were 8 or 10 stalks of the golden grass. But the number of golden grasses in this herb farm wasn't just 8 or 10 stalks, there were hundreds of them. A stalk of golden grass was worth about 10 low-grade spirit stones. Hundreds of golden grass would be worth a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. One had to know that this was just a medicinal field, and the everlasting youth garden had a lot of medicinal field. No wonder it is Grandmaster Ever Youth. No wonder it is the No. 1 garden in the South Forest region, the Everlasting Youth Garden. Zhang Yunfeng was also very emotional. It was said that alchemy masters were extremely wealthy, but Zhang Yunfeng hadn't personally witnessed it before. Now that he saw it, he realized that alchemy masters were much wealthier than he imagined. A regular reincarnation realm martial artist's wealth would only be able to purchase a single herb farm here. Yun Yu introduced, Grandmaster Ever Youth is even wealthier than my Nanlin Marquis residence. As they continued to walk forward, there was a patch of fog that obstructed them. Raising the Everlasting Youth token, Yun Yu entered the fog with familiarity while everyone else followed closely behind. After passing through the fog, they arrived at a spacious area that was extremely concentrated with spirit qi. The qi concentration here is at least 10 times that of the outside world. Li Fuchen was shocked. The 7 color continents' qi concentration was already very high. What kind of concept was 10 times more concentrated? It was just like soaking in a sea of qi. With a single breath, strands of qi would be absorbed into the body. At the same time, the pores would open up and absorb the qi. Although the effects of using spirit stones to cultivate were very good. But there was still a difference between the two. One would be soaking in the qi and the body would be tempered by the qi. The other would be using qi to absorb the qi from the spirit stones. If the body wasn't tempered by the qi, it might not be obvious in a short period of time. But in the long run, people who lived in places with concentrated qi would definitely have stronger body qualities. It would also be easier for their children to possess high-grade bone frames. Soon enough, everyone knew why this place was so concentrated with qi. Apart from the qi-gathering array, the main reason was that there was a tree that was dozens of meters in height. The tree crown covered a radius of 100 meters. The tree was also bearing pink fruits that were the size of a human head. Earth-class mid-tier spirit tree. Clear spirit tree. In the case of the same level, the value of a spirit tree was about 1,000 times that of a medicinal herb. A mid-rank earth-class medicinal herb was worth 100 to a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, while a mid-rank earth-class spirit tree was worth 100,000 to a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 394. Someone once offered 1 million low-grade spirit stones to purchase Grandmaster Ever Youth's clear spirit tree, but Grandmaster Ever Youth didn't agree. The reason why the spirit tree was so valuable was because it could bear fruits and flowers continuously. For example, the clear spirit tree would bear a batch of clear spirit fruits every 10 years. The number of fruits was related to the age of the tree. For a clear spirit tree that was below 100 years old, it would be considered not bad if it could bear 10 clear spirit fruit. The older the tree, the more clear spirit fruits it would bear. Grandmaster Ever Youth's clear spirit tree was 350 years old. It was said that it had borne 50 clear spirit fruits at one time. In the market, a single clear spirit fruit was worth more than 500 low-grade spirit stones. 50 of them would be worth more than 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. After 100 years, one would be able to earn more than 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was also under the condition that the tree didn't age. After 100 years, this clear spirit tree might be able to bear 60 or even 70 clear spirit fruit. In addition, the spirit tree could also be used as the core of the formation, making the formation much more stable. Take this place for example. It obviously contained a Class 6 energy gathering array, a Class 6 attack array, and a Class 6 defense array. Without the clear spirit tree, these three Class 6 arrays would only be considered ordinary Class 6 arrays. But with the clear spirit tree as the core of the array, it would be considered a Class 6 strengthened array. Even if multiple battle spirit realm masters were to attack, it would be impossible to break it within a day or two. Unless there were dozens or hundreds of battle spirit realm masters, it would be possible to break it within a short period of time. Therefore, the value of an Earth-grade spirit tree usually included other uses. Otherwise, Grandmaster Everyouth would have sold it for 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones a long time ago. After all, the clear spirit tree could grow slowly, and Grandmaster Everyouth didn't have that much lifespan. Giving him 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones at once would allow him to do many things. Is this the Earth-class mid-tier spiritual tree, the psychic tree? Li Fuchen lamented in his heart. The Earth-rank spirit tree was also known as the fortune tree. What grew on the tree was not fruit, but rather a fortune. If he had an Earth-grade spirit tree, even if it was just a low-tier Earth-grade spirit tree, he could sell it for more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was an astronomical figure to him. He reckoned that he could teleport from the Seven-Color Continent to the East Unicorn Continent. Other than the sentient spirit tree, there was also a huge piece of flat land beside the sentient spirit tree. The flat land was circular, and in the middle was a martial arts arena. There were more than 10 pavilions around it, and the pavilions were connected by corridors surrounding the martial arts arena. Come, let's choose a pavilion first. Yunyu ascended one of the pavilions with great familiarity. The pavilion had 3 floors, and everyone went straight to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there were already maids brewing tea. On the table, there were all kinds of fruits and dessert. They looked extremely extraordinary, as if they were not things that ordinary people could eat. Yunyu introduced, "These fruits are special fruits produced by the Everlasting Youth Garden. They are not sold to the public and are only used to entertain guests. The red fruit with a hint of purple is called the purple serpent fruit. Its nutritional value is not inferior to ordinary mystic rank herbs. The heart-shaped fruit is called the heart fruit. Its nutritional value is even higher than the purple serpent fruit. Also, that tricolored fruit is called the tri-earth fruit. Its nutritional value is the highest. Other than the fruits, these snacks are also very precious. I'll eat one first." Wu Ji picked up a purple snake fruit and took a big bite. Delicious. Wu Ji's eyes lit up. With his wealth, he was able to afford mystic class herbs. But the purple snake fruit was different. It didn't just have nutritional value, it was also delicious. This was the most important point. Is it so delicious? Everyone picked up a fruit and ate it. It is indeed delicious. It is a pity that we can only eat it in the Everlasting Youth Garden. If we can buy it in the outside world, even if we can't eat it every day, it would be great to eat it a few times a month. Zhang Yunfeng said. Li Fuchen nodded and ate a heart fruit. To be honest, he had never eaten such a delicious fruit before, and it had immediately conquered him. If it was possible, he wished to eat 1 or 2 of them every day. Grandmaster Everyouth didn't appear. It was likely that with Grandmaster Everyouth's status, he wouldn't want to mingle with the youths and would probably observe in the dark. In just a short moment, the second group of people arrived. This group of people were wearing dark green student uniforms, and there was a picture of a green vine on the chest. They are the Evergreen Martial Institution's cadets. Yunyu had a grave expression. The Evergreen Martial Institution was ranked 5th among the 24 martial institutions. It was the martial institution with the longest history among the 24 martial institutions. The first dean was rumored to be a half-step monarch. Due to their long history and strong mentors, the Evergreen Martial Institution's cadets were of extremely high quality. In the Inter-Institute Cadet Martial Contest that was held once every 5 years, the Evergreen Martial Institution would always be ranked in the top 5. The worst time was also ranked 6th. Among the 7 martial institutions that came this time, the Evergreen Martial Institution was ranked the highest and was considered one of the upper echelons of the martial institutions. This person seems rather formidable. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the stern-looking youth, who was the leader. Whether a person was formidable or not wasn't enough to judge from their qi presence. It was also necessary to look at their spiritual aura. A person with a powerful spiritual aura meant that they had absolute confidence, and with absolute confidence, their strength would naturally be at an extremely high level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough confidence. With Li Fuchen's awareness, he would be able to tell if they were just strong in appearance but weak in reality. Take for example that dark-skinned and rather handsome youth. He might look arrogant and insufferably arrogant, but he was actually strong in appearance but weak in reality, at least to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen stared at Ling Feng, while Ling Feng's eyes scanned the 3rd floor of the pavilion and finally landed on Li Fuchen. Ling Feng was rather surprised. Li Fuchen's qi presence was radiant and scorching, but it didn't give off a pressuring feeling. Instead, it had a trace of calmness. It was like the morning sun. It might not be as scorching as the afternoon sun, but the morning sun could still continue to rise. The afternoon sun had already reached its peak and would start to descend if it continued. The South Forest Martial Institution actually has such an expert. Ling Feng's eyes flashed with radiance. He had traveled a long way to the South Forest City, and if he had to sit and wait for the tea party to end, it would be too boring. If someone could spar with him during this period of time, it would naturally be for the best. I hope you can withstand 20 moves from me, Ling Feng said to himself. As the Evergreen Martial Institution's outer institute elites chose a pavilion, the 3rd group arrived. This group of people were all wearing scarlet student uniforms, and there was a tiger head symbol on their shoulders. It is the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution. The one who spoke was Zhang Yunfeng. The Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution was ranked 11th among the 24 martial institutions and was considered a veteran martial institution. For the past 20 years, they had once made it to the top 10 and would frequently produce some dazzling prodigies. Dual cultivation of qi and body. Li Fuchen ignored everyone else and looked at the youth with the crew cut. He could feel a powerful qi power from the youth with the crew cut. This qi power was obviously at the 1st level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen's body refinement wasn't that easy to improve. Firstly, his spirit will was exceptionally powerful. This was the most important standard for body refinement martial artists, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control the qi power. After all, qi power was much more violent than qi, and if it wasn't controlled well, the body would explode and die. Secondly, the rapid improvement of the body refinement would also depend on the awareness. With a powerful awareness, one would be able to understand the details of the body. If the awareness wasn't powerful enough, the body would only be on par with the qi cultivation, and it was impossible to surpass it. The crew-cut youth's spirit will and awareness were rather good, otherwise, his qi power wouldn't be able to reach the 1st level of reincarnation realm. The 7-color continent is indeed formidable. There are countless prodigies and heavenly prodigies. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. His qi power and dragon elephant power might have been sealed, but with his current strength, it didn't matter if they were sealed or not. Chapter 395. Soon enough, the outer institute elites from the other martial institutions had all arrived. According to the rankings, they were the Evergreen Martial Institution, Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, Listen Wave Martial Institution, South Forest Martial Institution, Green Stone Martial Institution, Wild Lion Martial Institution, and Yellow Sand Martial Institution. Among them, the Evergreen Martial Institution was ranked 5th, The Scarlet Tiger Institution was ranked 11th, the Listen Wave Institution was ranked 13th, the South Forest Institution was ranked 15th, the Green Stone Institution was ranked 16th, the Wild Lion Institution was ranked 18th, and the Yellow Sand Institution was ranked 21st. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that every martial institution had an outstanding outer institute elite. For example, the stern youth from the Evergreen Martial Institution, the youth with a crew cut from the Scarlet Tiger Institution, the long-haired youth from the Listen Wave Institution, the stocky youth from the Green Stone Institution, the arrogant youth from the Wild Lion Institution, and the yellow-clothed young lady from the Yellow Sand Institution. The outer institute elites of the 7 martial institutions had each occupied a pavilion and didn't have much interaction with one another. At this time, Yun Yu stood up and said, "It is Yun Yu's honor that everyone has graced me with coming to South Forest City. The tea party is a gathering for everyone to exchange pointers, so I hope that everyone will not be restrained. You can enjoy the tea while watching others spar. However, Yun Yu hopes that everyone can abide by the rules of the tea party. You are not allowed to intentionally injure or even kill others. Sparring during the tea party, you must stop when you go too far." As a young lady from the Nanlin Marquis residence, Yun Yu's status was rather high and everyone would give her face. Young sister Yun Yu is right. The sparring during the tea party is to stop when it is appropriate. Everyone here is a person with status and I believe no one will do things that only barbarians would do. In another pavilion, a young man from the Listen Wave Martial Institution stood up. He was the young master of the Tingtao Marquis residence, and Marquis Tingtao was also a Battle Spirit Realm master. "Don't worry, I will be gentler. Let the tea party begin quickly." The stocky youth from the Green Stone Martial Institution was rather impatient. Yun Yu looked at the stocky youth and laughed. "Since Brother Jiang is in such a hurry, let the tea party begin." The stocky youth wasn't an ordinary person. The Green Stone Martial Institution might only be ranked 16th among the 24 martial institutions, but his father was the famous Master Axe. He was ranked top 10 in the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings and was much stronger than most of the martial institutions' deans. As Yun Yu announced the start of the tea party, an outer institute elite from the Yellow Sand Martial Institution flashed and arrived at the empty space between the pavilions. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm Gao Haifeng, ranked 9th in the Yellow Sand Martial Institution's cadet ranking. Who is willing to spar with me?" Gao Haifeng was ranked 9th on the Yellow Sand Martial Institution's cadet ranking. He knew that he wouldn't be able to bring glory to the Yellow Sand Martial Institution. His objective was to test the strength of the other martial institutions. Of course, it would be best if he could win 1 or 2 matches. The reason why he reported his ranking on the list of young masters was that he hoped that the other martial courtyards would not send out their outer courtyard elites with too high a ranking. After all, he was only ranked 9th on the list of young masters. If the other martial courtyards sent out a ranked 1st on the list of young masters, then there would be no need for a spar. He believed that the other party would not be so shameless. "I'm Huang Biao from the Wild Lion Martial Institution, ranked 8 on the mortal list." Whoosh! In the direction of the Wild Lion Martial Institution's pavilion, a figure shot out. "Please! Please!" Separated by 10 meters, the two of them cupped their fists at each other. Soon after, their gazes suddenly sharpened as they stared at each other without blinking, searching for an opportunity to attack. This was the first spar, and it was related to the glory of each martial institution. It didn't matter if they won, but it would be embarrassing if they lost. "Be careful." Huang Biao made the first move. Both his hands formed into claws and attacked. Gao Haifeng didn't dare to be negligent and met the attack with his saber. Both of them weren't weak. For a moment, they were locked in an intense battle with chi forces leaking out in all directions. Ultimately, Gao Haifeng's technique was superior and won the first spar of the tea party. Upon seeing the situation, Everyone from the Wild Lion Martial Institution had unsightly expressions. Huang Biao's complexion was a mix of green and white. He was ranked 8th on the list of young masters of the Wild Lion Martial Institution, while Gao Haifeng was ranked 9th on the list of young masters of the Yellow Sand Martial Institution. If Gao Haifeng defeated him, wouldn't it mean that the overall strength of the Wild Lion Martial Institution was inferior to the Yellow Sand Martial Institution? This was something the Wild Lion Martial Institution couldn't tolerate. Su Tao will spar with you. Oh right, I am ranked 7th on the list of young masters of the Wild Lion Martial Institution. The Wild Lion Martial Institution couldn't swallow this insult. A tall youth stood in front of Gao Haifeng. Please. After winning the first spar, Gao Haifeng felt much more relaxed. It didn't matter even if he lost the next match. After all, he was ranked 9th on the list of young masters. Su Tao's strength was obviously stronger than Huang Biao. After dozens of moves, Su Tao won the spar without any mishaps. This time, the Yellow Sand Martial Institution didn't send anyone. They didn't have any grudges with the Wild Lion Martial Institution, and there wasn't a need to fight to the death. Furthermore, they had to let the outer institute elites of the other martial institutions go up and observe the strength of the other party. With a rather intense start, the rest was easier. The outer institute elites of the various martial institutions went up one after another. Sometimes there were even 2 or 3 spars at the same time. Violent chi surged and leaked out in the open space. Ordinary peak stage Heaven Dipper realm martial artists wouldn't even be able to stand stably in the open space and would be blown away. During this period, the South Forest Martial Institution also sent 2 people up. They were ranked 10th on the list of young masters, Lin Chao, and ranked 8th on the list of young masters, Sun Yun. It was a pity that the 2 of them were obviously weaker than the others and were easily defeated. Your South Forest Martial Institution is ranked 15th after all. Is there no one else? Send another person to be my opponent. Greenstone Martial Institutions ranked 5th, Zhang Longquang spoke arrogantly. I will go up. Wu Ji couldn't endure it any longer. He put down the teacup and skimmed over to Zhang Longquang. Wu Ji ranked 5th. Wu Ji drew his long saber and said indifferently, Make your move. Zhang Long's weapon was a snake spear that was 8 feet long, and it was obviously a heavy weapon. Wu Ji yelled out and cleaved at Zhang Longquang. Good timing. Zhang Long yelled out as well and thrust with his spear. Cling cling clang clang. After dozens of moves, the duo were evenly matched. But attentive people would notice that for the last 10 moves, Wu Ji was defending more and attacking less. It is dangerous. Li Fuchen took a glance and knew that Wu Ji wasn't a match for Zhang Long. The duo's strength was about the same, but Zhang Long's snake spear was a heavy weapon and had an additional attack. When facing such an opponent, one had to have superb combat skills or be stronger than the opponent. Otherwise, if the fight dragged on, one would definitely be defeated. 99th move. Defeat. Zhang Long thrust his spear violently and deflected Wu Ji's long saber. Wu Ji obviously couldn't believe that he was defeated and was stunned. Zhang Long mocked, Go back and cultivate for another 2 years. In the pavilion, Zhang Yunfeng frowned and seemed like he wanted to go down. Li Fuchen said, Don't go down first. The South Forest Martial Insti Tushan. Only the 2 of us have yet to fight. Once you go down, I won't be far away either. The various martial institutions had basically only sent out less than half of their members, and it wasn't the time to go down yet. Most importantly, Li Fuchen didn't wish to go down so early. He wasn't interested in sparring with those that were too weak. He just had to defeat the number 1 martial institution of the various martial institutions. By then, no one would dare to look down on the South Forest Martial Insti Tushan. Zhang Long, aren't you being too much of a bully? Su He will seek some advice. Su He, ranked 5th of the Listen Wave Martial Insti Tushan. Su He, since when does the South Forest martial insti Tushan? Need your listen wave martial insti Tushan? Zhang Long said. Make your move. Cut the crap. Su He naturally didn't wish to stand up for the South Forest martial insti Tushan. He just didn't wish to see the green stone martial insti Tushan. This Zhang Long had consecutively defeated several individuals and was about to overshadow the listen wave martial insti Tushan. Since you are so confident, then I shall crush your confidence. Zhang Long thrust with his spear. Su He sneered and brandished his longsword to deflect Zhang Long's snake spear. Clang clang clang, every move and stance from the duo was extremely explosive. After 100 moves, there was still no clear victor. Dragon-snake combination strike. Zhang Long executed his finishing move. Once this move was executed, a dragon and a snake appeared in the air. The dragon and snake intertwined and rushed at Su He with terrifying prowess. Aurora Single Sword. Su He's sword art was also very incredible. When his sword was brandished, there was an aurora that burst out in the air. This was a sword light that was extremely fast. PFFF. The dragon and snake image was shattered and a wound appeared on Zhang Long's chest. Guo Ming, ranked third of the Yellow Sand martial insti Tushan. Following Zhang Long's defeat, the Yellow Sand martial insti Tushan. The Yellow Sand martial insti Tushan was ranked at the bottom among the 7 martial institutions. They might have made a good start, but their subsequent battle situation wasn't any better than the South Forest martial insti Tushan. Guoming executed a palm art. The palm art was nimble and ever-changing, but it didn't lack dominance. After a few palm strikes, Su He was forced to retreat repeatedly. His sword art wasn't able to display any prowess under the stacked palm force. After 20 moves, Guoming sent Su He flying with a single palm strike. South Forest martial insti Tushan. Does anyone want to fight with me? Similar to the Green Stone martial insti Tushan, the Yellow Sand martial insti Tushan was also targeting the South Forest martial insti Tushan. It was mainly because the South Forest martial insti Tushan had the least number of people. Apart from Yunyu, there were only 5 individuals that could go on stage. Those that went on stage earlier were also very weak. If they could take down the South Forest martial insti Tushan. Right now, Zhang Yunfeng couldn't endure it anymore. Li Fuchen didn't obstruct him either. If he didn't make a move after being belittled, it would truly be a joke. Swish! Zhang Yunfeng flew down from the pavilion and appeared in front of Guoming. Zhang Yunfeng, South Forest martial insti Tushan. Zhang Yunfeng's eyes were sharp. You and I are both ranked third. Don't blame me if you lose. Guoming let out a mischievous laugh. Win against me first. Zhang Yunfeng brandished his saber. With the support of the Scarlet Steel Divine Technique, the saber light was indestructible. It was sharp and dazzling as it rushed out in a fan shape. At the same moment, an invisible scorching pressure enveloped Guoming. This was the fledgling stage of the field power. If Zhang Yunfeng could push the Scarlet Steel Divine Technique to the 22nd rank, the fledgling stage of the Scarlet Steel Divine Technique would be even stronger. Of course, Zhang Yunfeng had the fledgling stage of the field power, so did Guoming. As the Yellow Sand martial insti Tushan, Guoming had already cultivated his Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique to the 21st rank. When the 2 fledgling stages of the field power clashed, there were countless crisp sounds in the air. It was as though countless waves were crashing together. Senior Fuchen, can Zhang Yunfeng win? Yunyu was rather worried. Li Fuchen replied, if he wants to win, he can only rely on his combat skills. Chapter 396. Returnless Golden Saber Slash. In the air, the sharp golden saber shadow covered the sky and had traces of bitter chi presence as it slashed at Guoming in a frenzy. Cloud Sky Divine Palm. Guoming pushed his strength to the extremity and executed palm forces that looked nimble but were actually very tyrannical. Bang bang bang! There were electric currents in the air, and the chaotic chi forces were mixed together before bursting out in all directions. One saber without regrets. A figure broke through the chi forces and cleaved at Guoming while wielding a saber with both hands. This saber wasn't just fast, it also contained the bitter feeling of no regret. Fleeting white clouds. When facing Zhang Yunfeng's powerful saber and extremely fast saber, Guoming roared with rage and executed countless palm strikes at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. Each palm strike might look slow but was actually as fast as lightning. Each palm force might look soft but was actually extremely ferocious. It was just like the white clouds in the sky. When blown by the violent winds, they wouldn't scatter and would only transform and get more intense. Rumble! There was a loud explosion in the air and the duo were sent flying. Cough cough. Zhang Yunfeng coughed out fresh blood. Guoming's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Earlier on, Zhang Yunfeng had already broken Guoming's palm art, but the palm force didn't scatter and was still gathered together to blast at Zhang Yunfeng. It was fortunate that Guoming's palm art wasn't at the completion stage, otherwise, this palm strike would be enough to take his life. This palm art is rather incredible. Li Fuchen could also see the power of the cloud sky divine palm. This palm art was soft to the extremity, and when it was soft to the extremity, it would naturally produce ferocious power. As the saying went, extreme yang produces yin, extreme yin produces yang. When everything was at the extremity, it would produce new transformations and new extremities. Of course, Zhang Yunfeng wasn't having a good time, neither was Guoming. There was a wound that extended from his right shoulder to his left waist, and his injuries were much more severe than Zhang Yunfeng's. In this match, both parties might seem to be evenly matched, but in fact, Zhang Yunfeng was slightly superior. It is time for me to make a move. On the third floor of the Yellow Sand Martial Institution's pavilion, a figure appeared on the ground. Yao Kuan, number 2 listed cadet of the Yellow Sand Martial Institution. Is there anyone from the South Forest Martial Institution who is willing to exchange pointers with me? This person's eyes were small but brimming with vigor. He gave off a shrewd feeling that couldn't be ignored. He lifted his head and locked his eyes on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sighed. Zhang Yunfeng was severely injured, and he was the only one left in the South Forest Martial Institution. He had to make a move even if he didn't want to. With a flash, Li Fuchen appeared in front of Yao Kuan as though he teleported. So fast! Yao Kuan's scalp went numb, and his heart shuddered. Make your move. Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't draw his sword and spoke indifferently. Yellow Sand Divine Palm. Yao Kuan's first move was already his finishing move, his killing move. He pounced over abruptly and in mid-air, he struck with both his palms. A misty yellow chi force covered the sky and was accompanied by 2 palm forces that were like yellow dragons. The palm forces were revolving and didn't just contain powerful wind power, it also contained a horrific suction force. If it encountered a weaker opponent, it would immediately suck them into the center of the palm forces, grind them into dust and inflict severe injuries. At the same moment, there was a tyrannical binding force that enveloped Li Fuchen. Great completion palm technique. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Yao Kuan's Earth-class low-tier palm technique had actually reached the great completion stage. Such strength wasn't inferior to Di Jun a few months ago. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before. Ardent Sun Divine Palm. The Ardent Sun Divine technique contained a set of palm art. Since Li Fuchen had nothing to do, he cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Palm too. There was a burst of dazzling radiance. Li Fuchen's palm force was unimaginably scorching. Once it was executed, it felt as though there was a small sun between the duo. Yao Kuan's Yellow Sand Divine Palm was simply like a breeze that evaporated it easily. Immediately after, the ardent sun-like palm force blasted on Yao Kuan's chest. Pfff. A mouthful of boiling fresh blood was vomited, while Yao Kuan was sent flying with an appalled expression. Earth-class mid-tier palm art? Yao Kuan didn't expect for Li Fuchen to actually cultivate an Earth-class mid-tier palm art, and it was already close to the great completion stage. In addition, Li Fuchen's qi was majestic and radiant. With the support of the qi, the palm force was even more fearsome and unstoppable. Such power. Is this Senior Fuchen's strength? Yunyu widened her eyes and had a face of worship. Yao Kuan's strength was obviously stronger than Zhang Yunfeng, but in the face of Li Fuchen, he couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. Li Fuchen was most formidable in sword arts and not palm art. After defeating Yao Kuan in a single palm strike, Li Fuchen swept a glance at the Yellow Sand Martial Institution, Wild Lion Martial Institution, and Green Stone Martial Institution. He then asked, "Who wants to fight?" Since Li Fuchen was already here, he wouldn't return without defeating a few more people. Wild Lion Martial Institution, number 2 listed cadet, Qing Fang. Bang! It was still a single palm strike. The dazzling and blazing palm force was simply invincible and sent Qing Fang flying. Who else? Li Fuchen continued. Green Stone Martial Institution, number 3 listed cadet, Lu Quan. Bang! Who else? Green Stone Martial Institution, number 2 listed cadet, Wan He. Bang! For 4 consecutive matches, Li Fuchen had sent his opponents flying with a single palm strike. It seemed like Li Fuchen knew that the number 1 listed cadet of the various martial institutions wouldn't participate immediately. He looked at the pavilions of the Listen Wave Martial Institution, Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, and Evergreen Martial Institution. These 3 martial institutions each had a few individuals that hadn't made a move yet. Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, number 2 listed cadet, Fang Zhong. From the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's pavilion, a youth with a square head, square face, and torch-like eyes skimmed down. White Tiger Battle Saber. A majestic and mighty white tiger shadow appeared as Fang Zhong cleaved at Li Fuchen. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could defeat him in a single palm strike. After all, his white tiger battle saber was already at the completion stage. Furthermore, his body refinement wasn't weak either and was already at the high levels of Heaven Dipper realm. With the combination of the two, his saber presence was unbelievably powerful, and it was enough to cleave a small mountain. Too weak. Li Fuchen shook his head and circulated the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique slightly before executing the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. Rumble. The long saber was repelled while Fang Zhong's feet left the ground and he was sent flying. After cultivating the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 22nd rank and the Earth-class mid-tier palm art, Ardent Sun Divine Palm, to the completion stage, Li Fuchen didn't even have to use his sword to suppress most of the people. The 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was equivalent to the 23rd rank of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques only had a total of 24 rank. In addition, the Ardent Sun Divine Palm that was close to the completion stage had power that surpassed the completion stage of Earth-class low-tier martial arts. To be honest, this tea party was just child's play to Li Fuchen, and it wasn't challenging at all. If it wasn't for the clear spirit fruit, he wouldn't even be here. Let me try you. Finally, one of the number 1 listed cadet couldn't stand it anymore. From the Wild Lion Martial Institution's pavilion, the arrogant youth rushed down while a lion's shadow appeared behind his back. Wild Lion Martial Institution, number 1 listed cadet, Lin Ying. Lin Ying was the number 1 listed cadet of the Wild Lion Martial Institution and was accepted as an in-room cadet by the Vice Dean a year ago. Chapter 397. Make your move. Li Fuchen didn't make the first move. Golden Lion Fist. Lin Ying didn't hold back and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. As the fist was blasted out, the fist force turned into a golden lion that roared and sprinted wildly with a terrifying presence. Lin Ying's golden lion fist was obviously close to the perfection stage. It was much stronger than regular Earth-class low-tier martial arts at the completion stage. When complemented with the 22nd rank of the Violent Lion Divine Technique, this fist was enough to instantly kill the number 2 listed cadet of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, Fang Zhong. Your strength isn't bad, but it is a pity that you are still too weak. Li Fuchen casually executed a palm strike. The palm force that was like a small sun melted the golden lion and blasted Lin Ying a few dozen meters away. Be it cultivation technique rank or palm art rank, Lin Ying was inferior to Li Fuchen. The Ardent Sun Divine Palm that was close to the completion stage had power that was comparable to an Earth-class low-tier martial art at the perfection stage. How can he be so powerful? Everyone looked at each other in dismay as Li Fuchen's display of strength was too overwhelming. Lin Ying was the number 1 listed cadet of the Violent Lion Martial Institution, and he couldn't even withstand a single palm from Li Fuchen. Such strength was already enough to instantly kill a regular second-level reincarnation realm martial artist. Damn it! Lin Ying coughed out blood and felt his entire body burning. It was the injury from Li Fuchen's palm force. I don't believe it. I Jiangba will try you. The stocky youth from the Green Stone Martial Institution landed heavily on the ground. A giant axe appeared in his hand, and his tyrannical chi presence was like a volcanic eruption. It surged out and enveloped the radius of a few miles. Jiangba was the number 1 listed cadet of the Green Stone Martial Institution and the youngest son of Grandmaster Axe. He didn't enter the Green Stone Martial Institution solely for the manuals. After all, Grandmaster Axe cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, Mountain-Splitting Divine Technique. His martial art was the Earth-class high-tier martial art, Mountain-Splitting 36 Axes. With the Mountain-Splitting Divine Technique and the Mountain-Splitting 36 Axes, Grandmaster Axe was ranked number 7 on the Grandmaster rankings and was able to dominate the Violet Flower Kingdom. Jiangba entered the Green Stone Martial Institution mainly to temper himself. After all, the Green Stone Martial Institution was one of the 24 martial institutions and had plenty of heavenly prodigies. The intense competition would allow him to improve faster and inherit Grandmaster Axe's legacy. Opposite of Jiangba, Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back. His calm and composed appearance made everyone feel that he was profound and unfathomable. Faintly, he was emitting an invincible chi presence. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to make a move last. He didn't expect that the 3 martial institutions behind the South Forest Martial Institution were all targeting the South Forest Martial Institution and wanted to take down the South Forest Martial Institution in one fell swoop. As such, he had no choice but to make a move in advance. Since he had already made his move, he naturally wouldn't stop so easily. He wanted to beat everyone into submission. It was not that he was arrogant, but he had the confidence. He was already standing at the pinnacle of the youth generation in the East Unicorn continent. Coming to 7 Color Continent, there are more heavens chosen here, and the environment is better, but the heavens chosen of a few martial courtyard wants to compete with him, which is obviously a bit unrealistic. It is no exaggeration to say that if the heavens chosen of Eastern Lean Continent comes to 7 Color Continent after a few years, it may not be weaker than these people, like Qi Yuye and others, maybe even above these people. Li Fuchen's calm expression had infuriated Jiangba. Roar! Jiangba roared with rage, and his short and sturdy body seemed to have grown a few inches taller. The heavy and tyrannical Qi presence rose again. It felt as though there were countless giant axes cleaving the mountains and shaking the sky. 21st rank of the Mountain-Splitting Divine Technique. Eat my axe! Jiangba cleaved at Li Fuchen from a distance. As the axe was cleaved, the void seemed to be trembling. The horrific axe light turned into a giant axe and cleaved at Li Fuchen's head. The prowess made everyone's heart shiver and their qi and blood stagnant. Li Fuchen smiled and raised his right hand like a pincer to grab the axe light. What kind of hand was this? It was obviously a hand made of flesh and blood, but it was emitting boundless light and heat. It felt as though it was formed by the sun's lava. The horrific axe light was trembling violently, but it was useless. Bang! Li Fuchen exerted strength in his right hand and crushed the axe light. First axe of the mountain splitting 36 axes, mountain splitting sea. Jiang Ba was enraged and rushed into the sky. He gripped the giant axe with both hands and exerted strength in his spine before cleaving down violently. Boom! Before the axe light arrived, a field power had already enveloped Li Fuchen. This field power was so heavy and tyrannical that the void that Li Fuchen was in had been compressed, making it hard for him to move. If it was any other heavenly prodigy, it would be praiseworthy if they could utilize 50% of their strength when enveloped by this field power. After all, this was the Earth-class high-tier martial art, the mountain-splitting 36 axes. The giant axe light descended from the sky and produced traces of black cracks in the void. Of course, this didn't mean that the void was split open. Not even Battle Spirit Realm Masters were able to split open the void. This was merely the phenomenon of the compressed air being split open. Despite the case, it was already very appalling, and Jiang Ba didn't believe that Li Fuchen would be able to receive it calmly. But it was obvious that Jiang Ba had underestimated Li Fuchen. Bang! Li Fuchen brandished his right hand and blasted the ardent sun hand on the axe light. The axe light suddenly exploded. Scoundrel! Second chop of the mountain-splitting 36 axes, mountain-splitting earth. Jiang Ba's eyes contracted as he followed up with the second chop. This chop was slanted and was like a thunderbolt, like a heavenly punishment. The instant the chop was executed, there was a short and intense sound barrier. It meant that the chop speed of the axe had already surpassed the speed of sound. Bang! The axe light exploded again. In the face of the ardent sun hand, Jiang Ba's mountain-splitting 36 axes was just a joke. Jiang Ba didn't even utilize the quintessence of the mountain-splitting 36 axes and merely had superficial knowledge of it. Too powerful. As compared to a few months ago, Li Fuchen's strength isn't just 2 or 3 times stronger. It is at least several times stronger. Even if Di Jun, I, and the other listed cadets worked together, we still wouldn't be a match for a few palm strikes from him. Zhang Yunfeng, who was slightly injured, was now prostrating himself in admiration towards Li Fuchen. It seems like entering the South Forest Martial Institution is the right choice. Big brother and second sister still said that the South Forest Martial Institution is trash. In my opinion, there might not even be a few outer institute elites in the Violet Flower Martial Institution that are a match for Senior Fuchen. Yunyu was in an agitated mood. With her status, she was actually able to enter the Royal Martial Institution, the Violet Flower Martial Institution, but she didn't want to rely on her status to enter. To be able to force Jiang Ba to this extent, who exactly is this person? The number 1 listed cadet of the Yellow Sand Martial Institution narrowed her eyes. From the match, she could roughly see that Jiang Ba's strength was about the same as hers, but Li Fuchen's strength was obviously much superior to Jiang Ba. If Jiang Ba didn't have any powerful trump cards, he was basically going to lose. You forced me to do this. Mountain-splitting 36 axes, third chop, mountain-splitting cliff. Jiang Ba was completely deranged. Each of the mountain-splitting 36 axes was stronger than the previous one. He had only grasped a total of 3 axes, and the third axe was taught to him by his father, Master Axe, through a special method. Otherwise, he would only be able to grasp the second axe. The third axe's power was only slightly stronger than the second axe, but the intent contained in the third axe was even more tyrannical. There were times when power wasn't the most important, intent was the most important. After all, the enemy didn't have a body of steel. Once they were hit, they would still get injured and die. It didn't matter if the power was stronger or weaker. The chi surged violently, and with the enhancement of the secret technique, the chi poured into the giant axe. This time, the giant axe was emitting a layer of faint black light. When the axe cleaved down, the black light poured out like a waterfall. Just in time. Sensing that Jiangba was already using his full strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. He soared into the sky and used his right hand, that had already turned into the ardent sun hand, to forcefully tear apart the black waterfall and ferociously blast at Jiangba's giant axe. Clang clang. The giant axe was sent flying while Jiangba was also sent flying. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Jiangba was defeated. There was complete silence on the stage. No one would have expected such a situation to occur. Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just a little bit stronger than Jiangba. It was several levels higher, and the two of them weren't on the same level. At this moment, even the Evergreen Martial Institution's #1 listed cadet, Lung Feng, didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. All of you can come at me together. Li Fuchen swept a glance at the #1 listed cadets of the various martial institutions. To be honest, a 1v1 was already very boring. After arriving at the 7-color continent, Li Fuchen didn't have to intentionally conceal his strength. Since that was the case, he might as well release his brilliance. Furthermore, this was just a spar between the 7 martial institutions, and it wasn't considered shocking. The Evergreen Martial Institution's Ling Feng and the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian twitched their mouths and had unpleasant expressions. Especially Wang Jian, who had a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm was extremely powerful. Chapter 398. Yellow Sand Divine Sword. The Yellow Sand Martial Institution's #1 listed cadet, Yang Miao Miao, made the first move. The Yellow Sand Martial Institution was ranked at the bottom among the 7 martial institutions, but it didn't mean that Yang Miao Miao's strength was also at the bottom. The strength that she burst out was actually on the same level as Jiangba. In terms of the exquisiteness of her sword art, she was even superior to Jiangba. She moved around and brandished her scarlet artifact sword. The misty yellow sword art field power enveloped Li Fuchen. At the same moment, there were scarlet sword shadows that were shuttling back and forth like wandering dragons in the desert that were nimble and violent. Extinguish! Li Fuchen didn't even need to reveal any combat skills. When he executed the Ardent Sun Divine Palm, the massive and blazing palm force rushed out and destroyed the opponent's sword art field power. The sword shadows were also destroyed, but the remaining palm force didn't dissipate and continued to blast at Yang Miao Miao. Yang Miao Miao's face was drenched in cold sweat as she rose from the ground and dodged the palm force. Originally, she wasn't able to dodge it, but at the crucial moment, the #1 listed cadet, the long-haired youth, Lu Ping, made a move. Lu Ping's weapon was a saber, a pale green saber. This saber felt as though it was formed by the wind. It was unimaginably agile and fast. Once it was brandished, the entire place was filled with saber light, saber shadows, and saber chi. This saber had enveloped the radius of a few miles, and Lu Ping was like the king of this region. It was a pity that even a king had to submit to Li Fuchen. The grand and resplendent and blazing palm force was like the ardent sun in the sky. It swept in all directions and filled up the entire universe. The saber world that Lu Ping created was instantly shattered and disintegrated. Li Fuchen had also forced him to retreat. Vajra Palm. Right at this moment, Wang Jian made a move. His hands were flying as he blasted a series of golden palm prints at Li Fuchen. This golden palm print was extremely condensed and was very straightforward. It was obviously executed with chi power. Mystic Class Peak Tier Body Refinement Art. Vajra Palm. Wang Jian was a rare body tempering genius. The The strength of his quintessential energy cultivation was far inferior to his body-tempering strength. A few months ago, he had even defeated an inner institute student of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution. He was known as one of the most talented students of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution in the past century. When he executed the Vajrapam, even a regular second-level reincarnation realm martial artist wouldn't be a match for him. Had it not been for the overwhelming strength displayed by Li Fuchen, he alone would have been enough to defeat Li Fuchen. Once the Vajrapam was executed, Wang Jian was confident that he would be able to withstand a few moves from Li Fuchen. By then, Lu Ping and Yang Miaomiao would be pincer attacking from the left and right. Wang Jian would like to see how much longer Wang Jian could remain arrogant. Your body refinement strength is not bad. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light. Wang Jian was the first youth generation body refinement expert that he met since he arrived at the seven-color continent. Wang Jian's body refinement art seemed to be even stronger than the metal bone fist. That indestructible palm force gave Li Fuchen traces of pressure. Good timing. Li Fuchen executed a palm strike to counter Wang Jian's Vajrapam. Rumble. The ardent sun palm force blasted out. The golden palm imprint only lasted for an instant before it crumbled apart. The remnants of the ardent sun palm force slammed into Wang Jian's body, sending him flying. But when Li Fuchen took a glance from the corner of his eyes, he saw that Wang Jian didn't suffer any severe injuries. At the crucial moment, Wang Jian's body flashed with a golden radiance. Extraordinary strength, Li Fuchen knew in his heart. Such a fearsome palm force. Wang Jian's body felt a little hot. Everyone in the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution knew that he possessed the Vajra bone frame. The so-called Vajra bone frame was a body refinement bone frame. The darkness bone frame possessed the power of darkness, the sword Dao bone frame possessed the power of sword Dao, while Wang Jian's Vajra bone frame possessed the Vajra Qi power. This extraordinary strength was innate and didn't need to be cultivated. Of course, if he cultivated a body refinement technique, it would make his Vajra Qi power stronger and more robust. As such, his body refinement might only be at the first level of reincarnation realm, but his extraordinary strength was much stronger and more vigorous than regular first-level reincarnation realm body refinement martial artists. But earlier on, even with the isolation of the Vajra Qi power, he still suffered a slight injury. His opponent's ardent sun palm force was more tyrannical and blazing than he imagined. It was simply at the stage where it could melt anything. Yellow sand flying dragon. Wind over 1,000 mountains. Just as Wang Jian expected, Yang Miaomiao and Lu Ping were planning to pincer Li Fuchen while Wang Jian was tangling with Li Fuchen. But Wang Jian couldn't even withstand a single palm strike and was immediately repelled. The duo had already executed their finishing moves, and it was hard to withdraw them. They had no choice but to forcefully attack. Yang Miaomiao's sword move was scarlet red like a dragon and was accompanied by a misty yellow sword Qi. Lu Ping's saber move was as fast as lightning. With a flash, it felt as though thousands of mountains and rivers were within the saber. With the duo pincer attacking from the left and right, even experts who were 2 levels stronger than them would be restrained. But this didn't include Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen struck with both hands and slammed towards both sides. The ardent sun palm force was unstoppable and could melt anything. It was able to easily neutralize the duo's attacks. It was fine if that was all, but Li Fuchen's blazing palm force didn't dissipate by much. The two of them tumbled in the air while their bodies were fuming with flames. A single palm strike had injured both of them. Vajra subduing demon. Wang Jian's Vajra Qi power was circulated to the extremity. His entire body was resplendent like gold, and he had an unstoppable Qi presence as he pounced at Li Fuchen. When he was close to Li Fuchen, Wang Jian's hands that were originally placed together suddenly cleaved with his right hand. A massive golden palm print was like the palm of a golden giant. It enveloped Li Fuchen's entire body, and gave off an illusion of a collapsing mountain. Just in time, Li Fuchen stepped forward with his left leg and straightened his left arm. This person, even when second brother was young, he wasn't any better. Jiang Ba had a complicated feeling. He was the third son of Master Axe. Above him, there was still a second brother and eldest brother. Eldest brother had already reached the peak level of reincarnation realm and was out adventuring. Second brother was the absolute monarch of the Green Stone Martial Institution's Inner Institute and was known as Master Axe. Boom! On the flat ground, the trio was sent flying by Li Fuchen again. Their bodies were burning and it felt as though they were blistering. Furthermore, if Li Fuchen didn't show mercy, the trio would already be corpses. As of now, Li Fuchen hadn't pushed the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the limits and had been lingering between the 21st and 22nd rank. Enough, don't you want to fight with me? I shall fulfill your wish. A figure landed on the flat ground and looked straight at Li Fuchen. Ling Feng finally decided to enter the stage. If he dared to fight with Li Fuchen, he naturally had his own confidence. Even when he saw Li Fuchen suppressing Wang Jian and the others, his confidence didn't waver. As he spoke, a sharp and tyrannical saber presence cleaved the void and rushed at Li Fuchen. This saber presence was too terrifying and it didn't seem like it came from his cultivation technique and martial art, it came from his body. When the saber presence rushed at Wang Jian and the others, they were immediately repelled. This is the saber Dao bone frame. Wang Jian's eyes contracted. The sword Dao bone frame and the saber Dao bone frame were both extremely fearsome bone frames. Especially in terms of attack power, they were simply the best among the special bone frames. Only a few special bone frames could match or surpass them. Saber Dao bone frame, huh? No wonder. Li Fuchen was enlightened. If Qiyuye was still very immature and didn't display much of the advantages of the sword Dao bone frame, Ling Feng had already matured and was just lacking the awakening of the saber Dao divine ability. The two naturally weren't on the same level. Under the impact of the opposition's saber presence, Li Fuchen's qi presence was shattered and it seemed like he wasn't a match. This is more interesting. Chapter 399. He concealed his strength? Ling Feng frowned as his guess had come true. To be honest, if it was just the surface strength, Ling Feng was absolutely confident he could defeat Li Fuchen. His only concern was if Li Fuchen concealed his strength. After all, Li Fuchen had dealt with Wang Jian and the others with ease. There wasn't any feeling of mutual hostility, and it was like an expert playing house with a child. He actually didn't go all out. Wang Jian had an extremely unpleasant expression. He was someone who possessed the Vajra bone frame, and this was the first time he was underestimated to this extent. The crucial thing was that he was being underestimated and he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't even force out Li Fuchen's true strength. But in Li Fuchen's opinion, Wang Jian should be proud. Li Fuchen had executed a few heavy attacks but wasn't able to truly injure Wang Jian. He was only able to make Wang Jian vomit a mouthful of blood. During the battle with the trio, Wang Jian was also the main force and would clash with Li Fuchen every time. If it was anyone else, they would have already collapsed. Furthermore, the Vajra bone frame didn't have much of an advantage in terms of combat strength enhancement. It was far inferior to the Saber Dao, Sword Dao, and Darkness bone frames. Its greatest advantage was that the body refinement could increase extremely quickly. In summary, it might not be inferior to the Sword Dao, Saber Dao, and Darkness bone frames. Each bone frame had its own merit. Apart from that, the special bone frames had to be unearthed by oneself. Only by unearthing enough would the bone frame's power be strong enough. Once the power was strong enough, the divine ability would be awakened. When the duo's qi presences clashed, everyone was shocked. Apart from being shocked by Li Fuchen's strength, everyone was also shocked by Ling Feng's strength. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Feng wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. They didn't expect for Ling Feng to force out Li Fuchen's full strength before he even made a move. Such strength didn't need to be explained. One with the saber Dao bone frame and the other with heaven-defying innate potential. They are rather good seedlings. In the depths of the array that no one could see, a green-clothed middle-aged man with a rosy complexion was drinking tea in the pavilion. His body was emitting a profound and unfathomable qi presence. It was like a boundless forest that made people revere him. If someone who recognized Grandmaster Ever Youth was here, they would definitely recognize that the green-clothed middle-aged man was the owner of the Everlasting Youth Garden, one of the top 10 alchemy grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Grandmaster Ever Youth Lu Yuanshan. The reason why Lu Yuanshan supported the tea party to be held in his Everlasting Youth Garden and took out 4 psychic fruits as a wager was not because he wanted anything, but purely because of his personal pleasure. Of course, if there were sufficiently outstanding geniuses who appeared, he did not mind interacting with them. It could be considered as making friends with a future grandmaster. After all, he also had archenemies, and making friends with a future grandmaster might be of great help to him. In his opinion, Ling Feng and Li Fuchen were both worthy of befriending. Let's see who would have the last laugh. Do you think that you can defeat me if you use your full strength? Ling Feng stretched out his palm and a saber appeared in his hand. This was a heavy saber. Before the saber was unsheathed, the tyrannical saber aura had already been released. On the ground, the saber qi overflowed in all directions, causing one's scalp to go numb. We'll know once we try. Li Fuchen sighed in his heart that there were many special root bones in the 7-color continent. Darkness bone frame, Vajra bone frame, and Saber Dao bone frame. Up until now, he had already encountered 3 special bone frames. In the young generation of Eastern Lin continent, only one Qiyuye has a special root bone, Sword Dao root bone. Invincible blade 1/. Ling Feng made his move. Once he made his move, it was already shocking. The horrific saber light expanded to a few dozen meters in length and was like a waterfall that engulfed Li Fuchen. The absolute saber was an Earth-class mid-tier saber art. Because Ling Feng possessed the Saber Dao bone frame, he had already cultivated the absolute saber to the completion stage. An Earth-class mid-tier saber art at the completion stage was extremely terrifying. In terms of power or exquisiteness, it had completely surpassed Li Fuchen's ardent sun divine palm. All right. Li Fuchen naturally saw the power of Ling Feng's saber and couldn't help but applaud. This attack was somewhat similar to the Meteor Sword Art's Meteor Fall. It pushed the speed and power to the limit, maintaining an absolute balance. However, the power of the invincible blade was in a straight line, while the power of the Meteor Fall was in a single point. There was still a slight difference between the two. Break. When the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was circulated to the extremity, Li Fuchen executed a palm strike to clash with the saber light. There was a loud rumble. The two of them flew back. Ling Feng's saber art might be superior to Li Fuchen's palm art, but Ling Feng's Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique was obviously at the 21st rank and wasn't comparable to Li Fuchen's 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. Absolute Saber, Second Saber Slash. While retreating, Ling Feng's feet tapped on the ground and soared into the sky. He brandished his heavy saber twice, and the two waterfall saber lights overlapped and expanded to 100 meters in length. This saber's power was actually twice as powerful as the first saber slash. The power was unbelievable and the speed was unbelievable. Even a regular third-level reincarnation realm martial artist would have to dodge this saber and wouldn't dare to resist it forcefully, otherwise they would definitely be injured. Triple Sun Grand Opening. When Ling Feng burst out with his kill move, Li Fuchen naturally didn't hold back either. Previously, Li Fuchen had been using the Ardent Sun Divine Palm's normal moves. Now, he immediately executed his finishing move. A single palm strike burst out with 3 bundles of dazzling radiance. The radiance might not have overlapped, but when they converged, they weren't inferior to the Absolute Saber's second saber slash. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of horrific chi explosions, and it felt as though a small sun had risen from the ground. The surging heat and saber chi were radiating in all directions. Ling Feng landed gently on the ground and didn't continue to make a move. His eyes were like the edge of a blade as he said indifferently, "Earlier on, I am just probing. Next, I am going to go all out. I hope you can withstand it." To be honest, he didn't think Li Fuchen could withstand his next saber slash. As of now, Ling Feng had yet to burst out with the saber Dao power. Once he burst out with the saber Dao power, his strength would increase by around 50%. This was already enough to instantly kill a regular third-level reincarnation realm martial artist. Even during the Evergreen Martial Institution's listed competition, he didn't reveal the saber Dao power. It wasn't because he couldn't, but he didn't need to. Just bring it on. Li Fuchen waited solemnly. Absolute Saber, first saber slash. It was still the Absolute Saber first saber slash, but this time, the saber presence burst out from Ling Feng's body was simply incomprehensible. When the saber was brandished, it felt as though the void had been split open. When the saber light burst out, even the sun in the sky had dimmed. This saber slash had absolute power. No wonder it is the saber Dao bone frame. Li Fuchen silently lamented that he was a little careless. But if it was just a single saber slash, Li Fuchen was confident that he could withstand it with the ardent sun divine palm. 7 Suns Ascension. Li Fuchen executed both palms at the same time. 7 blinding radiance burst out and blasted at the absolute saber light. Bang boom! This time, Li Fuchen's ardent sun divine palm had been cleanly broken. Ling Feng's saber light was too concentrated and a single saber slash was enough to instantly kill a regular third-level reincarnation realm martial artist. Perhaps even a regular fourth-level reincarnation realm martial artist would suffer some injuries. Li Fuchen flew back and repeatedly executed palm strikes to constantly neutralize the saber light. It was unknown how many palm strikes were needed before the saber light was neutralized. Li Fuchen's awareness was exceptional and every palm strike was targeted at the weakness of the saber light. Otherwise, before Li Fuchen could execute so many palm strikes, he would have been cleaved by the saber. With the power of Ling Feng's saber, once Li Fuchen was cleaved, the consequences would be rather severe. After all, Li Fuchen's chi power and dragon elephant power had been sealed, and he couldn't utilize much defense. Of course, that was if Li Fuchen was cleaved. If Li Fuchen wasn't cleaved, everything was just an assumption. He blocked it? Ling Feng frowned slightly. Logically, Li Fuchen shouldn't be able to block this saber, but Li Fuchen did and Ling Feng couldn't understand. As expected, the saber Dao bone frame is indeed the saber Dao bone frame. We have underestimated Ling Feng. The yellow-clothed lady, Yang Miao Miao, shook her head silently. From the looks of the situation, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand the second saber. Is this the special bone frame, the saber Dao bone frame? The long-haired youth, Lu Ping, revealed a trace of jealousy. The saber Dao bone frame is incredible, but my Vajra bone frame isn't that weak. It must be because I didn't excavate more of the Vajra bone frame's potential. Wang Jian's eyes burst out with intense battle intent. He felt that he had been too confident in the past and had slacked off. If he had fully excavated the potential of the Vajra bone frame, today, he would be the one fighting against Ling Feng, not Li Fuchen. Is this Ling Feng's true strength? On the Evergreen Martial Institution's side, the tanned youth and the gorgeous young lady were agape. They had never seen Ling Feng at his full strength and thought that the listed tournament was Ling Feng's approximate strength. They didn't expect for Ling Feng to not even utilize the power of the saber Dao bone frame during the listed tournament. With the intensity of the listed tournament, it was impossible to force Ling Feng to use his full strength. I didn't expect for the Evergreen Martial Institution's #1 listed cadet to be so powerful. It is fortunate that Senior Fuchin is best at his sword art and not his palm art. Yunyu said. Zhang Yunfeng nodded, but his expression was still grave. Lingfeng's saber art is an Earth-class mid-tier saber art and it is already at the completion stage. It will depend on Li Fuchin's sword art rank. To be serious, if Li Fuchin's Green Sun sword intent was still at the stage 4 months ago, he probably wouldn't be a match for Lingfeng. In terms of judgment, Yunyu was inferior to him. Is there a need to use the next saber move? Lingfeng asked indifferently. Extending his right hand, the joint heaven sword appeared in his hand. Li Fuchin replied, "You are a saber wielder, I am a swordsman. The next move is the real start." Clang! When the joint heaven sword was unsheathed, Li Fuchin's chi presence had a drastic change. A sword intent that could pierce through the sky soared into the sky. Sword art? Lung Feng's expression changed and he was instantly enraged. Li Fuchin was actually concealing his strength. What did he treat Lung Feng as? Extinction Saber, second saber slash. With the combination of Qi and Saber Dao power in his body, Ling Feng brandished his saber. The saber light overlapped and the boundless saber presence felt as though it was going to destroy everything and rip everything apart. It contained the feeling and intent of destroying heaven and earth. It is rare to find an opponent. I should be able to enjoy myself to my heart's content. Li Fuchin placed the joint heaven sword horizontally in front of his chest and brandished it. Without any sound or presence, a glaring green light extended out and enveloped the entire ground. At the same moment, streaks of heaven and earth sword lights were shot at Ling Feng. Chapter 400. Different individuals would comprehend different Green Sun sword intent. Some of the Green Sun sword intents would only be considered Earth-class low-tier sword arts. Some of the Green Sun sword intents would be Earth-class mid-tier sword arts, like the South Forest Martial Institution's Dean. The Green Sun sword intent that Li Fuchin comprehended was naturally Earth-class mid-tier sword art. In terms of pure power, it was much stronger than the Ardent Sun Divine Palm and was considered a top-notch Earth-class mid-tier sword art. During these 4 months, Li Fuchin had already cultivated the Green Sun sword intent to the completion stage. The completion stage of the Green Sun sword intent might not be considered a true Earth-class sword intent, but it already had unfathomable power. Once it was executed, it was like a green sun rising into the sky. The darkness would retreat and there would be a burst of radiance. Cling cling clang clang when the saber and sword clashed, there were countless metallic explosions in the air. The sound was enough to shock a regular Heaven Dipper realm martial artist to death. Once the Green Sun sword intent was executed, Li Fuchin felt that he was the sword light and the sword light was him. Each sword swing was so natural and so fast. One sword after another, each sword was faster than the previous one. Towards the end, when Li Fuchin brandished his sword, dozens of sword lights burst out. This sword prowess was already at an extremely fearsome level. After all, who could produce dozens of sword lights in a single sword swing? Furthermore, each sword light was so unparalleled. Ling Feng was still able to clash with Li Fuchin at the start, but towards the end, he could only brandish his saber to block. In the face of the Green Sun sword intent, his extinction saber was so frail. If it wasn't for the support of the saber Dao power, Li Fuchin would have already turned him into a hornet's nest. How can there be such a fearsome Earth-class mid-tier sword art? Ling Feng didn't think that Li Fuchin's sword art was an Earth-class high-tier sword art. Earth-class high-tier sword arts were mystical and had unfathomable power. Jiang Ba's father, Master Axe, had shaken the Violet Flower Kingdom with his Earth-class high-tier martial art, the mountain-splitting 36 axes. It was said that a single cleave from his axe would split mountains and rivers. If Li Fuchin's sword art was an Earth-class high-tier sword art and was cultivated to the completion stage, A single sword would be enough to kill Ling Feng instantly. Despite the case, Li Fuchen's sword art was still too fearsome. A single sword swing would produce dozens of sword light. Who could block and who could contest? However, do not underestimate my saber Dao. An absolute saber presence rushed out violently and repelled Li Fuchen's sword presence. Ling Feng brandished his saber and slashed violently. The saber light expanded to a few hundred meters in length. If this place wasn't the everlasting youth garden and wasn't enveloped by the array, a few saber slashes would have turned the radius of a few hundred meters upside down. Li Fuchen's dominance had forced Ling Feng to activate the core power of his saber Dao. As for the sword Dao core power, it would decrease with every use. It would take a very long time to recover. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Feng did not want to waste the sword Dao core power. Are they going all out? Then I'll also do my best. To be honest, Ling Feng's strength was more or less out of Li Fuchen's expectation. The strength enhancement from the saber Dao bone frame was too much. If Li Fuchen didn't comprehend the Green Sun sword intent, his regular combat strength wouldn't be a match for Ling Feng. When the Green Sun sword intent was pushed to the extremity, the sword in Li Fuchen's hand felt as though it didn't exist anymore. It had turned into streaks of sword lights that were overwhelming. Each sword light had absolute power and wasn't just a facade. The Green Sun sword intent was terrifying because it didn't focus on the moves and only focused on the comprehension. The stronger the perception, the more power the Green Sun sword intent could display. Apart from that, there was a great requirement for the awareness. The stronger the awareness, the easier it would be to control the Green Sun sword intent. If the awareness was too weak, it would be impossible to display the true speed and power of the Green Sun sword intent. When Li Fuchen pushed the Green Sun sword intent to the extremity, his attack speed increased again. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights burst out. Ling Feng was able to withstand dozens of sword lights, but how could he withstand hundreds of sword lights? He was forced to retreat again and his offense turned into a defensive stance. He was in an extremely pathetic state. Damn it, Extinction Saber, Heaven Net Slash! The sword light sneak attack was too fast and Ling Feng couldn't deal with it. At the crucial moment, he couldn't help but burst out with the true kill move of the Extinction Saber, Heaven Net Slash. The Heaven Net Slash was derived from the inescapable net intent. When the saber was brandished, the saber lights were like an impenetrable net that sealed Li Fuchen's Green Sun sword intent. Normally, this move was used to kill enemies, but it was now used for defense. It was obvious how severe and tyrannical Li Fuchen's Green Sun sword intent was. But Li Fuchen's sword lights were too fast, too severe, and too concentrated. Each sword swing would produce hundreds of sword lights. When dozens of swords were brandished, only the sword lights could be seen on the flat ground. Ling Feng was immediately suppressed and didn't have any chance to retaliate. Extinction Saber, Sacrificial Slash. Ling Feng burst out with a yell and executed the Extinction Saber's ultimate kill move that he wasn't proficient with yet. This saber move was obviously at the union of man and saber. Within the concentrated sword lights, an extremely dazzling saber light rushed out. Within the saber light, it was obvious that Ling Feng's figure was wrapped within it. The union of man and saber was basically in an invincible state. Unless the saber light was broken, it would be hard to injure Ling Feng. Ling Feng's saber move had absolute power. When the sword lights intersected with it, the saber light only dimmed a little and didn't disperse it. The saber light was extremely fast and arrived in front of Li Fuchen in the blink of the eye. Defeat. After exhausting 20% of his core saber Dao power, Ling Feng was confident that this saber move would definitely defeat Li Fuchen. Exhausting 20% of his core saber Dao power was already his limit. After all, the saber Dao power in his body was boundless and wasn't something that those heavenly prodigies that had just excavated their special powers could compare with. If he used another 10%, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was just like the qi in his body. It didn't matter if he burst out 15% of his qi, it would only be an overload. But if he burst out 50% of his qi, his body would definitely explode. Unless it was an extremely fearsome martial art, it would be able to guide the qi perfectly and burst out 50% or even 100% of the qi. But those martial arts would at least be at the Earth class peak tier. Even the master rankings experts didn't have such martial art. Furthermore, only low-level martial artists would be able to burst out more qi when executing high-class martial art. If it was the master rankings experts, their qi would be too robust, and if they wanted to burst out 50% or 100% of their qi, they would need a heaven-class martial art. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to cultivate the heaven-class martial art to a certain rank. If they only had a superficial knowledge of it, they wouldn't be able to do it. If I didn't create the Green Sun Sword move, I would definitely be defeated in the face of this saber move unless I expose my trump card. The Green Sun Sword intent didn't have any sword moves, but those who cultivated the Green Sun Sword intent could create sword moves. The Green Sun Sword intent was like a piece of white paper that could be freely used. What kind of painting or words could be drawn on the white paper would depend on the individual's proficiency. After 4 months of cultivation, apart from cultivating the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 22nd rank and the Ardent Sun Divine Palm to the completion rank, Li Fuchen had also broken through the Green Sun Sword intent to the completion rank and created the first move, the Green Sun Sword move. Green Sun Absolution. Lung Feng's union of man and saber might be fast, but how could it be faster than Li Fuchen's awareness? As soon as Ling Feng arrived, Li Fuchen had already executed his sword move. The sword move's movement was rather simple. It was just a horizontal thrust. Boom. But in the next moment, an extremely terrifying pillar of light burst out. Previously, the sword light was like a ray of sunlight or a beam of sunlight. But now, the sword light was like a pillar of light that was as thick as a water bucket. The starting point of the pillar of light was Li Fuchen's palm. Li Fuchen's palm was already enveloped by a massive sphere of light. The sword light was lingering on the sphere and the sword qi was overflowing in all directions. A sword Dao prowess that shook the void was spreading out along with boundless heat. Previously, when Ling Feng was in the union of man and saber state, he was able to go against the current and kill in front of Li Fuchen. But when the sword light turned into a pillar of light, Ling Feng felt as though he was in the depths of the earth from the water. Every inch he advanced required a massive amount of energy. After advancing for a few inches, he couldn't advance any further and was immediately fixed in place. In the next moment, PFFF PFFF PFFF, Ling Feng's body burst out with countless tiny blood holes and he was sent flying. The Green Sun Sword move was extremely powerful. Ling Feng could feel that Li Fuchen's sword move had burst out with at least 10% of his qi. The qi of a 9th-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist was extremely robust. If he could burst out 10% of his qi, how terrifying would the kill move be? His Saber Dao power might be superior to Heaven Dipper realm's qi, but in terms of vigor, it was far inferior to a 9th-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. In fact, it wasn't even comparable to an Earth Shatter realm martial artist. Otherwise, he would have already recklessly circulated his Saber Dao power. Therefore, even if he burst out with 20% of his core Saber Dao power, it still wasn't comparable to Li Fuchen's move and was immediately crushed. Ling Feng was defeated? In the Evergreen Martial Institution's pavilion, the tanned youth and the gorgeous young lady were shocked. If the formidable Ling Feng was defeated, how strong was Li Fuchen? As Outer Institute cadets of the Evergreen Martial Institution, they had always been prideful. They believed that only the top 10 martial institutions would be able to compete with them. Only the top 5 martial institutions would make them look at them in a different light. In their opinion, Li Fuchen's strength would be top-notch even in the High Heaven Martial Institution's Outer Institute, which was the leader of the 24 martial institutions. This person's sword Dao is too powerful. Once he becomes an Inner Institute cadet, the rankings of the 24 martial institutions will probably have to be rearranged 2 years later. The Outer Institute elites of the other 5 martial institutions were also indescribably shocked. He won. Yunyu revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. His strength is already enough to crush regular Inner Institute cadets. If he still can't win, there is no justice in this world. Zhang Yunfeng said. Good. No wonder he is a heavenly prodigy of the various martial institutions. This old one has widened his horizons. Just as everyone was in a heated discussion, a green-robed middle-aged man with a rosy complexion walked out from the depths of the array. Greetings to Grandmaster. When Yunyu saw the green-robed middle-aged man, her expression changed drastically as she quickly cupped her fist. How could the others not understand that this person was one of the 10 great concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Grandmaster Ever Youth? All of them cupped their fists and greeted without any neglect. Even Ling Feng and Li Fuchen had respectful expressions. Before becoming a Battle Spirit Realm Master, they were just ants in front of a Battle Spirit Realm Master. Even with the Dean's support, they didn't dare to neglect a concoction Grandmaster. Chapter 401. Little girl Yunyue, I promised you that I would give you 4 clear spirit fruits as a wager. I won't go back on my words. Grandmaster Ever Youth extended his hand and gestured. 4 pink head-sized clear spirit fruits flew down from the 10-meter-tall clear spirit tree and hovered beside Grandmaster Ever Youth. Go! With a thought in Grandmaster Ever Youth's mind, 4 clear spirit fruits flew out and flew towards Li Fuchen, Lung Feng, Jiang Ba and Yang Miao Miao. Jiang Ba and Yang Miao Miao were a little surprised. Jiang Ba was still alright. After all, he was the son of Master Axe and had seen all sorts of situations. Yang Miao Miao was pleasantly surprised. After all, this was an unexpected surprise. The 4 of you have rather good innate aptitude. With this clear spirit fruit, you should be able to step into the reincarnation realm faster. As for Wang Jian, you are a body refinement martial artist and the clear spirit fruit isn't very useful to you. Furthermore, you have yet to excavate the true power of the Vajra bone frame. Giving you the clear spirit fruit will only bring you harm. Grandmaster Ever Youth said to the number 1 listed cadet of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, Wang Jian. You're right, Pill Ancestor. Wang Jian wasn't disappointed at all. Grandmaster Ever Youth was right. If he was given the clear spirit fruit, there would only be disadvantages and no benefit. He was walking on the body refinement Dao and the Qi Dao was just a support. Furthermore, he had yet to excavate the true power of the Vajra bone frame on the body refinement Dao. If he was to consume the clear spirit fruit, his Qi cultivation would enter the reincarnation realm in advance, and it would affect his body refinement Dao. Lu Ping and Lin Ying, who didn't obtain the clear spirit fruit, were rather sullen, especially Lu Ping. In terms of strength, he believed that he would only lose to Li Fuchen, Lung Feng, and Wang Jian, but he didn't get a share of the clear spirit fruit. With regards to this, Grandmaster Ever Youth didn't explain anything. The clear spirit fruit was his, so he could give it to whoever he wanted. It was given to Li Fuchen and Ling Feng because the 2 of them had the strongest innate potential and strength. Giving face to Jiang Ba was giving face to the Axe sect. He gave it to Yang Miao Miao because he thought Yang Miao Miao was not bad. Li Fuchen, stay behind. Everyone else is dismissed. Grandmaster Ever Youth waved his hand and gave the order to expel the guests. Yunyu cupped her fists together once more. We've troubled the pill sect. Yunyu and the others will leave now. The next time we meet, I will defeat you. Before leaving, Ling Feng said to Li Fuchen. I'll wait for you. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Once everyone left and only Grandmaster Ever Youth and Li Fuchen were left, Grandmaster Ever Youth smiled and said, I wonder what star-grade young friend's bone frame is? To be honest, in the eyes of Grandmaster Ever Youth, Li Fuchen's bone frame didn't seem like much. There was no need to doubt the eyesight of an alchemist grandmaster. With their eyesight, they could even see through the essence of a pill. Naturally, it was not a problem for them to see through the human body. But he couldn't see through Li Fuchen's bone frame and felt that Li Fuchen's bone frame wasn't strong at all. Li Fuchen replied honestly, 3 stars. 3 stars? Grandmaster Everyouth's expression changed. For a 3-star bone frame to have such innate potential, it was something that he, Grandmaster Everyouth, had never seen or heard of. Alright. Suddenly, Grandmaster Everyouth laughed heartily. Why is the pill ancestor smiling? Li Fuchen didn't understand. He didn't think that Grandmaster Everyouth was mocking him. With his status, there was no need for him to mock a junior. That would only lower his status. I have a chance to bestow you. I wonder if you want it or not. Grandmaster Everyouth stared at Li Fuchen with burning eyes. Li Fuchen had a quick mind and immediately understood Grandmaster Everyouth's intention. If Li Fuchen accepted this chance, he would owe Grandmaster Everyouth a favor from now onwards. He might not have to repay it now, but when he had the ability to repay it, this favor would be important enough. After all, righteous martial artists valued their promises the most. If they didn't keep their promises, then the path of the martial Tao would be filled with inner demons and it would be hard for them to achieve anything great. Of course, if Li Fuchen didn't progress to the battle spirit realm in the future, even if he wanted to repay the favor, Grandmaster Everyouth wouldn't bother about it. He would just treat it as a wasted opportunity. I am indebted to the alchemist Grandmaster for thinking highly of me. I shall accept this chance. Li Fuchen replied straightforwardly. Good. Grandmaster Everyouth revealed a look of admiration. I am one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom. But in terms of concoction skills, there is only one person that surpasses me in the Violet Flower Kingdom. I once obtained an Earth-class high-tier herb, Spirit Root Herb, and another Earth-class high-tier herb, Leaf Fire Cleansing Herb. I also used various Earth-class low-tier herbs and Earth-class mid-tier herbs to refine an Earth-class high-tier elixir, True Leaf Fire Elixir. This elixir can allow those below 5-star bone frames to upgrade their bone frames by 1 star. Furthermore, it can allow the bone frame to contain the fire attribute. I can see that your cultivation technique is a blazing fire cultivation technique, and it is very suitable for you. After finishing his statement, Grandmaster Everyouth looked at Li Fuchen calmly. Truly fire elixir? Li Fuchen had a change of expression. His bone frame was already at the 3-star level and it was too difficult to upgrade it by another star. Every upgrade by 1 star was the same as changing one's fate and being reborn. The Truly Fire Elixir didn't just upgrade the 1-star bone frame, it could also allow the bone frame to contain the fire attribute. To Li Fuchen, it was simply a divine elixir. With the blazing fire bone frame, Li Fuchen would be able to utilize the blazing fire cultivation technique and blazing fire martial arts to greater power. In the future, he might even be able to awaken a blazing fire divine ability. What was a divine ability? A divine ability was an innate ability that would progress along with the martial artist's cultivation. Li Fuchen might have exceptional perception and didn't mind if he didn't have a divine ability, but it was naturally better if he had one. It would allow his future martial Tao path to be smoother. It could be said that 90% of the Truly Fire Elixir's value was used to change the bone frame's attribute. The upgrade of the 1-star bone frame was only 10%. It was a pity that the Spirit Root Herb was hard to find and the Leaf Fire Cleansing Herb was even harder to find. After so many years, Grandmaster Everyouth only obtained one each and refined it into the True Leaf Fire Elixir. Li Fuchen's appalled expression made Grandmaster Everyouth very satisfied. To be honest, this Truly Fire Elixir would only be of great value to those who needed it. In the hands of those who didn't need it, it would just be a useless elixir that was useless. It just so happened that Li Fuchen required the Truly Fire Elixir. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle landed in Grandmaster Everyouth's hand. The jade bottle was slightly translucent and contained an elixir that was emitting a dazzling scarlet glow. This elixir is the truly fire elixir. Keep it. Grandmaster Everyouth handed it over to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen received the jade bottle respectfully and bowed. Thank you, Grandmaster, for your generosity. This fated encounter was too valuable, but if Li Fuchen didn't accept it, he would definitely regret it. Consume the truly fire elixir here. Grandmaster Everyouth laughed. Yes. Li Fuchen wasn't worried that Grandmaster Everyouth would harm him. If a Battle Spirit Realm Master wanted to harm him, he wouldn't even need any trick. A single finger was enough to crush Li Fuchen. On the third floor of the pavilion, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and immediately opened the jade bottle to take out the truly fire elixir. The truly fire elixir didn't look like an elixir at all. It looked like it was formed from the purest magma, and the energy contained within had caused Li Fuchen's expression to change slightly. He didn't doubt that once the truly fire elixir was detonated, it would be enough to release a Heaven Dipper realm attack. One had to know that this was just a pill. Chapter 402. Once the truly fire elixir entered his body, Li Fuchen felt his entire body burning up, as though he was in magma. At this time, the truly fire pill had not been refined at all. It was only emitting some pill chi. With the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique circulating, the grand and resplendent Ardent Sun Chi circulated around Li Fuchen's body as he started to refine the truly fire elixir. To Li Fuchen's surprise, as the truly fire elixir was gradually refined, the heat on Li Fuchen's body gradually vanished. He was merely feeling a little restless. At the side, Grandmaster Everyouth said, "The truly fire elixir isn't a body-tempering elixir. What it tempers is the bone frame. This is just the beginning. In a while, you will have to endure the pain of your bone frame transforming. Remember, you cannot give up. Otherwise, all your efforts will be for naught." Grandmaster Everyouth had experienced the pain of metamorphosis once. This kind of pain wouldn't lessen with the increase in cultivation level. It also meant to say that the pain of the bone frame metamorphosis that the Earth Shatter realm was enduring was the same as the Heaven Dipper realm, Reincarnation realm, and even the Battle Spirit realm. Only those with tenacious willpower could endure it. Those with unstable foundations and weak willpower wouldn't be able to truly change their fate even if they had the chance to change their fate, because they wouldn't be able to endure such pain. Fuchen understands, Li Fuchen said. How could Grandmaster Everyouth know that Li Fuchen had already endured the pain of bone frame metamorphosis multiple times? His spirit will was extremely powerful, and this amount of pain was far from his limit. Even if the pain was magnified by 10 times, Li Fuchen was confident that he could endure it. Circulating the Ardent Sun Divine Technique at full speed, the truly fire elixir was slowly refined into the depths of Li Fuchen's body. Gradually, a pain that came from the depths of his origin attacked him. This kind of pain didn't need to be transmitted through the nerves, as it was spreading and wreaking havoc within Li Fuchen's body. Moreover, what was different from the past was that this time there was a burning pain mixed in with the pain. The Li Fire Marrow Cleansing Grass did not cleanse the bone marrow, but the marrow of the bones. Li Fuchen's face twitched a little, but his body didn't move. Your willpower is quite tenacious. Grandmaster Everyouth nodded inwardly. When half of the true Li Fire elixir was refined, Li Fuchen's consciousness suddenly arrived at a strange spatial zone. In this strange space, there was a strange object the size of a little finger. It looked like a root but not a root, like a bone but not a bone. Is this the root bone? This was the first time Li Fuchen saw his own bone frame. In the past, he used his awareness to scan his body countless times, but couldn't find the location of the bone frame. Li Fuchen's bone frame had a total of 3 segments. To be exact, 3.5 segments. Moreover, these 3.5 bones were gradually growing towards the 4th. One segment should represent one star. I am now a 3.5-star bone frame. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Apart from the growth of the root bone, its surface also started to change color. It gradually turned from gray to red. At the same time, streaks of scarlet veined patterns were drawn on the bone frame, looking extremely mysterious. Blazing fire bone frame, blazing fire patterns. With Li Fuchen's intelligence, he had an intuition that in order to awaken the blazing flame divine ability, he might have to start from the blazing flame patterns. Of course, the prerequisite was to activate the blazing flame power. Extraordinary bone frames were revered by special bone frames. It was very easy for special bone frames to activate special powers. As for regular extraordinary bone frames, like the flame bone frame, icy cold bone frame, or soft water bone frame, it was extremely difficult to activate extraordinary powers. One had to reach the reincarnation realm in order to activate the extraordinary powers. The root bone gradually grew from 3.5 segments to 3.5 segments, from 3.5 segments to close to 4 segments. At the same time, the color of the root bone was getting redder, and there were traces of heat spreading out. The blazing fire patterns on the surface were getting more complete and stronger. It was as though there was an invisible hand drawing it. Buzz. When the root bone had grown into 4 segments, the color of the root bone had turned completely red. Li Fuchen's body shivered and felt that his connection with heaven and earth qi was getting closer. Especially the blazing fire qi. It was like a magnet that was attracting towards Li Fuchen involuntarily and was fusing into Li Fuchen's body in strands. There were plenty of impurities in the blazing fire qi that were automatically expelled. It seemed like there was a layer of filter on the surface of Li Fuchen's body that was able to filter out most of the impurities. The quality of the root bone determined one's destiny. This saying wasn't just for show. Those with a high root bone frame would naturally have a higher ability to filter the impurities in the qi. As such, they would be able to save a lot of bitter cultivation time and would be able to increase their cultivation levels within a short period of time without having to worry about an unstable foundation. My root bone frame has already reached 4-star. It is time to research what is going on with the extraordinary bone frame. Be it Qiyuye's sword Dao bone frame, Wang Heilung's darkness bone frame, Wang Jian's Vajra bone frame, or Ling Feng's saber Dao bone frame, Li Fuchen was a little envious. These people were the true prodigies of the heavens. They didn't need to work hard and were born with innate talents that others didn't have. The blazing fire bone frame might not be as good as a special bone frame, but it was still an extraordinary bone frame. Li Fuchen naturally had to research it. The root bone should have finished transforming. Why haven't I stopped meditating? Grandmaster Ever-Youth felt a little strange. In the strange space, Li Fuchen's consciousness landed on the 4-star blazing fire bone frame. The current 4-star blazing fire bone frame was like a red tree root or a red jade bone. The blazing fire patterns on it were extremely profound, and with Li Fuchen's perception, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it within a short period of time. The blazing fire patterns contained some mysticism. There is no need to comprehend it for now. I just need to develop the blazing fire power. Li Fuchen's consciousness went deep into the blazing fire bone frame. On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, Grandmaster Ever-Youth's eyes were deep and serene. He would only take a glance at Li Fuchen occasionally. When a martial artist cultivated to the battle spirit realm, their lifespan would be as long as 500 years. Grandmaster Ever-Youth wasn't even 200 years old this year, and he still had plenty of time to squander. Therefore, he didn't mind wasting this bit of time. In the blink of the eye, a day had passed. When dawn arrived, Grandmaster Ever-Youth didn't move at all and his entire body was like a tree man. Buzz. On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, with Li Fuchen at the center, the void suddenly distorted and a surging heat spread out. This is... Sensing the existence of this heat, Grandmaster Ever-Youth's eyes contracted. With his spiritual awareness, how could he not sense that this wasn't a qi movement, but a more primitive and purer power that was awakening. This is the blazing fire power? Grandmaster Everyouth stared at Li Fuchen with eyes of astonishment. Very few people knew that the possessors of the extraordinary bone frames would be able to see their own extraordinary bone frames at the Heaven Dipper realm. Back then, he was just a 6-star normal bone frame. After consuming an extremely precious elixir, his bone frame's attribute transformed into the Greenwood attribute. From then on, he was able to see his own bone frame and was able to activate the Greenwood power. He was blessed by the heavens on the path of elixir refinement. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, he had awakened the Greenwood divine ability. He was able to control the life and death of plants, allowing herbs to grow faster, and he could even recover from his injuries. Even fatal injuries would be instantly healed. He, Grandmaster Everyouth, wasn't just a concoction Grandmaster. In terms of overall strength, he was ranked in the top few dozen in the Violet Flower Kingdom. His survivability was even more astounding. He was once pursued by a top 20 pinnacle master on the master rankings and was still able to escape unfettered. Therefore, he knew clearly that it was impossible for a normal extraordinary bone frame to activate the extraordinary power at the Heaven Dipper realm. He was only able to activate the Greenwood power when he was at the high levels of Reincarnation realm. When he was at the Battle Spirit realm, he awakened the Greenwood divine ability. He had never heard of anyone being able to activate the extraordinary power at the Heaven Dipper realm. It was a known fact that the difference between a normal extraordinary bone frame and a special bone frame was like the difference between heaven and earth. A special bone frame would cause the body's special power to surge. Let alone the Heaven Dipper realm, even the Earth Shatter realm would be able to activate the special power easily. It was just like the ocean. When the waves were surging, the seawater would easily overflow and drown the beach and the reef. A normal extraordinary bone frame would only be considered a lake. In normal situations, the lake water wouldn't be able to overflow. Only when one's cultivation reached the reincarnation realm would there be a higher chance of activating the extraordinary power. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was a 4-star blazing bone frame, even 5-star or 6-star blazing bone frames wouldn't be able to activate the blazing flame power at the Heaven Dipper realm. But Li Fuchen did it. How could Grandmaster Everyouth not be shocked? This young man is truly a peerless talent. Grandmaster Everyouth had a trace of anticipation in his heart. There might be a day in the future where he would have to rely on Li Fuchen. Just this little bit of blazing flame power? Li Fuchen frowned. The 4-star blazing bone frame contained too little blazing flame power. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was only 20% to 30% of Ling Feng's saber Dao power. 10% was 10% and 10% was perfection. Ling Feng's 20% was too little. Something isn't right. The extraordinary power doesn't come from the bone frame, it comes from the blazing flame patterns. The blazing flame patterns absorb the blazing flame power from the void and transmute it into my own blazing flame power. The blazing flame patterns are just like cultivation techniques and can circulate on their own. But if it is circulated by someone, the converted blazing flame power will definitely increase drastically. Li Fuchen didn't need to comprehend the blazing flame patterns and simply directed the blazing flame power to extend along the blazing flame patterns. The blazing flame patterns gradually lit up and there was a shocking absorption power that burst out. This absorption power didn't affect the heaven and earth chi as it wasn't absorbing the blazing flame chi within the heaven and earth chi, it was absorbing the blazing flame power from the void. This was a higher class of power that even Battle Spirit Realm experts wouldn't be able to touch. Only the extraordinary bone frame could touch it, creating something out of nothing. In the strange spatial zone where Li Fuchen's bone frame was, the blazing flame power was gradually increasing. It turned from a fist-sized fireball to a head-sized fireball. The color had also turned from pale red to red. Such pure blazing flame power. Li Fuchen lamented. As compared to the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen felt that his ardent sun qi was too heterogeneous. If the blazing flame power was tempered steel, then the ardent sun qi was crude iron ore. The heat is increasing. Grandmaster Ever-Youth's expression changed again. The blazing flame power produced by the 4-star blazing flame bone frame wouldn't be a lot initially. But extraordinary power wasn't static. As time elapsed, the extraordinary power would automatically increase, but it would take a very long time. But if one grasped the method to increase the extraordinary power, they would be able to shorten the time by 1,000 times. But how could a regular person have the ability to do so? Grandmaster Ever-Youth was only able to do it when he was at the peak level of reincarnation realm. Could this child be an old monster's possession? Chapter 403. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't an old monster. With the golden amulet, let alone a battle spirit realm master, even a primary sea realm monarch would be dead if they tried to take over Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen was able to activate the blazing flame power and increase his own blazing flame power because of his exceptional awareness. His awareness was comparable to a battle spirit realm master, and it was just a preliminary estimation. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't know what level his awareness was at. It might be at the Battle Spirit Realm Master level, the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm Master, or even the Primary Sea Realm. However, Li Fuchen wasn't a Battle Spirit Realm Master, and his spirit soul didn't have a true spirit. He wasn't able to utilize his awareness to the limit. It was just like a child brandishing a large saber. Without enough strength, the saber wouldn't even move. As the blazing flame power poured into the blazing flame patterns, Li Fuchen involuntarily started to comprehend the mystics of the blazing flame patterns. Time elapsed slowly. Li Fuchen was extremely shocked. The mystics contained within the blazing flame patterns were too profound. Li Fuchen had a feeling that as long as he comprehended 10% of the mystics, he would be able to absorb the blazing flame power 10 times faster. As long as he comprehended 50% of the mystics, he would be able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability. Grandmaster Ever-Youth is still at the side. I better stop my comprehension first. After withdrawing his awareness from the bone frame spatial zone, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. You activated the blazing flame power? Grandmaster Ever-Youth immediately asked. Li Fuchen nodded, yes. Prodigy. This is the first time I, Grandmaster Ever-Youth, know what a true prodigy is. If a person who possessed the extraordinary bone frame for the first time and was able to activate the extraordinary power wasn't a prodigy, then Grandmaster Ever-Youth would be a fool. Because he was only able to activate the Greenwood power when he was at the high level of reincarnation realm. If that was the case, it was fine. The crucial point was that Li Fuchen wasn't just able to activate the blazing flame power, he was also able to freely control the blazing flame power. He was able to use the blazing flame power to connect the blazing flame patterns and increase the speed of the bone frame's absorption of the blazing flame power. It was just like a person who had just obtained a sword and automatically learned a sword move. It was simply heaven-defying. Grandmaster Ever-Youth was already guessing when Li Fuchen would be able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability, low-level reincarnation realm or mid-level reincarnation realm. Most of the possessors of the special bone frames might not be able to awaken the divine ability when they were at the low-level or mid-level reincarnation realm. It was mainly because the patterns on the bone frames were too hard to comprehend. But Li Fuchen was too demonic, and might just be able to do it. Pill Ancestor, I have a pill concoction furnace here. I wonder if Pill Ancestor is interested. Li Fuchen changed the topic and took out the pill concoction furnace from the Black Sky Sect ruins. Grandmaster Ever-Youth was an alchemy grandmaster, and during the Black Sky Sect's prime, they also had a primary sea realm monarch and multiple battle spirit realm masters. This concoction furnace shouldn't be something that Grandmaster Ever-Youth would look down on. What alchemy furnace? Grandmaster Ever-Youth originally didn't have much interest, but after taking a glance at Li Fuchen's concoction furnace, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After taking a closer look, Grandmaster Ever-Youth exhaled and said, "This is a top-notch level 5 alchemy furnace. It is indeed useful to me. The higher the grade of the alchemy furnace, the more stable the alchemy pill would be. Generally speaking, Battle Spirit Realm Masters would be matched with a level 6 alchemy furnace. It was a pity that the concoction furnace was too difficult to refine. Among the 10 great alchemy grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, only the number 1 Violet Flower Alchemy Master possessed a level 6 alchemy furnace. The rest, including Grandmaster Ever-Youth himself, only had a few top-notch level 5 alchemy furnaces. To alchemy masters, the more the better, because different alchemy furnaces would have different effects when refining different elixirs. This concoction furnace is rather valuable, but it shouldn't be more than 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Keep it." Grandmaster Ever-Youth handed a storage bag to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's heart jumped. This concoction furnace actually had such a high value. It seemed like he had underestimated the value of a concoction furnace. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen accepted the storage bag. He didn't wish for Grandmaster Ever-Youth to think that he was returning the favor with the concoction furnace. If Li Fuchen wanted to return the favor with just 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, he would be looking down on Grandmaster Ever-Youth. If Li Fuchen insisted on not accepting it, he would only incur Grandmaster Ever-Youth's displeasure. Seeing that Li Fuchen accepted the low-grade spirit stones, Grandmaster Ever-Youth smiled and felt that Li Fuchen was very intelligent. Such a person would normally have great accomplishment. After the duo chatted for a moment, Li Fuchen bade farewell and left. He still had to familiarize himself with the Blazing Flame Bone Frame and the usage of the Blazing Flame power. South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen's courtyard. Boom! Li Fuchen burst out with qi and circulated the Ardent Sun Divine technique at full strength. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt as though he had turned into a sun and was bursting with boundless radiance and heat. Without utilizing the blazing flame power, the qi burst's power is increased by around 5%. Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. The blazing flame bone frame's enhancement to the ardent sun qi was too obvious, and he was only a 4-star blazing flame bone frame. If he had the 5-star blazing flame bone frame or the 6-star blazing flame bone frame, the enhancement would definitely be greater. As for how much, it was unknown. Let me try the enhancement of the blazing flame power on my qi. With a thought in his mind, Li Fuchen burst out with the blazing flame power. If the ardent sun qi was the radiance emitted by the sun, then the blazing flame power was the sun itself. As Li Fuchen burst out with the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen's entire body looked like the sun. The center was completely red and the temperature had increased by an unknown amount. The array that enveloped the martial arts field was rippling. The qi burst's power has been increased by around 30%. Li Fuchen was surging with emotions. An increase of 5% or 30% was already extremely shocking. During the Everlasting Youth Garden's tea party, he might have defeated Ling Feng, but to be serious, his strength was only slightly stronger than Ling Feng and wasn't more than 5% stronger. If he had fought with Ling Feng, he already possessed the blazing flame bone frame and would be able to instantly kill Ling Feng with a single sword. It is a pity that the blazing flame power is too little and I am unable to prolong the battle. Li Fuchen guessed that the higher the extraordinary bone frame's star grade, the more extraordinary power would be activated at the start. If he had the 6-star blazing flame bone frame, the blazing flame power he would possess would at least be a few times stronger than now. There is no need to hurry. I might not be able to keep up with others at the start, but I have my advantages too. I can absorb the blazing flame power at a faster speed. Right now, Li Fuchen's blazing flame power was just a lake, but in the future, this lake would definitely turn into an ocean. That's right, let me try the core blazing flame power. The The core blazing flame power was extremely scarce. In the bone frame spatial zone within Li Fuchen's body, the core blazing flame power was at the center of the core blazing flame power, and it was scarlet red in color. Boom! The chi burst out again, and a boundless scarlet red radiance radiated in all directions with Li Fuchen as the center. The array's barrier was rippling even more violently like a water wave. Li Fuchen, who was at the center of the scarlet red radiance, was like a flaming demon god, and his eyes were spewing out flames. The scarlet red radiance contained power that was extremely tyrannical and blazing. It could simply melt mystic-class weapons with ease. The chi burst's power has been increased by 60%. It has doubled. The core blazing flame power was too powerful. In comparison, the core blazing flame power was like a diluted core blazing flame power. In terms of purity and power, it was far inferior to the core blazing flame power. Right now, the shortcoming of the bone frame has been temporarily made up for. But the blazing flame power is too scarce. I have to comprehend the blazing flame patterns as soon as possible to increase the speed of absorbing the blazing flame power. In addition, with the blazing flame bone frame, my speed of comprehending blazing flame cultivation techniques will definitely increase by a lot. I might be able to make use of the opportunity to break through to the 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. The corresponding extraordinary bone frame would allow the cultivation technique to be cultivated at a rapid speed. The blazing flame bone frame would correspond to the blazing flame cultivation technique. The icy cold bone frame would correspond to the icy cold cultivation technique. But Li Fuchen didn't know how fast it would be and had to experiment personally. It was very difficult for Li Fuchen to comprehend the blazing flame patterns, but the benefits were tremendous. It would allow Li Fuchen to have a deeper understanding of the blazing flame power. With a deeper understanding of the blazing flame power, it would be much easier to cultivate blazing flame cultivation techniques or blazing flame martial arts in the future. Time elapsed quickly. Li Fuchen's speed of comprehending the blazing flame patterns was horrifyingly slow, but his cultivation speed of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was extremely fast. He was originally at the initial stage of the 22nd rank, but in less than a month, he had reached the peak state of the 22nd rank and was just one step away from the 23rd rank. The blazing flame patterns have only comprehended a few of the mystics, but the speed of absorbing the blazing flame power has increased by a few times. In addition, with the blazing flame bone frame, it is like adding wings to a tiger. The speed of comprehending the Ardent Sun Divine Technique is at least 2 times faster than before. Li Fuchen's perception was already exceptional, and it was definitely a rather terrifying thing to have his blazing flame cultivation technique's speed increased by more than 2 times. Furthermore, as the blazing flame patterns were comprehended more deeply, the speed would only increase. Grandmaster Ever-Youth has truly given me a great fated opportunity. Li Fuchen might encounter even greater fated opportunities in the future, but if he didn't have this fated opportunity now, he might miss out on many fated opportunities in the future. After all, fated opportunities had to be fought for. Without sufficient capital, how was he going to fight for it? In the blink of the eye, another half a month had passed. Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Technique had naturally broken through to the 23rd rank. The 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was already equivalent to the highest rank of Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Fuchen, can you help my Luo clan? On this day, Luo Yen arrived at Li Fuchen's courtyard with an anxious expression. What happened? Luo Yen was the first person he met after arriving at the 7-color continent. If it was within his capabilities, he was naturally willing to help her. Beneath my Luo clan's spirit stone or vein, there is an even larger spirit stone or vein. It caused the Zhang clan to covet it and specially invited the Black Mountain Old Devil to deal with my Luo clan. I just received this information today. Luo Yen explained. Who is the Black Mountain Old Devil? What is his cultivation level like? Li Fuchen asked. Chapter 404. Fifth Level of Reincarnation Realm? Li Fuchen frowned. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with regular fifth-level reincarnation realm martial artists. In fact, he could even kill them. However, the Black Mountain Old Devil cultivated an evil technique and might even have an Earth-class martial art. His strength couldn't be described as a regular fifth-level reincarnation realm martial artist. Go! It didn't matter what kind of evil technique the Black Mountain Old Devil cultivated, Li Fuchen couldn't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, he still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. On the same day, Li Fuchen and Luo Yan left the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard and headed for Tang City. This time, the two of them were riding Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest. Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeests were priceless and couldn't be bought outside. Only the South Forest Martial Institution reared some of them. Li Fuchen relied on his status as the Dean's in-room cadet to purchase two of them. The speed of a Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest was several times faster than a Class 3 Unicorn Wildebeest. In a few days, the two of them arrived at the Luo clan. At this moment, the Luo family's defensive array formation had already been activated. It was like a transparent inverted bowl had enveloped the entire Luo family. Outside the defensive array, 3 shedding body realm martial artists are constantly attacking the array. These 3 people were led by the black-robed old man. Beside him were a purple-robed middle-aged man and a purple-robed old man. The purple-clothed middle-aged man was only at the first level of reincarnation realm, while the purple-clothed elder was at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. The black-clothed elder had the highest cultivation, which was at the 5th level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, his aura was much stronger than a regular 5th level reincarnation realm martial artist. The black chi burst out like a pitch-black storm with terrifying momentum. Luo Yan's heart palpitated. The black-robed old man should be the Black Mountain Old Demon, the purple-robed middle-aged man should be the Zhang family's patriarch Zhang Yun, and the purple-robed old man should be the Zhang family's old patriarch Zhang Kun. Li Fuchen nodded and asked, Tang City has 3 great clans, the Su family as the City Lord clan, why not? Luo Yan frowned and said, the Su family is high up and basically does not care about the struggle between the two families, because no matter who wins or loses, it is a good thing for the Su family. That's true. As the City Lord clan, no one dared to touch the Su clan. But if the Zhang clan and the Luo clan were to fight, one clan would definitely suffer heavy losses or even fall. At that time, no matter which clan won, it was impossible to not give any benefits to the Su clan. After all, the City Lord clan had the backing of the Nanlin Marquis Mansion and even the Violet Flower Kingdom. If you offend the City Lord clan, you would not be able to stay in Hot Spring City. I'll exchange a few blows with them later. You take the opportunity to enter the formation. Li Fuchen said. What, you want to fight them head-on? Luo Yan's eyes widened. She hoped that Li Fuchen would use his status as the Dean's in-room cadet to intimidate the Black Mountain Old Devil. She didn't want him to risk his life. The Black Mountain Old Devil was extremely powerful. His grandfather was also at the 5th level of reincarnation realm and had cultivated an Earth-class low-tier sword art. However, he was severely injured by the Black Mountain Old Devil in a single move and nearly perished. With Li Fuchen's strength, how was he going to fight? Just trust me. Li Fuchen didn't know if the Dean's in-room cadet could intimidate the Black Mountain Old Devil. Therefore, before that, he was going to fight with his strength first. With so many trump cards, to be honest, he wasn't afraid of the Black Mountain Old Devil. Then you better be careful. Seeing how confident Li Fuchen was, Luo Yan gritted her teeth. Giddy up. Li Fuchen rode the unicorn wildebeest and galloped towards the Luo clan, while Luo Yan followed closely behind. Who is it? Be it the Black Mountain Old Devil trio or the Luo clan's members, they couldn't help but look over. It is Yen-er and young Hiroli. Luo Zhan was shocked while the elder beside Luo Zhan had a change in expression. Not good. Why is this young hero Li so reckless? Why didn't he bring more people over? Luo Zhan sent someone to inform Luo Yan because he hoped that Luo Yan would find a way to invite some inner institute cadets over. No matter how strong Li Fuchen was, he would only be able to contest against second or third level reincarnation realm martial artists. How could he contest against the Black Mountain Old Devil? In the blink of an eye, Li Fuchen and Luo Yan were already near the Luo clan, courting death. The Black Mountain Old Devil rolled his eyes and executed a palm strike at Li Fuchen and Luo Yan. Before the palm force arrived, the boundless and terrifying palm pressure had arrived first. For a moment, the ground had ruptured and the trees had been shattered. A regular low-level reincarnation realm martial artist wouldn't even be able to withstand the Black Mountain Old Devil's palm pressure. 8 suns soaring. When facing the Black Mountain Old Devil's palm strike, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and activated his blazing flame power. He then executed both palm strikes. This palm strike was actually the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. With the blazing flame bone frame, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the Ardent Sun Divine Palm was much faster. In just over a month, he had comprehended the Ardent Sun Divine Palm to the completion rank. Only at the completion rank would he be able to execute the finishing move, 8 suns soaring. In the next moment, 8 lumps of dazzling light burst out and clashed with the Black Mountain Old Devil's palm force. Rumble! There was a loud sound as Li Fuchen was sent flying back onto the unicorn wildebeest. The Black Mountain Old Devil's body merely shook a little. The Black Mountain Old Devil revealed a surprised expression. He might have executed that palm strike casually, but it contained 20% to 30% of his strength. Li Fuchen was actually able to block it easily. This child's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. Receive another fist from me. The Black Mountain Old Devil surged his evil Dao Qi and executed a fist at Li Fuchen. Woo woo woo. The violent fist force was like a giant beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it smashed at Li Fuchen. The Black Mountain Old Devil had already used 80% of his strength for this fist. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen soared into the sky again and drew a scarlet sword that was as red as blood. Go! With a swing of the sword, hundreds of sword lights burst out. Bang bang! The Black Mountain Old Devil's fist force might be powerful, but it was still dispersed by the hundreds of sword lights. Of course, Li Fuchen had already used his full strength for this sword move. The sword was the Earth-class low-tier Scarlet Blood sword that he purchased with 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Its power was much stronger than the unsealed Joint Heaven sword. The sword art was the Green Sun sword intent that was close to the Earth-class high-tier sword art. The cultivation technique was the 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique. Li Fuchen had even activated the core blazing flame power. With his current strength, he could severely injure a regular 5th-level reincarnation realm martial artist or even kill them. However, the Black Mountain Old Devil's strength wasn't ordinary. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Black Mountain Old Devil's strength was almost at the 7th level of reincarnation realm or even stronger. After all, the so-called ordinary shedding body realm martial artist did not cultivate Earth-level cultivation technique, did not cultivate Earth-level martial art shedding body realm martial artist. If the Black Mountain Old Devil had an Earth-class cultivation technique or martial art, it wouldn't be a big deal to surpass 2 levels. If he had both, it wouldn't just be 2 levels, it would be easy to surpass 3 or 4 levels. The East Unicorn continent had plenty of reincarnation realm martial artists, and there were plenty of high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists. Why was the Evil King able to dominate the East Unicorn continent and become the #1 expert of the continent? It was because he didn't just possess an Earth-class cultivation technique, he also possessed an Earth-class martial art. Even the elite experts of the 100 Sects Alliance were suppressed by him. He alone was enough to awe the entire East Unicorn continent, and no one was a match for him. This is simply preposterous. The Black Mountain Old Devil couldn't maintain his composure after his 80% strength fist was blocked by Li Fuchen. He roared out and circulated the Devil Wind Divine Technique to the limit. The Devil Wind Divine Technique was an Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao cultivation technique that he obtained 10 years ago. During these 10 years, he had already cultivated the Devil Wind Divine Technique to the highest rank of the 24th rank. The Devil Wind intent burst out as the Black Mountain Old Devil blasted a fist at Li Fuchen with full strength. When this fist was executed, there was a mournful evil wind that blew in the sky. A majestic and vast pitch-black fist force blasted over. The fist force revolved like a millstone that could crush and destroy everything. If Li Fuchen only had this bit of strength on the surface, he would have been turned into a blood mist by this fist. It seems like I have to expose my trump card. The Black Mountain Old Devil obviously cultivated an Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao cultivation technique, and it was at the highest rank. As such, his cultivation technique advantage was all gone. After all, the 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was equivalent to the highest rank of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Li Fuchen had plenty of trump cards. He had the 6-star Bronze Sword Essence, the 9-Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique pattern, and the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial pattern. However, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to use the 6-star Bronze Sword Essence. 6-star secret techniques weren't something that everyone, not even Battle Spirit Realm masters, possessed. Once it was exposed, who knew what would happen? Furthermore, the Bronze Sword Essence wasn't an ordinary 6-star secret technique. It could be stacked with other secret techniques to burst out with stronger power. To a certain extent, it wasn't wrong to say that it was a 7-star secret technique. On the back, the 9-Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique pattern lit up. Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Chi had been transmuted into the even more powerful 9-Revolution Purple Chi. Li Fuchen guessed that the 9-Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique was at least an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. It might even be an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique. The Ardent Sun Chi was already extremely powerful. After transmuting into the 9-Revolution Purple Chi, Li Fuchen felt that the void was shaking. A boundless and pure wave rippled out from Li Fuchen's body. The void was dyed purple, and the deeper it was, the deeper it was. It seems like the Ardent Sun Divine Palm is enough. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with purple divine radiance as he executed a palm strike. In the blink of an eye, 8 bundles of glaring purple radiance burst out and clashed with the Millstone Fist Force. Bang bang bang. The Millstone Fist Force was extremely terrifying, but Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm was even more fearsome. When the two clashed, the Millstone Fist Force instantly crumbled, while Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm only crumbled by half. There were 2 bundles of purple radiance that blasted at the Black Mountain Old Devil. How is this possible? The Black Mountain Old Devil was in disbelief. When his fist penetrated the purple radiance, he couldn't help but take over a dozen steps back. Every step would cause the ground to crack and explode. Receive a sword move from me too. After repelling the Black Mountain Old Devil with a single palm strike, Li Fuchen's confidence was greatly boosted. He brandished the Scarlet Blood Sword and shot out hundreds of purple sword lights. Ah! The Black Mountain Old Devil roared out and brandished his fist to blast at the void in a frenzy, shattering the sword lights. But there were too many sword lights, and they were too concentrated. The Black Mountain Old Devil was forced to retreat. PFFF. A sword light skimmed across the Black Mountain Old Devil's shoulder and instantly lost a piece of flesh. The Black Mountain Old Devil isn't a match? Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan were stunned. So were the members of the Luo clan. Luo Yen, who was riding on the unicorn wildebeest, was even more shocked. That was one of the great demons of the Black Mountain, the Black Mountain Old Devil. His strength was comparable to a 7th-level reincarnation realm martial artist, but he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen? Chapter 405. Father, even old demon Black Mountain isn't a match for him. What should we do? The Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Yun, couldn't make up his mind, so he asked the purple-clothed old man, Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan said with a gloomy expression, "The Black Mountain Old Demon is one of the Black Mountain Great Demon Lords, so he definitely has more tricks up his sleeves. Let's continue watching." This time, the Zhang clan and the Luo clan had completely fallen out. If the Black Mountain Old Demon was defeated, the Zhang clan would no longer have a place to stay in Tang City. It was unknown whether the two of them could leave this place alive. Under Li Fuchen's sword light, the Black Mountain Old Devil couldn't resist at all. His body was covered with sword wounds, and each sword wound contained intense scorching power and explosive power. If it was a regular 7th level reincarnation realm expert, he would have perished from severe injuries. But Old Demon Black Mountain still managed to hold on. Clearly, the Black Mountain Old Demon still had a trump card. Restore. Black Mountain Old Demon roared. The sword wounds on his body quickly healed, and the charred areas also faded. It was as though he had never been injured. How is this possible? In the defensive formation, Luo Zhan was dumbfounded. It wasn't that the 7-color continent didn't have methods to instantly recover from injuries, but logically speaking, the Black Mountain Old Demon shouldn't be able to reach such a level. For example, if the Black Mountain Old Devil possessed the Greenwood bone frame and could activate the Greenwood power, he would be able to use the Greenwood power to heal his injuries. If the Black Mountain Old Devil cultivated an incredible healing technique, he would be able to do the same. But according to what Luo Zhan knew, the Black Mountain Old Devil didn't possess the Greenwood bone frame and didn't possess an incredible recuperation technique. It's a secret healing technique? Li Fuchen immediately thought of the secret technique. Back then, Li Fuchen had also obtained a 3-star secret technique, Life Spring Technique. But the Life Spring Technique required vitality, therefore, Li Fuchen didn't use it. It was fortunate that he didn't have any opportunities to use it. The effect of the Black Mountain Old Demon's secret technique seemed to be much better than the Life Spring Technique. It was at least a 4-star secret technique, with the highest possibility of it being a 5-star secret technique. Even if you injure me dozens of times, you won't be able to kill me. The Black Mountain Old Demon laughed. The secret healing technique he used was indeed a 5-star secret healing technique, and it was called the Blood Essence Scripture. Every time he executed the Blood Essence True Record, he would need to consume a certain amount of his chi and blood. But as a 5th-level reincarnation realm martial artist, his chi and blood were vigorous. Furthermore, in order to have the capital to execute the Blood Essence True Record, he had specially cultivated a Mystic Class Peak Tier Body Refinement technique. It made his chi and blood even more vigorous. Without considering the decline of his chi and blood, he could execute the Blood Essence True Record dozens of times. Dozens of times? I just don't know if you'll be able to use it more than 10 times if you're injured. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with radiance as he executed the Green Sun Extinction. Boom! A beam of light shot out. It was so fast that Old Demon Black Mountain couldn't even react. The flesh on the Black Mountain Old Demon's body melted at a visible rate. This was the annihilation effect of the sword lights being too dense. The Black Mountain Old Demon roared. Li Fuchen's move was too powerful. That light pillar contained an unbelievable amount of sword lights. When the light pillar disappeared, Black Mountain Old Demon's entire body had become thinner. His entire body was charred black like charcoal. Blood Essence True Release. The charred parts fell off and the flesh grew back. The Black Mountain Old Demon's body recovered again, but he had an extremely gloomy expression. This time, executing the Blood Essence True Release consumed several times more chi power than before. If he executed a few more sword moves, even if he didn't die, his chi power would be exhausted. You forced me to do this. The Black Mountain Old Demon took out a fist-sized metal sphere from his storage bag. He poured in chi and shot it at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen furrowed his brows. he could feel an astonishing power from the steel ball. Once this power burst out, it was enough to blast a group of reincarnation realm experts to death. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed that Luo Yen and the two unicorn wildebeests had already entered the Luo clan's defense array. Go! Without any worries, Li Fuchen used a single sword move to explode the metal sphere. Boom! A dazzling sphere of light was produced, and there was a halo on the periphery of the sphere. The halo was indestructible and swept in all directions. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to withstand it and was sent flying. When Li Fuchen was sent flying, the sphere of light expanded rapidly and instantly caught up to Li Fuchen. This is the meteorite bomb. Even high-level reincarnation realm experts can be killed with ease. This child is definitely going to die. Zhang Yun recognized the origin of the metal sphere and couldn't help revealing a smile. The meteorite bomb was an extremely powerful firearm, and a single one was worth over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Yun didn't expect the Black Mountain Old Demon to actually possess one. This child is naturally going to die, but the low-grade spirit stones that we promised the Black Mountain Old Demon will probably be doubled. Zhang Kuan shook his head. In response, Zhang Yun's expression didn't look too good. The reward that they promised the Black Mountain Old Demon was extremely shocking. If it was doubled, even the entire Luo clan's inventory wouldn't be enough. The meteorite bomb's power was too powerful. The Luo clan's members had pale expressions and Luo Yen nearly fainted. She was the one who invited Li Fuchen to help. If Li Fuchen died, she would never be able to forgive herself. Is he dead? The light sphere gradually vanished. The Black Mountain Old Demon's eyes and awareness scanned ahead to search for traces of Li Fuchen. He spent 15,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase this meteorite bomb, and it was his greatest trump card. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones were enough to purchase 2 Earth-class low-tier artifact armors. However, he didn't have a single Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. It wasn't because he couldn't afford it, but there were too many places that required low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, his thinking was different from others. He felt that he should increase his strength first. Otherwise, even if he had an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor, he would only be able to delay his death if he encountered an existence that he couldn't defeat. Furthermore, he was very confident in the 5-star secret technique, Blood Essence Release. He believed that he would be able to use this secret technique to resist for a moment and escape. If it wasn't for the great reward, he wouldn't waste a meteorite bomb. PFFF. The remnant flames were split open and Li Fuchen appeared. As compared to before, Li Fuchen didn't have any injuries. Impossible! How can you survive in the face of the meteorite bomb? The Black Mountain Old Demon nearly vomited blood and roared. Why is it impossible? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. With the Earth-class mid-tier silver scale armor, his defense was much stronger than what the Black Mountain Old Demon had imagined. Furthermore, the meteorite bomb didn't explode in front of him. If it had exploded in front of him, he might have suffered some injuries. Of course, it was just an estimation. It was still unknown if he could get injured. After all, Earth-class mid-tier artifacts were too rare. Even the most ordinary ones would cost tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, and the prerequisite was to be able to purchase it. When Li Fuchen first arrived at the 7-color continent, he wasn't able to use his qi, therefore, he wasn't able to utilize the silver scale armor's defense. Now that he had the 9 revolution qi, Li Fuchen was able to utilize more than half of the silver scale armor's defense. It wasn't that difficult to block the meteorite bomb. He isn't dead? Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan were flabbergasted and their hearts were filled with intense fear. That is great. Everyone from the Luo clan let out a breath of relief. Flee! Without any other thoughts, the Black Mountain Old Demon retreated and fled frantically. He had even used the meteorite bomb and didn't have any trump cards that could threaten Li Fuchen. He would only be sending himself to death if he stayed. Can you escape? Li Fuchen had cold eyes. Originally, Li Fuchen didn't plan to use the clear sky sword art martial pattern as he didn't want to expose too much power that didn't belong to him. If Li Fuchen knew that the Black Mountain Old Demon had the meteorite bomb, he wouldn't have held back and would have used a single sword move to eliminate the Black Mountain Old Demon. Clear Sky Sword Art. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the horrific 9 Revolution Purple Chi field and Clear Sky Sword Art field ignored the spatial distance and enveloped the Black Mountain Old Demon. In the next moment, a boundless sword light brushed past the Black Mountain Old Demon's body. PFFFTSS. The Black Mountain Old Demon's figure exploded into a blood mist, and there wasn't even a corpse left. The Black Mountain Old Demon died just like that? Luo Zhan and Patriarch Luo looked at each other with dismay. Li Fuchen's strength was too shocking. Li Fuchen was only at the peak level of Heaven Dipper realm. When he progressed to the Reincarnation realm, wouldn't he be able to kill Reincarnation realm experts like slaughtering chickens? Strange, why didn't Li Fuchen reveal these trump cards during the listed competition? Luo Yen was very curious. If Li Fuchen revealed these trump cards, he wouldn't have to fight a bitter battle with Di Jun. Even 10 Di Juns wouldn't be able to withstand a single sword from Li Fuchen. Perhaps this is his secret. Luo Yen thought to herself. Let's go. Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan were appalled and were preparing to leave. I will help till the end. The 2 of you shall die too. To deal with Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan, Li Fuchen didn't even need to use the Clear Sky Sword Art and the 9 Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique. A single swing of his sword would produce hundreds of sword lights. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan's bodies were penetrated and they had no chi presence. Li Fuchen reached out and sucked the Black Mountain Old Devil, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Kuan's storage bags over. In the storage bags of these 3 people, there should be some low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen might have just exchanged the concoction furnace for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones from Grandmaster Ever Youth, but if he wanted to return to the East Unicorn continent, he would need to consume at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. To him, the more low-grade spirit stones the better. Many thanks for young Hero Li's kindness. The Luo clan is willing to listen to young Hero Li's orders in the future. The Luo clan's defense array was removed. Luo Zhan and the others walked over. Luo Zhan and Patriarch Luo bowed and spoke with sincerity. Li Fuchen said, "There is no need to thank me. The 2 reincarnation realm experts of the Zhang clan are dead. I will take half of the Zhang clan's low-grade spirit stones." Li Fuchen was in great need of low-grade spirit stones, and he might not have many chances to obtain low-grade spirit stones in the future. It was better to get a little. Patriarch Luo quickly said, "All of the Zhang clan's spirit stones should belong to young Hero Li. In addition, my Luo clan is willing to take out a portion to compensate for young Hero Li's loss." The Zhang clan probably had plenty of low-grade spirit stones, but the most valuable was actually the spirit stone or vein that the Zhang clan controlled. It was a pity that the spirit stone or vein needed to be excavated slowly and couldn't be converted into cash at once. The Luo clan naturally couldn't take advantage of this and was planning to fork out a portion of low-grade spirit stones for Li Fuchen. Many thanks then. Since the Luo clan said so, Li Fuchen had no reason to reject the spirit stones. "Young Hero Li, please come in. My Luo clan still has treasures to offer," Patriarch Luo said with great hospitality. Treasures. Chapter 406. In the Luo clan's main hall, Patriarch Luo flipped his hand and 3 spirit stones with horrific spirit chi that looked like absolute gems appeared in his hand. "Young Hero Li, these 3 mid-grade spirit stones are produced from our Luo clan's spirit stone or vein. We have only excavated a total of 3 mid-grade spirit stones, and we hope that young Hero Li won't reject it." To be honest, Patriarch Luo was feeling the heartache. These were 3 mid-grade spirit stones and each of them was worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3 mid-grade spirit stones would be at least 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was enough to purchase 3 or 4 Earth-class low-tier artifact armors. His Luo clan's inventory was only slightly more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The reason why he took out 3 mid-grade spirit stones wasn't just to repay a favor, it was mainly to befriend Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was only over 20 years old, and already had such strength. How awe-inspiring would he be in another 10 years? Mid-grade spirit stones? This was the first time Li Fuchen saw a mid-grade spirit stone. As far as he knew, the amount of spiritual qi contained in a middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, but the purity of the spiritual qi of a middle-grade spirit stone was several times that of a low-grade spirit stone. Using it to cultivate could not be described as achieving twice the result with half the effort, but rather achieving several times the result with half the effort. But mid-grade spirit stones were too precious, and even battle spirit realm masters wouldn't bear to use mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Normally, they would only use mid-grade spirit stones when they were about to break through. Only primary sea realm monarchs had no choice but to use mid-grade spirit stones. For primary sea realm monarchs, low-grade spirit stones had too many impurities, and they would need to spend a lot of time to refine the impurities. It wasn't beneficial for cultivation. 3 mid-grade spirit stones together with the clear spirit fruit will definitely allow me to progress to the reincarnation realm. Furthermore, my foundation won't be unstable. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Using elixirs to break through might be able to save a lot of spirit stones. A reincarnation elixir would only cost 500 low-grade spirit stones, and a rebirth elixir would cost around 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. But if one used the reincarnation elixir to break through, there wouldn't be any room for improvement in the future. Using the rebirth elixir to break through might not seem to have any side effects, but it would restrict Li Fuchen's growth. Li Fuchen didn't wish to stay at the first level of reincarnation realm for a few years. Then Fuchen shall accept it. Li Fuchen accepted the mid-grade spirit stone. After losing Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan, the Zhang clan had lost their backbone. How could they fight against the Luo clan? Fortunately, the Luo family didn't kill them all. After taking all the spirit stones, they didn't touch the rest of the wealth. However, since then, the Zhang family suddenly fell from a first-rate family to a third-rate family. Not to mention finding trouble with the Luo family, it would be difficult for them to even protect themselves. The Zhang clan's spirit stones were much lesser than Li Fuchen imagined. They actually only had 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seemed like they had spent too many low-grade spirit stones to invite the reincarnation realm assassins and the Black Mountain Old Devil. On the other hand, the spirit stone mine controlled by the Zhang clan could only produce 1,000 low-grade spirit stones a year at most. Originally, the Luo clan wanted to compensate Li Fuchen with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, but Li Fuchen declined. The 3 mid-grade spirit stones gifted by the Luo clan were already of considerable value. If he were to ask for low-grade spirit stones, he would be insatiably greedy, and Li Fuchen didn't wish to become such a person. Luo clan, in an independent courtyard, Li Fuchen opened up Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan's storage bags. In the 2 storage bags, there were only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones and some sundries, nothing valuable. When Li Fuchen opened up the Black Mountain Old Devil storage bag, there were 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, these 5,000 low-grade spirit stones should be the deposit given by the Zhang clan to the Black Mountain Old Devil. It was a pity that the Black Mountain Old Devil wouldn't be able to receive the rest of the low-grade spirit stones. This trip is rather worth it. Excluding the 3 mid-grade spirit stones, I have already obtained over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Including my own, I have over 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. Even high-level reincarnation realm experts wouldn't have so many low-grade spirit stones. After all, reincarnation realm experts would consume low-grade spirit stones very quickly. If they had extra low-grade spirit stones, they would normally use them to purchase useful items like elixirs or weapons. Furthermore, reincarnation realm experts required a lot of low-grade spirit stones to cultivate. A regular first or second level reincarnation realm expert would require one low-grade spirit stone every 2 to 3 days. A year would require over 100 low-grade spirit stones. If a first or second level reincarnation realm expert cultivated an earth-class cultivation technique, they would require a few hundred low-grade spirit stones a year. It was already good enough to save up spirit stones, unless one had a fated encounter that allowed them to obtain a massive amount of low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen was only at the Heaven Dipper realm now. Once his cultivation reached the reincarnation realm, the consumption of low-grade spirit stones would increase drastically. Of course, Li Fuchen was rather lucky and basically had everything he needed. Even if he progressed to the reincarnation realm, he wouldn't need to consume any low-grade spirit stones for a short period of time. It is time to progress to the reincarnation realm. Originally, Li Fuchen wasn't confident that he could break through to the reincarnation realm within a year. But now that the 3-star bone frame had turned into the 4-star blazing flame bone frame, with the clear spirit fruit and 3 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen was 90% confident that he could break through successfully. Sitting in the center of the courtyard, Li Fuchen consumed the clear spirit fruit. He then held a mid-grade spirit stone and started to circulate the Ardent Sun Divine technique. The breakthrough from the Heaven Dipper realm to the reincarnation realm was a huge obstacle. Once the breakthrough was successful, the lifespan would be 250 years old. The clear spirit fruit was indeed worthy of its name. As the clear spirit fruit was refined, Li Fuchen felt a refreshing qi rising. For a moment, his connection with heaven and earth qi was 10 times tighter, and he could subtly sense traces of the circulation of all living things in heaven and earth. 3 days passed by in a flash. The Luo clan had already regained its peace. On this day, a boundless and blazing qi presence rushed into the sky. The Luo clan's defense array was involuntarily activated. It was like a transparent inverted bowl that enveloped the Luo clan. Young Hero Li has broken through. Luo Zhan was shocked before he revealed a delighted expression. Patriarch Luo laughed and said, with 3 mid-grade spirit stones and young Hero Li's innate talent, he will naturally progress to the reincarnation realm. The reason why he gifted the 3 mid-grade spirit stones was because he had the intention to lend Li Fuchen a hand. In the independent courtyard, Li Fuchen's body was floating in midair. His body was emitting a qi wave that was as vast as the blazing sun. The qi wave was too intense and it was more than 2 times stronger than before. Li Fuchen was confident that he could kill the Black Mountain Old Devil in a single sword without exposing his trump card. Furthermore, vitality? As Li Fuchen's cultivation progressed to the reincarnation realm, he was able to utilize more awareness. Using his awareness, he realized that his vitality had doubled and it felt as though he had been reborn. Boom! Right at this moment, the silver-white qi power that the Vice Dean sent in had instantly vanished due to the drastic change in the qi blood environment. After losing the restriction of the silver-white qi power, Li Fuchen's qi blood power and dragon elephant power were instantly activated. There was a trumpet sound and a giant elephant shadow appeared out of nowhere. Within a radius of 100 meters, everything seemed to have frozen and couldn't move. Even the dust was stopped in the air. The giant elephant spirit was even stronger than Li Fuchen's qi presence. Of course, in terms of strength, his body refinement strength wasn't comparable to his qi cultivation strength. After all, the metal bone fist was too inferior and was only a mystic class high-tier body refinement fist art. Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm and Green Sun Sword Intent were both Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. Apart from that, the Blazing Flame Bone Frame was also able to enhance Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength. With my current strength, even if I return to the East Unicorn continent, I will at least have some strength to protect myself. With the combination of qi cultivation and body refinement strength, Li Fuchen didn't know what level his strength had reached. But he was just thinking about it. The evil king and the others were too powerful. If he returned now, it would be courting death. He would only be able to return when his cultivation reached the 3rd or 4th level of reincarnation realm. Congratulations to young hero Li for progressing to the reincarnation realm. It is worthy of celebration. Patriarch Luo, Luo Zhan, and the others all came over to congratulate. Li Fuchen said, I still have to thank Patriarch for the mid-grade spirit stones. In the future, if the Luo clan is in any danger, as long as it isn't beyond my capabilities, I will definitely assist. Many thanks, young hero Li. Patriarch Luo and Luo Zhan were beaming with smiles. They were waiting for this statement from Li Fuchen. Furthermore, they had already found out from Luo Yen that Li Fuchen didn't just have astounding strength. He was also the South Forest Martial Institution's Dean's in-room cadet. His status was noble and wasn't inferior to the young masters and young ladies from the Marquis residence. This was a thick thigh, and if they didn't hug it, the Luo clan's ancestor would be angered to death. Su clan's patriarch, Su Hao has arrived. There was a voice that echoed, and the Luo clan instantly quietened down. The Su clan was like a sharp sword that was hanging above the Luo clan's head, and it was unknown when it would descend. As the City Lord's clan, the Su clan had been established in the rushing current city for over a century. No matter how the first-rate clans fought in the rushing current city, the Su clan wouldn't bother. But after the matter, the Su clan must be given sufficient benefits. The Luo clan originally planned to discuss the benefits to the Su clan in a few days, but they didn't expect for the Su clan's patriarch, Su Hao, to arrive so quickly. Su Hao was around 50 years old, and his cultivation was actually at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, his qi presence wasn't inferior to the Black Mountain Old Devil. The upper echelons of the rushing current city knew that Su Hao didn't just cultivate an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. He also cultivated an Earth-class low-tier martial art. It also meant to say that Su Hao's strength was much stronger than the Black Mountain Old Devil. As for how much stronger, no one knew. Patriarch Su has arrived. Apologies for not going out to welcome you. Luo Zhan quickly came forward to welcome. Su Hao put on a fake smile and said, Nobody Su shall congratulate the Luo clan first. After eliminating the Zhang clan, the Luo clan should have a great harvest, right? Not at all, not at all. Luo Zhan smiled apologetically. Su Hao spoke seriously. My Su clan doesn't care about the fight between your Luo clan and the Zhang clan. The objective of my visit is to hope that the Luo clan can give up on the newly discovered spirit stone or vein and hand it over to my Su clan to excavate. Of course, my Su clan is willing to give the Luo clan 10% of the excavated spirit stones. There were good and bad subpar grade spirit stone or veins. The subpar grade spirit stone or vein that the Luo clan discovered was undoubtedly an outstanding subpar grade spirit stone or vein. Su Hao obtained information that the Luo clan had excavated a few mid-grade spirit stones from this spirit stone or vein. Even if a regular subpar grade spirit stone or vein was completely excavated, there might not be a few mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 407. Luo Zhan's expression changed when he heard this. The Su clan really had a big appetite. They actually had their eyes on the newly discovered spirit stone vein. Not to mention that this spirit stone vein could mine 1 to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones a year. Just the fact that it could mine middle-grade spirit stones was something that the Luo family could not give up. Patriarch Su, the Luo family is willing to give up the Zhang family's spiritual stone mine. In addition, the Luo family is willing to give up another 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to the Su family. As for the newly discovered spiritual stone mine, the Luo family hopes to mine it ourselves. In order to protect his family's spiritual stone mine, Luo Zhan had no choice but to spend a lot of money. He thought that he had given enough benefits this time. After all, the Su family did not do anything, but they got a spirit stone mine and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Why? Your Luo family wants to go against my Su family? Su Hao squinted his eyes. If it was in the past, this condition would have been quite generous. But now, the Su family had to obtain the newly discovered spirit stone vein. Patriarch Su, my Luo clan naturally doesn't dare to go against the Su clan, but Luo Zhan still wanted to say something. There are no buts. Is your Luo clan planning to defy the Su clan? Su Hao was overbearing. So what if I defy the Su clan? Li Fuchen walked out with Luo clan's patriarch and Luo Yen by his side. You are the one who killed the Black Mountain old demon? Do you know who you are talking to? Su Hao stared at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was too young, so young that Su Hao didn't have any confidence. After all, he was so young and powerful. It was impossible for him to not have any background. However, when he thought about how the Su family was the City Lord family, and no matter what, the City Lord family was still an official family, even if the other party had a deep background, the Su family did not need to fear them. Just a mere City Lord's family, where does their confidence come from? Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen was the dean's in-room cadet, even if he wasn't, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid of the Su clan or Su Hao. This world was ultimately a world where the strong preyed on the weak. As long as he didn't kill Su Hao and didn't eradicate the Su clan, the Violet Flower Kingdom wouldn't do anything to him. After all, there were too many City Lord clans. If each of the City Lord clans used the Violet Flower Kingdom's name to be unbridled, then the Violet Flower Kingdom would already be in an endless turmoil. As the City Lord clan, the Su family is only equivalent to the sky of Tang City and can't control Li Fuchen. Impudent! Su Hao was infuriated. His qi prowess burst out with astonishing field power and technique intent to suppress Li Fuchen. The impudent one is you. Li Fuchen circulated the dragon elephant power in his body, and the giant elephant's spirit rushed into the sky. It instantly pushed back Su Hao's qi presence. The giant elephant trumpeted, and Su Hao's qi blood was boiling. What a powerful spirit! Patriarch Luo was shocked as he didn't expect Li Fuchen's qi spirit to be so powerful. In the face of this horrific qi spirit, he felt that it was hard for him to move. This is the true face of Li Fuchen. Luo Yen can clearly know that Li Fuchen is not only strong in true spirit strength, but also strong in body refinement, and at the beginning, the other party is mainly body refinement. This wasn't the end yet. After bursting out with the giant elephant spirit, Su Hao circulated the ardent sun divine technique and surged with blazing flame power. A qi presence that was inferior to the giant elephant spirit but couldn't be ignored burst out. It stacked with the giant elephant spirit and pressed down on Su Hao's body. Su Hao was already somewhat unable to withstand the giant elephant spirit. Now that there was an additional aura, his face couldn't help but turn pale. His body seemed to have become several times heavier. Dual cultivation of qi and blood. Su Hao was appalled. Dual cultivation of qi and blood, and both had reached the reincarnation realm. Su Hao had never seen such a heavenly prodigy and had only heard of it. I cannot compete with him in qi presence. I have already cultivated the Earth-class low-tier martial art, Golden Cloud Palm to the trance stage. My strength is one level higher than the Black Mountain Old Devil. I don't believe I can't deal with him. Su Hao's mind flashed with thoughts. His right hand was radiating with golden radiance like a golden cloud as he suddenly slammed at Li Fuchen. With the support of the Golden Cloud field power and the Golden Cloud Palm intent, Su Hao finally broke through Li Fuchen's qi spirit and qi presence suppression. His body felt much more comfortable. Ardent Sun Divine Palm. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. His right hand turned into a small sun and clashed with Su Hao. Not good. The Luo clan patriarch quickly controlled the array power to envelop Li Fuchen and Su Hao. The Luo clan's clan protection array was set up by a Class 5 array master after the Luo clan paid a huge price. This array didn't just defend against external enemies, it could also suppress internal enemies. During normal times, it only required heaven and earth chi. If there was a powerful enemy attacking, spirit stones could be used to increase the array's strength. The Black Mountain Old Devil had attacked for several days but was still unable to break the array. It was because the Luo clan didn't hesitate to expend spirit stones to increase the array's strength. Boom! There was a burst of radiance and Su Hao was sent flying. Under the control of the Luo clan patriarch, Su Hao passed through the array and landed outside the Luo clan. Li Fuchen's body shook a little but his expression remained normal. This was the benefit of dual cultivation of the physique. It was able to easily neutralize powerful repulsive forces. Otherwise, in terms of palm force, Li Fuchen would only be around the same level as Su Hao. After all, Su Hao was one level stronger than the Black Mountain Old Devil and was at least equivalent to a regular 8th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Li Fuchen's chi cultivation and body refinement strength were stacked together and his palm force was only at the 8th level of reincarnation realm. Swish! Li Fuchen's body shook as he passed through the array and landed outside the Luo clan. Forcefully suppressing his boiling chi blood, Su Hao had an extremely gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's palm force wasn't stronger than him, but Li Fuchen was a body refinement martial artist and could easily resist the repulsive forces. If Su Hao wasn't wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves, he would have suffered minor injuries from that palm strike earlier. Su Hao was wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves. Li Fuchen was naturally wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves too. Li Fuchen's gloves came from the Black Mountain Old Devil, otherwise, as a swordsman, he wouldn't be willing to spend 1,000 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a pair of gloves. Patriarch Su, your Su clan might be the City Lord's clan, but you can only manage the Rising Current City, and not me. Furthermore, my mentor is the South Forest Martial Institution's dean. Do you think there is a need to continue fighting? While speaking, Li Fuchen drew his scarlet blood sword. In terms of palm force, he was at the regular 8th level of reincarnation realm, but in terms of sword art, he was at the regular 9th level of reincarnation realm. With his current strength, even if he returned to the East Unicorn continent, he would be considered a first-rate expert. Of course, if he wasn't at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent, he wouldn't consider returning. Su Hao was only at the 4th level of reincarnation realm, while the Evil King was at the peak level of reincarnation realm. Su Hao had an Earth-class cultivation technique and martial art. The Evil King also had an Earth-class cultivation technique and martial art. Furthermore, no one knew the Evil King's trump cards as no one was able to force the Evil King to reveal his trump cards. Apart from the Evil King, the Demonic 10 Regions Master, the Class 5 demons of the Demonic 10 Regions, the Supreme Grand Elders of the top 10 elite sects, the Evil King's left and right hands, the Blood Ancestor and the Extreme Een Ancestor, were all stronger than Li Fuchen. As for the 9 Revolution Divine Technique pattern and the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial pattern, they were external forces after all. Li Fuchen reckoned that after activating them a few more times, these external forces would vanish and couldn't be used as trump cards. So you are the in-room cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution's dean. Su Hao's expression changed a few times before he finally revealed a smile. Be it Li Fuchen's strength or background, they were all beyond Su Hao's expectations. He had to admit defeat and he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Where did the Luo clan find such a powerful backer? Chapter 408. The Vajra elixir cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and the body-forging golden elixir cost 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. If it was some other reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, how could they afford such cost? After all, being a body refinement martial artist would already use up a lot of resources. Every trace of chi power in their body were mostly accumulated with wealth. On the seven-color continent, body refinement martial artists were definitely the poorest among everyone. Of course, even those body refinement martial artists who had strong backgrounds weren't excluded too. Give me 1 Vajra elixir and 1 body forging golden elixir. Li Fuchen 12 Li Fuchen main protagonist reckoned that 2 Earth-class mid-tier elixirs should be able to split his 3,000 strands of dragon elephant power into 6,000 strands. With 6,000 strands of dragon elephant power, he would be able to push his body refinement level to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. After paying 2,200 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen left the Ever Youth Pavilion and checked into a superior inn. The Vajra elixir was like an elixir that was forged with the Vajra. It was extremely tough and had a dazzling golden light. If the body refinement martial artist wasn't at the reincarnation realm, it would be difficult to refine the Vajra elixir. Once the Vajra elixir entered the body, Li Fuchen activated his chi power and the dragon elephant power to refine the Vajra elixir. Gradually, the outer layer of the Vajra elixir was dissolved, and there was a liquid that looked like molten iron. It was boiling with valiant body refinement energy. 3,500 strands, 4,000 strands, 4,800 strands. After spending 1 day, Li Fuchen had refined the Vajra elixir completely. At the same time, the dragon elephant power in his body had increased from 3,000 strands to 4,800 strands. Li Fuchen took out the body forging golden elixir and consumed it before continuing the refinement. The toughness of the body forging golden elixir was superior to the Vajra elixir. It was the same as swallowing a mystic class metal. 5,000 strands, 5,500 strands, 6,200 strands. The body-forging golden elixir had a much stronger effect than the Vajra elixir. But for the dragon elephant power, the speed of increase would be slower as it increased and would require even more resources. As such, the body-forging golden elixir was only able to increase Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power by 1,400 strands, making it look inferior to the Vajra elixir. But Li Fuchen could sense that every time a new strand of dragon elephant power was produced, the rest of the dragon elephant power would be enhanced. The enhancement might be faint, but it was better than nothing. When at the later ranks, a single strand of dragon elephant power might have the power of 2 strands of dragon elephant power in the past. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and his pupils had turned pale golden, making it rather intimidating. After some time, the pale golden color had gradually receded. After using his awareness to scan his body, Li Fuchen thought to himself, "My dragon elephant power has doubled, but there are more elixir impurities too." All elixirs contained impurities, and when accumulated in the body, it would affect the cultivation. To deal with the impurities in the body, Li Fuchen had 2 choices. He could use the dragon elephant power to slowly refine the impurities. The second method would be to consume a special elixir that could cleanse the impurities. The former method was slow, but it was superior at stabilizing the foundation. The latter method was fast, but special elixirs had impurities too. Although lesser, it was still significant after the long term. There isn't a need to hurry for now. I do not have to waste the low-grade spirit stones to purchase the special elixirs. After some considerations, Li Fuchen decided to do things steadily and surely. Of course, most importantly, special elixirs for cleansing impurities weren't cheap. With his current body refinement level, Mystic Class Peak Tier special elixirs weren't effective. A single Earth Class Low Tier special elixir would cost a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, and Li Fuchen wasn't qualified to be so extravagant. After returning to the South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. Next, his target was to cultivate the Green Sun Sword Intent and the Ardent Sun Divine Palm to the perfection stage. Time elapsed quickly, and 1 week later, Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm had reached the perfection stage. 1 month later, the Green Sun Sword Intent had also reached the perfection stage. The Ardent Sun Divine Palm had strength that was slightly superior to Earth-class low-tier martial arts at the trance stage. The Green Sun Sword intense power was far beyond the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. A single sword slash would produce thousands of sword lights, and it was extremely formidable. Junior Fuchin, you have came out just in time. Senior Xiao is asking for you to visit him. On this day, just as Li Fuchin exited the courtyard, an inner institute cadet walked over and spoke loudly. Xiao Kong? Li Fuchin's expression turned cold, not free. Junior Fuchin, you better accept it or things will only get worse. No one is able to refuse Senior Xiao's kind intentions. This inner institute cadet was threatening Li Fuchin. Get lost. Li Fuchin chided. It was already good enough that Li Fuchin didn't provoke anyone. But if someone provoked him, he didn't care who that person was, he wouldn't give face. Presumptuous. I, Fong Tao, shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Xiao. Fong Tao might only be at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, but he was the same as Xiao Kong and had dual cultivations of the qi and body. His strength was far stronger than normal 3rd level reincarnation realm inner institute cadets. Soaring into the sky, Fong Tao drew his saber and slashed down at Li Fuchin. This saber wasn't just an incredible saber move, it was imbued with qi power, making the saber fast and more ferocious. You are inviting trouble to yourself. Li Fuchin blasted out with a fist and the black fierce tiger spirit emerged. Fong Tao arrived quickly and left quickly too. He was sent flying by a single fist and had several broken bones as he was paralyzed on the ground. Such strength! There were inner institute cadets that rushed over after hearing the commotion. They realized that Li Fuchin was much stronger than before. This time, he didn't even use his qi cultivation strength. Junior Fuchin, I asked Junior Fong Tao to invite you with kind intentions. You aren't giving me face by injuring Junior Fong Tao? A figure swished and appeared on the spacious land. It was Xiao Kong. He looked at the paralyzed Fong Tao and berated Li Fuchin. Do I need to give you face? Li Fuchin asked in return. Xiao Kang's eyes flashed with cold light. Since you are acting like this, then don't blame me, Xiao Kong, for bullying the weak. Xiao Kong was at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. Apart from the cadets on the power rankings, he was rather famous. If he was to directly deal with a new cadet, people would gossip about him. But now that Li Fuchin had injured Fong Tao, he had the excuse to deal with Li Fuchin. If you want to fight, just do it. Why find excuses? Li Fuchin scoffed. You are courting death. Xiao Kang's weapon was a silver spear and it was 9 feet long and was as thick as a fist. Boom! Like a flash flood, Xiao Kong appeared in front of Li Fuchin instantly and thrust with his spear. With this thrust, 2 field powers pressed over 2. The thrust was accompanied by the heavy technique intent and the tyrannic spear intent. In addition, the silver spear was imbued with qi and qi power. Xiao Kong believed that this thrust would even make a 5th level reincarnation realm inner institute cadet take a step back. You are the one that is courting death. Li Fuchin didn't retreat nor gave way. When facing Xiao Kang's heavy and tyrannic spear thrust, he welcomed it with his fist. Xiao Kong was stunned at first, but he mocked afterwards. He actually used his fist to clash with me. Even if he is wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves, he will not be able to withstand the impact of long weapons. But at the next moment, Xiao Kang's eyes widened. Li Fuchin's fist was much tougher than he imagined. The fist had stopped the tip of his spear forcefully and had caused the pole to bend while emitting a sharp creaking sound. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit were extremely ferocious. They had burst open Xiao Kang's double field powers. The silver spear was an Earth-class low-tier weapon after all. After a split moment of bending, it instantly straightened and launched Xiao Kong backward. Too powerful. Senior Xiao is one of the strongest below the power rankings. He is actually repelled by Li Fuchin in a single fist. What level has Li Fuchin body refinement reached? The spectators were appalled, they had never seen such an aggressive new cadet. The commotion seems to be coming from Junior Fuchin. There was no lecture today, and just as in Shinmei 6 Mei young or little sister walked out of her courtyard, she heard a chi explosion from the distance, and Shinmei's body flickered as she rushed over to the direction of the chi explosion, in just a short moment, and Shinmei arrived at the scene. It is Senior Xiao and Junior Fuchin. And Shinmei was astounded. Swish! Lu Kuei had also rushed over. When he saw that Xiao Kong was confronting Li Fuchin, he mocked. Junior Fuchin is truly young and fearless. This time, he is going to suffer. He didn't believe that Li Fuchin was a match for Xiao Kong. Senior Lu Kuei, earlier on, Li Fuchin and Senior Xiao were evenly matched. One of the Inner Institute cadets commented. How is that possible? Lu Kuei raised his brows and didn't believe it. Perhaps Xiao Kong isn't serious yet. Lu Kuei thought silently. Well done, Li Fuchin, I have underestimated you. Xiao Kong composed himself and spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Kong, just bring out everything you have. Li Fuchin lowered his head to look at his fist and didn't see any signs of damage. Landslide split. Xiao Kong roared out and poured his extraordinary chi power into the silver spear, causing the spear's speed and power to increase by 1 level. Come on then. Li Fuchin raised his right fist and executed another punch. Creak, creak, creak. When the tip of the spear and the fist collided, there was a burst of sparks. Xiao Kang's silver spear bent again, and he got launched back again. Xiao Kong was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, just with his Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, that was at the highest rank, and also his Earth-class low-tier spear art. He could produce strength that was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. With the combination of his body refinement, he was able to burst out with regular 9th level Reincarnation Realm strength. However, Li Fuchin's body refinement had reached the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm, and with the combination of the Tiger Soul Fist at the perfection stage, he was also able to reach the strength of the regular 9th level Reincarnation Realm. They might have equivalent strength, but Li Fuchin could endure more damage. What? Xiao Kong was repelled. Lu Kuei was certain that Xiao Kong had already brought out 99% of his strength. Even if Xiao Kong didn't go all out, this was already close to his best. If Xiao Kong is repelled like this, didn't it mean that Li Fuchin's strength isn't inferior to Xiao Kong and he is stronger than me? Lu Kuei was shocked. No wonder he is the dean's in-room cadet. And Shinmei gasped deeply while her eyes flashed with a strange light. Xiao Kong, receive a fist from me too. Li Fuchin soared into the sky, with the giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit. He had suppressed the entire place. Fierce tiger descent. When his fist was executed, the fierce tiger spirit swelled up and enveloped Xiao Kong. PFFF, Xiao Kong took several steps back after vomiting a mouthful of blood. He had retreated to a nearby courtyard, and due to the defense array of the courtyard, he was finally able to stop. Li Fuchin's fist power didn't increase much. But with the suppression from the giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit, Xiao Kong was extremely uncomfortable and couldn't even utilize 80% of his full strength. He instantly fell into a disadvantage and suffered minor injuries. Chapter 409. In the end, the Su clan didn't get what they wanted and only obtained the Zhang clan's spirit stone or vein. The Luo clan might not have any gains, but the upper echelons didn't mind. That newly discovered spirit stone or vein was the Luo clan's foundation. Everything else wasn't important. As for Li Fuchin and Luo Yan, they didn't leave the Luo clan immediately. After progressing to the Reincarnation Realm, Li Fuchin planned to push the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank before returning to the South Forest Martial Institution. Of course, Li Fuchin only stayed at the Luo clan for 3 days. 3 days later, the Ardent Sun Divine Technique broke through to the 24th rank. After reaching the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm, apart from the increase in strength, Li Fuchin didn't have any obstructions in cultivating Earth-class cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were separated into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow classes. Each class corresponded to 2 realms. For example, Yellow class cultivation techniques corresponded to the Chi realm and Origin realm. Mystic class cultivation techniques corresponded to the Earth realm and Heaven realm. Earth class cultivation techniques corresponded to the Reincarnation realm and Battle Spirit realm. As for Heaven class cultivation techniques, they corresponded to the primary Sea realm and higher realms. Li Fuchen might have heaven-defying perception, but his cultivation realm wasn't high enough. With the same perception, one was at the Heaven Dipper realm while the other was at the Reincarnation realm. How could the latter comprehend Earth-class cultivation techniques be comparable to the former? Li Fuchen's cultivation broke through to the first level of Reincarnation realm, and the Ardent Sun Divine technique broke through to the 24th rank. Li Fuchen's Qi was like a tiger with wings. His current Qi intensity wasn't inferior to regular 4th-level Reincarnation realm martial artists. It also meant that Li Fuchen could contest with regular 4th-level Reincarnation realm martial artists with just his Qi burst strength. But Li Fuchen knew that regular Reincarnation realm martial artists were ultimately in the minority. The 7-color continent wasn't the East Unicorn continent, and there were countless Earth-class manuals here. As long as there was a fated opportunity, one might be able to obtain Earth-class cultivation technique manuals. The Black Mountain Old Devil was only a 4th-level Reincarnation realm Devil Lord and didn't have any powerful background, but he still cultivated the Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao cultivation technique, Devil Wind Divine technique. Most of the Shedding Body realm high-rank martial artists basically cultivated the Earth-level cultivation technique. After all, there were many Shedding Body realm martial artists in the 7-color continent who were only 4-star bone frames. Without the support of the Earth-level cultivation technique, it was difficult to cultivate to the Shedding Body realm high rank. Unlike the East Unicorn continent, who can cultivate to the Shedding Body realm, which is not a 5-star bone frame, many of them are 6-star bone frames, but the environment is too bad, there is no Earth-level cultivation technique, so they have been stuck at the Shedding Body realm level. As the Ardent Sun Divine technique broke through to the 24th rank, Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation foundation was already comparable with his body refinement foundation. They were both at the regular 4th level of Reincarnation realm. However, there were too many ways for the former to improve his strength. Palm techniques, sword techniques, flame root bones, flame power, and even the 9 revolutions purple Qi divine art lines and clear sky sword art martial mark could greatly improve his true Qi strength. In terms of body refinement, Li Fuchen only had a mystic level high-tier fist technique, Iron Bone Fist, which was quite shabby. After returning, I have to strengthen my body refinement and also search for a higher grade body refinement martial art. Li Fuchen might be the Dean's in-room cadet, but he was previously an Outer Institute cadet and it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Now that he was an Inner Institute cadet, it shouldn't be difficult for him to search for a Mystic Class Peak-tier body refinement martial art. Li Fuchen didn't know if the South Forest Martial Institution had Earth-class body refinement martial art. The Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapters was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, and it was innately superior to the Ardent Sun Divine technique. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't neglect the body refinement Dao, and it wouldn't be a big deal to focus on a little. With the Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest, Li Fuchen and Luo Yen rushed back to the South Forest Martial Institution in a few days. After finding out that Li Fuchen progressed to the Reincarnation realm, the South Forest Martial Institution's dean personally came over to meet Li Fuchen. He originally thought that Wang Heilong, who had the 6-star Darkness bone frame, should be the first to step into the Reincarnation realm. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be ahead of him, which made him value Li Fuchen even more. Originally, when Inner Institute cadets enter the Inner Institute, they can choose an Earth-class low-tier martial art. You are my in-room cadet and can choose an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. The white-robed dean said with a smile. Li Fuchen wasn't too interested in Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. With the green sun sword intent and the ardent sun divine palm, he didn't have much need for Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. Only Earth-class high-tier martial arts would pique his interest. Mentor, do you have any body refinement martial arts? Li Fuchen inquired. That's true. With the ardent sun divine palm and the green sun sword intent, it would be a waste for you to choose an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. The institution naturally has body refinement martial arts, but they are all in the inner institute. Follow me. The dean brought Li Fuchen to the tall tower at the center of the outer institute. This tall tower was called the South Forest Tower, and it was connected to the inner institute, which was also the location of the South Forest Martial Institution's hidden domain. The South Forest Tower was glowing, and after the duo entered, they arrived at a mystical spatial zone. The mystical spatial zone's heaven and earth chi was too concentrated, and it was much more concentrated than the East Unicorn Continent's 100 Herbs hidden domain. It was also much more concentrated than Grandmaster Ever-Youth's Everlasting Youth Garden. With a single breath, Li Fuchen could feel the surging chi entering his body and exiting through his pores. It was constantly cleansing Li Fuchen's physique. Cultivating in this place wasn't just as simple as getting twice the results with half the effort, even the physique would change. If Li Fuchen could stay here for 8 to 10 years, be it his body or spirit soul, they would be enhanced. This is the South Forest Hidden Domain? This was Li Fuchen's first time entering the South Forest Hidden Domain. It was said that this secret realm was discovered by the first dean of the South Forest Martial Institution. After that, he built the martial institution here and executed great divine abilities and great methods to transform the South Forest secret realm, making it the foundation of the South Forest Martial Institution. The South Forest Martial Institution's first dean was a half-step monarch. Half-step monarchs might not be as powerful as primary sea realm monarchs who could control heaven and earth power, but they were still able to borrow the heaven and earth power. In the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings, there were only a few half-step monarchs. These people were absolute experts in the master rankings. Even if the others developed incredible divine abilities, they would still be far from being a match for these half-step monarchs. After all, in the face of heaven and earth power, divine abilities and martial arts wouldn't be of much use. In the Inner Institute there was also a secret manual tower. The guardian of the secret manual tower was an Inner Institute elder. When he saw the dean arriving, he quickly stood up to welcome. Elder Gao, this child is called Li Fuchen and he is my in-room cadet. I have brought him here to choose an Earth-class low-tier body refinement art. The dean said. Body refinement arts were much rarer than chi cultivation art. In terms of value, Earth-class low-tier body refinement arts were around the same as Earth-class mid-tier martial art. Since Li Fuchen didn't choose an Earth-class mid-tier martial art, then he could naturally choose an Earth-class low-tier body refinement art. So he is the dean's cadet. Elder Gao nodded and sized up Li Fuchen carefully. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and said, Greetings to Elder Gao. Go in and choose. The dean waved his hand. In response, Li Fuchen headed to the second floor of the secret manual tower. After Li Fuchen left, Elder Gao said, Dean, this child is rather extraordinary. He doesn't just cultivate chi and body, he has also reached the reincarnation realm. Chapter 410. There were only 4 low-rank Earth-level body refining martial arts in the inner courtyard's secret manual tower. They were Iron Wall Golden Body, Tiger Soul Fist, War Dragon Leg, and Great Desolate Palm. The Iron Wall Golden Body was a defensive body-tempering martial art. Upon successfully cultivating it, one's defense and strength would be enhanced, allowing one to exert great might with every movement. The Tiger Soul Fist, the Battle Dragon Leg, and the Great Desolate Palm were body-refining martial arts with great destructive power. When the Tiger Soul Fist was cultivated to a high level, it could even activate the spirit of a ferocious tiger. When the War Dragon Leg was cultivated to a high level, it could also activate the War Dragon spirit. Li Fuchen already possessed the giant elephant spirit, and if he complemented it with the fierce tiger spirit and battle dragon spirit, the spirit would naturally be stronger. As for the desolate palm, it was a bit special. To practice this body-refining martial art, one needed to use the blood of demonic beasts. Every day, one needed to soak one's palm in the demonic beast's blood, so that it would be contaminated with the aura of the demonic beast. The higher the grade of the demonic beast's blood, the better the cultivation effect. When the great desolate palm was cultivated to a high level, one's palms would be like well-tempered steel. They would be indestructible, as if they had been modified. They would be extremely powerful and overbearing. But Li Fuchen didn't think highly of the great desolate palm. This was a body refinement art that was close to transforming the palm. There were plenty of drawbacks in the later stages. There was no need to do such a thing just to increase the power. Li Fuchen didn't want to cultivate the iron wall golden body either. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he felt that the iron wall golden body focused too much on defense and didn't have enough lethality. Strong defense was naturally a good thing, but there was no need to sacrifice lethality. After all, when martial artists dueled, it was mainly about killing power. Relying on the body to resist wasn't Li Fuchen's style. Of course, if Li Fuchen could choose 2 Earth-class low-tier body refinement arts, he wouldn't mind cultivating the Iron Wall Golden Body. In the end, Li Fuchen was only left with the Tiger Soul Fist and War Dragon Leg to choose from. Of the 2 body refinement arts, Li Fuchen chose the Tiger Soul Fist. After choosing the body refining martial art, Li Fuchen came to the secret book pagoda, first floor. He chose Tiger Soul Fist? Not bad. The dean nodded. Back then, he had also chosen the Tiger Soul Fist. Later on, he cultivated the Iron Wall Golden Body and the Battle Dragon Legs respectively. Walking out of the secret manual tower, the dean said to Li Fuchen, "You might be my in-room cadet, but in the inner institute, the strong rule. If you are bullied, I will not stand up for you." Fuchen understands. Li Fuchen nodded. Whether it was the South Forest Martial Institution or the other martial institutions, the style of the inner court was very valiant. As long as it was not too excessive, the upper echelons of the martial institutions would basically not care. It was said that Di Jun was taught a lesson the moment he entered the inner court. This is your courtyard key. In addition, you have been assigned to Class 9. Remember to report. After tossing a key to Li Fuchen, the dean flashed and left the inner institute. The inner courtyard was extremely vast, and one couldn't see the end of it at all. In the center of the inner courtyard was a group of magnificent and domineering buildings. The sky above the buildings was filled with colorful clouds. This was not a naturally formed cloud, but a phenomenon caused by a grade 6 Qi gathering array. Cultivating inside was much more effective than cultivating outside. The closer one got to the center of the building complex, the better the effect. Entering the building complex, Li Fuchen found his own courtyard. This courtyard was in the outer area of the building complex. Fortunately, it was not at the edge. As the dean's in-room student, the treatment he received was quite good. It should be known that most of the newly promoted inner courtyard students lived in the periphery of the inner courtyard, where the effects of cultivation were the worst. If one wanted to stay in the inner courtyard, they would have to rely on their strength. If another inner courtyard student fancied your courtyard, they would come and snatch it. Of course, if you were to hide in the courtyard, the inner courtyard student wouldn't be able to barge in. After all, every courtyard was enveloped by a defense array and could only be opened with a key. This is indeed the inner courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and felt the surging heaven and earth qi entering his body, making him feel comfortable. Someone is staying in this courtyard? In a nearby courtyard, someone lifted his head and saw that Li Fuchen's courtyard was glowing. Once the courtyard was glowing, it meant that the courtyard was occupied. Previously, this courtyard had always been empty and without a key, it was impossible to enter. To be able to stay in such a good courtyard after entering the inner courtyard. It seems like he is at least an in-room student of an inner courtyard elder. So what if he is an in-room student of an inner courtyard elder? In the inner courtyard, one relies on strength and not background. This courtyard is mine. Some of the inner courtyard students who didn't have a good courtyard for Li Fuchen had a flash of cold intent in their eyes. At the edge of the building complex, Di Jun lifted his head and looked at Li Fuchen's courtyard. That fellow is unlucky. Di Jun frowned and had a flash of schadenfreude on his face. He didn't know who the owner of this courtyard was, but to stay in such a good courtyard after entering, he would definitely become a thorn in the inner courtyard elder's eyes. Back when he was allocated a courtyard that was slightly further in, he was already taught a lesson and had his courtyard key snatched away. This newly allocated courtyard was much better than his courtyard back then. Li Fuchen didn't know that he had already become a thorn in the inner courtyard. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The inner courtyard was filled with hidden talents, and there would definitely be those that were stronger than him. But in the outer region, he felt that he didn't need to fear anyone. Let me cultivate the Tiger Soul Fist first. Li Fuchen opened up the Tiger Soul Fist's branded manual and began to study it seriously. The Tiger Soul Fist was indeed worthy of being an Earth-class low-tier body refinement art. It was several times superior to the Metal Bone Fist. So the Qi power can be used like this? Li Fuchen studied it with great thirst. Time elapsed slowly, and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had already stayed in the courtyard for a week. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, but the inner institute cadets that were eyeing him were rather anxious. There were plenty of inner institute cadets with comparable strength. If someone else snatched Li Fuchen's courtyard, it would be 10 times harder for them to snatch it again. After all, the inner institute only allowed one-on-one battles and didn't allow bullying with numbers. Otherwise, they would be ridiculed and wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the inner institute in the future. Tiger Soul Fist. In the center of the courtyard, Li Fuchen put down the Tiger Soul Fist's branded manual and blasted a fist into the air. Visible to the naked eye, a lump of black smoke was spreading out and there were traces of ripples in the air. This smoke might look very weak, but Li Fuchen knew clearly that this smoke was condensed from a massive amount of Qi power. Once it was condensed to the extremity, it would form a fierce tiger spirit and it would be extremely powerful. Again. This time, Li Fuchen used the dragon elephant power to execute the Tiger Soul Fist. Boom! An even more powerful lump of black and gold smoke spread out. As it tumbled, there was a faint tiger roar. My current body refinement strength should be at the regular 6th level of reincarnation realm. Previously, Li Fuchen's body refinement was only at the regular 4th level of reincarnation realm. When complemented with the trance stage Metal Bone Fist, he would only be able to contest with regular 5th level reincarnation realm martial artists. Right now, as the Tiger Soul Fist was nearing the completion stage, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength had increased along with it and had reached the regular 6th level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he could reach the trance stage, his body refinement strength might be able to reach the regular 9th level of reincarnation realm. An Earth-class low-tier body refinement art could increase the strength by 5 levels. It sounded very exaggerated, but Li Fuchen knew that it wasn't considered exaggerated. After all, the extraordinary Qi power's quality was far superior to Qi. Chapter 4:11. It is time for me to report to Class 9. Li Fuchen might feel that he could reach great heights by relying on himself, but it was still useful to listen to a mentor's lecture occasionally. At least, it would allow him to take fewer detours. Li Fuchen pushed open the courtyard door and walked out. I am finally out. There was originally no one outside the courtyard, but in just a few blinks of the eye, 3 or 4 inner institute cadets appeared in front of Li Fuchen. There were also plenty of inner institute cadets rushing over from all directions. Trying to snatch my courtyard key? Li Fuchen suddenly laughed. The inner institute was separated into 4 regions: the core region, the inner region, the outer region, and the border region. Li Fuchen's courtyard was considered to be in the inner region of the outer region. It was naturally understandable that so many people wanted to snatch his courtyard. "This junior, I want your courtyard. If you don't want to get beaten up, then hand over the courtyard key obediently." A tall and burly inner institute cadet who was at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm sneered and said, "Ma Donglai, get lost. Junior, give your courtyard to me, Qin Nan. I will protect you in the future. Otherwise, don't blame this senior for teaching you how to behave." Another 2nd level reincarnation realm inner institute cadet said. In the outer region, the inner institute cadets were basically at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm. The 3rd level reincarnation realm inner institute cadets didn't have courtyards that were inferior to Li Fuchen. Unless they disliked Li Fuchen, they wouldn't look for trouble. "What if I don't?" Li Fuchen looked around, and in just a short moment, this empty space was already filled with over a dozen inner institute cadet. All of them were at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm. The South Forest Martial Institution's 2nd level shedding body realm martial artist is naturally not an ordinary person. They all cultivate Earth-level cultivation technique and Earth-level martial art. In terms of strength, it is at least equivalent to ordinary shedding body realm 5th level martial artist. If you don't want to, then let this senior teach you what is courtesy. The inner institute cadet named Ma Donglai was the first to attack Li Fuchen. He opened up his fingers and interweaved with sharp claw lights like a net, sealing off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes. The inner institute cadet named Qin Nan was silently frustrated. Ma Donglai had already made a move and he couldn't make another move. Otherwise, it would be 2 against 1 and it would be against the rules. If he had known that this would happen, he would have made the first move. I have been an inner institute cadet for 4 years and have already cultivated the Earth-class low-tier martial art, Divine Eagle Claw, to the perfection stage. I shall let you experience the prowess of the Divine Eagle Claw. Ma Donglai felt as though he could already see the scene of Li Fuchen being defeated by a single claw. "Is that all you've got?" Li Fuchen sneered. Ma Donglai's strength was probably only at the 5th level of reincarnation realm, and might even be inferior. Tiger Soul Fist. Slightly activating the dragon elephant power, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Ma Donglai. The black and gold mist was like a ferocious beast that radiated Ma Donglai. Bang! The claw light shattered and Ma Donglai's body shuddered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. With a single punch, Ma Donglai was defeated. "What? So powerful?" Qin Nan was shocked. He and Ma Donglai were archenemies and Ma Donglai's strength was definitely not inferior to him. If Ma Donglai wasn't a match for a single fist from Li Fuchen, he naturally wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen either. "Who else wants to snatch my key? Just come over." Li Fuchen really didn't put these inner institute cadets in his eyes. Let alone the fact that they were at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm. Even if they were at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid, and would just knock them down with a single fist. Junior is very awe-inspiring. Sun Tianhai would like to experience it. A youth with a square-shaped face walked out. It is Senior Sun Tianhai. He is at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. Senior Sun Tianhai has been in the Inner Institute for 6 years. I heard that he has already cultivated the Morning Sun Fist art to the trance stage and has grasped the Morning Sun Fist intent. Why does he want to snatch this courtyard? Don't you know? Senior Sun Tianhai is wooing a female junior. He is probably planning to give it to her. I see. Among the Inner Institute cadets, there are more males than females. The competition is intense. If I am Senior Sun Tianhai, I will do the same. The spectators were in heated discussions and were looking at Li Fuchen while rejoicing in Li Fuchen's misfortune. They believed that they weren't a match for Li Fuchen, but with Senior Sun Tianhai making a move, Li Fuchen was definitely going to be defeated. He might even have to suffer a little. Make your move, Li Fuchen said indifferently. With his strength, as long as the Inner Institute cadets weren't at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm, he didn't fear them. Junior, this senior will not bully you. We will decide the victor in 10 moves. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, I, Sun Tianhai, will leave. Sun Tianhai teased. In response, Li Fuchen said, there is no need to be so troublesome. If I take a step back within 10 moves, I will give this courtyard to you. Such arrogance. Everyone raised their brows and felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant. They were waiting for Li Fuchen to be slapped in the face. Shameless boasting. Sun Tianhai's face turned dark as Li Fuchen was simply taking advantage of him. Receive my first fist. Rising Morning Sunday. Sun Tianhai was the same as Li Fuchen and cultivated the blazing heat cultivation technique. His fist art was also the blazing heat fist art. When he executed his fist, the fist intent was resplendent. The dazzling fist light drew across the void and blasted straight at Li Fuchen. The power of this fist was actually at the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm. Just in time. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He circulated the dragon elephant power to the extremity and caused the black and golden mist to tumble as he clashed with Sun Tianhai's fist. Huff! A majestic chi wave burst out. Li Fuchen didn't take a step back, but Sun Tianhai took over a dozen steps back while his chi blood was boiling. To be serious, Li Fuchen's fist force might not be stronger than Sun Tianhai, but Li Fuchen's body refinement was too high and was able to resist the rebounding force. How could Sun Tianhai resist it? It was fine if Li Fuchen retreated, as he would be able to vent a portion of the rebounding force. But Li Fuchen didn't even take a step back and Sun Tianhai had to endure most of the rebounding force. Damn it, rising morning sun! Sun Tianhai had an unpleasant expression as he blasted dozens of dazzling fist lights at Li Fuchen. Dance of the Tigers. Li Fuchen's fists intersected and blasted straight, struck horizontally, or rip. The black and golden mist surged like a group of tigers roaring and had a terrifying prowess. Bang bang bang, Sun Tianhai's fist lights were all intercepted and the layers of chi waves exploded. Sun Tianhai retreated again, but Li Fuchen was like a reef that stood upright in the chi waves and didn't take a step back. No wonder you are an Inner Institute cadet. Li Fuchen might not have taken a step back, but his chi blood was surging in his body. There is no need to torment myself. Withdrawing the dragon elephant power, Li Fuchen circulated the ardent sun divine technique and caused the surrounding void to distort. Sun Tianhai's expression was already extremely unpleasant. They agreed to determine the victor in 10 moves. After 2 moves, Li Fuchen didn't even take a step back, but Sun Tianhai had already taken 2 steps back. Rising Morning Sun Kill. Sun Tianhai executed the kill move of the Rising Morning Sun fist art. The dazzling dark red fist light was like the rising sun in the sky, blazing and tyrannical. When facing Sun Tianhai's killing fist, Li Fuchen executed a horizontal palm strike. If Sun Tianhai's fist art was the rising sun, then Li Fuchen's palm law was the ardent sun. The blazing power contained within wasn't on the same level. As Li Fuchen executed a horizontal palm strike, a massive and resplendent ardent sun hand flew out. It didn't just crush the dark red fist light with ease, it even enveloped Sun Tianhai and sent him flying like swatting a fly. What? Sun Tianhai is also defeated? Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength is actually stronger than his body refinement strength. Is he going to let us live? Everyone was flabbergasted. Sun Tianhai was already the strongest among them, and if Sun Tianhai wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, only an Inner Institute cadet at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm would be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Is there anyone else who is willing to spar with me? Li Fuchen swept a glance. His ardent sun divine technique was already at the 24th rank. Just his chi burst power was equivalent to a regular 4th level reincarnation realm. With the ardent sun divine palm and the blazing flame power, it wasn't difficult for his palm force to reach the 7th level of reincarnation realm. It was enough to crush Sun Tianhai. If Li Fuchen's chi and dragon elephant power burst out at the same time, his palm force would be able to reach the next level. But it wasn't necessary to deal with Sun Tianhai. In the corner, Di Jun clenched his fist tightly. After becoming an Inner Institute cadet first, he thought that he had already shaken off Li Fuchen. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's progress to be several times faster than him. Right now, he wasn't even qualified to fight with Li Fuchen. To know that in the human list competition, Li Fuchen was only slightly stronger than him. I will not remain silent just like this. Di Jun turned and left. Since no one is going to challenge me, then I shall not keep you company. Seeing that no one was going to challenge him, Li Fuchen walked towards the 9th class. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the outer and peripheral regions were in an uproar. A newly promoted Inner Institute cadet had actually defeated 2 veteran cadets. One of them was Sun Tianhai, who was at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. Such a valiant feat hadn't happened for many years. Among the Inner Institute cadets, only a few of the power rankings had done it. In the inner region of the 9th class, when Li Fuchen arrived at the 9th class, there were 12 Inner Institute cadets listening to the lecture. Li Fuchen is here to report. Li Fuchen said to the Inner Institute mentor on the rostrum. You are Li Fuchen? The 9th class mentor was called Hua Qingmu. Over a week ago, the dean informed him that his in-room cadet, Li Fuchen, would become a cadet of the 9th class. Therefore, he had been waiting for Li Fuchen's lecture. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to arrive after over a week, and it made him rather unhappy. Of course, no matter how unhappy he was, he couldn't show it on his face. A person who could become the dean's in-room cadet naturally wasn't an ordinary person, and there wasn't a need to offend him. Find a seat and take a seat. Hua Qingmu waved his hand. There were a total of 20 seats in the classroom. Li Fuchen found an empty seat and sat down. Right now, he finally had the time to size up the cadets of the 9th class. Among the 12 cadets of the 9th class, there were 4 at the 1st level of reincarnation realm, 4 at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm, 2 at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, and 2 at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. Of course, with the addition of Li Fuchen, there were now 5 cadets at the 1st level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen, I heard that you are the dean's in-room cadet? The seat beside Li Fuchen was seated with a tall and slender beauty. Her cultivation was actually at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. Yes. Li Fuchen nodded. Chapter 412. And Xinmei was definitely considered a prodigy in the Inner Institute. She was only 34 years old and had already reached the 4th level of reincarnation realm. But as compared to Li Fuchen, she paled in comparison. According to what she knew, Li Fuchen was only 26 years old this year, and she was already 29 years old when she entered the reincarnation realm. Hence, she had the intention to befriend Li Fuchen. And Xinmei's actions made the other 4th level reincarnation realm Inner Institute cadet in Class 9 jealous. Lu Kuei, one of the 2 aces of the 9th class. He had been chasing after Xinmei for 3 years. Although he hadn't been able to catch up to her, he had never seen Xinmei being intimate with anyone before. Even Lu Qing, who was ranked 5th on the strong rankings, wasn't able to catch up to Xinmei. But now, Xinmei actually took the initiative to speak to Li Fuchen, and it made him feel a sense of danger. Junior Fuchen, since you are able to become the dean's in-room cadet, you should have cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, right? I wonder what rank is he at now? Lu Kuei had the intention to find out Li Fuchen's foundation. Li Fuchen casually said, Ardent Sun Divine Technique, 24th rank. Since he was the principal's in-room student, there was naturally no need for him to keep a low profile. He couldn't possibly say that the 24th level was the 23rd level or the 22nd level, right? There was no need for that. 24th floor? And Shinmei's expression changed. The 24th level of the Blazing Sun Divine Art was a level stronger than the highest level of low-tier Earth-class cultivation technique. How did the other party cultivate it? This was simply unimaginable. Junior Fuchin, you aren't joking, right? Lu Kuei laughed. He didn't believe that Li Fuchin had cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank. He had spent 8 years to cultivate an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique to the highest rank. Li Fuchin had only been in the academy for less than a year and had already cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank. It was simply a pipe dream. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Li Fuchin didn't care if the other party believed him. After all, he didn't have the obligation to do so. Junior Fuchin, I believe you. And Shinmei believed in Li Fuchin. How could a person who could become the dean's in-room student be an ordinary person? After class, it was already dusk. Junior Fuchin, let's go eat together. And Shinmei invited. Li Fuchin couldn't reject the enthusiasm of the other party and headed to the cafeteria with him. The inner courtyard's dining hall was divided into 3 floors, each floor more expensive than the one before. On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, a table of precious dishes was placed in front of Li Fuchin. There were 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetables, and a soup. The meat dishes were mainly made from Class 5 demonic beast meat, while the vegetables were spirit vegetables grown in the Inner Institute. This table of dishes had cost in Shinmei 10 inferior-grade spirit stones, and it could be said to be expensive. The two of them chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was good. At the 4th table next door, Lu Kuei looked over from time to time with a displeased expression. Thud, 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 the sound of footsteps came from the stairwell, and a young man with a jade-like face and long eyebrows walked up. This person looked around, and when he noticed Shinmei, his eyes lit up. But when he saw Li Fuchin, who was opposite Shinmei, his face turned dark again. He had been chasing after Shinmei for some time, but he had never had a meal with her alone. With a cold smirk, the young man walked toward the duo. Junior and this is? The young man smiled and said to Shinmei after coming to their side. Shinmei frowned and introduced, Li Fuchin, this is Senior Xiao Kong, Senior Xiao. Senior Xiao, this is Li Fuchin, the dean's new in-room cadet. He is now a cadet of my Class 9. So it is Li Fuchin, it is an honor to meet you. After knowing that Li Fuchin was the dean's in-room cadet, Xiao Kong didn't mind. The Inner Institute had its own rules, and as long as he didn't break the rules, no one could do anything to him. Xiao Kong extended his hand and was planning to shake hands with Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin's right hand shook Xiao Kang's hand. Creak. The moment they shook hands, Xiao Kang's palm strength increased drastically, but his body didn't have any qi waves. Apart from Xiao Kang's qi cultivation reaching the 4th level of reincarnation realm, his body refinement was also at the reincarnation realm. He was one of the rare dual cultivators. Of course, as compared to Li Fuchin, he was still insignificant. Li Fuchin's body refinement was much stronger than his qi cultivation. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be at a disadvantage, but Li Fuchin didn't feel anything as his palm strength increased. Xiao Kong was rather surprised. This was the dining hall, and it would be too loud to use qi power. Therefore, Li Fuchin could only use qi power. Xiao Kong originally thought that 50% of his strength would be enough to embarrass Li Fuchin, but he didn't expect for Li Fuchin's body refinement to be so formidable. Since that is the case, I shall use 70% of my strength. Xiao Kong increased his strength again. Creak, creak. The force produced from their handshake was so powerful that it felt as though a piece of metal had been twisted. And Shinmei sensed the abnormality, and was about to reprimand Xiao Kong. But when she saw that Li Fuchin wasn't at a disadvantage, she immediately closed her mouth. She wanted to make use of this opportunity to see how capable Li Fuchin was. 70% of his strength. 80% of his strength. 90% of his strength. Shao Kang's expression turned gloomy. With a spurt of energy, Shao Kahng increased his strength to 100% and even added in the remaining extraordinary chi power in his body. It was visible to the naked eye that Shao Kang's palm turned bright silver. Li Fuchen smiled as traces of dragon-elephant power poured into his palm and continued to increase his strength. Creak creak. Traces of sparks burst out from the duo's palms, and Shinmei could smell a burnt smell. Looking at the duo, Shinmei was startled. As compared to before, Li Fuchen still had a composed expression, while Shao Kang's expression was rather distorted. Shao Kahng was actually at a disadvantage? Shao Kahng roared with rage in his heart. He originally wanted to humiliate Li Fuchen, but he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's body refinement to be stronger than him. Gritting his teeth, Shao Kahng tried his best to persist. Traces of pale golden luster extended from Li Fuchen's hand and Li Fuchen's strength had increased by 30%. Crackle! Shao Kang's palm bones were fractured and a few of his fingers were twisted in a strange manner. Withdrawing his palm, Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Senior Shao is too enthusiastic. Let's have a meal together." "It's fine, I still have something to do. Let's talk next time." Shao Kahng quickly withdrew his deformed palm and left without any expression. Senior Shao suffered a hidden disadvantage. This new junior isn't simple. I heard from someone that this junior is called Li Fuchen and he is the dean's new in-room cadet. No wonder. There were plenty of inner institute cadets on the third floor that witnessed this scene and were discussing in private. His body refinement isn't bad, but Shao Kahng is a fourth-level reincarnation realm martial artist. After suffering this disadvantage, he will definitely take revenge. Lu Kuei sneered in his heart. Shao Kahng was a person that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If Lu Kuei offended him, Lu Kuei's future days wouldn't be easy. By then, he would like to see if Shao Kahng still had the face to be so close to Shinmei. Lu Kuei, who was in a great mood, ordered another portion of Class 5 demonic beast meat. Li Fuchen, be careful. Senior Shao doesn't have a good reputation, but his strength is formidable. In the power rankings, he is at least top 3. Although they were all at the 4th level of reincarnation realm, there were differences in strength. Those who cultivated Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and Earth-class low-tier martial arts to the highest rank were naturally the strongest. Shao Kahng didn't just cultivate Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and Earth-class low-tier martial arts to the highest rank. His body refinement cultivation had also reached the reincarnation realm. His strength was even comparable to those at the bottom of the power rankings. It doesn't matter. As long as Shao Kang's cultivation wasn't at the 5th level of reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen wouldn't pay attention. Seeing that Li Fuchen was so confident, Shinmei didn't say anything else. For the next few days, Li Fuchen didn't attend any more classes. Classes were a waste of time for him. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate. It wouldn't be too late to attend classes after he reached the bottleneck. Soon enough, 1 month had passed. In the courtyard, there was a giant elephant's trumpet and a ferocious tiger's roar. On the eastern side of the courtyard, on the training ground, Li Fuchen executed a fist strike. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit rose at the same time. The two spirits might not be able to fuse, but when used together, they were able to burst out with overwhelming prowess. Even if the opponent was slightly stronger than Li Fuchen, they would still be forcefully suppressed by the two spirits. The Tiger Soul Fist has reached the perfection stage. My body refinement strength is almost at the regular 8th level of reincarnation realm. Body refinement martial arts were hard to obtain. Once a powerful body refinement martial art was cultivated, those body refinement experts would be terrifyingly powerful. With the addition of superior defenses, they would be able to escape unscathed when encountering opponents that were much stronger than them. But body refinement martial arts weren't that easy to cultivate. If it was other reincarnation realm experts, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the Tiger Soul Fist to the perfection stage without a few years. Li Fuchen's perception was exceptional, awareness was exceptional, and his cultivation had caught up. The difficulty of cultivating the Tiger Soul Fist was similar to cultivating the Metal Bone Fist back then. In fact, it was slightly easier. After all, cultivating the Metal Bone Fist to the trance stage had given him plenty of experience and accumulation. For any martial art, the most difficult stage is to reach the trance stage from the perfection stage. Without a few months, this stage won't be easy to pass. It is time to increase my body refinement level. After a long period of time, Li Fuchen's body refinement level had already stabilized. He believed that with his wealth, it wouldn't be difficult for his body refinement level to improve further. After leaving the South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen rode on the Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest and rushed towards the South Forest City. South Forest City, Ever Youth Pavilion. This elixir store was Grandmaster Ever Youth's business, and there were plenty of elixirs inside. Shopkeeper, do you have Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs? Once Li Fuchen entered, he immediately asked the Ever Youth Pavilion's shopkeeper. Yes, this way please, dear customer. The shopkeeper was an elder in luxurious clothes, and he was smiling as he welcomed Li Fuchen. There weren't a lot of people that could afford Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs. Those reincarnation realm body refinement martial artists would normally like to purchase Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixirs. After all, 2 Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixirs' medicinal effects were equivalent to 1 Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixir. Furthermore, 1 Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixir's value was at least 3 times that of an Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixir. Of course, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs had fewer impurities and would be absorbed faster. Soon enough, the duo arrived at the body refinement elixir counter. The body refinement elixirs here ranged from Mystic-class low-tier to Earth-class mid-tier. However, Earth-class body refinement elixirs were extremely expensive. The cheapest Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixir would cost at least 300 low-grade spirit stones, and the most expensive would cost 500 low-grade spirit stones. As for Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs, the cheapest would cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and there were only 2 types. Chapter 413. The Vajra elixir was worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, while the body-forging golden elixir was worth 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. If it was a regular reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, they wouldn't be able to afford it. After all, body refinement martial artists already consumed a lot of resources. Every trace of chi power was accumulated with wealth. In the 7-color continent, body refinement martial artists were definitely the poorest group of people. Of course, those body refinement martial artists with strong backgrounds weren't included. Give me 1 Vajra elixir and 1 body forging golden elixir. Li Fuchen reckoned that 2 Earth-class mid-tier elixirs should be able to split his dragon elephant power from 3,000 strands to 6,000 strands. 6,000 strands of dragon elephant power was enough to push his body refinement to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. After paying 2,200 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen left the Ever Youth Pavilion and checked into a top-notch inn. The Vajra elixir was a type of elixir that was forged with Vajra. It was extremely tough and had golden radiance. If one wasn't a reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, it would be hard to refine the Vajra elixir. After the Vajra elixir entered his body, Li Fuchen circulated his chi power and dragon elephant power to refine the Vajra elixir. Gradually, the outer layer of the Vajra elixir melted and was like molten iron. The scalding heat contained a powerful body refinement power. 3,500 strands, 4,000 strands, 4,800 strands. After spending 1 day, Li Fuchen had completely refined the Vajra elixir. At the same time, the dragon elephant power in his body had split from 3,000 strands to 4,800 strands. Li Fuchen consumed the body-forging golden elixir and continued to refine it. The body-forging golden elixir's toughness was even higher than the Vajra elixir. It was just like swallowing a piece of mystic class metal. 5,000 strands. 5,500 strands. 6,200 strands. To be honest, the body-forging golden elixir's medicinal effects were stronger than the Vajra elixir. But the dragon elephant power would increase at a slower rate and would require more resources. Therefore, the body-forging golden elixir only increased Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power by 1,400 strands, and it wasn't as good as the Vajra elixir. But Li Fuchen could sense that with every additional strand of dragon elephant power, the rest of the dragon elephant power would be strengthened. It might be very weak, but it was better than nothing. In the later stages, perhaps a trace of dragon elephant's power would be equivalent to 2 traces of dragon elephant's power in the past. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen's pupils turned pale gold, breathtaking. After a long time, the pale gold gradually faded. Consciousness scanning the body, Li Fuchen secretly thought, "The strength of dragon form has doubled, and the medicine pill impurities are also more." Any pill would contain impurities. The accumulation of impurities in the body would affect cultivation. In the face of the impurities within the body, Li Fuchen has 2 choices. The first is to rely on the strength of dragon form to slowly refine the impurities. The second method was to swallow a special pill to wash away the impurities on the body. The former was slow, but it had a solid foundation. The latter was fast, but there were also impurities in special pills. Although there were only a few of them, they still couldn't be underestimated if they accumulated over time. There's no rush for now. There's no need to waste low-grade spirit stones to buy special pills. After pondering for a moment, Li Fuchen decided to play it safe. Of course, most importantly, these special pills that could wash away the impurities weren't cheap. With his current body refinement level, Mystic Class Peak-tier special pills weren't effective anymore. Earth Class low-tier special pills were worth a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, and Li Fuchen wasn't qualified to be so extravagant. After returning to the South Forest Martial Institution's inner courtyard, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. Next, his target was to cultivate the Green Sun Sword Intent and Ardent Sun Divine Palm to the perfection stage. Time elapsed quickly. 1 week later, Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm had reached the perfection stage. 1 month later, the Green Sun Sword Intent had reached the perfection stage. The former was still alright as the power was only slightly stronger than Earth-class low-tier martial arts at the trance stage. The latter's power was far superior to the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. A single sword strike would produce thousands of sword lights, and it was extremely powerful. Junior Fuchen, you came out just in time. Senior Shao wants you to visit him. On this day, as soon as Li Fuchen left the courtyard, an inner institute cadet walked over and spoke loudly. Shao Kong? Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. I'm not free. Junior Fuchen, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. No one can reject Senior Shao's good intentions. The inner institute cadet threatened. Get lost. Li Fuchen berated. It was good enough if he didn't provoke others. But if anyone provoked him, he didn't care who they were, he wouldn't give them any face. Presumptuous. I, Fong Tao, shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Shao. Fong Tao might only be at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, but he was the same as Shao Kong and also cultivated the body refinement. His strength was much stronger than regular 3rd level reincarnation realm inner institute cadet. Soaring into the sky, Fong Tao drew his long saber and cleaved at Li Fuchen. This saber wasn't just an incredible saber move, it was also infused with chi power, allowing the saber speed to be faster and more ferocious. You are asking for trouble. Li Fuchen blasted his fist forward while the black fierce tiger spirit surged. Fong Tao arrived quickly and left quickly as well. He was sent flying by the fist and several bones in his body were broken. He was paralyzed on the ground. Such power! The Inner Institute cadets that rushed over after hearing the commotion were flabbergasted. They realized that Li Fuchen was much stronger than before. Furthermore, Li Fuchen didn't even use his qi strength this time. Junior Fuchen, I asked Junior Fong Tao to invite you out of goodwill. Aren't you disrespecting me by injuring Junior Fong Tao? A figure appeared in the open space with a whoosh. It was Shao Kong. He took a glance at Fong Tao, who was paralyzed on the ground, and berated Li Fuchen. Do I need to give you any face? Li Fuchen asked in return. Shao Kang's eyes flickered with cold light. Since you don't want any face, then don't blame me, Shao Kong, for bullying the weak. He was at the 4th level of reincarnation realm, after all, and was extremely famous in the Inner Institute's power rankings. If he was to deal with a new cadet, there would be gossip. But now that Li Fuchen injured Fong Tao, he had a reason to deal with Li Fuchen. If you want to fight, just fight. Why do you have so many excuses? Li Fuchen sneered. Courting death. Shao Kang's weapon was a silver spear. The spear was 9 feet long and had the thickness of a duck egg. Boom! Just like a flash flood, Shao Kong instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen and thrust with his spear. When the spear thrust was thrust, 2 types of field power pressed over. It was accompanied by a thick technique intent and a tyrannical spear intent. With the addition of the qi and qi power that was poured into the silver spear, Shao Kong believed that this spear would be able to force a 5th-level reincarnation realm Inner Institute cadet to take a step back. You are the one courting death. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. When facing Shao Kang's heavy and tyrannical spear, Li Fuchen countered with a fist. Shao Kong was astonished at first before he mocked. Li Fuchen actually used a fist to clash with him. Even if Li Fuchen was wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves, he wouldn't be able to withstand the impact from a long weapon. But in the next moment, Shao Kang's eyes widened. Li Fuchen's fist was tougher than he imagined. When the fist was executed, Shao Kang's spear tip was forcefully stopped. Even the spear shaft was bent and there was an ear-piercing creaking sound. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit were extremely ferocious and had immediately burst open the 2 field powers that Shao Kong had released. The silver spear was after all an Earth-class low-tier weapon. After bending for a split moment, it instantly straightened and sent Shao Kong flying. Too powerful. Senior Shao is one of the strongest individuals below the power rankings. He was actually repelled by a single fist from Li Fuchen. What stage is Li Fuchen's body refinement strength at? The spectators were appalled as they had never seen such an ferocious newcomer. It seems like the commotion is coming from Junior Fuchen's side. There wasn't any class today. Just as Shinmei walked out of the courtyard, she heard a qi explosion from a distance. With a flash, Shinmei rushed towards the direction of the qi explosion. In just a short moment, Shinmei arrived at the scene. It is Senior Shao and Junior Fuchen. Shinmei was delighted. Swish. Lu Kuei had also rushed over. When he saw Shao Kong and Li Fuchen going against each other, he mocked. Junior Fuchen is truly fearless. He is going to suffer this time. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen was a match for Shao Kong. Senior Lu Kuei, earlier on, Li Fuchen and Senior Shao were evenly matched. An Inner Institute cadet said. How is that possible? Lu Kuei raised his brows and didn't believe it. Perhaps Shao Kong wasn't serious yet. Lu Kuei thought to himself. What a great Li Fuchen. I have underestimated you. Shao Kong calmed down his surging qi blood and said in a deep voice. Shao Kong, show me everything you have. Li Fuchen lowered his head to look at his fist, and there wasn't a single mark. Landslide, earth rend. Shao Kong roared out and poured his extraordinary qi power into his silver spear, causing the spear's speed and power to increase by a small level. Just in time. Li Fuchen raised his right fist and executed another fist. Creak, creak, creak. When the spear tip and fist clashed, there was a burst of blazing sparks. Shao Kang's silver spear bent again and was repelled again. Shao Kang was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, and just by using the highest rank of Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique and spear art, he was able to burst out with the strength of a regular 8th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. When complemented with his body refinement, he was able to burst out with the strength of a regular 9th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. Li Fuchen's body refinement was already at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. When complemented with the perfection stage of the Tiger Soul Fist, he would also be able to reach the strength of a regular 9th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. The two of them had comparable strength, but Li Fuchen was able to resist a little more. What? Shao Kang was repelled? Lu Kuei was certain that Shao Kang had already used 99% of his strength. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it was already close. If Shao Kang was repelled in his current state, didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength wasn't inferior to Shao Kang and was even stronger than Lu Kuei? No wonder he is the Dean's in-room cadet. And Xinmei took a deep breath while her eyes flashed with a strange light. Shao Kang, receive a fist from me too. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and used the giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit to suppress everyone. Fierce tiger descend the mountain. When the fist was blasted out, the fierce tiger spirit expanded again and enveloped Shao Kang. PFFF. Shao Kang vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and retreated until he was outside a nearby courtyard. With the support of the courtyard's defense array, he didn't continue to retreat. Chapter 4:14. The spectators were dumbfounded. It was like watching a fairy tale. Li Fuchen, who had just entered the Inner Institute for a few months, had injured Shao Kang with a single fist. Was there a need to be so ferocious? Even the influential figures on the power ranking couldn't do this back then. Damn it, how did he do it? Lu Kuei was in a daze. He realized that he didn't even have the confidence to fight with Li Fuchen. In the future, how was he going to compete with Li Fuchen for Xinmei? This is a true heavenly prodigy. And Xinmei thought to herself, bastard, bastard. Layer upon layer of thick earthen yellow energy surged out from Shao Kang's body, and under the boost of this earthen yellow energy, Shao Kang's aura rose madly like a tall mountain rising from the ground, causing others to feel horrified in their hearts. Thick earth power. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. It was obvious that Shao Kang possessed the thick earth bone frame and had already activated the thick earth power. However, it seemed that the other party did not have much thick earth power. Otherwise, he would have released it long ago instead of waiting until now. You are the first person to force out my thick earth power. I will let you have a good taste of it. Shao Kang had just activated the energy of the thick earth a few months ago. Originally, he didn't intend to expose the energy of the thick earth. After all, besides existences on the power rankings, no one was able to force him to use the energy of the thick earth. Furthermore, he didn't have much thick earth energy right now. His foundation was too shallow, and a single battle would probably exhaust all of it. If he wanted to recover, it would take a long time. But against the current Li Fuchen, he had no choice but to use the thick earth power. Senior Shao has actually activated the power of thick earth. Looks like the situation is about to be reversed. The thick earth bone frame is just an ordinary extraordinary bone frame. Under normal circumstances, one would need to be at least at the high levels of the reincarnation realm to be able to activate the thick earth power. Only the seniors on the power rankings would be able to activate ordinary extraordinary power when they are at the mid-levels of the reincarnation realm. In fact, they would be able to do it when they are at the low levels of the reincarnation realm. After activating the thick earth power, Senior Shao's ability will increase by at least a few times. I wonder how Li Fuchen will deal with it. The situation was full of twists and turns, causing everyone's emotions to be in turmoil. Shao Kong is so strong? Alright, teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Lu Kuei clenched his fist. Li Fuchen, be defeated. With the enhancement of the thick earth power, Shao Kong rushed forward and thrust his spear at Li Fuchen. The spear contained too much power. There was true qi, extraordinary strength, and thick earth power. As the spear stabbed out, everyone felt as if a mountain was charging at them with terrifying momentum. Shao Kong, let me show you my true strength. Li Fuchen didn't execute the Tiger Soul Fist anymore. He opened up his palm and gathered the extreme ardent sun power between his fingers. Blazing sun divine palm. Li Fuchen slammed his palm at Shao Kong. This palm contained two types of energy, the ardent sun energy and the dragon elephant energy. As for the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen didn't need to use it. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Who? The void distorted as Li Fuchen's palm clashed with the silver spear. Shao Kang's full force strike was forcefully obstructed by this palm strike, and it was difficult for him to advance in the slightest. One must know that apart from the ardent sun true qi, it also contained the power of the dragon elephant. The strength of dragon form is indestructible, and Li Fuchen's palm power has increased a lot. Bang! The ground shook as Shao Kang's silver spear was shot out. As for Shao Kong himself, he was sent flying by Li Fuchen's palm strike and vomited a large amount of fresh blood. If Shao Kong and Li Fuchen attacked from a distance, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with Shao Kong for a short period of time. After all, the blazing sun divine palm could only be executed with the ardent sun true qi, and the dragon elephant energy wasn't able to be mixed in. During close combat, the two powers could only be stacked together for a short period of time. It didn't matter even if there was a disturbance. What? Even Senior Shao, who activated the thick earth power, isn't a match for Li Fuchen? This Li Fuchen probably has the strength to enter the power rankings. That's true. Li Fuchen's qi strength is also very powerful. With the two powers stacked together, Senior Shao isn't a match at all. The spectators were already convinced by Li Fuchen and were all lamenting. Damn it. Lu Kuei glanced at Li Fuchen with reluctance and turned to leave. He might not be a match for the current Li Fuchen, but it might not be the case in the future. Congratulations to Junior Fuchen. And Xinmei walked over with a smile. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, "It is just a small matter and isn't worth congratulating. Shao Kong might be formidable, but Li Fuchen wasn't able to force Shao Kong to the limit." And Xinmei was startled and thought to herself, "Don't tell me he still has some strength that he hasn't used yet? That would be too terrifying." After defeating Shao Kong, Li Fuchen didn't hesitate to snatch Shao Kang's courtyard key and tossed his own courtyard key to Shao Kong. Shao Kang's courtyard was located in the inner region and the heaven and earth energy was very concentrated. It was at least 20% more concentrated than Li Fuchen's courtyard. A 20% concentration of heaven and earth energy might not be able to increase the cultivation speed by 20%, but 10% was still good. After a year, it was enough to save over a month of hard work. After moving into Shao Kang's courtyard, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The surging energy was like a tide that surged into Li Fuchen's body before being expelled. If I cultivate here, I should be able to increase my cultivation speed by quite a bit. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi and Spirit Stone Yuan Qi could not be lumped together. Generally speaking, no matter how concentrated heaven and earth energy was, it wouldn't be as concentrated as Spirit Stone energy, and it wouldn't be as pure as Spirit Stone energy. But Spirit Stone energy would only be absorbed during cultivation, while heaven and earth energy was everywhere and would be nourishing the martial artist's body at all times. Without spirit stones, a martial artist's cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. Without heaven and earth energy, a martial artist's cultivation speed would also be sharply reduced. For the next few days, the entire Inner Institute was spreading about Li Fuchen's achievements. Even the upper echelons of the Inner Institute knew about it. This kid is truly formidable. It seems like in another year, my South Forest Martial Institution will be able to advance a few ranks. The dean revealed a smile. There was still 1.5 years before the 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament. As long as Li Fuchen's chi cultivation could increase by another level during this period of time, his strength would definitely be at the top of the power rankings. There would always be a time when a storm would calm down. Half a month later, there weren't many people discussing about Li Fuchen defeating Shao Kong. On this day, Xinmei paid a visit. Junior Fuchen, I have recently formed a team and is planning to explore the Violet Star Mountains. I wonder if you are interested? And Xinmei went straight to the point. Violet Star Mountains? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed. The Violet Star Mountains was one of the 3 major mountain ranges in the Violet Flower Kingdom. It extended for over 200,000 miles. There were plenty of Class 5 demonic beasts, and there were even Class 6 demonic beasts. It might be abnormally dangerous, but it was extremely tempting to reincarnation realm martial artists. When a demonic beast progressed to Class 5, the probability of producing a demon core would increase by more than 10 times. Someone did a rough calculation, and out of every 5 Class 5 demonic beasts, 1 would have a demon core. A Class 5 low-tier demon core would be worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. A Class 5 mid-tier demon core would be worth at least 200 low-grade spirit stones. A Class 5 high-tier demon core would be worth at least 400 low-grade spirit stones. If one encountered a mutated Class 5 demonic beast, it would be even more profitable. A Class 5 low-tier mutated demon core would be worth 5 times more and would be worth at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. A Class 5 mid-tier mutated demon core would be worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If one was strong enough and lucky enough, it would be easy to earn a few thousand low-grade spirit stones in a single trip to the Violet Star Mountains. Apart from that, as the Violet Star Mountains were rarely inhabited, there were countless herbs and countless treasures. There were times when harvesting herbs was more profitable than hunting Class 5 demonic beasts. Who are there? Li Fuchen asked. And Xinmei said, apart from you, there are 3 including me. The strongest is the number 5 power rankings, Senior Zhao Han. Number 5 power rankings, Zhao Han, huh? Zhao Han was at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm and had already activated the icy cold power. His strength was extremely powerful, and Shao Kong couldn't compare with him. After pondering for a moment, Li Fuchen nodded. Right now, he might have over 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, but if he wanted to return to the East Unicorn Continent, he wouldn't even consider without 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Heading to the Violet Star Mountains to earn low-grade spirit stones was definitely a shortcut. Alright then, I shall try and see if I can invite 1 or 2 more individuals. And Xinmei revealed a delighted expression. Li Fuchen's strength was barely at the level of the power rankings. With the addition of Li Fuchen, this group's overall strength was unprecedentedly powerful. When do we gather? Li Fuchen asked again. 3 days later. And Xinmei replied. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In an empty space outside of the buildings, there were 3 figures standing there. A short moment later, Li Fuchen walked over. After taking a glance, Li Fuchen noticed that the trio were all at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, and Zhao Han wasn't among them. Junior Fuchen, let me do the introductions. This is Class 5's Liang Tianyu, this is Class 7's Du Qing. Liang Tianyu, Du Qing, this is Junior Li Fuchen. And Xinmei introduced passionately. It is an honor to meet you. Liang Tianyu nodded with a rather indifferent expression. Du Qing smiled and had a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Li Fuchen was only at the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm and already had the strength to defeat Shao Kong. It was inevitable for her to be curious. Of course, Du Qing knew clearly that Li Fuchen's body refinement was obviously stronger than his qi cultivation. Therefore, he shouldn't be considered a chi martial artist, he should be a body refinement martial artist. Around 15 minutes later, Zhao Han finally arrived. With his icy aura, he gave off a sharp aura that kept people away from him. His appearance could be considered handsome. Senior Zhao. Right now, even Liang Tianyu didn't dare to treat Zhao Han coldly and had to squeeze out a smile. This trip into the Violet Star Mountains was filled with dangers. If they were able to leave the Violet Star Mountains safely, they could only rely on Zhao Han. After all, Zhao Han had the strength of the 5th ranker and had cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. Among the 4 of them, only Li Fuchen didn't greet Zhao Han. He wasn't used to greeting others. If others greeted him, he wouldn't mind greeting them as a senior. Zhao Han glanced at Li Fuchen and his eyes flashed with cold intent. He said to Shinmei, "Since everyone is here, let's depart." "All right." Shinmei nodded. Chapter 4:15. As one of the 3 major mountain ranges of the Violet Flower Kingdom, the Violet Star Mountains were surrounded by close to 100 cities. The closest city to the South Forest Martial Institution was called Withered Wood City. On this day, a group of 5 rode Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest into Withered Wood City. After placing the Unicorn Wildebeest in an inn, the 5 of them rushed towards the Violet Star Mountains without any rest. After traveling for close to 1,000 miles, the 5 of them finally arrived at the Violet Star Mountains. Due to the special environment of the Violet Star Mountains, the soil, rocks, and even the vegetation were purple in color. It looked deep and serene as a whole. It is rare for Class 6 demonic beasts to appear in the outskirts of the Violet Star Mountains. But everyone should be careful. Shinmei took a deep breath and said. Du Qing laughed and said, "With Senior Zhao around, even if a Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beast appears, we will still stand a chance." Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beasts were stronger than Class 5 high-tier demonic beasts. A regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist would be instantly killed if they encountered a Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beast. Unknowingly, the 5 of them started to venture deeper into the outskirts of the Violet Star Mountains. Along the way, Class 5 demonic beasts would ambush them from time to time. It was a pity that the weakest among the 5, Du Qing and Shinmei, were already comparable with Class 5 high-tier demonic beasts. Regular Class 5 low-tier demonic beasts would be instantly killed before they could even get close. Only Class 5 mid-tier demonic beasts had tough skin and could withstand a few more attacks. But if the 2 of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being instantly killed. Rumble. When passing by a swamp, a giant python that was close to 1,000 feet long suddenly emerged. The eerie demonic chi was like a whirlwind that swept in all directions. It was accompanied by a multicolored water pillar that was a few meters thick. "Be careful." Shinmei dodged to the side. Li Fuchen and the others quickly dodged as well. Bang! The ground shook and the multicolored water pillar was indestructible. It forcefully blasted a pitch-black hole that was a few meters wide on the ground. If this attack landed on a human, even Zhao Han would perish. Everyone focused their eyes and looked at the giant python. It is a Class 5 peak-tier demonic beast, venomous swamp python. Du Qing said with lingering fear. Level 5 apex monster beast can actually be regarded as level 5 high-rank monster beast, but it is level 5 high-rank monster beast in the peak of the existence, enough to kill the ordinary shedding body realm 9th layer martial artist. "You humans shall be my meat." The venomous swamp python spoke in the human language, and it was extremely cold. Demonic beasts were the prey of humans, but weren't humans the prey of demonic beasts as well? There were close to 100 cities around the Violet Star Mountain range. Every day, countless cultivators would enter the cities. Some were strong and lucky. Not only could they survive, but they could also make a fortune. However, there were also many who died, becoming food for the demonic beasts. "You? Die." Liang Tianyu sneered disdainfully. he swung his bronze staff at the venomous swamp python. Clang! A staff shadow that was several hundred feet long smashed onto the venomous swamp python's head, and an ear-piercing metallic explosion erupted. The venomous swamp python's head shook slightly, but it was completely unharmed. What? Liang Tianyu's pupils shrank. Last year, he had already activated the wind spirit power and his strength wasn't inferior to Shao Kong. He was comparable to a regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist. His full-power attack couldn't even break the venomous swamp python's skin. Wasn't the python's defense a little too strong? Zhao Han said indifferently, demonic beasts are naturally born with tough defenses. In a situation where the strength is similar, a few martial artists would need to work together to defeat the demonic beast. Your staff is also considered a blunt weapon. It is normal that you can't injure the venomous swamp python. Li Fuchen nodded. Unless one's strength was one level stronger than the demonic beast, it was very difficult to hunt the demonic beast. All of you rarely fight with Class 5 demonic beasts. This venomous swamp python shall be your practice. I shall not make a move. Zhao Han took a step back and stood with his hands behind his back. All right, if the few of us work together, it shouldn't be a problem to take it down. And Xin Mei's weapon was a slender saber, while Du Qing's weapon was a sword. When the two of them worked together, they left some scars on the venomous swamp python's body. Are you not going to make a move? Zhao Han looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "It will be meaningless if I make a move." Is that so? Zhao Han sneered and didn't speak anymore. Damn humans, you are hurting me. The venomous swamp python had a massive body and no matter how it dodged, it couldn't dodge the trio's attack. The enraged python raised its head and shot a multicolored water pillar at Liang Tianyu. Liang Tianyu might not be able to blast open the venomous swamp python's defenses, but he was still rather confident in resisting the venomous swamp python's attack. Open! Wielding the bronze rod with both hands, Liang Tianyu cleaved at the water pillar. Boom! Liang Tianyu was sent flying while the venomous water splashed on his chi protection. There was a sizzling sound and black smoke. Metal wind drizzle. Origin returned sword. Seeing that Liang Tianyu had attracted the venomous swamp python's attention, and Xin Mei skimmed to the back of the python's head and brandished her saber. In an instant, the slender saber shadow slashed open the venomous swamp python's scales and was 1 foot deep. Du Qing reacted quickly and thrust her sword along the wound. In a split second, there was a flash of white light and the wound was enlarged by a few folds and extended by over 10 feet. The duo's joint attack had instantly inflicted severe injuries on the venomous swamp python. Ah, damn it, you actually dare to injure me. The venomous swamp python was enraged and its body had shrunk to a few dozen feet. But the demonic chi didn't shrink and increased instead. It turned into a giant spiral and engulfed Xin Mei and Du Qing. Why aren't you making a move? Liang Tianyu glared at Li Fuchen and flew forward. He blasted his rod on the spiral-shaped demonic chi and wanted to cleave it apart. But the demonic chi was too boundless and Liang Tianyu had to cleave apart layers after layers. He wasn't able to cleave it apart in one go. The trio had too little combat experience with demonic beasts. This battle was also a form of tempering for them. Li Fuchen originally wanted to make a move later, but it seemed like it wasn't going to be as he wished now. Soaring into the sky, Li Fuchen rapidly approached the spiral-shaped demonic chi and blasted a fist. The elephant trumpet and tiger roar echoed at the same time. A giant elephant spirit and a fierce black tiger spirit rose up. With the two spirits and the fist force of the tiger soul fist, the spiral-shaped demonic chi paused for a moment before dispersing. Liang Tianyu's rod shadow finally penetrated the demonic chi and blasted on the venomous swamp python's body, sending it a few dozen meters away. It was fortunate that the venomous swamp python had shrunk, otherwise, the rod would only be able to shake it. All of you will die. The venomous swamp python continued to unleash its demonic aura. This demonic aura clearly contained a deadly poison. When it came into contact with the protective Zhen Qi of the four cultivators, sizzling sounds of corrosion could be heard. As time passed, the protective Zhen Qi of the four cultivators would be corroded. Xiao xiao xiao. At the same time, the venomous swamp python spat out colorful water columns. Compared to before, the colorful water columns it spat out now were only as thick as 2 fingers. They were slightly weaker, but they were harder to defend against and faster. Li Fuchen didn't intend to waste any more time with the venomous swamp python. He drew his scarlet blood sword and with a flash, he arrived at the side of the venomous swamp python. There was a flash of green sword light like a ray of sharp sunlight. Puff! The venomous swamp python's head flew into the air, and blood gushed out like a fountain. In terms of qi cultivation strength, Li Fuchen's sword art was only at the regular 9th level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, it was under the precondition of bursting out with the core blazing flame power. But in close combat, Li Fuchen's sword art power had completely surpassed regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artists. With the blessing of the dragon elephant's power, the power of this sword was 2 times stronger than the Azure Sun sword technique. Instant kill. Du Qing took a deep cold breath. Liang Tianyu didn't have a great expression as he realized that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Only in Xinmei didn't find it strange. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Shao Kong without drawing his sword. After drawing his sword, Li Fuchen was obviously stronger. No wonder he is so arrogant. Zhao Han narrowed his eyes. He believed that his all-out attack would only have such an effect. But Li Fuchen was only able to execute an absolute sword move in close combat, while Zhao Han was able to execute the same power in both close combat and long-range combat. Once the venomous swamp python died, its body instantly enlarged. Its body was close to 1,000 feet long and was wriggling for a very long distance. Li Fuchen extended his awareness and started to scan the venomous swamp python's body. Demonic core? Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. PFFFTSS. Li Fuchen drew across the venomous swamp python's body and extracted a fist-sized and gorgeous demonic core. A Class 5 peak-tier demonic beast's demonic core was worth 700 to 800 low-grade spirit stones, and it was definitely considered a considerable amount. But everyone had an agreement that all the rewards would be distributed according to the contribution. Li Fuchen might have contributed the most, but Xinmei and the others had also contributed. Therefore, he would only get half of the 700 to 800 low-grade spirit stones. Class 5 peak-tier demonic core. Our luck is rather good. And Xinmei revealed a smile. Along the way they had obtained plenty of demonic cores, but they didn't even have a single Class 5 high-tier demonic core, let alone a Class 5 peak-tier demonic core. After extracting the demonic core, Li Fuchen started to refine the essence blood of the venomous swamp python. Li Fuchen would refine the essence blood of all the Class 5 demonic beasts that he killed earlier. In total, he had obtained close to 200 drops. The Violet Star Mountains were filled with indescribable dangers. For the next few days, the 5 of them saw plenty of human corpses. Some were eaten by demonic beasts, some seemed to have died in the hands of humans, and there were saber and sword marks on the bones. They believed that there were more humans that had been devoured by demonic beasts. After all, demonic beasts would usually swallow humans in a single mouthful and would at most chew twice. There is a sneak attack. When passing by a small valley, Li Fuchen was alerted and warned the 4. Swish, 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 swish. There was a sharp piercing sound as spears with the power of 10,000 caddies were shot at the 5 of them like lightning. Crackle! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and severed 5 spears at the waist. And Xinmei's saber light flashed and severed 3 spears too. The most incredible one was Zhao Han. With a single palm strike, the powerful cold chi froze 7 spears in midair. The 5 of them looked up and saw over 20 individuals wielding spears, standing on both sides of the valley. All of them had unfriendly expressions. "I am afraid we have encountered a dark hunter group," and Shinmei said in a deep voice. Dark hunter groups hunted demonic beasts and humans. They were normally active in large mountain ranges. The Violet Star Mountains was one of the 3 major mountain ranges of the Violet Flower Kingdom. There were at least 80 dark hunter groups, if not 100. Some of the larger dark hunter groups had over 100 members, and it was enough to strike fear in people. Swish, 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 the spears attacked again, and this time, there were twice as many. It seemed like each of them shot out 2 spears. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and brandished his sword, shooting out thousands of sword lights. Rumble. Chapter 4:16. Zhao Han didn't decline as he soared into the sky and executed consecutive palm strikes. 2 icy cold palm forces were like tornadoes that froze the duo, who couldn't dodge in time, into ice sculptures before shattering them into pieces. Liang Tianyu and Shinmei and Du Qing's reaction wasn't as fast as the duo. By the time they counterattacked, the dark hunting group had already dispersed. Damn it, why are these 2 so strong? This dark hunting group was called the Soul Hunting Group. The leader was an 8th-level reincarnation realm martial artist, while the 2 vice leaders were 7th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. The rest of the members were mid-level and low-level reincarnation realm martial artists. Their strength was uneven. Han Biao, I will deal with this icy cold kid. You and Zhou Tai will deal with that sword-wielding kid together. After the Soul Hunting Group's leader gave the order, he lunged at Zhao Han. There was a loud boom. The duo's palm collided and clashed forcefully. The chi wave produced countless cracks on the cliff. Let's kill this kid together. Han Biao was muscular while Zhou Tai was lanky. The duo attacked Li Fuchen from the left and right. As for the others, they formed groups of 5 or 6 and started to attack Liang Tianyu and the others. He cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique? Zhao Han and the Soul Hunting Group's leader clashed a few times, but neither of them was able to deal with the other. It was obvious that Zhao Han might be an 8th-level reincarnation realm martial artist, but his actual strength was already beyond regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. It was the same for Li Fuchen's side too. The duo's strength was at regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists, and when they worked together, their strength was extraordinary. Li Fuchen didn't wish to exhaust his blazing flame power, so he kept the Scarlet Blood Sword and used his body refinement level and Tiger Soul Fist to clash with the duo. This kid's body refinement strength is too powerful. How could Han Biao and Zhou Tai suppress Li Fuchen? With the giant elephant spirit and fierce tiger spirit's prowess, they were suppressed by Li Fuchen instead. Void Break Slash! Han Biao roared out and cleaved the fierce tiger spirit with his saber. The saber's shadow was like a waterfall. Zhou Tai's meteor hammer was brandished like a wind-fire wheel as it revolved and blasted at Li Fuchen. Clang, clang. Li Fuchen executed multiple fist strikes to repel Han Biao's saber and Zhou Tai's meteor hammer. Body refinement martial artists were just that dominant. Li Fuchen was able to fight against 2 regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists with ease. If it were a Jinchi martial artist, how could it be so easy? As time passed, they would definitely be defeated. Tiger descends the mountain. After disregarding Han Biao, Li Fuchen instantly closed in on Zhou Tai. His right fist contained the dragon elephant power, ardent sun chi, and blazing flame power as he blasted out with thunderous force. Zhou Tai's meteor hammer was connected to the chain, and he didn't have enough time to withdraw the meteor hammer to block. He could only form a fist with his left hand and clash with Li Fuchen. The ferocious tiger spirit roared, and the ardent sun pure chi and the power of flames spilled out. Zhou Tai's left arm exploded inch by inch, and the remaining power of the ferocious tiger spirit did not dissipate, and directly blasted into Zhou Tai's body. In the next moment, Countless wounds appeared on Zhou Tai's body. Blood spurted out without any regard for his life. He didn't even have the time to scream before he fell from the sky, dead. In close combat, Li Fuchen was enough to instantly kill Zhou Tai. Bastard, die! At the back, Han Biao slashed at Li Fuchen with a frenzied saber. Li Fuchen's awareness was already spread out in the surroundings, and all of Han Biao's actions were within his senses. Before Han Biao slashed out with his saber, Li Fuchen had already dodged. He then drifted in the air and arrived at Han Biao's side. He was only 3 to 4 meters away from Han Biao. Die, die, die! Han Biao brandished his saber and brandished it while saber chi pervaded the air. The edge of Li Fuchen's mouth revealed a sneer as he drew the scarlet blood sword and repelled Han Biao's saber. There was a flash of green sword light and a black line appeared on Han Biao's neck. The black line expanded and Han Biao's head was sent flying. A single fist and sword had instantly killed Han Biao and Zhou Tai. After dealing with Han Biao and Zhou Tai, Li Fuchen glanced around. Right now, Zhao Han was in an intense battle with the hunting group leader. Furthermore, Zhao Han had the obvious advantage, and it was only a matter of time before he defeated the hunting group leader. And Xinmei and the others were rather flustered. Each of them had to face 6 enemies, while Liang Tianyu had to deal with 7 enemies. These people might only be at the low level or mid-level of reincarnation realm, but all of them had cultivated Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Furthermore, they were very familiar with each other and had great coordination. Liang Tianyu and the others had a hard time stabilizing their footing, let alone killing the enemies. Of course, it was mainly due to the trio's lack of experience in killing and were only used to having one-on-one sparring sessions. What? Han Biao and Zhou Tai are dead? The soul hunting group leader took a glance at Li Fuchen's side and turned pale with fright, causing his movements to change. He dealt with his opponents so quickly? Zhao Han was also very surprised. Ice Seal 1,000 miles. Zhao Han didn't bother wasting the cold ice power and executed both palms. The extreme cold palm force was like a cold ice hell that enveloped the soul hunting group leader. Crackle, crackle. The soul hunting group leader's chi protection was frozen at a visible speed. Layers of frost appeared on his body, causing his movements to become sluggish. Die! With a flash, Zhao Han slammed his palm on the soul hunting group leader's chest. Creak, creak. The soul hunting group leader was wearing an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. The palm force wasn't able to break the artifact armor, but it was transmitted inside. Immediately after, the soul hunting group leader was frozen. Zhao Han's palm shook and the soul hunting group leader's body was shattered into pieces. I have underestimated you. Zhao Han didn't go down to help as his voice was transmitted to Li Fuchen. Likewise. Li Fuchen replied indifferently. The duo didn't go down to help. The Violet Star Mountains were filled with dangers and there would be plenty of killings. Since the trio wasn't in any danger, they could use this opportunity to temper their combat skills. The battle lasted for over 1 hour and Liang Tianyu was the first to break the stalemate. There were whirlwinds outside his body as he had obviously utilized the core power of the wind spirit. With a swing of his rod, a slightly weaker member of the soul hunting group was sent flying and turned into a bloody mess. He executed a powerful rod move and there were layers of rod shadows. Another 3 members of the soul hunting group were sent flying. In just a short moment, only 3 of the 7 enemies were left standing. Immediately after was Xinmei. And Xinmei's strength wasn't as formidable as Liang Tianyu, mainly because she didn't activate her extraordinary power. But her saber art was sharp and exquisite. As time passed, her saber art's lethality was starting to show. She made use of every opportunity to leave behind fine saber scars on the enemies. Du Qing's situation was similar to Xinmei. She was an inner courtyard cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, after all, and her combat perception was extremely high. After the initial discomfort, Du Qing gradually adapted and launched a sharp counterattack. Flee! Seeing that the situation wasn't going well and with the leader and vice-leader dead, these people didn't dare to continue the battle and started to flee. Die! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and shot out thousands of sword lights. Zhao Han executed a palm strike and the extreme cold palm force extended out in the air. In the blink of the eye, this dark hunting group was wiped out and not a single one was left. It is fortunate that it is just a small dark hunting group. And Xinmei rejoiced. She knew clearly that if the group didn't have Zhao Han or Li Fuchen, the 5 of them might not be wiped out, but half of them might perish. After wiping out the sole hunting group, everyone started to distribute the loot. Due to Zhao Han and Li Fuchen contributing the most, they each received 30% of the loot. As for the artifact armors and weapons, everyone would appraise the value. Those who didn't want them would be given spirit stones. Of course, it would be slightly lower than the market price. After all, it would take some effort to sell the items. Take the Class 5 Peak-tier Demon Core that Li Fuchen obtained earlier, for example. Its value was estimated to be around 700 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen didn't want to keep it and immediately chose 350 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this demon core's value should be above 700 low-grade spirit stones. Those who chose the demon core would be able to earn a little. In just a few days, we have earned 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. This speed is rather fast. After distributing the loot, Li Fuchen was rather satisfied. And Xinmei and the others were also very satisfied. This small dark hunting group had given them over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was simply a windfall. If they were to wipe out a mid-sized dark hunting group, they would be able to earn over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, with the 5 of their strength, if they encountered a mid-sized dark hunting group, they would run as far as they could and wouldn't dare to provoke them. With such a huge harvest, the 5 of them were much more ambitious. All of them wanted to earn a few tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones before leaving. Li Fuchen had the same thought too. Soon enough, it had been over 10 days since the 5 of them arrived at the Violet Star Mountains. Li Fuchen had earned almost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the next few days, the efficiency of earning spirit stones was much lower. After all, it wasn't possible to encounter another small dark hunting group. A few days later, the 5 of them arrived at a small lake and rested for a moment. "Do you guys smell a medicinal fragrance?" And Xinmei took a whiff and suddenly asked. Chapter 4:17. In the mist, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Everywhere was white and there were occasional illusions. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen leading the way, Zhao Han and the others would have gotten lost. After an unknown period of time, the 5 arrived at a lush and verdant valley. The valley wasn't big and there was a small pond in the center. The surroundings of the pond were densely packed with herbs, and the lowest grade was Mystic Class Peak-tier herbs. Among every dozen stalks of Mystic Class Peak-tier herbs, there would be an Earth Class herb. There were a few stalks of Earth Class herbs that were radiating with vibrant colors and had abnormally powerful spirit chi wave. They were obviously Earth Class Peak-tier herb. So many herbs! And Xinmei and Du Qin took a deep cold breath. Based on a rough estimation, the medicinal herbs here were worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, if not more. A single stalk of Earth-class Peak-tier herb was already worth a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. A few stalks would be worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was just the market price. If they were to be sold, an Earth-class Peak-tier herb could easily be sold for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After all, the rarer something was, the greater its value. In the 7-color continent, Earth-class Peak-tier herbs were already considered elite herbs. As for Heaven-class herbs, they were definitely something that could only be chanced upon. Any stock would have a sky-high price, and even a Battle Spirit Realm master wouldn't be able to afford it. Harvest the herbs first. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a large patch of herbs and soil were collected into the storage bag by Li Fuchen. Zhao Han and the others followed suit and harvested the herbs at a rapid speed. As for the distribution of the herbs, they would have to wait until they were done harvesting. Soon enough, half of the herbs in the valley were harvested and the 5 of them unknowingly arrived at the vicinity of the pond. Rumble! The pond water exploded and a giant python with a single horn rushed into the sky while letting out a horrific roar. This single-horned giant python wasn't huge and was around a few hundred feet in length and 1 foot in thickness. But its demonic chi was horrific and was definitely superior to the venomous swamp python. The 5 of them retreated while Liang Tianyu exclaimed, "Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beast, horned cold python." Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beasts weren't comparable to Class 5 peak-tier demonic beasts. 3 or 4 Class 5 peak-tier demonic beasts would have to flee if they encountered one. Seeing that most of its herbs were harvested, the horned cold python was enraged. It swung its head and released an extreme cold breath at everyone. Crackle! The extremely cold aura moved, and the ground instantly froze as countless icicles rose up. The 5 of them retreated once more. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they retreated, they could not outrun the extreme cold aura. Clang! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and severed dozens of ice pillars. The sharp and blazing sword chi clashed with the extremely cold chi presence, causing a series of explosions. Zhao Han waved his hands, forming a layer of ice-cold chi wall to block the extremely cold chi. Liang Tianyu brandished his staff to block the attack. And Xinmei and Du Qing were also in perfect harmony. A single attack from a level 5 high-rank mutated demon beast made the 5 of them feel tremendous pressure. Each of them had a heavy heart. My true chi cultivation is still too low. Using the blazing sun divine palm was the best way to deal with the extremely cold aura. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was only at the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm. If he was at the 3rd or 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, a single palm strike would be enough to break the extreme cold chi presence. The horned cold python was exceptionally ferocious. After it spat out an extremely cold breath, its several feet-long tail suddenly lengthened, and like a divine whip, it ruthlessly swept towards the 5 people. Li Fuchen's awareness was astounding and he had the chance to dodge, but he wanted to test the horned cold python's attack power. He slashed at the horned cold python's tail. Clang! It felt as though he had slashed at an indestructible metal. Li Fuchen's all-out attack wasn't able to break the defense. For this sword, Li Fuchen had poured in his ardent sun chi, blazing flame power, and dragon elephant power. Only the core blazing flame power wasn't activated, but it was already the limit of his attack power. The tail scraped against the scarlet blood sword and produced a forceful force. Bang bang, and Xinmei and Du Qing were sent flying and vomited fresh blood. The horned cold python's tail might have been neutralized by Li Fuchen, but the remaining force wasn't something in Xinmei and Du Qing could withstand. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, and Xinmei and Du Qing would already be corpses. The tail's force didn't dissipate and continued to sweep at Zhao Han. Zhao Han's strength wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen. He executed a palm strike to block the horned cold python's tail. Crackle crackle! After the tail attack, the horned cold python spat out another extremely cold breath. Pfff! Countless icicles rose up and Liang Tianyu was flustered. He was sent flying by a few of the icicles and his body was covered in a layer of frost. The 3 of you, stay back and leave this place to us. Li Fuchen stopped the trio that wanted to attack again. The horned cold python was too powerful. If the reincarnation realm had 12 levels, the horned cold python's strength would at least be equivalent to an 11th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Not only would the trio be unable to help, but they would also be a burden. One had to admit that Zhao Han's strength was formidable and was worthy of being ranked 5th on the power rankings. As the icy cold power burst out from his body, his palm prowess had also increased significantly. After clashing with the horned cold python a few times, he didn't suffer any losses. It was a pity that the horned cold python's defense was too tough and its physical strength was definitely superior to Zhao Han and Li Fuchen. If the duo couldn't injure the horned cold python, it would only be disadvantageous for the duo if the battle dragged on. There must be a flaw. With his exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen was always able to avoid the horned cold python's best attack spot. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen constantly searched for the horned cold python's weakness. Everything had a weakness, and it was commonly known as the Achilles heel. It was impossible for the horned cold python to be completely flawless. There would definitely be some places where the defense would be weaker, like the eyes and the abdomen. It was a pity that the horned cold python had protected these places very well. Li Fuchen was looking for a relatively easy weakness to attack. Found it. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Every time the horned cold python spat out the extremely cold qi, the ribs would swell up. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, it should be the horned cold python's lungs. After exchanging glances with Zhao Han, Li Fuchen indicated for Zhao Han to stall the horned cold python. Zhao Han might not like Li Fuchen at the start, but with a great enemy, he knew what he had to do. Icebound 1,000 miles. With the burst of icy cold core power, Zhao Han executed both palms and executed the Earth-class mid-tier martial art, Ice Soul Divine Palms finishing move. The area in front of him was like an icy cold hell. Even though the horned cold python was an ice attribute mutated demonic beast, it was still suppressed and slowed down by half a beat. Break. With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen thrust his sword and burst out with the blazing core power. PFFF. This sword move was Li Fuchen's limit. The sharp scarlet blood sword pierced into the horned cold python's ribs without any obstruction. When the sword chi burst out, a large wound was blasted open. Screech. The horned cold python hissed and twisted its body. It was a horrifying sight. Li Fuchen didn't get entangled. He drew his scarlet blood sword and retreated quickly. His timing was just right. Junior Fuchen's combat skills are truly heaven-defying. This was the first time and Xinmei witnessed Li Fuchen's combat skills, and she was extremely shocked. Previously, Li Fuchen was able to defeat Shao Kong because his strength was superior. But the horned cold python's overall strength was obviously superior to Zhao Han and Li Fuchen. It was imaginable how difficult it was to injure the horned cold python. Crackle, crackle. After being injured, the horned cold python started to withdraw its icy demonic qi. A layer of frost that was a few inches thick formed on the surface of its scales. It was as though it was wearing a layer of frost armor and its body size was one size bigger. But its lungs were severely injured and it wasn't able to release any icy cold qi anymore. It could only use its bloodline talent to form ice spears to attack Li Fuchen and Zhao Han. For a moment, the valley felt as though it was raining ice spears. There were continuous banging sounds and the ground was already like a hornet's nest. Crackle. Seizing an opportunity, Li Fuchen thrust at the horned cold python's weak point again. But this time, with the frost armor blocking, Li Fuchen's scarlet blood sword could only penetrate half a foot and it was hard to truly injure the python. The horned cold python reacted quickly and its head was like lightning as it bit at Li Fuchen. How could Li Fuchen allow the python to bite him? He clenched his left hand into a fist and blasted at the python's head before using the momentum to fly backwards. Li Fuchen, create an opportunity for me. Zhao Han felt that he had consumed quite a bit of his icy cold power and didn't plan to drag it out any longer. All right. Li Fuchen also wanted to witness Zhao Han's limit strength. While circling around the horned cold python, Li Fuchen shot out thousands of sword lights. Li Fuchen might only be able to execute regular 9th level reincarnation realm attacks with long-range attacks, but his attacks were concentrated. When the thousands of sword lights attacked, the horned cold python didn't have the time to pay attention to Zhao Han. Open for me. It was unknown when Zhao Han had already appeared beside the horned cold python. His right hand was like a blade, and with the support of his icy cold chi and icy cold power, he slashed with his palm blade. Crackle! The layer of frost on the surface of the horned cold python's body was broken. Zhao Han's palm sliced through the earlier wound, and a surging and pure icy cold power surged out. This icy cold power was too powerful, and Li Fuchen reckoned that Zhao Han wasn't far from developing his icy cold divine ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break the horned cold python's defense so easily. In an instant, the horned cold python's movements turned sluggish. It might be an ice attribute demonic beast, and had an extreme immunity against icy cold attacks, but it wasn't completely immune. Inside the wound, fresh blood was frozen, and it was spreading deeper. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up and he instantly closed in on the horned cold python. The scarlet blood sword shook and the horned cold python's eyes were stabbed blind by Li Fuchen. After suffering severe injuries, the horned cold python finally went berserk. Its body tumbled and its tail swung violently. Even if Zhao Han wasn't paying attention, he was still sent flying and suffered minor injuries. Li Fuchen and Zhao Han weren't in a hurry as they slowly tangled with the horned cold python. When the enemy advanced, they would retreat. When the enemy retreated, they would advance. After tangling for around 1 hour, Li Fuchen and Zhao Han exerted their strength again and severely injured the horned cold python in a single attack. This time, the horned cold python wasn't as berserk as before. It was mainly because of the severe injuries and the huge consumption of stamina. With its intuition, the horned cold python scuttled towards the pool and was planning to escape. Zhao Han and Li Fuchen didn't pursue. Chapter 4:18. The herbs that were near the pool had already been destroyed. The 5 of them searched around and didn't find anything else before they left the valley. Outside the valley, there were large groups of demonic beasts. But most of them were low-class demonic beasts, and there were very few Class 5 demonic beasts in this region. After eliminating a few Class 5 demonic beasts, the 5 of them left the region without any mishaps. We are too lucky this time. We obtained over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go. If we sell them slowly, it is possible for these herbs to be sold for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. And Xinmei was excited. Her clan was also a major clan and was at least top 10 in the South Forest region. But she could only allocate a few thousand low-grade spirit stones every year. After all, the clan's wealth was only around a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the clan had over 20 reincarnation realm experts, and all of them required low-grade spirit stones to cultivate and purchase resources. During this trip to the Violet Star Mountains, she had obtained at least 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. It wasn't impossible for her to obtain 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Du Qing said, "Xinmei, why don't we hand these herbs to your clan? Your clan will take 10% and you will take some." "Hand them to my clan?" And Xinmei took a glance at Zhao Han and Li Fuchen. She couldn't make this decision, and only Zhao Han and Li Fuchen could. Because they had contributed the most. Li Fuchen said, "How about this? The clan will take 10% of the total earnings from selling the herbs. After deducting the 10%, the remaining 5 of us will split it among ourselves. Zhao Han and I will each take 30%, Senior and Will take 15%, Liang Tianyu and Du Qing will split 25%. "Sure." Zhao Han nodded. Seeing that Zhao Han and Li Fuchen had decided, the others naturally didn't have anything else to say. After obtaining a large amount of rare herbs, the 5 of them prepared to return. But just as the 5 of them were about to leave, a group of individuals obstructed them. It is the Inner Institute cadets of the Wild Lion Martial Institution. And Xinmei's heart shivered. The Wild Lion Martial Institution might not be ranked as the South Forest Martial Institution, but the difference wasn't huge. Furthermore, there would always be talents in every generation. Apart from the top few martial institutions, the difference between the other martial institutions was very small. The rankings would change frequently, and there might be a batch of tyrannical prodigies emerging from the lower-ranked martial institutions. Hand over all your gains and I can let you off. The leader of the group was a stalwart youth that was close to 2 meters in height. His body was like a small mountain of muscles. With you? Zhao Han's eyes were cold. Of course it's me. Why? Do you want to give it a try? The burly young man said disdainfully, boasting shamelessly. Take my palm. Summoning his ice true chi and ice power, Zhao Han threw out an ice soul godly palm towards the burly young man. The temperature in the area suddenly dropped by a few times. Good timing. The burly youth's long hair fluttered in the wind as he punched out with a fiery fist. The huge fiery fist was like a meteor. The fist pressure was astonishing, and the fiery fist intent even caused the void to distort. There was a loud boom. Zhao Han took 3 steps back, while the burly youth only took 1 step back. What? Mei and the others were shocked. Zhao Han was ranked number 5 on the power rankings, yet he was actually at a disadvantage. Who exactly was this person? What's your ranking in the Wild Lion Martial Institution's power ranking? Zhao Han asked with a grave expression. The tall and sturdy young man laughed. Untalented, ranked 3rd on the power ranking. Hearing this, Mei and the others came to a realization. It was no wonder. So it was the 3rd ranker of the Wild Lion Martial Institution's power ranking. How about it? Have you thought it through? I am not a patient person. I can't wait for long, threatened the burly youngster. Li Fuchen said, Do you think you have the upper hand? So what if I have the upper hand? The burly youth's face flashed with a sinister expression as he suddenly blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist was still a fiery fist, but halfway through the fist, it turned into a fire lion. The fist intent was even more ferocious, and the fist pressure was even stronger. Li Fuchen stood there motionlessly and didn't make a move in advance. When the fire lion got close to him, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Pfff. The fire lion was split into 2 and rushed past Li Fuchen from both sides, setting off layers of scorching chi waves. Within a radius of 3 meters, it was Li Fuchen's strongest attack range. Within this range, his attack power was slightly higher than Zhao Han. The burly youth raised his brows. He didn't know that Li Fuchen was the strongest in close combat and thought that Li Fuchen's overall strength was superior to Zhao Han. After all, Zhao Han had taken 3 steps back earlier, but Li Fuchen didn't even take a single step back and had split the burly youth's fist force. 2 rankers on the power rankings. It seems like I have to get serious. After taking a deep breath, the burly youth said, If you can block my next fist, I will leave immediately. Bring it on then. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly in his heart and thought that he had to reveal some of his trump cards. Raging Blaze Lion Fist. The burly young man's low-rank Earth Realm martial art was the Berserk Lion magic art, and his martial art was the mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the Flaming Lion Fist, which he had already trained to the Great Perfection Realm. On the other hand, Zhao Han's mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the Ice Soul Godly Palm, was only at the Great Perfection Realm. Apart from that, the burly youth's blazing flame power had been stimulated to the limits, and he was just a step away from developing the blazing flame divine ability. Blaze. It felt as though the heaven and earth were ignited. When the burly youth executed his fist, a raging blaze lion leaped across the sky and roared at Li Fuchen. The astounding fist pressure had caused the ground around Li Fuchen and the others to crack and explode. Such power! Zhao Han's expression changed. He believed that he wasn't a match for the burly youth. Blit. Without a choice, Li Fuchen activated the 9-revolution purple cloud divine technique pattern and transmuted the ardent sun chi into the 9-revolution purple cloud divine technique. Immediately after, the scarlet blood sword that contained 3 levels of power cleaved at the head of the raging blaze lion. Crash! The raging blaze lion might be ferocious and tyrannical, but how could it withstand Li Fuchen's exposed trump card? From head to tail, it was cleaved into two by Li Fuchen. In an instant, the radius of 100 meters was in a sea of flames. It was obvious how violent and tyrannical the fist was. Good. It seems like I, Tu Qianqiu, have made a wrong judgment. Let's go. The burly youth looked at Li Fuchen with a grave expression before turning to leave. If it was a one-on-one, he might not be able to defeat Li Fuchen. With the addition of Zhao Han, it was obvious that they had no chance of victory. This is your true strength? Zhao Han couldn't understand. He only knew that at the crucial moment, Li Fuchen's qi intensity suddenly increased drastically. It can be considered so. Li Fuchen didn't comment. It should be an extremely powerful and special 5-star secret technique. Zhao Han guessed. There were plenty of 5-star secret techniques, but after reaching the reincarnation realm, 5-star secret techniques wouldn't be able to increase one's strength by much and would only be around 20%. Only some special and powerful 5-star secret techniques would be able to increase the strength by 40% or even 50%. But correspondingly, the combat time would be shortened, and if the combat time was prolonged, there would be side effects. Unknowingly, in everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen had become unfathomable. It was as though he was hidden in the mist and no one knew how strong he was. They only knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. In a few more years, Junior Fuchen will probably be the leader of the Inner Institute. And Xinmei was filled with admiration. Following the original path, the 5 of them spent several days and finally walked out of the Violet Star Mountains. 7 or 8 days later, the 5 of them returned to South Forest City. 1 month later, I will give everyone the low-grade spirit stones that should be given to everyone. If everyone is still worried, I can apply to the clan to pay a portion of the low-grade spirit stones to everyone. And Xinmei said. Du Qing said, Xinmei, there is no need to go through so much trouble. We believe in you. With such a large batch of herbs, and Xinmei and the clan didn't dare to embezzle them. After all, none of the people here were to be trifled with. It is time for me to increase my qi cultivation. Even without the assistance of elixirs, Li Fuchen was confident he could break through to the 2nd level of reincarnation realm in half a year. But he couldn't wait that long. After arriving at the Ever Youth Pavilion, Li Fuchen asked the shopkeeper if there were any good elixirs for cultivation breakthrough. The Ever Youth Pavilion's shopkeeper gave a simple introduction. The best elixir for cultivation breakthrough is the Earth-class mid-tier elixir, Primary Ascension elixir. 1 elixir costs 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Elixirs for cultivation breakthrough had always been extremely expensive. Earth-class mid-tier elixirs, the Vajra elixir and body-forging golden elixir, were only around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price of cultivation breakthrough elixirs was 3 times higher. Are there any Earth-class high-tier elixirs? The higher the grade of the elixir, the lesser the impurities and the lesser the side effect. If the Ardent Sun Divine technique could break through to the next rank, it would be very easy to eliminate the side effects. The Ever Youth Pavilion's shopkeeper said, Young hero is only at the 1st level of reincarnation realm. It is too wasteful to consume Earth-class high-tier elixirs. Generally speaking, Earth-class low-tier elixirs were enough for the 1st level of reincarnation realm. There might be a lot of side effects, but it was cheap and only required around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen was a prodigy, and it was understandable for him to consume Earth-class mid-tier elixirs, but it was too wasteful to consume Earth-class high-tier elixirs. A single Earth-class high-tier elixir for cultivation breakthrough would cost around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was simply a sky-high price. It doesn't matter, spirit stones aren't a problem. Li Fuchen would rather spend a little more spirit stones than delay his future cultivation. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, Our store doesn't often have Earth-class high-tier elixirs for cultivation breakthrough. That's right, 3 days later, the South Forest City will be holding a large-scale auction. I heard that among the important auction items, there will be an Earth-class high-tier elixir, Raging Flame Heart Elixir. It is refined by one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Raging Flame Pill Grandmaster. It is suitable for those who cultivate blazing heat cultivation techniques to breakthrough. Young hero might be able to bid for it. Raging Flame Heart Elixir, huh? Li Fuchen was rather tempted. Attribute elixirs might be more expensive, but if it was an appropriate attribute elixir, the side effects would be minimized. Alright, I will participate in this large-scale auction. After earning a large amount of low-grade spirit stones in the Violet Star Mountains, Li Fuchen changed his plans and purchased a few Earth-class low-tier elixirs that could wash away the impurities. He was preparing to remove the impurities left behind by consuming the Vajra elixir and the body-forging golden elixir. 3 days later, the South Forest City was bustling. A large-scale auction wouldn't be held every year. Sometimes it would be held once every 2 to 3 years, sometimes it would be held once every 3 to 5 years. Each time, it would attract countless reincarnation realm experts. Chapter 419. In order to enter the East Star Auction Hall, one would need to pay a certain amount of spirit stones. Normal seats would cost 50 low-grade spirit stones per person. VIP seats would cost 200 low-grade spirit stones per person. There were even better VIP rooms and supreme rooms. These were for those with noble status, and spirit stones were useless. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be squeezed with others. After paying 200 low-grade spirit stones, he was led by an attendant to the VIP seats. The VIP seats were separated by a screen and weren't connected to each other, allowing for a certain level of privacy. After taking his seat, Li Fuchen started to size up the auction hall. The massive auction hall had 2,000 seats and half of them were already occupied. It was a black mass. This auction hall is rather profitable. Li Fuchen lamented in his heart. Normal seats would cost 50 low-grade spirit stones per person and 2,000 seats would cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This wasn't a small sum, and with the commission of the auction items, the income would be even higher. 1 hour later, the auction hall was fully occupied. Everyone was at the reincarnation realm. Even if Heaven Dipper realm martial artists were wealthy, they wouldn't normally enter. After all, during the bidding, any normal auction item would cost at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and they wouldn't have so many low-grade spirit stones. In just a short moment, a white-haired auctioneer went on stage and cupped his fist towards everyone. I am the auctioneer for this auction. This auctioneer can guarantee that all the auction items are authentic and will not cheat anyone. After saying some meaningless words, the white-haired auctioneer announced the start of the auction. The first auction item was an Earth-class low-tier spirit heart elixir. This elixir might only be an Earth-class low-tier elixir, but the starting price was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was comparable with an Earth-class mid-tier elixir. It is actually a heart cultivation elixir? Li Fuchen was moved. The heart cultivation elixir could allow a martial artist to have a clear mental state. The effects were similar to the clear spirit fruit, but it was several times better. Otherwise, the starting price wouldn't be 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,100, 1,150, 1,200, 1,300, 1,500. The heart cultivation elixir was highly sought after and the price was constantly climbing. 1,800. Li Fuchen started to bid too. Once this price was called out, everyone else shriveled up. The spirit heart pill was good, but it couldn't help people break through to the next realm directly. It could only be said that the side effects were relatively small, and it was suitable for those who wanted to build a solid foundation. In the eyes of most people, the value of the spiritual heart pill was only about 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Any more than that would be a loss. Finally, the spirit heart pill fell into the hands of Li Fuchen. The second auction item was a pair of Earth-class low-tier iron claws. There was nothing special about this type of weapon. It was just that it was a niche product that rarely appeared on the market. Some of the Shedding Body realm martial artists who cultivated claw arts were suffering from the lack of suitable weapons, and their combat power couldn't reach the peak. At this moment, how could they not compete? In a short while, the price of the iron claw weapon had risen to 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. There were 2 third-level Shedding Body realm martial artists that competed fiercely and refused to let go. 1,900 going once, 1,900 going twice, 1,900 going thrice deal. In the end, the pair of iron claws fell into the hands of a bald middle-aged man, who was elated for a long time. As time elapsed, the auction items were presented and auctioned off one by one. During this period of time, none of the auction items were left unsold and the competition was intense. Earth-class mid-tier elixir, Clear Spirit Elixir. Concocted by Grandmaster Ever Youth. Starting price, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Gradually, the auction entered the middle phase. Clear Spirit Elixir. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The Spirit Heart Elixir and the Clear Spirit Elixir were both able to enhance the mental state. The Clear Spirit Elixir used the Clear Spirit fruit as the main ingredient and was supplemented with plenty of herbs that could enhance the mental state. The effects were much better than the Spirit Heart Elixir. Some of the mid-levels and high levels of Shedding Body realm martial artists had also participated. Li Fuchen raised his hand and called out a price of 2,800. He might have the Spirit Heart Elixir, but Li Fuchen didn't wish to give up on the Clear Spirit Elixir. After all, who would dislike a faster increase in the mental state? 2,900, 3,000. Those low-level Shedding Body realm martial artists had already given up. Only the mid-level and high-level Shedding Body realm martial artists were still bidding. 3,500. Li Fuchen increased by 500 in one go. Right now, a few of the high-level Shedding Body realm martial artists had also given up. Their cultivation levels were rather high and the Clear Spirit Elixir had limited effects on them. Of course, if the price was within their acceptable range, they wouldn't mind bidding for it. When Li Fuchen raised the price to 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, everyone had given up. The starting price of the Clear Spirit Elixir was only 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, and they didn't have so many low-grade spirit stones to squander. Li Fuchen didn't feel that he was making a loss either. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single primary ascension elixir might be able to increase the cultivation level by 1 level, but the side effects were rather significant. It was fine for those who had a slow cultivation speed, but Li Fuchen was rather confident in his cultivation speed. He wasn't willing to stay at the second level of Shedding Body realm for 1 or 2 years. The Clear Spirit Elixir was a mental cultivation elixir and had negligible side effect. It was very suitable for people like Li Fuchen who valued his foundation. Soon enough, half of the morning had passed. The next auction item is one of the most important auction items in this auction. The white-haired auctioneer kept everyone in suspense. When the effect was almost over, he abruptly pulled open the special silk cloth on the auction item and spoke loudly, Earth-class high-tier elixir, Raging Flame Heart Elixir, produced by the Raging Flame Pill Ancestor. Not only can it allow reincarnation realm martial artists who cultivate blazing heat cultivation techniques to increase by 1 level, but the side effects are negligible. In fact, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir itself has the effect of refining impurities. The auction shall now begin. The starting price is 7,000 low-grade spirit stones and each bid must not be lower than 100 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the white-haired auctioneer finished his statement, the bidding price of the Raging Flame Heart Elixir rose rapidly. In less than 10 breaths, it had already reached 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. Those who participated in the bidding were all reincarnation realm martial artists who cultivated blazing heat cultivation technique. There were plenty of high-level reincarnation realm martial artists. The Raging Flame Heart Elixir's medicinal effects were extremely powerful. Even a 7th or 8th level reincarnation realm martial artist would be able to increase by 1 level after consuming it. If they couldn't increase their cultivation level, it would shorten the time for the next increase. As for low-level reincarnation realm martial artists, they would be able to increase their cultivation level by 1.5 levels. If their mental state was strong enough, they might be able to break through to a higher cultivation level in a few months. 10,000. Li Fuchen raised his hand. Li Fuchen was determined to obtain the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. 11,000. A 7th level reincarnation realm martial artist raised his hand. 12,000. Another 7th level reincarnation realm martial artist raised his hand. 13,000. A 5th level reincarnation realm martial artist raised his hand. 15,000. Li Fuchen was wealthy and overbearing as he immediately added 2,000. Scoundrel, how can you increase the price like this? Many of the mid-level reincarnation realm martial artists gave up helplessly. They might look wealthy, but they weren't able to use it. 16,000, 17,000, 18,000. The bidding price of the Raging Flame Heart Elixir was constantly increasing, causing many of the reincarnation realm martial artists to be silently speechless. Even some of the high-level reincarnation realm martial artists couldn't endure it. 20,000. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change. With over 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen was very confident. As for the amount of spirit stones required to return to the East Unicorn continent, it was impossible to gather them within a short period of time. Furthermore, with a stronger strength, the speed of earning spirit stones would be faster, and he wasn't afraid of not being able to gather the spirit stones. Young friend, I am Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long. Can you give me some face and stop bidding? A fierce-looking 7th level reincarnation realm martial artist transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. When the price of the Raging Flame Heart Elixir reached 20,000, everyone else had given up. Only he and Li Fuchen were still competing. Li Fuchen transmitted a message back. The auction has a rule, the highest bidder wins. The Scarlet Fire Fist shouldn't be unaware of this rule, right? Young friend, leave a way out for others to meet in the future. It isn't good for you to be too high profile, right? Feng Long threatened. Li Fuchen sneered. I don't have anything to meet with you. I am determined to obtain this Raging Flame Heart Elixir. Humph, I hope you don't regret it. Feng Long stopped bidding and remembered Li Fuchen in his heart. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones was definitely a sky-high price, and no one else was going to compete with Li Fuchen. Ultimately, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir landed in Li Fuchen's hands. The following auction items were all important auction items, all of which were priced above 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Among them, there was a mid-rank Earth-grade artifact armor, which was sold for 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. There was also a low-rank Earth-grade artifact which was sold for 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. Next up is the finale auction item. There are a total of 3 items. The first item is the Green Dragon Artifact Saber. That's right, this saber is an Earth-class high-tier weapon. I believe everyone knows what an Earth-class high-tier weapon signifies. The starting price is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let's begin. The white-haired auctioneer took out a saber chi that was soaring into the sky and had astounding prowess. Buzz. In an instant, the auction hall was in an uproar. Earth-class high-tier weapons were something that couldn't be found in the market. Every time they appeared, there would be an intense competition. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if anyone possessed an Earth-class high-tier weapon, they would be able to surpass 2 levels in combat. If a 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist obtained this Green Dragon Artifact Saber, their strength would reach an extremely fearsome level, and would be able to suppress most of the 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. The high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists didn't even bother to increase the price by 1,000. Each bid was increased by 10,000. These people are the true tyrannical reincarnation realm martial artists. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. The reincarnation realm martial artists that participated in the bidding were extremely wealthy and had extremely deep foundations. All of them cultivated at least Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial art. If they were in the East Unicorn continent, they would be able to contest with elite experts apart from the Evil King. As compared to these high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists, the East Unicorn continent's high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists could only be considered regular martial artists. Be it cultivation techniques, martial arts, weapons or artifacts, they were all crushed and weren't worth mentioning. Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was comparable to regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. But if it was a reincarnation realm martial artist that cultivated Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts, Li Fuchen would only be comparable to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. It was impossible for him to surpass 7 or 8 levels in combat. The Green Dragon artifact saber's price had forcefully increased from 50,000 to 150,000. It was finally obtained by a peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist. Chapter 420. The second finale item was quickly brought up, and it was actually an Earth-class mid-tier martial art manual. In the various martial institutions or the elite clans of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals might not be rare. But in the market, Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals were too rare. It was a known fact that many reincarnation realm martial artists didn't even have an Earth-class low-tier martial art manual. Therefore, Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals were undoubtedly the most valuable manuals for them and could only be found by chance. It was obvious that this should be a lucky individual who obtained this manual from an unknown ruin and was planning to exchange it for a large amount of low-grade spirit stones for his own cultivation. This Earth-class mid-tier martial art manual's starting price was also 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, but the final price was an astonishing 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. It had broken the bidding record for the Green Dragon artifact saber in one fell swoop. Those elite reincarnation realm martial artists would probably be able to turn the Evil King into dregs. The one who obtained the Earth-class mid-tier martial art manual was also a peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist. It wasn't hard to imagine that in the future, this peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist's strength would surge. Of course, as compared to the various martial institutions and elite clans' peak-level reincarnation realm martial artists, there would definitely be a huge disparity. A truly formidable peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist would have cultivation techniques and martial arts that were at least Earth-class mid-tier. Their weapon would be at least Earth-class mid-tier or possibly Earth-class high-tier weapons. When facing such an opponent, even if Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the peak level of reincarnation realm, he might not be able to win. Of course, Li Fuchen was just at the beginning. Once he truly reached the peak level of reincarnation realm, all aspects would be better and he would definitely not be stagnant. When it was close to noon, the white-haired auctioneer suddenly got excited and spoke with a resounding voice. The third finale item, which is also the final finale item, will be brought up to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 attendants worked together to carry a tray onto the stage. This tray was huge and was 3 meters in length. It looked extremely heavy too. The 2 attendants were at the Earth realm, but it was rather strenuous for them to carry it. It was as though the item on the tray was 10,000 kilograms in weight. The white-haired auctioneer fiercely pulled the special silk aside. Crackle, 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 crackle. This special silk was clearly covered with an array formation. As the silk was pulled apart, a 3-meter-long horn was revealed, accompanied by a scalp-numbing electric arc. Just one look at it would cause one's soul to tremble. The white-haired auctioneer spoke with confidence. the sharp horn of the Class 6 mid-tier demonic beast, Thunderstorm Rhinoceros. Everyone should have heard of the Thunderstorm Rhinoceros. It is a type of extremely savage demonic beast. Even a mid-level battle spirit realm master wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Once it is infuriated, within a radius of 100 miles, there would be thunderstorms that would have the power to destroy a city. This sharp horn of the Thunderstorm Rhinoceros is the most precious material on the body of the Thunderstorm Rhinoceros apart from the demonic core. Be it used to refine a cardinal artifact, weapon, or elixir, it would have miraculous effects. The starting price is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. What? The horn of a level 6 Thunderstorm Rhino? Everyone's eyes widened and their breathing quickened. Class 6 demonic beasts were known as demon generals and were able to command demonic beasts. Their spirit wisdom wasn't inferior to humans. The entire body of a Class 6 demonic beast was a treasure. Any scale or claw would be priceless. The horn was so precious that let alone a reincarnation realm expert, even a battle spirit realm master wouldn't ignore it. 200,000. In the supreme private room, there was a deep voice that echoed. It is a battle spirit realm master. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and no one dared to increase the price. Competing with a battle spirit realm master was simply too much to do. Furthermore, they didn't have so many low-grade spirit stones to bid. 250,000. The voice was transmitted from another supreme private room. 300,000, 400,000. The bidders were all battle spirit realm masters from the supreme private rooms. Each increment of 500,000 or 100,000 made everyone feel as though they were in a dream and their mouths were dry. The demon general's horn is so valuable? Li Fuchen's mouth was also dry. In his collection, there was also a demon general's horn. It might not be as big and extraordinary as the Thunderstorm Rhino's horn, but it was still a demon general's horn. Li Fuchen didn't expect to sell it for a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, but it should be able to sell it for 100,000 or 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 450,000, a familiar voice echoed. It was Grandmaster Ever-Youth. As the overlord of the South Forest City, Grandmaster Ever-Youth naturally wouldn't miss out on this large-scale auction. 500,000, 550,000. It was obvious that the other Battle Spirit Realm Masters didn't plan to give up. At their level, there were too few things that were useful to them. If they missed it, they would definitely regret it for a long time. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to auction the Demon General's horn. Li Fuchen's heart was burning with passion. He didn't expect for the Demon General's horn to be so valuable. If he knew there would be 2 Demon General's horns being auctioned in this auction, how could Li Fuchen know that Demon Generals were equivalent to Battle Spirit Realm Masters? Apart from Battle Spirit Realm Masters, no one was able to kill Demon Generals. Furthermore, Demon Generals were too powerful. In order to kill a Class 6 low-tier Demon General, one's cultivation would need to be at least at the mid-level of Battle Spirit Realm. In order to kill a Class 6 mid-tier Thunderstorm Rhino, one would need to be at least a high-level Battle Spirit Realm Master. Regular Masters would have to flee if they encountered a Demon General and wouldn't dare to engage in combat. Furthermore, there were very few Demon Generals on the continent. In places with a high concentration of Demon Generals, there would be Demon Kings. It was too difficult to kill a Demon General. Even the Masters on the Violet Flower Kingdom's Master rankings wouldn't dare to say they could do it. It would all depend on luck. Ultimately, the Thunderstorm Rhino's horn didn't land in the hands of Grandmaster Ever-Youth. It landed in the hands of Grandmaster Raging Flame, who was also one of the top 10 concoction Grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom. As such, the sensational auction had ended. After paying the Spirit Stones, Li Fuchen left the East Star Auction Hall with the Spirit Heart Elixir, Clear Spirit Elixir, and Raging Flame Heart Elixir. Kid, you snatched my fated opportunity. I am not done with you. In the dark, scarlet fire fist, Feng Long glared at Li Fuchen. In an inn's heaven-class suite, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the meditation mat and took out the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. The Raging Flame Heart Elixir was like a lump of amber, and there was a cluster of flames inside. It looked rather mystical, and there were traces of meditation chi presence that were emitted, allowing Li Fuchen to feel comfortable. It is rather similar to the meditation mat's chi presence. With the two of them working together, the effects should be maximized. The meditation mat was obtained from the Black Sky Sect ruins. He had been using it and the effects were remarkable. Li Fuchen was able to progress smoothly until now because of the meditation mat. Li Fuchen circulated his ardent sun chi and consumed the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. At the start, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir had a trace of cold intent. Gradually, the trace of cold intent turned into heat. When the Raging Flame Heart Elixir was refined into the interior, the inconspicuous flame suddenly burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen. TSS. Li Fuchen felt that there were plenty of impurities in his body that had been refined by the flame. At the same moment, there was a fiery intent that was extremely clear and spirited chi presence that rose and fused into Li Fuchen's mind. When complemented with the meditation mat's chi presence, Li Fuchen entered an unprecedented ethereal state. It felt as though his entire body had blended into the void, and he was observing his body like a spectator. He was observing the connection between his body and the void. If a battle spirit realm master was here, they would definitely be able to see that Li Fuchen was in the union of heaven and man state. The Raging Flame Heart Elixir's medicinal effects were too pure, and it was much purer than the chi in mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, when using the Raging Flame Heart Elixir to break through, there was no need to worry about delaying his future cultivation. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen spent 20,000 low-grade spirit stones to bid for the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. Later stage of First Level Reincarnation Realm. Peak stage of First Level Reincarnation Realm. Boom! When the Raging Flame Chi burst out, a surging Chi wave swept in all directions. It was fortunate that this inn was a top-notch inn in the South Forest City, and was set up with an array. Otherwise, this chi wave impact was enough to turn the inn into ashes. After breaking through to the second level of Reincarnation Realm, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir's medicinal effects had yet to be fully consumed. Middle stage of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. Later stage of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation was stabilized at the later stage of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. The surging and resplendent chi made Li Fuchen look like a sun god that was dazzling. As compared to his cultivation, Li Fuchen's mental state was progressing faster and had already reached the limits of second-level Reincarnation Realm. He was just one step away from breaking through to the third level of Reincarnation Realm. When Li Fuchen opened his eyes, two blazing light beams burst out and struck the array's barrier with sparks. There is no hurry. After a few more days, I will consume the Spirit Heart Elixir and the Clear Spirit Elixir to prepare to break through to the third level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuchen's cultivation might have stabilized, but his mental state wasn't. There were still hidden dangers from consecutive breakthroughs, and he wasn't in a hurry. For the next few days, Li Fuchen stayed in seclusion and had been stabilizing his cultivation and mental state. In addition, he felt that the Ardent Sun Divine technique was showing signs of breaking through. The Ardent Flame Heart Elixir allowed him to enter a very mystical state. This state had weakened significantly after his cultivation broke through to the second level of Reincarnation Realm, but it didn't vanish completely. When Li Fuchen cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine technique, he felt that it was much smoother than before. Apart from that, the speed of comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern was much faster because of the Ardent Flame Heart Elixir. Right now, Li Fuchen had already comprehended 30% of the blazing flame bone frame pattern. The speed of absorbing the blazing flame power was 20 to 30 times faster than before. In the bone frame spatial zone, the blazing flame power was just like a small sun. It was extremely condensed and extremely tyrannical and blazing. As compared to it, the ardent sun chi wasn't just slightly inferior. Li Fuchen found out from some ancient texts that the cultivation of heaven-class cultivation techniques seemed to be related to the bone frame. Perhaps the chi that was cultivated was the power of the bone frame. Of course, heaven-class cultivation techniques were too far away from Li Fuchen. It was unknown if there were any heaven-class cultivation techniques in the entire seven-color continent. Even if there were, they would probably be in the hands of those primary Sea Realm monarchs. The path of the martial Tao is still very long and I have just started. Li Fuchen's fighting spirit was soaring. Chapter 421. I might as well raise my body refinement cultivation as well. Previously, Li Fuchen had consumed some elixirs to temper the impurities. The Vajra elixir's impurities and the body-forging golden elixir's impurities were almost eliminated. Even if the impurities weren't eliminated, Li Fuchen's body refinement could still be increased, but it would affect his future body refinement cultivation. Li Fuchen went to the Ever-Youth Pavilion and purchased 5 Vajra elixirs and 5 body-forging golden elixirs, spending a total of 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. 2 Inside the inn's suite, Li Fuchen was constantly refining the Vajra elixir, and the dragon elephant power within his body was rapidly increasing. 7,000 threads, 8,000 threads, 9,000 threads, 10,000 threads, 11,000 strands, 12,000 strands, 12,800 strands. 5 Vajra pills and 5 body-forging golden pills only added 6,600 strands of dragon elephant power. Last time, a diamond pill and a body-forging golden pill increased his strength by more than 3,000 strands. This is mainly because the strength of the dragon elephant is not just increasing so simply. The strength of the dragon elephant that existed before is also gradually strengthening. This requires the consumption of the medicinal power of the body, refining medicinal pills. On the path of body refinement, the further one progressed, the more resources one would need. This was not just for show. There were plenty of reincarnation realm body refinement martial artists in the 7-color continent, but there weren't many battle spirit realm body refinement masters. Li Fuchen reckoned that in order to push his body refinement to the battle spirit realm, he would need at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Regular battle spirit realm masters wouldn't have so much wealth. Even if they had, they wouldn't invest all of it into body refinement, unless they focused on the body refinement Tao. Take the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian for example. He possessed the Vajra bone frame and was an innate body refinement prodigy. If he didn't focus on the body refinement Tao, it would be a pity. Of course, a person with the body refinement bone frame would require a lot less low-grade spirit stones. A regular person would need up to 1 million low-grade spirit stones to push their body refinement to the battle spirit realm. Wang Jian might only need a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. As Li Fuchen's body refinement increased by 1 level, his body refinement strength had also increased and had already surpassed regular 9th-level reincarnation realm experts. The next time I want to raise my body refining cultivation to another level, it will probably take more than 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. Body refinement cultivation, seriously speaking, did not have small realms. For example, shedding body realm body refining martial artist is shedding body realm body refining martial artist, will not be like true chi cultivation base, divided into 9 layers. Previously, Li Fuchen was merely using the East Unicorn Continent's reincarnation realm experts to forcefully divide his body refinement into several levels. In fact, it was an estimation of his strength and not the specific minor realms of his body refinement. It was just like strength. Strength was only divided into big and small. There was no such thing as a realm. In the early stages of body refinement, there weren't any major realms. There weren't any Qi refinement realm, origin returning realm, earth shattering realm, or heaven dipper realm. Normally, one would compare one's body refinement with one's Qi cultivation to know what level one's body refinement was at. Only at the shedding body realm, due to the cultivation of extraordinary Qi power, so you can clearly know that you are shedding body realm body refining martial artist. The efficiency of the family was very fast. In just half a month, they had sold all the medicinal herbs, earning a total of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was also due to the fact that he was in a hurry. If he had auctioned it off at an auction, it would be possible for him to sell it for 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, the family would take 10%, leaving behind 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the 180,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen and Zhao Han would each get 30%, making each of them 54,000 low-grade spirit stones. And Xinmei would get 15%, making 27,000 low-grade spirit stones. Liang Tianyu and Du Qing would get 25%, making each of them 22,500 low-grade spirit stones. In short, everyone was happy. There were over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones left previously. With the addition of these 54,000 low-grade spirit stones, I will have around 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. 90,000 low-grade spirit stones was a huge sum, and only those extremely powerful high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists would have such wealth. After all, the stronger one was, the better the ability to accumulate wealth. A simple trip into the Violet Star Mountains would allow one to obtain plenty of low-grade spirit stones. During the auction, in order to contest for the Green Dragon Artifact Saber and Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals, the two peak-level reincarnation realm martial artists had each spent 150,000 low-grade spirit stones and 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was also the duo's limit. I am still lacking a body refinement weapon. Apart from the Violet Flower Kingdom's top 10 concoction grandmasters, there are also 5 blacksmith grandmasters. Among them, only Grandmaster 100 Smelt can refine a body refinement weapon. Why don't I ask for one? If it was someone else, they wouldn't spend so much effort to obtain a body refinement weapon. After all, most of the people would supplement the body refinement Dao and focus on the Qi refinement Dao. Even if they obtained a body refinement weapon, their body refinement strength wouldn't be on par with their Qi cultivation strength. But Li Fuchen was different. With the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant body forging chapters, it would be a pity if Li Fuchen didn't increase his body refinement strength. Grandmaster 100 Smelt resided in Limestone City, and Limestone City was the county city of Limestone region. It was tens of thousands of miles away from South Forest City. Riding on the Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest, Li Fuchen rushed towards Limestone City. Finally out of the city? During these days, Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long had been sending people to watch over Li Fuchen. Once Li Fuchen exited the city, Feng Long followed. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen used the Raging Flame Heart Elixir, Feng Long wasn't going to let Li Fuchen off. 300 miles away from South Forest City, after following for so long, can you come out now? On the horseback, Li Fuchen turned around and said, "Your awareness is rather strong, but it is a pity that this place shall be your death ground today." Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long flashed out while his body was surging with blazing Qi presence. Feng Long's cultivation was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm, and he had cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique and martial art. In his eyes, Li Fuchen was already a dead man. It is still uncertain who will die. Li Fuchen dismounted the horse. Die. Feng Long didn't waste any time and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist's power was even stronger than the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's number 3 power rankings. When the fist was executed, the air felt as though it was burning. A flaming fist that was the size of a house was blasted with thunderous Qi presence. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit rose up at the same time and countered with a fist. Boom! The ground caved in and exploded. Surging magma splattered and the scorching chi presence filled the radius of a few thousand feet. Little bastard, I have underestimated you. Feng Long's eyes flashed with astonishment. It seems like you are merely SOSO. Li Fuchen shook his fist and extinguished the flames on his fist. The Scarlet Fire Fist was indeed worthy of being called the Scarlet Fire Fist. His fist intent was astounding. If Li Fuchen's fist didn't contain the ardent sun chi and blazing flame power, he wouldn't be able to block this fist. But only in close combat would Li Fuchen be able to concentrate all his power on his fist, making it difficult to kill his opponent. If I didn't guess it wrongly, you will only be able to utilize your strongest strength in close combat. Let's see how you are going to block next. Feng Long grinned sinisterly and rushed into the sky. He then brandished dozens to 100 fists at Li Fuchen. Countless flaming fists descended from the sky and the prowess was appalling. The elephant trumpeted and tiger roared. Li Fuchen brandished his fist to penetrate the flaming fists, but there were too many of them. Even after penetrating them, there were still endless blazing flame chi that blasted down, turning Li Fuchen's area into a sea of flames. If I want to kill him, I have to reveal my trump card. After transmuting the ardent sun chi into the 9 revolution purple chi, Li Fuchen drew the scarlet blood sword and executed the clear sky sword art. In an instant, a full moon-like sword chi spread out with Li Fuchen at the center. A thick layer of the ground was shaved off. The sword chi exploded and extinguished the sea of flames. Li Fuchen flew into the sky and fought with Feng Long's Scarlet Fire Divine Fist. Feng Long was shocked and blasted a fist with full strength. PFFF. The flaming fist was split into two and Li Fuchen charged at Feng Long. Impossible, how can you be so powerful? Feng Long retreated miserably and didn't have the prowess from before. There are plenty of things you don't know. Die. The 9 revolution purple chi divine technique and the clear sky sword art were at least Earth class high tier. The increase in strength was too much, and it didn't just compensate for the gap of 5 levels between Li Fuchen and Feng Long, it had also reversed the gap. Fresh blood sprayed out and Feng Long's arm had an additional sword wound. Damn it, Scarlet Fire primary armor. Feng Long's body was covered with a layer of flaming armor. He cultivated the Earth-class low-tier martial art, Scarlet Fire Divine Fist. His cultivation technique was the Earth-class low-tier Scarlet Fire Divine Technique. When the Scarlet Fire Divine Technique was cultivated to the highest rank, he would be able to execute a defensive method that would increase his defense by 1 level. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's clear sky sword art was too ferocious. The Scarlet Fire primary armor was only able to block a few swords before collapsing. Die! Li Fuchen thrust with his sword and the sword light turned into a sphere that enveloped Feng Long. Bang! The spherical sword light exploded and Feng Long was immediately turned into a blood mist. The only things that remained were a pair of gloves, an artifact armor, and a red storage bag. Finally exhausted? After killing Feng Long, Li Fuchen wasn't too happy. His body's 9 revolution purple chi was rapidly disintegrating and turning into ardent sun chi. His back was burning and after scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed that the 9 revolution purple chi divine techniques pattern on his back had vanished. There were only traces of scar-like pattern imprints. It was fortunate that the clear sky sword art martial pattern on his wrist hadn't vanished, but it didn't seem like he could use it for a few more times. The martial pattern was much dimmer than before. It seems like I can only rely on myself in the future. Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked Feng Long's gloves, artifact armor, and storage bag over. When he opened the storage bag, there were over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 mid-grade spirit stones. With these 5 mid-grade spirit stones, I should have no problem progressing to the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuchen might have the Spirit Heart Elixir and the Clear Spirit Elixir to increase his mental state, but he wasn't confident he could progress to the third level of Reincarnation Realm within a short period of time. After reaching the Reincarnation Realm, it was very difficult to progress by one level. Unless the accumulation was rather robust, otherwise one had to slowly endure. But it was different with mid-grade spirit stones. The purity of the mid-grade spirit stones was only slightly inferior to the Raging Flame Heart Elixir and was much purer than low-grade spirit stones. With the combination of the two, it was hard for Li Fuchen not to progress. Let's reach the Limestone City first. Chapter 422. Bluestone City, a city built with large bluestones. As the county capital of Bluestone County, Bluestone City was one of the places with the highest concentration of refiners, second only to the Violet Flower King's Imperial City. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that almost 30% of the utensils circulating in the Violet Flower Kingdom's market came from Limestone City. One could well imagine Limestone City's status. Master 100 Smelting has actually left. What a coincidence. Li Fuchen's luck wasn't very good. As soon as he arrived at Limestone City, he found out that Grandmaster 100 Smelt wasn't around. It was the same as making a wasted trip. Since I'm already here, I can't return empty-handed. No matter what, I have to obtain a body-refining weapon. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to request for an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon from Grandmaster 100 Smelt. But since Grandmaster 100 Smelt wasn't around, there was no hope for an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon. But there should be Mystic-class body refinement weapons in the Limestone City's weapon shop. During the Evergreen Tea Party, the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian's gloves seemed to be a Mystic-class peak-tier body refinement weapon. The Bailian Pavilion was a weapon shop opened by the Bailian Master. "Shopkeeper, do you have any body-refining weapons?" Li Fuchen asked as soon as he entered the door. "Yes, other shops don't have it. Only my Bailian Pavilion has it." The shopkeeper saw that there was business and quickly went forward to greet them. Li Fuchen said, "I want the best body refinement weapon. Bring me to take a look." "All right." A smile appeared on the manager's face. Although body tempering weapons were rare, martial artists who specialized in body tempering were even rarer, so it was not easy to find a buyer. Second floor of Bailian Pavilion. Young hero, there are a total of 5 top-grade profound rank body refinement weapons here. They are respectively a saber, a sword, a glove, an iron claw, and an anklet. The shopkeeper gestured with his right hand as he introduced. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that there was an obvious difference between body refinement weapons and chi weapons. There were chi waves of varying strength on the body refinement weapons, as though they were alive. They had their own breaths and meridians, giving Li Fuchen an extremely strange feeling. "Can I take it out for a look?" Li Fuchen asked. The shopkeeper nodded. "Of course." Li Fuchen picked up one of the swords. The surface of the sword was covered in blood patterns. At a glance, it looked like the meridians and blood vessels of the human body. The power of vitality surged into his body. Buzz. A blood-red sword radiance extended from the tip of the sword. It was incomparably sharp. It really is a body-refining weapon. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. This sword seemed to have become an extension of his body and was closely connected with his chi power. But swords are useless to me. I have never learned a body-tempering sword technique. Putting down the body refinement sword, Li Fuchen picked up the glove. It was a pair of black gloves. The back of the hand and the base of the fingers were covered with a layer of armor. It looked relatively thick, and when Xiao Chen's consciousness entered it, he could see many blood-colored patterns. As his vitality surged in, the blood-colored patterns immediately lit up, and a layer of blood-colored light appeared on the surface of the black gloves. With this top-tier profound rank body refinement glove, my body refinement strength can increase by almost 30%. Having a weapon or not made a huge difference. Li Fuchen was confident that with this glove, he would be able to contest with the Scarlet Fire Fist with just his body refinement strength. "Shopkeeper, how many spirit stones?" Li Fuchen asked. The shopkeeper said, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000? It's quite expensive. Li Fuchen frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he felt that it was too expensive. An Earth-class mid-tier Qi weapon wasn't even worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A Mystic-class peak-tier body refinement weapon was actually worth 10,000. If it was an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon, wouldn't it cost at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "This glove is forged using Qi bloodstones, blood-patterned iron, and mithril. Just the materials alone will cost 1 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 it is. I will take it." Li Fuchen might feel that it was expensive, but it was impossible for him to give it up. Young hero is very bold. The shopkeeper was beaming with joy. As the shopkeeper of the 100 Smelt Pavilion, he had a mission every month. When the store's income exceeded a certain amount, he would receive a certain bonus. The higher the income, the greater the bonus. But if the store's income didn't reach the standard, his spirit stones would be deducted. After paying the spirit stones, Li Fuchen left the 100 Smelt Pavilion with the shopkeeper sending him off. In an inn with a courtyard, Li Fuchen stayed. Roar. There was a tiger roar as Li Fuchen punched the air. In a split moment, a fierce tiger spirit rose up. As compared to before, this fierce tiger spirit was 30% bigger. It was more condensed and more tyrannical. It felt as though it was going to shatter the void. No wonder it is a Mystic-class peak-tier body refinement weapon. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with this glove. It is a pity that I didn't see Grandmaster 100 smelt. If I can request for an Earth-class low-tier body refinement glove, my body refinement strength will be increased by at least 60%. In terms of Qi weapons, the difference between Mystic-class high-tier and Mystic-class peak-tier wasn't huge. But the difference between Mystic-class peak-tier and Earth-class low-tier was rather huge. Forget it. Even if Grandmaster 100 Smelt is in Limestone City, I might not be able to see him. Even if I see him, he might not be willing to refine an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon for me. After all, the materials are hard to find and he might not be interested in this little bit of income. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to sell some items to gather the cost of the refinement, but he didn't have to do so now. Li Fuchen didn't think about the body refinement weapon anymore and started to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the third level of reincarnation realm. In the secret room of the courtyard, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the meditation mat. Time elapsed bit by bit. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. The Spirit Heart Elixir's medicinal effects are still a little lacking. It isn't enough for my mental state to break through to the third level of reincarnation realm. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out the clear Spirit Elixir and consumed it. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen's connection with Heaven and Earth Qi was much closer. With him as the center, Heaven and Earth Qi was rippling. I have finally broken through. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and held a mid-grade spirit stone in each hand while absorbing the qi inside. A few hours later, Li Fuchen took out 2 more mid-grade spirit stones. When the last mid-grade spirit stone was half absorbed, Li Fuchen's body suddenly burst out with an ardent sun-like radiance. The surging and blazing qi waves blasted in all directions. For a moment, the temperature in the secret room had increased by more than 100 times, and it felt as though it was a blazing hell. It wasn't over yet. Right at this moment, the ardent sun radiance on the surface of Li Fuchen's body suddenly revolved and the surrounding temperature rose drastically again. Li Fuchen's body appeared with an ardent sun halo. When the ardent sun halo appeared, the array in the secret room shook violently as though it was going to explode. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and withdrew the ardent sun halo. I didn't expect for my cultivation level and cultivation technique to have a breakthrough. Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. Earlier on, his cultivation had successfully broken through from the second level of reincarnation realm to the third level. Immediately after, his ardent sun divine technique had also broken through from the 24th rank to the 25th rank, forming the ardent sun halo.